traveling through different worlds, mastering the door of myriad wonders, traversing the realms of heaven and earth, cultivating in film and television dramas, seizing the fortune of various dimensions, and achieving an unparalleled immortal body. Worlds such as Mr. Vampire, A Chinese Ghost Story, My Date with a Zombie, The Legend of the White Snake, and Journey to the West will all serve as stepping stones on Su Xingxuan's path of cultivation. Chapter 1. The Broken Ancestral Hall. Tap, tap, tap. Droplets of murky rainwater slowly dripped down from the stone blue tiles, splattering onto the uneven brick floor. In the dim ancestral hall, a row of dark coffins was neatly arranged, with a few drops of water occasionally falling on them, sounding particularly loud in the silence of the hall. The entire ancestral hall was shrouded in darkness, with only a dim oil lamp flickering at the back, emitting a weak yellow light that not only failed to dispel the gloom, but instead made the already dark space feel even more eerie, resembling a scene from a horror movie. Such a scene would make anyone feel uneasy with trembling hands and feet. But a boy dressed in a blue long robe, sitting quietly at the head of the hall, seemed somewhat accustomed to it, gazing vacantly at the falling droplets. The boy's name was Su Xingxuan. He was originally a freshly graduated university student from the 21st century, who had spent the night before graduation dreaming of his future. Yet, upon waking, he found himself transported to this terrifying and eerie place, and it had been over 3 months since then. Facing the same scene alone for over 3 months, no matter how terrifying it was, it became as familiar as the clouds by the mountain or reflections in the water. In 3 months, Su Xingxuan had become thoroughly acquainted with everything here. Initially, when he noticed his clothing in ancient style, he thought he had traveled back to ancient times. However, after fully understanding this world, he realized he was mistaken. This world was said to be a complete continent, with the central Dian dynasty unifying the world, the eastern lands filled with countless blessed places said to be inhabited by immortals, the western deserts dotted with ancient temples, and the northern wastelands being a vast territory of barbarian ghosts. As for the south, it was filled with dense forests and countless swamps, home to the witch vow. As for the so-called deities and monsters, Su Xingxuan, an atheist from the 21st century, initially did not believe in them. However, when he witnessed the so-called corpse chasing and ghost exorcising right before his eyes, he had no choice but to believe. Moreover, when he closed his eyes, he saw in his mind a towering bronze door, intricately carved with countless mysterious runes, featuring numerous beastly figures, divine dragons, coiling, flying phoenixes, and roaring xianxiaaudiobooks, exuding an indescribable pressure. Above the door, for enigmatic characters radiated brilliant light. Although he could not recognize the script, the meaning rooted itself deep in his heart. The door of myriad wonders. This door had existed in Su Xingxuan's mind since he crossed over to IT first. He was extremely excited, imagining how he could sweep through the realms and achieve immortality with the help of this door. However, 3 months later, no matter how he treated this door, it remained unmoved. If it weren't for the undeniable sense of its existence, Su Xingxuan would have thought it was merely an illusion. Senior brother. After yet another failed attempt to move the door, before Su Xingxuan could open his eyes, he heard a voice like a lilting oriole. He quickly opened his eyes to see a girl of about 12 or 13, with 2 little goat braids, a waxy yellow face showing a hint of panic, running into the ancestral hall. This girl was named xianxia, the daughter of Su Xingxuan's master, as Xingxuan's master was said to be a disciple of the esteemed Longhu Mountain Tianxia sect of the Dian dynasty, named Zhang, who had opened a charity hall in Wangshan town. To make a meager living that he had taken on one apprentice, Su Xingxuan, and the only other person left was the little girl Xianxia. The 3 of them relied on each other for survival. However, when Su Xingxuan arrived, he coincidentally encountered the death of Zhang. The once bustling charity hall was now left with only him and Xianxia, and it was precisely because of Zhang absence that the hall fell into further disrepair. Su Xingxuan was skeptical of Zhang claim of being a disciple of the Longhu Mountain Tianxia sect. Although he had only been in this world for 3 months, the name of the Longhu Mountain Tianxia sect was well known to him. Yet, he had never seen Zhang in action, and given the state of the charity hall, which was barely holding on, Su Xingxuan had serious doubts about Zhang Danian's abilities. Looking at Zhang Xingya, whose yellow face still revealed traces of delicacy, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of bittersweetness. This little junior sister, at only 12 or 13, already hinted at future beauty. Little junior sister, what happened? Take your time. Don't rush, Su Xingxuan said quickly. Senior brother, the manager Go from Wanyong Bank has come, asking us to repay the debt. He said that if we can't pay it back soon, he will take our charity hall away. Senior brother, what should we do? Zhang Xingya pouted, tears glistening in her big, round eyes, making her look incredibly lovable. Without Zhang Danian's income and with the expenses of his funeral, the charity hall had reached a dire state. It was no wonder manager Gu came to collect the debt at this time. Really? Hearing this, the child's eyes lit up and she broke into a silly smile. Chapter 2. Humiliation, Part 1. Really. Su Xingxuan gently patted Zhang Xingya's head, feeling that the texture was nice while walking with a full of doubt to the front hall. The middle-aged man surveyed the almost dilapidated decor of the charity house with disdain, his squinting eyes occasionally flashing with contempt and impatience. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man in his early 20s, with a handsome appearance, resembling a jade-like face and starry eyes, standing tall at about 1.8 meters. However, there was a hint of wickedness in his brows and eyes, making it hard to feel any goodwill towards him. This middle-aged man was Zhang, the owner of Wanyong Bank and one of the wealthiest people in Wongshan town. Although Su Xingxuan had never interacted with him, he had seen him from a distance. As for the young man, he had no impression of him at all. With a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, Su Xingxuan put on a standard smile and approached, cupping his fists with both hands, and said enthusiastically, "Isn't this Zhang? What brings you here today? You should have informed me in advance so I could welcome you properly instead of making me flustered and not even boiling water for tea. My apologies. Hearing Su Xingxuan's voice, Zhang immediately retracted his disdainful expression, quickly turning around, his already small eyes squinting so much they could barely be seen. His chubby face breaking into a smile like that of Maitreya Buddha, and he said as if they were old friends, "Su Xiaoga, you're being polite. Our families have always had a close relationship, so let's skip the formalities. Speaking of which, I haven't come to see you since you took over the charity house. It's truly my fault, so please don't take it to heart." As he spoke, Zhang secretly wondered, this Su kid has always been weak and dull. Why does he seem like a different person today? Could it be that he has changed after not seeing him for a long time? No, it's nothing. Who is this? Su Xingxuan smiled back at Zhang's pretense of politeness while casting a doubtful glance at the handsome young man. Seeing this, Zhang quickly slapped his forehead and laughed. Look at my memory, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mu Lianhe, the esteemed disciple of Master Guanyang from our town's Sanqing Temple. Mu Daoren, this is the new master of our town's charity house, Su Xingxuan. You both come from notable families, so it's good to get acquainted. Haha. Zhang is too polite. I'm just a novice in the Dao. Not worthy of the title of Daoren, Mu Lianhe said with a slight smile, appearing gentle, but his narrow eyes showed no humility, instead filled with mockery. Upon hearing Zhang's introduction, Su Xingxuan's heart sank, finally understanding what Zhang was up to. The Dayan dynasty revered the Dao, with demons and spirits rampant throughout the land, leading to countless sects and temples, including the charity house, with many legends of immortals and gods. Even in the small town of Wongshan, there were several such places, including the charity house and the Sanqing Temple, along with Daming Temple and Chengwang Temple. Moreover, Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, and Chengwang Temple were semi-official organizations, receiving annual funding from the Dayan court, so they looked down upon the Zhang family charity house. Some tasks were like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat but a pity to discard, so they gradually fell into the hands of the Zhang family charity house. However, now that Zhang Danian had passed away, Su Xingxuan had taken over the charity house, but when Zhang Danian was alive, Su Xingxuan hadn't learned anything. Now, he was like a novice, and if he really saw a zombie or evil spirit, he would probably scare himself to death first. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Trying to maintain his composure, he looked at the cupped hands of Mu Lianhe and forced out a smile, saying, "So it's Mu Daoren. I've long admired you." "No, that won't be necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan's face turned pale, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Lianhe stepped back, stomped his foot, pointed with both hands, and before Su Xingxuan could react, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, followed by Mu Lianhe taking out a yellow talisman, shouting, "Taishang Laojun, urgently command, decree." Suddenly, Su Xingxuan felt his body stiffen, his face changed in fright, and his eyes widened like a bull's, staring in horror at Mu Lianhe. "What do you want to do?" Mu Lianhe sneered, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and took out a wooden puppet, sticking the yellow talisman onto it, forming a hand seal, and shouted, "Hurry!" He threw the puppet to the ground. And Xingxuan found himself moving involuntarily, doing a backflip and crashing heavily onto the ground. This fall made Xingxuan feel as if someone had punched him hard in the chest, and he couldn't help but cry out. "Xiaoga, what are you doing? Are you trying to perform acrobatics for us?" Guzhongwei, seeing this, chuckled maliciously. Chapter 3, Humiliation, Part 2. Hee. Mu Lianhe coldly laughed, pointing at the puppet. Flicking his finger, and a small stone landed on the puppet's head, making a light sound. Bang! Suddenly, Xingxuan felt as if someone had hammered his head, and stars danced before his eyes. He screamed, "Stop! Stop! Please stop! I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" Admit defeat? Su Zhuangzhu, I haven't even asked you for a few moves yet. How can you admit defeat? Let's have a few more moves, Mu Lianhe coldly laughed. Looking at Xingxuan as if he were garbage, pointing at the puppet, reciting a spell, and the puppet began to move on its own, raising its right hand and slapping itself hard across the face. At the same time, Xingxuan raised his right hand and slapped his own face hard. A loud smack echoed as his already thin face swelled up, looking as if he had gained weight, and the corner of his lips split, slowly oozing red. At this point, Xingxuan realized that he was being controlled by Mu Lianhe's spell, and the puppet was the source of that control. He rushed towards the puppet. But before he could act, Mu Lianhe saw through him and coldly laughed, pointing at the puppet, which rooted its legs to the ground. Just as Xingxuan took a step, he felt as if his legs were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Bruised and battered. What do you want from us? Being bullied like this, even a clay figure would be enraged, let alone Xingxuan. He glared at Mu Lianhe with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Oh, Su Zhuangzhu dares to glare at me. It seems you really want to show me a few moves." Mu Lianhe raised his eyebrows slightly, then suddenly formed a hand seal, controlling the puppet to attack his eyes. As the puppet moved, Xingxuan also moved, swinging his fist towards his own eyes, and with one punch, his eyes turned black and blue, resembling a panda. Yet every time his fist pulled back, Xingxuan's eyes remained filled with rage as he glared at Mu Lianhe. "Mu Lianhe, you wait. The humiliation of today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Good kid, you have guts. Today, I will knock your teeth out and see if your mouth is still so tough." A cold glint flashed in Mu Lianhe's eyes as he controlled the puppet to smash towards Xingxuan's mouth. However, Guzhongwei, seeing this, felt a bit reluctant and quickly stepped forward to stop Mu Lianhe. "Mudarin, I think we should let it go today. If we really hurt Su Xiaoga, it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Don't you want this charity house? Let Su Xiaoga sign a contract to transfer the charity house to you. After all, it's not about the neighbors." Mu Lianhe was about to say something when he heard a loud shout. "Want the charity house? In your next life? Come at me." Turning around, he saw that because of Guzhongwei's interruption, he had lost control of the puppet, and Xingxuan pounced like a hungry tiger, kicking Mu Lianhe and throwing punches at him. This sudden turn of events left Guzhongwei stunned, and even Mu Lianhe was momentarily dazed, only coming to his senses when Xingxuan's fists landed on him. Humiliation. Immense humiliation surged in Mu Lianhe's heart. He was actually being beaten by a young kid who knew nothing. He felt a rush of shame and kicked Xingxuan away. Cough. Cough, cough. Mu Lianhe's strength was indeed remarkable. That kick to Xingxuan's chest was like a giant hammer striking him. Xingxuan flew back several meters and struggled for a long time to get back on his feet. Mu Lianhe touched the spot where he had been kicked, his eyes filled with brutality. "Good kid, you won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? Since you're looking for death, I'll help you. If I don't crush your bones one by one today, I'm not Mu Lianhe. Let us see if you can still act tough without any bones." Pooh. Xingxuan covered his chest and slowly stood up, his brows furrowed in pain, unable to speak, his eyes filled with hatred. He spat out a mouthful of blood towards Mu Lianhe. Although it didn't hit Mu Lianhe, it only served to infuriate him further. Good, good. You're looking for death. Mu Lianhe laughed in anger, ready to cast a spell, when a loud voice came from behind. "You're the one looking for death." Mu Lianhe was startled and quickly turned around, but before he could see clearly, a foul smell hit him. With a loud splash, Mu Lianhe was drenched with all sorts of filth, the stench overwhelming. Just moments ago, he had looked quite elegant, but now he was like a drenched chicken. Staring at the filth on his body and the foul smell wafting from it, Mu Lianhe was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Xingxuan felt a release, no longer under control, and quickly looked towards the door. He saw a middle-aged woman in a coarse cloth dress, holding a bucket of excrement, standing at the entrance with a righteous expression. "Night Fragrance Granny?" Seeing the visitor, Xingxuan was slightly taken aback. She was the woman who lived not far from the charity house and collected night fragrance. Although he didn't know her name, everyone called her Night Fragrance Granny. He hadn't expected her to come help him today. Hearing Su Xingxuan, Night Fragrance Granny nodded and gently said, "Don't be afraid, Su kid. This guy's spell has been broken by me. He can't trouble you anymore." Saying this, Night Fragrance Granny turned to Mu Lianhe and said coldly, "Those who cultivate the Tao do so to exterminate demons and support the weak. You, however, bully others. Today, I'll give you a bucket of night fragrance to teach you a lesson." Mu Lianhe finally realized what was on him and felt a wave of nausea, immense humiliation rising in his heart. He exploded in anger. "You old hag, do you know who I am? You dare to splash night fragrance on me? You're looking to die? If I don't. Adults don't remember the faults of children. Adults don't remember the faults of children." At that moment, Xingxuan quickly stood in front of Mu Lianhe, bowing to Night Fragrance Granny with a flattering smile. "Night Fragrance Granny, please don't hold it against the younger generation. Today's incident was our fault. Thank you for your guidance. We'll take our leave now. As for the money Su Xiaoge owes me, consider it a donation to the charity house. It's a small gesture from Zhang, who has served Wingshan town for so many years. Farewell, farewell." Without caring that Mu Lianhe was still covered in filth, he pulled him away. Chapter 4, Night Fragrance Granny. At this point, not to mention Su Xingxuan, even Mu Lianhe was stunned, completely unaware of what Xingxuan was up to. However, seeing Xingxuan's expression, Mu Lianhe felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Just as they were about to leave the charity house, Night Fragrance Granny spoke up. "Wait." Xingxuan froze immediately, and Night Fragrance Granny turned to the two, especially looking at Mu Lianhe with a resolute expression. She sternly said, "Let today's incident end here. Mu, if I see you using your spells to bully others again, don't blame me for being merciless. At that time, it won't just be you, even your master, that old bastard. I'll deal with him too." Mu Lianhe was furious upon hearing this. Before he could speak, Xingxuan tightly grabbed him. Xingxuan kept smiling. "Night Fragrance Granny, you're right. I'll convey this to Taoist Guanyang. If you have no other instructions, we'll take our leave. Get lost." Night Fragrance Granny snorted coldly. "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing Night Fragrance Granny say this, Xingxuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, dragging the displeased Mu Lianhe away quickly. Once Xingxuan and the others left, Su Xingxuan finally relaxed. This moment of relaxation made him feel as if he had been run over by a truck. Every part of him hurt, and he staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Seeing this, Night Fragrance Granny quickly threw away the bucket and rushed over to support Su Xingxuan. "Are you okay, Su kid?" "I'm fine." Su Xingxuan forced a smile, but inadvertently pulled at his wound, making his already unsightly face twist even more. "Enough, enough, stop smiling. It looks worse than crying." Night Fragrance Granny rolled her eyes at him. "Come on, let us go inside and rest. I'll get you some medicine." "Thank you." Night Fragrance Granny, by the way, why are you here at this time? You usually rest at this hour, right? Also, why is Xingxuan so afraid of you? Are you a legendary recluse? Su Xingxuan looked at Night Fragrance Granny suspiciously, feeling that this person in front of him was just an ordinary rural woman. Could he really be that blind? "What recluse? You're overestimating me. It's just because I collect night fragrance. Those who practice divine arts are most afraid of filth, which is why they fear me. As for why I came today, isn't it because of Qing girl? Qing girl, why aren't you coming out?" Night Fragrance Granny smiled and glanced aside. At that moment, Xianxia stood nervously by the pillar, looking worriedly at Su Xingxuan. "I was sleeping well at home when Qing girl came running, saying someone was causing trouble, and it was from Sanqing Temple. So, I hurried over. That Guanyang is useless himself, and the disciples he takes in are even worse. Don't worry, if he dares to cause trouble again, I'll make sure to ruin his Sanqing Temple with night fragrance. Let us see if he dares to be arrogant again." Night Fragrance Granny said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but smile as well. Looking at the puppet that had fallen to the side, a flicker of hatred and despair crossed his eyes. This Mu Lianhe was just a small pawn from Sanqing Temple, yet he had left him with no way to counter. Although Night Fragrance Granny had helped him this time, who could guarantee that others wouldn't come? Who knew what the people from Daming Temple and Changwang Temple were thinking? Moreover, even if Night Fragrance Granny protected him, they might not dare to trouble him, but he knew nothing. How could this charity house continue? Could he just let it fall apart? Not to mention that Su Xingxuan couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Today's events had made him determined to cultivate properly and wash away the shame of today. Thinking this, Su Xingxuan struggled to walk over to the puppet, picked it up, and gripped it tightly in his hand, even if the wooden splinters pierced his palm. He didn't let go. "Senior brother, your hand?" Xianxia exclaimed upon seeing this. Her eyes filled with panic as she rushed over to take the puppet from Su Xingxuan's hand, but was stopped by Night Fragrance Granny. "Aunt." Xianxia looked at Yexiangpo with confusion, but saw Yexiangpo shake her head. "Your senior brother is not feeling well, so let's not disturb him. Let him be alone for a while. Come on, let's go to your aunt's house and get something to eat." You and your senior brother haven't had a proper meal in a long time, right? Today, your aunt will treat you. Hearing Ye Xiangpa say this, Zhang Xingxia, although still confused, eventually followed Ye Xiangpo's words and glanced worriedly at Su Xingxuan before being led outside by Ye Xiangpa. Looking at the motionless Su Xingxuan, Ye Xiangpa sighed inwardly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Hearing Mu Lianhe say this, Manager Ge's eyes flashed with displeasure, but this displeasure quickly passed. He smiled and said, Daoist Mu, don't be angry. I'm doing this for your own good. Although Ye Xiangpa is just a night fragrance seller, she has a significant background. Not to mention, you practitioners are most afraid of filth, and Ye Xiangpa is your nemesis. If you push her too hard, it won't just be you. Even your esteemed master, Daoist Guanyang, won't be able to do anything. So what? If magic is useless, we still have martial arts. Even if I am just the town mayor's son, can't I handle a mere Ye Xiangpa? Mu Lianhe frowned, clearly displeased. He. Manager Ge shook his head upon hearing this. Daoist Mu, you have a point. If it were someone else, there would naturally be no problem. However, this Ye Xiangpa is different. First, your magic has no effect on her. Secondly, do you know who Ye Xiangpa is? It's not that I look down on Daoist Mu. Don't say you are just the town mayor's son. Even if you were a county magistrate or even a prefect, it wouldn't matter. That Ye Xiangpa is the mother of our Ningbo prefecture's governor Li. If you dare to use force against her, the first one to settle the score with you would be your father. If I hadn't pulled you out, and you shouted at her, I don't need to say what the consequences would be. Manager Ge looked at Mu Lianhe with a half-smile. Chapter 5, The Door of All Wonders, Part 1. Mu Lianhe never expected that a mere Ye Xiangpa would actually be the governor's mother. Among the 32 prefectures of the Dian dynasty, though Ningbo prefecture is considered mid-lower, Governor Li is indeed a head of a prefecture, an existence akin to a towering tree for Mu Lianhe. Thinking of how he had just been disrespectful to Ye Xiangpa, Mu Lianhe's face turned pale, and the coldness from being splashed with filth made him shiver. Seeing Mu Lianhe's pale face, Manager Ge's eyes flashed with disdain, but he reassured him, Daoist Mu, don't worry. Although Ye Xiangpa has a noble status, she is usually very kind and won't make things difficult for you and me over such trivial matters. Just relax. Mu Lianhe's expression improved a lot. But then he furrowed his brows. What about the matter of the charity cemetery? Who's going to protect it? How can I get to the charity cemetery? Daoist Mu. Don't worry. Manager Ge smiled confidently. Although Ye Xiangpa helped Su Xingxuan this time, that was because we used magic to bully an ordinary person, violating the rules. As long as we change our approach, even Ye Xiangpa won't have much to say, unless she sincerely wants to help Su Xingxuan. Otherwise, the charity cemetery will definitely fall into your hands. Oh, Manager Ge seems to have an idea. Why not share it? Mu Lianhe's eyes lit up. Quickly looking at Manager Ge, this is not difficult. It relates to next year's order from my Wanyong Bank. Daoist Mu, what do you think? Manager Ge said meaningfully as he looked at Mu Lianhe. Manager Ge was instantly overjoyed. Then thank you, Daoist Mu. Actually, this matter is simple. Just because we can't use magic against Su Xingxuan doesn't mean we can't use other methods. Today, Daoist Mu also noticed that Su Xingxuan knows nothing about magic. As long as we spread this information, how can the owner of the charity cemetery run it without magic? If the charity cemetery can't be run, over time, wouldn't it just fall into your hands, Daoist Mu? Manager Ge smiled. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Mu Lianhe immediately laughed. You still have a way, Manager Ge. Thank you for today's matter. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us have a few drinks. What do you think? Daoist Mu is treating. How can I not support? Thank you, Daoist Mu. Manager Ge repeatedly cupped his fists in thanks. Meanwhile, not speaking of Mu Lianhe and Manager Ge secretly plotting against Su Xingxuan. Su Xingxuan sat alone in the main hall of the charity cemetery, looking somewhat dejected, tightly gripping the wooden puppet in his hand. Although the charity cemetery had been bleak for 3 months, Su Xingxuan was not anxious at all. In his view, having crossed over and carrying a mysterious and enormous door, he would surely achieve great success in the future. Thus, after 3 months, no matter how dismal things were, he carried an indescribable pride. Only Zhang Xingxia was still young and could not see this. If Zhang Danian were still alive, he would probably have noticed this within 3 days. However, today, Mu Lianhe's humiliation completely awakened Su Xingxuan. No matter what that door really was, as long as he could not control it, it was just a lifeless object. A useless thing. At the same time, Su Xingxuan understood that although he was a traveler, as someone who was not diligent and could not distinguish grains, he was really no different from a useless person in this era. It could be said that Mu Lianhe had not only injured his body, but had also completely shattered his self-esteem as a traveler. Without strength, no matter what your identity is, it makes no difference. This realization was certainly not a great enlightenment of Buddhism, nor could it bring any clarity. At least this recognition only brought humiliation to Su Xingxuan. making him realize for the first time how small and useless he was. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan's grip on the puppet tightened even more. As Su Xingxuan's grip tightened, a faint cracking sound was heard, and the puppet was actually crushed to the point of cracking. At the moment the puppet cracked, an invisible force overflowed from it, climbing up Su Xingxuan's palm and reaching the top of his head, pouring into the bronze door that resembled a heavenly gate. With a loud bang, the bronze door emitted a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating in Su Xingxuan's mind like a great bell, and before Su Xingxuan could react, he felt a blur before his eyes, and the bronze door suddenly appeared before him, slowly opening in Su Xingxuan's astonished gaze. At the moment the door opened, in the Jiangnan region, an unkempt old Taoist who was gnawing on a chicken leg suddenly paused, the chicken leg falling to the ground. In the capital, within the Qintian supervisory office, an old man in purple official robes shot a beam of light from his eyes, looking toward the sky. In the ruins of an ancient temple in the northwest desert, a young monk in white, looking like a child, opened a pair of eyes that were different from his appearance, deep and unfathomable like the sea of stars. In an instant, the entire Dian dynasty was in turmoil. From the northern Mang Ghost Valley to the southern Zhao Forest, to the endless sea, countless gazes intersected, trying to explore, but in the end, nothing was discovered. Su Xingxuan, who caused all this, was completely unaware, staring blankly at the world within the door. Inside the bronze door, it was like a sea of stars, various lights flashing. Vast and boundless, complex like a galaxy, countless. Among them, several particularly grand lights were so bright and large that Su Xingxuan could hardly look directly at them. He could only barely see those faint lights that resembled a starry sea. Even among these faint lights, the few he could look at were extremely few. This magnificent scene instantly stunned Su Xingxuan, and after a long while, he finally reacted. Looking at the door world that resembled a starry river, a question popped up in Su Xingxuan's mind. What on earth is this place? Just as this doubt emerged, an ethereal voice seemed to whisper from a great distance, slowly saying, "This is the door of all wonders, the source of the worlds of the heavens." Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Su Xingxuan. Chapter 6, The Door of All Wonders, Part 2. I am no one in particular. I cannot even be considered a living being. If you must assign me an identity for understanding, think of me as the door of all wonders before you. The voice sounded again. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan's panicked heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the door of all wonders, which resembled a heavenly gate, he suddenly felt excited. Could it be that today was his lucky day? Thinking of all the possibilities, Su Xingxuan almost couldn't wait to ask, "Door of all wonders, what exactly are you? And what does it mean to be the source of the worlds of the heavens? Can you explain it to me?" Of course. The voice of the door of all wonders spoke again. In ancient times, Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, and thus the world was formed, and all living beings manifested. However, as the number of living beings continued to increase, the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth gradually diminished. The world entered the age of decline, and desires flourished, with greed, anger, and ignorance rampant. To preserve the Tao lineage, the Supreme Tao ancestor forged the door of all wonders using supreme magical power, incorporating the worlds of the heavens within it and refining them through the method of dreams and illusions to ensure that spiritual energy would not be lost. To clarify, this door of all wonders is a gateway to the worlds of the heavens, and the worlds of the heavens are places that are both real and illusory. These worlds are formed by the imaginative thoughts of countless living beings, which are absorbed by the door of all wonders. However, despite this, these worlds can still be considered real. If a person enters them, they can truly live and cultivate. So that's how it is. Su Xingxuan nodded and said, "But why did the door of all wonders appear on me? And why couldn't I open the door no matter how hard I tried for the past 3 months? As for why the door of all wonders appeared on you, that is not something I can investigate. Perhaps one day, you will meet the Supreme Tao ancestor and learn the reason. As for why you couldn't open the door of all wonders, it is because you do not possess magical power. The door of all wonders is a treasured artifact left by the Supreme Tao ancestor for the human world. Without magical power, it cannot be activated. If it weren't for today, when the magical power contained in the puppet you hold became one with you, activating the door of all wonders, you would have to wait until after your death to possibly open it using a ghostly form." Hearing this, Su Xingxuan was slightly taken aback. "The puppet? Are you referring to the one left by Mu Lianhe?" "Yes. This puppet is meant to control oneself and is connected to one's own qi. It seems that if Mu Lianhe hadn't come to humiliate me today, I wouldn't have known how long it would take to activate the door of all wonders. In a way, Mu Lianhe could be considered a benefactor." With a cold snort, a hint of resentment flashed in Su Xingxuan's eyes. Now that he had opened the door of all wonders, one day he would definitely step on Mu Lianhe's foot to repay today's humiliation. Thinking this, Xingxuan looked at the Door of All Wonders and quickly asked, Door of All Wonders, you said that it is the supreme treasure forged by the supreme Tao ancestor. How exactly is it used? Does opening it mean I can become an immortal, or like the Golden Gordon journey to the west, which can swallow people and turn them into pus? Xingxuan said expectantly. It is not like that, the Door of All Wonders slowly replied. The Door of All Wonders is merely a gateway to the worlds of the heavens. It does not possess any magical powers itself, cannot fight against others, and cannot assist in cultivation. The function of the Door of All Wonders is solely to transport the host to various small worlds, allowing the host to assist the children of destiny in obtaining luck within those small worlds. At the same time, the host can also eliminate demons and monsters in the small worlds to accumulate merits, compensating for the shortcomings of the present world. Additionally, the luck obtained from the small worlds can be exchanged for various resources needed for cultivation through the Door of All Wonders. Aside from that, there are no other mysteries. Is that so? Xingxuan looked at the Door of All Wonders with some disappointment, but then thought about it. If it were truly possible to ascend to the heavens in one step, why would the supreme Tao ancestor go to such great lengths to forge the Door of All Wonders? So, in a sense, you are similar to the systems in games, only able to issue tasks and exchange rewards for completing them, and nothing else. If you want to describe it that way, it's not entirely incorrect. Each activation of the Door of All Wonders requires the power of a full moon, meaning that each month, the host can activate the Door of All Wonders once. The number of times does not accumulate. The first activation does not require the power of a full moon. May I ask, host, do you wish to activate the Door of All Wonders and enter the worlds of the heavens now? Wait, I have a few more questions. What will happen after entering the worlds of the heavens? Are there any precautions? Can I know the information about the worlds of the heavens and make a choice before entering? Xingxuan quickly asked. As who knows what the worlds of the heavens truly are? It's better to ask clearly. Whatever the host obtains in the worlds of the heavens, whether it is cultivation or treasures, can be brought back to the real world, but it needs to be refined through the power of luck. The worlds of the heavens are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Even the supreme Tao ancestor cannot investigate them all. After all, as long as living beings have fantasies, the worlds of the heavens will form. Generally speaking, the worlds the host will enter are often closely related to them, or worlds they frequently fantasize about. Since everything is random, the host can only know the general idea of the world they are about to enter and cannot choose, but can refuse to enter. Moreover, due to the host's own power, the Door of All Wonders can only open worlds that are similar in strength to the host, and generally, there will not be any significant surprises. Of course, the mysteries of the world's luck are unpredictable, and sometimes there may be changes. I also have control over this. May I ask if the host has any other questions? Is that so? Xingxuan pondered for a moment. I have no more questions. Please help me open the door to the worlds of the heavens. Door of All Wonders. Chapter 7, Mr. Zombie. As soon as Xingxuan's voice fell, he saw the Door of All Wonders above, dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, with countless deities and demons appearing, a vast and boundless power pressing down heavily. Xingxuan, a university student from the 21st century, had never seen such a scene and was instantly dazzled. Amidst the countless, a string of characters resembling oracle bone script, but even more mysterious and obscure slowly emerged, as if crafted from pure gold, radiating a brilliant golden light. Although he could not recognize these characters, their meanings reached his soul directly, without the need for comprehension. Entering the world of the film and television series Mr. Zombie. The world synopsis read, Master Ren, from a wealthy family, must relocate his father's grave 20 years after his burial due to the instructions of a feng shui master. Thus, he seeks the local Maoshan master, Uncle Jiu, to assist with the matter. On the day of the relocation, it is discovered that the grave of old Master Ren is in a dragonfly position, and his corpse shows no signs of decay after 20 years. This raises Uncle Jiu's suspicions, and he transports the coffin to the ancestral hall. Later, old Master Ren's corpse turns into a zombie and kills Master Ren. Uncle Jiu believes that Tingting is in danger and takes her into his home. Uncle Jiu's two disciples, Wenkai and Xiaoxing, are infatuated with Tingting, leading to conflicts with her cousin. One night, Wenkai is injured by the zombie while protecting Tingting, becoming infected with corpse poison, which gradually turns him into a zombie. Fortunately, the corpse poison can be resolved with glutinous rice, but the glutinous rice he used contained other mixed grains, rendering it ineffective. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing is also enchanted by the female ghost Xiaoyu, but is later rescued by Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu discovers that there are mixed grains in the glutinous rice, so he selects the glutinous rice to cook glutinous rice porridge, saving Wenkai. Due to the zombies killing people one after another, public outrage arises, and thus the constable, Uncle Jiu, Wenkai, Xiaoxing, and Tingting join forces to eliminate the zombies. Under the dense oracle bone script, there was a row of standalone characters. Xingxuan focused his gaze and saw it read, required luck for return, 1000, current host luck, 0. Looking at the 0, Xingxuan couldn't help but feel 3 black lines appear on his forehead. It's just 0, why highlight it? It's such a blow to self-esteem. However, seeing that the world he was about to enter was Mr. Vampire, Xingxuan felt much more at ease. Mr. Vampire is one of the most classic zombie movies of the last century, and it can be said to have pioneered the zombie film genre. It is precisely because of this movie that zombie films became an indelible genre in Hong Kong cinema, and even in the Chinese film industry. What made Xingxuan even more relieved was that although this movie was outstanding, it had the advantage that there weren't many truly threatening monsters and demons. As long as he was a bit cautious and clung tightly to Uncle Joe's thigh, he should be able to smoothly scrape together some luck. With this thought, Xingxuan nodded towards the door of all wonders and confirmed his entry. As soon as he spoke, before Xingxuan could react, the door of all wonders suddenly emitted brilliant light. The door opened, and a passage resembling a black hole appeared instantly within it. With a loud bang, Xingxuan felt as if someone had struck his head heavily. Then he sensed a tremendous pulling force, as if his entire soul was being forcibly extracted. The pain rooted in his soul made Xingxuan cry out, his expression contorting. A wisp of spiritual light flew out from his mind and entered the passage. The sensation felt like being reincarnated. Inside the passage, countless lights flickered, some large like the vast universe, endless and boundless, while others were like innumerable stars, slowly rotating. The passage seemed to traverse boundless time and space, crossing numerous star rivers, arriving at a small area with weak light. Like a hawk turning midair or a fish entering water, he landed in that light, and with a loud crash, Xingxuan fell to the ground. Feeling dizzy and with a thud, he fell down, baring his teeth in pain. Only then did he wake up, realizing he was in a small grove, with the midday sun casting mottled shadows on the ground. He had clearly arrived in the world of Mr. Vampire. Rubbing his sore bottom, Xingxuan raised his middle finger to the sky. Good job, door of all wonders, you couldn't even give me a heads up. What a shabby way to open a passage. 1-star rating, no discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the door of all wonders echoed in his mind. The host did not inquire about the opening of the passage, so you cannot blame me. The sudden voice startled Xingxuan, and after a while, he tentatively said, Door of all wonders, you're still here? Of course, as long as you are here, I will be here. This is to better assist you. Additionally, I remind you that if you want to find me, you only need to think it in your heart, no need to say it out loud. Furthermore, a child of luck has already appeared near you. Please pay attention to seizing it. Senior brother, look at that person talking to the air, is he a fool? Just as the door of all wonders finished speaking, Xingxuan heard a somewhat silly voice, and instantly felt a wave of black lines in his mind. He quickly turned his head to see 2 people not far away. One was dark and strong, and the other was fair and chubby. Clearly the 2 disciples of Uncle Gio, Xiaosheng and Wenkai from Mr. Vampire. Hearing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but feel a face full of black lines. Although he had just spoken to the door of all wonders in a somewhat silly manner, and being mocked was one thing. But Xiaosheng could have spoken a bit more quietly, couldn't he? At least it would make him seem a bit smarter. After mentally complaining, Xingxuan walked over to the 2 with a smile. As he took a step, he saw Wenkai take a small step back, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain, which made Xingxuan feel another wave of black lines. Patience, patience, I must be patient. They are relevant characters in the plot. Patience, luck is important, luck is important. Xingxuan held back the urge to complain in his heart, and smiled as he clasped his fists. Greetings, brothers. May I ask if this is Rinjia Town? Seeing Xingxuan's demeanor was quite normal, Xiaosheng and Wenkai exchanged glances, a glint of cunning flashing in their eyes. Then Xiaosheng looked at Xingxuan and smiled. This is not Rinjia Town. This is Xianxiaaudiobooks. Brother, you took a wrong turn. You need to head west for 50 more miles to get to Rinjia Town. Hearing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but feel a face full of black lines. Looking at Xiaosheng, who was serious to the point of almost writing believe me on his face, if he didn't know that they were definitely in Rinjia Town, he might really have been fooled. He remembered enjoying the antics of Xiaosheng and Wenkai when he watched Mr. Vampire. They created a lot of humor throughout the film, but that was when he was watching them tease others. Now, if he didn't know better, walking 50 miles west in this not-so-developed era would undoubtedly not be a pleasant experience. Just as Xingxuan was contemplating how to expose this, a voice came from behind. Xiaosheng, Wenkai, what are you 2 doing over there? Are you teasing someone again? Upon hearing this voice, Xiaosheng and Wenkai's expressions changed slightly, and Xingxuan quickly turned around to see a lean man in a grayish-blue robe standing not far away with a commanding presence. It was none other than Uncle Gio, the most classic figure from the Uncle movie series. Seeing Uncle Joe arrive, Xiaosheng and Wenkai hurriedly stepped forward. No, master. We were just giving this young man directions, right, Wenkai? Xiaosheng said, lightly nudging Wenkai. Wenkai quickly understood. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Uncle Joe's eyes as he looked at his two disciples, satisfied. At least you two have made some progress. Unlike before when you only knew how to cause trouble. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. Xiaosheng chuckled, then quickly waved at Xingxuan. Brother, we've given you directions. It's important to hurry. You should go quickly. Xiaosheng's actions made Uncle Joe nod repeatedly. But Xingxuan knew that Xiaosheng was simply worried that he would linger too long and expose himself in front of Uncle Joe. If he acted as if he knew nothing, he might really be fooled. But now, he was feeling quite clever. A sly glint appeared in Xingxuan's eyes as he stepped forward. Thank you, brothers, for the directions. However, besides Rinjia Town, there's another place I would like to inquire about. There's a charitable cemetery in Rinjia Town. Does anyone know where it is? Is it also 50 miles to the west? Or is it a bit different? 50 miles to the west. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Uncle Joe's eyes, and then he understood, casting a glare at Xiaosheng and Wenkai. Xiaosheng, Wenkai, are you teasing someone again? Hey, Xiaosheng, wait for me. Wenkai saw this and quickly tried to run, but just as he turned around, Uncle Joe grabbed him. Master? Looking at the grip on his clothes. Wenkai's face sank, and he looked at Uncle Joe with a pitiful expression. His comically cute look almost made Xingxuan laugh out loud. Even so, Xingxuan couldn't help but show a hint of amusement on his face. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly suppressed his smile and bowed. To be honest, I have heard that the owner of the charitable cemetery in Rinjia Town, Uncle Joe, is a remarkable and accomplished person. I have admired you for a long time and traveled a great distance just to seek apprenticeship under you, to learn a thing or two. I wonder if you could point me in the direction of the cemetery? I would be deeply grateful. Uncle Joe is indeed an honest man. Hearing Xingxuan's compliments, a slight blush appeared on his dark cheeks. On the other hand, Wenkai was different. Upon hearing this, he displayed a hint of pride and said with a certain smugness, Of course. Have you not heard of my master's great name? Who in the hundreds of miles around does not know it? You, kid, came to seek a master. You have some insight. Hey, Wenkai, Uncle Joe said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, frowning slightly as he reprimanded him. At this moment, Xingxuan also showed a surprised expression, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Uncle Joe. You are Uncle Joe, right? Master, please allow your disciple to pay respects. Saying this, Xingxuan immediately bowed to Uncle Joe. Just as Xingxuan made his move, Uncle Joe quickly grabbed him, saying, Absolutely not, absolutely not. This young man, I am honored that you think highly of me. But I have already accepted 2 disciples and currently have no plans to take on more. Moreover, I know nothing about you. So let's forget about this disciple business. Master, I truly have my heart set on the path. To be honest, I am the owner of a charity house in Wingshan Town, thousands of miles away. However, I have only taken over the charity house for a short time and am completely clueless about the arts of magic, making it difficult to maintain it. If it were just me, it would be fine, but I also have a younger sister at home. If I cannot manage the charity house, both of us might starve to death on the streets. If it were just me, it would be one thing, but my poor sister is without food and clothing. How can I bear it? I implore you, master, have pity on me. Accept me as your disciple. Even if you could just teach me a trick or two, I would be satisfied as long as I can manage the charity house. I beg you. At this moment, Xingxuan truly displayed the ultimate skill of shamelessness. His words filled with sorrow and sincerity, to the point where Uncle Joe's hand that was stopping him from bowing seemed to lose much of its strength. Although Wenkai was full of mischief, he was actually kind-hearted. Hearing Xingxuan say this, he felt a pang of compassion and immediately looked at Uncle Joe. Master, I think this young man is a good person. Since he has said this, just accept him. Uncle Joe pondered for a moment, hesitating as he looked at Xingxuan and said in a deep voice, What is your name? How old are you this year? Xingxuan, 18. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe raised his right hand and began to calculate. Chapter 9. Paying Respect to the Master, Part 2. Seeing Uncle Joe's serious expression as he calculated, Xingxuan felt incredibly nervous. As Uncle Joe was calculating, he suddenly exclaimed, looking at Xingxuan in surprise, When is your birthday? February 15th. Seeing Uncle Joe's serious demeanor, Xingxuan was somewhat stunned. Could it be that Uncle Joe figured out his background? This seemed unlikely. After all, the Gate of All Wonders was at least a treasure of the immortal realm, and Uncle Joe did not seem like the kind of mighty figure capable of such feats. His heart instantly raced. Just as Xingxuan was lost in thought, Uncle Joe stopped calculating, a smile appearing on his face. You are destined to have a connection with the Tao. I did not expect that our fates are intertwined. It seems I cannot refuse to accept you. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his face brightening as he prepared to bow. Disciple pays respects to master. Hey, before Su Xingxuan could bow, Uncle Jiu grabbed him again. Oh, okay. Wen Kai nodded and quickly ran off to find Qiuxing. Yes. Su Xingxuan nodded hurriedly. Soon, the two arrived at the charity house depicted in the film. Uncle Jiu, needing to prepare for the ceremony, casually introduced the general situation of the charity house before leaving Su Xingxuan to wander around by himself. Looking at the charity house, which was not luxurious but quite spacious, bright, and clean, with various Taoist artifacts gathered together, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of contrast to his own dilapidated charity house in the main world, which was almost indistinguishable from a ruined temple. He sighed internally about how people can make one feel inferior. Before long, Qiuxing and Wen Kai returned hand in hand. Seeing Su Xingxuan, who was about to become his junior brother, Qiuxing grinned and threw an arm around Su Xingxuan, saying, "Junior brother, you have to take care of me from now on." Although Qiuxing did not seem particularly skilled in magic in the film, his martial arts were undeniable. Su Xingxuan, who was essentially a weakling without any strength, felt somewhat uncomfortable from Qiuxing's casual grip, unable to suppress a cough. Seeing this, Qiuxing quickly released Su Xingxuan and awkwardly chuckled. "Junior brother, your physique seems a bit weak." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan glanced at Qiuxing's robust arm and inwardly cursed him as a human-shaped mountain. But he merely smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Uncle Jiu had changed into his Taoist robe and stepped out, glaring at the group, scolding. "What nonsense are you all doing? The ceremony is about to begin, and you're not being quiet." Seeing this, the three quickly straightened their faces. Qiuxing and Wen Kai stood to the side, leaving Su Xingxuan alone in the center of the main hall. Uncle Jiu picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and after silently reciting something for a while, inserted the sticks into the incense burner. Then, holding a peachwood sword, he boldly sat down in the master chair. Glaring at Qiuxing, Qiuxing immediately shivered and loudly proclaimed, "Disciple pays 3 kneels and 9 kowtows to the master and offers tea." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan immediately became serious, kneeling down and respectfully kowtowing 9 times. Wen Kai, seeing this, handed Su Xingxuan the teacup he had prepared earlier. Su Xingxuan took the cup with both hands, raised it over his head, and presented it to Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu smiled, accepted the teacup, took a small sip, and placed it aside. "Disciple listens to your teachings." Qiuxing called out again, and Uncle Jiu, with a serious expression, said solemnly, "I am from the Maoshan lineage. Today, I report to heaven and earth and present to the ancestral master that I accept Su Xingxuan from Wangshan town as my disciple. I hope you will abide by the rules of the sect, respect your master and the Tao, honor your fellow disciples, punish evil and promote good, and refrain from committing crimes or killing. If you violate this, may heaven and earth punish you." Disciple accepts the command. Su Xingxuan quickly replied. Ritual complete. With Qiuxing's loud shout, Su Xingxuan stood up, smiled at Uncle Jiu, and said, "Master." Uncle Jiu nodded. "Since you have entered my sect today, I cannot refuse to teach you. Speaking of which, we belong to the Maoshan lineage, practicing Maoshan Dao arts, specializing in driving corpses, capturing ghosts, and expelling evil spirits. However, I also have some knowledge of feng shui, divination, and martial arts. You can see what you want to learn." Hearing Uncle Jiu say this, Su Xingxuan immediately replied without hesitation, "Master, I want to learn the Dao arts of driving corpses, capturing ghosts, and expelling evil spirits. As for the others, if I still have energy after my studies, I will seek your guidance later." "Well, you have ambition." Uncle Jiu looked at Su Xingxuan with satisfaction, secretly thinking that he was indeed someone destined for the Tao. Perhaps his legacy would be inherited by Xingxuan in the future. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu couldn't help but glance at Qiuxing and Wen Kai. These 2 disciples, each with their own distractions, had learned some unorthodox techniques and martial arts, but had never taken the orthodox Tao art seriously. It was also understandable for Qiuxing and Wen Kai. In this age of decline in the Dharma, even someone as gifted as Uncle Jiu might not achieve great success, let alone those with lesser talents like Qiuxing and Wen Kai. As for Su Xingxuan, if it weren't for the abundant spiritual energy in the main world and the presence of treasures like the Gate of All Wonders, he probably wouldn't have chosen to practice the Tao arts. After a pause, Uncle Jiu continued, "Since you want to cultivate the Tao, I will first explain some matters related to cultivation. Under heaven, whether Taoists or Buddhists, ghosts or demons, the general principles of cultivation are quite similar. Overall, they can be divided into 3 realms: Qi realm, spirit realm, and divine realm, with 12 levels in total. These 3 realms are generally referred to as the Taoist realm, the true person realm, and the celestial master realm. Of course, this is the terminology used in Taoism. Other traditions such as Buddhism, as well as spirits and demons, have their own terminologies. However, Regardless of the terminology, it ultimately falls within the scope of these three realms, which I will explain to you gradually later. As he spoke, Uncle Joe glanced at Xingxuan, who had a serious expression on his face, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Xiaoxing and Wentai, only to see the two of them lost in thought, showing no signs of listening. Uncle Joe was instantly furious and gave each of them a slap on the head, making them grimace in pain. "Ow! Master, what are you doing?" Xiaoxing shouted, while Wentai looked at Uncle Joe with a face full of grievances. Chapter 10. The Three Realms of Taoism. Seeing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Uncle Joe indeed held grudges like in the movies. On the surface, he appeared indifferent, but he was secretly pleased, nodding repeatedly, appreciating Xingxuan's composed demeanor. After giving Xiaoxing and Wentai a disdainful glance, Uncle Joe continued. Speaking of these three levels, they are divided into 5 levels of qi, 4 levels of spirit, and 3 levels of divine, totaling 12 levels. For ordinary people, if they want to draw qi into their bodies, the time required varies greatly depending on their innate talent. However, it's ultimately just about cultivating the feeling of qi. At the very least, it takes 3 to 5 days and at most 7 to 8 days to achieve. Only your second senior brother took 9 days to draw qi into his body, which is quite disappointing. As he spoke, Uncle Joe glared at Wentai with frustration. Wentai, feeling wronged, pouted, his face scrunched up like a bun, as if the word wronged was written all over his face, which made Xiaoxing snicker beside him. Shaking his head, Uncle Joe sighed and said, "The second level is called hiding qi in the body. After drawing qi into the body, you must try to guide the spiritual energy into your dantian to transform it into magical power. Achieving this is not easy. Hiding qi in the body is the beginning of establishing a foundation in the Tao, and it is a crucial entry-level realm for us practicing Taoism. Nowadays, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipating, it is impossible to achieve this without hard work. The process of cultivating Tao is akin to climbing to the heavens. This foundation-building period of 100 days is essential. Those with good talent may achieve it in just over 10 days, while those with lesser talent may find it takes several years. Your 2 senior brothers, Xiaoxing, took nearly a year to reach the hiding qi realm, and Wentai was even worse, barely entering the hiding qi realm after several years, and his foundation is still unstable, with magical power occasionally leaking out. He is only half-baked. Hearing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but show a hint of difficulty on his face. It seemed that cultivating the Tao was indeed not a simple matter, often taking years. He wondered how much time was left before the plot began. This was merely a cinematic world. If the story ended, his fortune would likely fade away. Would he really be unable to learn any cultivation even after entering the world of myriad heavens? Seeing the troubled expression on Xingxuan's face, Uncle Joe's heart sank. Realizing he might have overdone it with his lamentations and scared his little disciple, he quickly said, "However, Xingxuan, you need not worry. I have calculated that you have a natural affinity for the Tao, and your talent is surely not lacking. The reason your 2 senior brothers progress slowly is that their intentions are not pure and they have been lazy in their practice." Xiaoxing spends his days focusing on martial arts, which is why it took him a year to achieve the hiding qi realm. Otherwise, completing it in 100 days is more than enough. Upon hearing this, although Xingxuan knew Uncle Joe was merely comforting him, he felt much better and gave Uncle Joe a faint smile, nodding and saying, "Thank you, Master. I understand now. Please continue." After observing Xingxuan and finding nothing amiss, Uncle Joe felt relieved and nodded, saying, "That's good. I'll continue. Once you hide qi in your body, you can form magical power and complete the entry level. And then you must achieve qi nourishing circulation, gradually nourishing that bit of magical power, filling the dantian, and spreading it throughout the limbs and bones. If drawing qi into the body and hiding qi in the body relies more on talent, then qi nourishing circulation depends largely on diligent practice. There is no shortcut. If it were 100 years ago, with abundant spiritual energy in heaven and earth, there might have been a chance, but now, with insufficient spiritual energy, reaching this realm likely requires more than 10 years of cultivation. Even your senior brother is still lingering in the hiding qi realm, nowhere near the qi nourishing realm. In our sect, apart from me, only your uncle has reached this realm, Uncle Joe said with some regret as he looked at Xingxuan. Hearing the term uncle, Xingxuan remembered that in the movie, Uncle Joe had a younger brother who was a corpse-chasing Taoist. He hadn't expected him to only be at the qi-nourishing realm, indicating that cultivation in this end-of-the-law era was indeed difficult. After a moment, Uncle Joe composed himself and continued, "Next is the last level of the qi realm, called transforming qi into spirit. As the name suggests, it involves transforming the true essence within the body into spiritual power. It is said that upon reaching this realm, one is comparable to a demon or ghost with 100 years of cultivation. If the timing is right, one can enter the spirit realm and significantly extend their lifespan. However, I am not quite sure how it works. After all, not to mention the spirit realm, even the transforming chi into spirit realm. I do not know if I will ever reach it in this life. Upon entering the spirit realm, one can be respectfully referred to as a true person. Like the chi realm, the spirit realm has 4 levels: communicating with spirits, casting spells, controlling spirits, and transforming spirit into God. Beyond that is the divine realm, also known as the primordial spirit realm. The great figures in the celestial master realm, not to mention now, were already prominent figures in ancient times. Over the past few thousand years, only a few individuals have been given the title of celestial master, which shows how difficult it is to reach this realm. The primordial spirit realm is divided into 3 levels. 1 is the Yin spirit entering the earth, 2 is the Yang spirit reaching the heavens, and 3 is calling the primordial spirit to be free. Beyond that lies the ultimate aspiration of us cultivators, the immortal realm. As for what the immortal realm is like, that is not something we mere mortals can know. Not to mention the immortal realm, even the spirit realm and divine realm, apart from the levels. I have no knowledge of the specifics. If any of you can reach the spirit realm, it would be the blessing of our ancestral master, Uncle Joe sighed. Chapter 11, Small Calculations. Hearing Uncle Joe's lament, Xingxuan finally understood the meaning of Chu Yuan's words from long ago. The road is long and has no end. I will search high and low. This phrase perfectly describes the path of cultivation. Reflecting on Uncle Joe's accomplishments, it was evident that in this end-of-the-law era, entering the chi-nourishing realm required exceptional talent. While feeling a sense of melancholy over Uncle Joe's achievements in the chi-nourishing realm, Xingxuan became increasingly despondent. Despite Uncle Joe's remarkable talent, he had only entered the chi-nourishing realm after decades. As for his own talent, regardless of how good it might be, it would likely be extremely challenging to achieve anything significant in a short time. With this thought, even holding the key to myriad mysteries, Xingxuan felt somewhat defeated. Uncle Joe was unaware of this. Looking at Xingxuan, he said, "Xingxuan, you mentioned that you have refers to a charitable or ancestral hall to manage and a younger sister to support. Therefore, you need to be diligent. Starting today, you should follow me to practice diligently. I have some Taoist classics in my study, which are the foundation of our lineage's cultivation. Go read them first. Then, during the day, learn some martial arts from your senior brother. First, because martial arts and spiritual cultivation share the same origin, and second, your physique is somewhat weak. Learning some martial arts will make it easier for you when you catch ghosts and transport corpses in the future." "Yes, master, I understand," Xingxuan quickly replied. "That's good. After all, we are all men here. It's indeed inappropriate for your sister to stay for too long. Since you have made arrangements, I want to say more. Come, follow me, and I will teach you the entry method. You can start your practice today and strive to sense the spiritual energy as soon as possible, completing the process of drawing energy into your body." Uncle Joe nodded and said to Xingxuan. Xingxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Uncle Joe did not probe further. Otherwise, how could he explain where he got a younger sister from? He certainly couldn't bring xianxia along. As he was about to leave with Uncle Joe, when Kai suddenly jumped out. Master, what is it now?" Uncle Joe glanced at Wen Kai impatiently, and Xingxuan looked puzzled. Wen Kai, with a silly smile, said, "Master, now that we have a junior brother, does that mean the chores like cleaning the incense, washing clothes, cooking, and offering to the corpses? Still your job?" Uncle Joe interrupted before Wen Kai could finish, having already guessed his thoughts. "Oh, got it." Wen Kai pouted, reluctantly replying. Seeing this, Uncle Joe shook his head and led Xingxuan into the study. After they left, Qiuxing shook his head, blocking Wen Kai and gesturing towards the study. "So did you notice?" "Notice what?" Wen Kai looked at Qiuxing with a confused expression. Seeing Wen Kai's puzzled look, Qiuxing couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying, "You're really dumb. How can you not see this? Our master clearly favors this new junior brother. It's favoritism. Humph. Think about it. Cleaning incense, washing clothes, cooking, that's always been the junior's job. It used to be mine, then it became yours when I got here. And now? TSK, relying on his youth and ability to speak, acting all obedient in front of master. You didn't see how that little brat looked so obedient while master was talking. It's infuriating. If it weren't for him, master wouldn't have looked down on us too. Now master is so biased. Who knows what will happen in the future? No way." Wen Kai felt a bit anxious hearing Qiuxing's words. How can it not be? Look at the current situation. Hasn't he already ridden on your head? I can accept it. After all, I'm the senior brother, and I don't live here anymore. Plus, I'm responsible for teaching him martial arts. So he can't really ride on my head. But you're different. You live here, facing Master's unpleasant face every day. And now there's a well-behaved junior brother for comparison. I see your days ahead one be easy, Qiuxing said. What should I do? Qiuxing, you have to help me. Wen Kai quickly grabbed Qiuxing's arm. Seeing that Wen Kai was getting anxious, Xiaoxing nodded, pointing at him. All right, I can teach you. But if something goes wrong, you can't drag me into it. Okay, just tell me, Wen Kai replied. Actually, this is quite simple. We, as the senior brothers, can't let a newcomer ride over us, right? So, we need to give that little brat Xingxuan a taste of reality, make him obedient. So he won't dare have any funny ideas about us. So how do we do that? Wen Kai asked. Hee. Xiaoxing chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and beckoned Wen Kai closer. Come, lean in. Wen Kai, seeing this, looked at Xiaoxing with confusion and leaned in, only to hear Xiaoxing whisper a few words in his ear. Wen Kai suddenly called out, looking troubled at Xiaoxing. A puppet talisman? Isn't that too much? He is still our junior brother. Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? I'm just giving you the method. If you think it's too much, just pretend I never said anything. After all, it's not me who will be ridden upon, is it? I'm leaving, Xiaoxing said indifferently. Wait. Seeing Xiaoxing about to leave, Wen Kai quickly pulled him back, hesitating before saying, Okay, I'll do what you say, but don't go too far. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile appeared on Xiaoxing's face, and he replied, Of course, you can rest assured. After all, that little brat is also our junior brother. And he is young. How could I be too harsh on him? Besides, you know what a puppet talisman does. It just makes you merge with him. How you do it is up to you. It can't be excessive, can it? That's good, Wen Kai nodded. Meanwhile, back inside, Uncle Jiu had already passed the entry method of cultivation to Su Xingxuan. So, did you memorize it? Is there anything you don't understand? I've memorized it, and I don't have any questions. Thank you, Master. Su Xingxuan thought for a moment about the method Uncle Jiu had given him, feeling that he had remembered it clearly and had no questions, and then nodded. Master, don't worry. I understand. I truly do, not just putting on a show. You can rest assured. Seeing Uncle Jiu's concerned gaze, Su Xingxuan felt warmth in his heart and quickly assured him. All right. Su Xingxuan nodded, immediately sitting cross-legged. Focusing his mind, Uncle Jiu quickly sat down as well, placing his hand on Su Xingxuan's back. Su Xingxuan immediately felt a warmth spreading from behind, and then a force seemed to surge into his body. In an instant, warmth filled his limbs and bones, and within this warmth, invisible meridians slowly emerged. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan was overjoyed. However, in his excitement, his mind stirred, causing the slowly emerging meridians to disappear again. Uncle Jiu immediately scolded, Stabilize your mind, relax. Don't think wildly. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan quickly calmed his mind, removing the distracting thoughts from his mind. The disappearing meridians reappeared, becoming clearer and clearer. Then, within the increasingly clear meridians, a cool force slowly surged in, swimming like fish within the meridians, rising from his back, continuously moving upwards, passing through the Baihui point at the top of his head, then downward, down to the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, circling around before slowly merging into his dantian and disappearing. During this process, Su Xingxuan felt that there seemed to be many tiny particles in the world around him. Not too many but not too few either, existing everywhere in the world. Su Xingxuan tried to reach out to touch these particles, but his intent seemed too weak. Before it could spread from his body, it dissipated. Just as Su Xingxuan was preparing to try again, he felt that cool warmth disappear, and in an instant, those countless particles also vanished. Then he heard Uncle Jiu say, How was it? Just now, I guided you through a complete cycle. Did you manage to remember it? Still immersed in the sensations he had just experienced, Su Xingxuan was stunned for a moment before reacting, opening his eyes to look at Uncle Jiu's concerned face. Only then did he remember that Uncle Jiu had just guided him through a cycle. In that moment, both the meridians and the spiritual energy were felt by him. No wonder once Uncle Jiu withdrew his power, he felt nothing. After all, it was Uncle Jiu who led him. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan nodded. Yes, I remember. By the way, Master, when you were guiding me just now, I felt like there were many small particles around my body. Is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth you mentioned? What did you say? Can you sense the presence of the small particles? Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu's expression changed, and he grabbed Su Xingxuan, saying, looking at the excited Jiu Shu, Su Xingxuan was somewhat surprised and nodded blankly. Yes, how? What's wrong, Master? Is something not right? Haha. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Jiu Shu's face. He released his grip on Su Xingxuan, his face unable to hide a smile. It's fine, nothing's wrong. No wonder you're fated with the Tao. You can sense the qi so quickly. Perhaps in 3 days, no, 2 days, or even 1 day, Xingxuan, you'll reach the realm of drawing qi into your body. Good, fated with the Tao, good. Jiu Shu was exceptionally delighted, as if he didn't even know how to place his hands and feet. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a joy in his heart. Could it be that he was truly a genius in cultivation? It seemed that even in this age of decline, his cultivation speed was not slow. Thinking of this, Xingxuan also became a bit excited. Xingxuan quickly took the books handed to him, and upon looking, he saw that there were 3 books: Basic Tao Techniques, Talismans, and Secrets of Feng Shui. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. Don't worry, disciple will definitely practice diligently and not dare to slack off." Chapter 13, The Power of Fortune. As the host of the Portal of Wonders, the innate quality is naturally above average, but to sense qi for the first time, aside from the legendary innate Tao body, there is no other explanation. The reason the host can sense qi so quickly is not just because of innate quality, but rather due to the influence of the power of fortune. The power of fortune? Upon hearing this, Xingxuan felt disappointed that his innate quality was not as strong as he imagined. However, what excited him more was the concept of the power of fortune mentioned by the Portal of Wonders. In the world, countless forces coexist, and among them, the most mysterious are the 3 powers of fortune, merit, and faith. Among these 3 powers, the power of fortune is the most enigmatic. When fortune is abundant, everything goes well. When fortune fails, one cannot escape fate. The mystery of fortune is something even the great celestial beings cannot fully explain, and even the supreme Tao ancestor cannot glimpse its true essence. However, despite this, the effect of the power of fortune is undeniable. The host should know that this world is one depicted in films and dramas, and Jiu is the child of fortune in this world. Now that the host has become Jiu's disciple, their fortunes are connected, and the host naturally receives the protection of this world's fortune. With the assistance of fortune, the host's cultivation will naturally be twice as effective, and sensing qi for the first time is not unusual. Really? Xingxuan's eyes lit up. Of course. Please take a look. As soon as the words of the Portal of Wonders fell, Xingxuan felt a light curtain appear before him, clearly displaying his information. Name: Xingxuan. Gender: male. Age: 18. Cultivation: none, drawing qi into the body. Fortune: 120. Looking at this information, Xingxuan exclaimed and asked, "Portal of Wonders, why is there a bracketed drawing qi into the body after my cultivation? Also, I remember my fortune was 0, right? Where did this 120 points of fortune come from? Although the host currently has no cultivation, you have already sensed qi, which means you are half a step into the realm of drawing qi into your body, hence the bracketed drawing qi into the body. As for fortune, I mentioned earlier that after you became Jiu's disciple, your fortunes are connected, allowing you to gain the fortune of this world. Out of the 120 points, 100 points come from your master-disciple relationship with Jiu, while the remaining 20 points come from Qiusheng and Wenkai. Although they are not the children of fortune in your world, they are destined individuals in this world. By connecting your fortunes with them, you also gain a portion of their fortune. I see. So it means as long as I keep establishing connections with important characters in this world, I can gain the power of fortune, right? Xingxuan nodded. What you said is somewhat correct, but that alone is not enough. After all, even if you have connections with the children of fortune, the amount of fortune you can obtain is limited. If you want to gain enough fortune, you must assist the children of fortune and destined individuals in completing their missions and maintaining the stability of this world to gain more power of fortune. Additionally, if you can slay demons and monsters or punish evil and promote good in this world, you will also receive the blessing of the power of fortune. How specifically to do this will depend on you. Following what the Portal of Wonders said, assisting the children of fortune in completing their missions likely means following the plot of this world. However, it is uncertain how much power of fortune can be obtained this way. If it's not enough, there won't be a second chance in the plot. And I can't place all my hopes on the plot. It seems that I still need to study Tao techniques more and engage in activities like slaying demons and capturing ghosts to accumulate some fortune. Thinking this, Xingxuan quickly took out the 3 books Jiu had given him. He first set aside the secrets of Feng Shui. The path of Feng Shui is obscure and difficult to understand, and without decades of effort, it is hard to achieve even a small success. Jiu had mentioned Xiusheng several times before, expressing disdain for him being diligent in martial arts while having a poor view of Tao techniques. However, in Xingxuan's opinion, although Jiu is knowledgeable, if he were not distracted by too many miscellaneous studies, he might not be unable to enter the spiritual realm given his identity as a child of fortune. The other 2 books are Basic Tao Techniques and Basic Talismans. Xingxuan hesitated for a moment but decided to set aside the Basic Tao Techniques. Although both Basic Tao Techniques and Basic Talismans require the cultivation of magical power to use, the difference is that Basic Tao Techniques rely solely on oneself, while Basic Talismans are different. Even without magical power, one cannot draw talismans, but that does not mean they cannot be used. In this ancestral hall, there may not be much, but there are plenty of talismans. Whether for slaying demons or helping Jiu complete the plot, combat is inevitable. Although I don't know when the plot will begin, It shouldn't be too long since this world is just a small one and cannot be too complete. This makes the time too pressing for me. Although Tao techniques are closely related to cultivation, it seems better to thoroughly understand the talismans first. This way, even if I have no cultivation, I still might have the power to fight. With that in mind, Xingxuan opened the basic talismans. And as soon as he saw the first talisman, he was stunned. Next to the twisted talisman, 3 large characters were written, puppet talisman. It wasn't that this talisman was particularly magical, but Xingxuan had just suffered a loss with this talisman before he crossed over. This puppet talisman was the talisman Mu Lianhe used to humiliate him, and unexpectedly, it turned out to be the first talisman in the basic talismans. Seeing this talisman, a hint of humiliation and anger flashed in Xingxuan's eyes, and he quickly flipped to the introduction of the puppet talisman and began to read it carefully. Chapter 14, Puppet Talisman. When Xingxuan first saw the puppet talisman, he thought Mu Lianhe's Tao techniques were just mediocre. After all, as the first talisman, the puppet talisman couldn't be that powerful, right? However, after carefully reading the introduction about the puppet talisman, Xingxuan realized he was mistaken. Although the puppet talisman is just a basic talisman, it is definitely not simple. At first, Xingxuan thought the puppet talisman was some kind of evil technique used to manipulate people, but after reading it, he learned that the puppet talisman was not created to manipulate people or to bully others. Instead, it is a legitimate Tao talisman with very important functions. In ancient times, before the age of decline, when the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was abundant, cultivation was much easier. Likewise, the emergence of demons and ghosts was also much easier. Additionally, due to the inconvenient transportation in ancient times, there were many unmarked graves, making it easy for travelers, especially those traveling at night, to encounter ghosts and be possessed. In such a situation, a master of talismans at the celestial master level pondered deeply and simplified the ancient divine technique of Li Dai Tao Jiang, evolving it over generations until it ultimately formed the puppet talisman. The puppet talisman uses a person's hair and blood as a catalyst, connecting their vital energy to create an illusion. When worn, it can confuse ordinary ghosts while walking at night, allowing those ghosts to attach themselves to the talisman. This way, it neither harms people nor causes injury. Instead, once the ghosts are attached to the puppet talisman and brought into towns and villages, they can be guided to the afterlife by cultivators, thus earning merit. As a result, the puppet talisman became simple and easy to make, allowing even novice Taoists who had just begun to cultivate their energy to produce it. It quickly spread among cultivators across the land, and indeed, the number of people possessed by ghosts decreased significantly. However, as the saying goes, everything has its pros and cons. The puppet talisman was originally created to protect the masses, but gradually, some malevolent practitioners discovered that by using the puppet talisman to connect one person's vitality with that of another, they could manipulate that person. The purpose of the puppet talisman thus deviated, and over generations, it further developed into combinations with other objects like puppets and paper figures, reaching the point of tricking, injuring, or even killing people, committing crimes. It is lamentable that the talismans created with such dedication for the sake of all by that celestial master of yore are now misused by later generations. One wonders how he would feel if he knew. Since the puppet talisman originated from the ancient divine technique of Li Dai Tao Jiang, it is the simplest and easiest to learn among the basic talismans. However, as one's cultivation deepens, it can give rise to more variations and evolve into more complex and profound talismans. Thus, although it is also a puppet talisman, the one used by Mu Lianhe likely reached at least the realm of concealing energy within oneself, or even the stage of refining energy into essence. Thinking of this, Xingxuan felt a heaviness in his heart. If Mu Lianhe possessed such cultivation, it reflected the strength of the entire Sanqing temple. Guanyangzi probably at least had the realm of transforming energy into spirit, or even the ability to communicate with spirits and cast spells. A small town like Wongshan had such a powerful figure. One could only imagine how many experts there were in Songshan County, Qingzhou, Ningbo Prefecture, and even the entire Dian. Before opening the door to myriad wonders, Xingxuan was half convinced by the rumors of immortals existing within the Dian dynasty. However, now that he thought about it, it seemed that there might truly be immortals in the Dian dynasty. The more he learned, the more he realized how little he knew. At that moment, just as he felt a sense of satisfaction from his first experience with sensing energy, Xingxuan suddenly calmed down. Once he calmed down, Xingxuan began to examine the basic talisman in his hands more seriously. He noticed that there was an introduction on the back of the puppet talisman. Due to the discovery that the puppet talisman was being used by evil practitioners to harm people, many high-level cultivators gathered and came up with various methods to break the puppet talisman, including the technique the night fragrance granny used to dismantle Mu Lianhe's talisman. He read on, engrossed until the third watch of the night. and when he finally looked up, the night was already very deep. Xingxuan had skimmed through the history and explanations of the puppet talisman, realizing he couldn't claim to fully understand it. He was still far from mastering it, probably only having a slight understanding. Seeing this, Xingxuan understood why the path of cultivation consumed so much time. Even a simple talisman took him so long to comprehend, let alone the more profound talismans and techniques. Moreover, he had only been quietly reading. As for practicing and drawing talismans, he couldn't even imagine how long that would take. It was no wonder that Xiaoxing's journey in learning the Tao was so difficult. After all, both of them were restless spirits. It seemed that Xiaoxing managing to reach the realm of concealing energy was already quite impressive. After some reflection, Xingxuan put down the basic talisman. He understood that haste makes waste, rather than stubbornly grappling with the puppet talisman. It would be better to set it aside for now and focus on raising his cultivation level. He sat cross-legged, 5 hearts facing heaven, closed his eyes, and concentrated his mind, following the method taught by Uncle Gio to begin his cultivation. At first, no matter how hard Xingxuan tried, he could not perceive the meridians, the flow of energy, or the tiny particles he had sensed earlier. Fortunately, having had this experience before, Xingxuan knew not to be anxious or reckless. Instead, he continued to work steadily and patiently. Gradually, just as Xingxuan began to feel a tingling sensation in his legs, the meridians slowly emerged, and countless tiny particles gradually appeared in his consciousness. Xingxuan was suddenly overjoyed and instantly focused more on stabilizing his mind, extending his consciousness to reach the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, just like before, as soon as his consciousness reached out of his body, it dissipated. Xingxuan was not discouraged. He simply tried reaching out again and again, entering a state of tranquility where he completely lost track of time. Chapter 15, A Show of Authority. In this state of confusion, unaware of the passage of time, Xingxuan instinctively probed his consciousness repeatedly. Finally, without realizing it, his consciousness was able to extend beyond his body. Although it couldn't hold for long before dissipating, it was a significant improvement compared to before. Despite this progress, Xingxuan remained oblivious. He continued to reach out with his consciousness until, at last, it finally touched a particle of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The particle seemed to weigh 1,000 tons, and as soon as his consciousness landed on it, it was immediately dispersed by the overwhelming force. Thus, Xingxuan tirelessly extended his consciousness, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, he heard a loud creak, startling him from his meditative state. Before he could even open his eyes, he felt a jolt and then heard Xiaoxing's booming voice beside him. Wake up! Wake up! The sun is already out. How can you still be sleeping? So lazy, how can you cultivate the Tao? At these words, Xingxuan opened his eyes to see Xiaoxing standing in front of him. Dressed in a thin short outfit, his well-defined muscles prominently visible. With arms crossed, he looked at Xingxuan and said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so diligent. But you don't need to pretend to be hardworking. The master won't be getting up at this hour. Your act of being lively won't work. Hurry up. I'll take you for morning lessons." With that, Xiaoxing shook his head and turned to leave. At that moment, Xingxuan's somewhat dazed mind slowly began to clear. Watching Xiaoxing's departing figure, he noticed that although it wasn't completely bright outside, it was already getting light. Seeing the dimly lit sky, Xingxuan was taken aback. He had clearly started meditating in the middle of the night. How could it be morning already? Had he really sat all night? As he thought this, Xingxuan moved his still crossed legs. It was fine until he moved. A sharp, needle-like pain shot through his legs, and he couldn't help but let out a hiss, his face contorting in discomfort. After a while, the pain subsided, but he still felt some discomfort when getting up. However, Xingxuan no longer cared about this. To be precise, his mind was no longer on his legs. Just as Xiaoxing's interruption made him lose focus, he had not noticed that after the pain dissipated, his body was now filled with spiritual energy. Although this spiritual energy nourished his body while slowly dissipating into the heavens and earth, it was indeed present within him. This phenomenon clearly indicated that he had successfully drawn energy into his body, and given the abundance of spiritual energy, it seemed more like it had already stabilized rather than just entered. Realizing this, Xingxuan was immediately overjoyed. While he was happy, Xiaoxing, who had been waiting for him to come out, grew impatient. This kid, could he really be a thorn in my side? It seems I was right to say I should teach him a lesson yesterday. Xiaoxing glanced at Xingxuan's room, murmuring to himself. As he spoke, Xingxuan walked out with a somewhat silly smile on his face. Looking at the smiling Xingxuan, Xiaoxing felt increasingly displeased. If it weren't for this kid, he wouldn't have to rush over from his aunt's house early in the morning just to teach him martial arts. Now that he was here, this kid was still putting on an act. If he didn't properly discipline him today, he really wouldn't know how to maintain his reputation as the senior brother. Seeing that Su Xingxuan still seemed somewhat respectful, Xiaoxing nodded, clasped his hands behind his back, and said in a rather imposing manner, "Junior brother, since the master has asked me to teach you martial arts, although I don't want to say this, it is said that if a teacher is lenient, the student becomes lazy. I can only speak frankly. My words may sound harsh, but please don't take offense." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan looked at Xiaoxing with confusion. What did Xiaoxing mean? Why did it feel like there was something behind his words? Although he was puzzled in his heart, he cupped his hands and said, "Of course. Senior brother, feel free to speak your mind." "Well, since you say so, I will speak plainly." Xiaoxing nodded, paused for a moment, and continued. Practicing martial arts is all about diligence. As the saying goes, practice in the cold of winter and practice in the heat of summer. The most important thing is hard work. Just today, when I rushed over from the town, you hadn't even gotten up to do your morning exercises. That's a major mistake. However, considering that today is your first day and you might not know what to do yet, I'll let it slide this time. But in the future, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being unmerciful as your senior brother. When the time comes for punishment, you can't blame me. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan furrowed his brows slightly. Although Xiaoxing's words were not wrong, he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaoxing was subtly targeting him. However, looking at Xiaoxing's serious expression, Su Xingxuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, senior brother, I understand. I will pay attention in the future." "That's good. It's getting late, and there are some things we can discuss later. Training is the priority. As the saying goes, strength comes from the feet, and the hands are two gates. It all relies on the feet to kick. For us martial artists, the foundation is of utmost importance. It is the basis of all martial arts. If the foundation is unstable, then the skills won't work. Come, learn from me. First, we will practice horse stance for 1 hour." As he spoke, Xiaoxing shouted loudly, spreading his legs apart in a horse riding stance, his entire body tense as if ready to explode at any moment. 1 hour? Upon hearing this time, Su Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat. In ancient times, 1 hour equated to 2 hours. Looking at Xiaoxing's standing posture, he wondered if he could even hold on for 10 minutes. Hearing 1 hour, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Su Xingxuan's change in expression, a look of pride flashed in Xiaoxing's eyes. "Humph. A newcomer can barely last half an hour in stance training. 1 hour? I'll exhaust you. If I don't give you a little taste of my strength, you won't know how formidable your senior brother is." Chapter 16. Horse Stance. After hesitating for a moment, seeing Xiaoxing's serious demeanor, Su Xingxuan still stood up and imitated Xiaoxing's stance. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise crossed Xiaoxing's eyes. This kid may not have much else, but he is quite serious about his training. When he first started practicing stances, he looked somewhat competent, but he certainly didn't follow the example as closely as this kid. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing's desire to give Su Xingxuan a harsh lesson diminished somewhat. He thought that if the kid really couldn't hold on after half an hour, he would find a way to let him rest. While Xiaoxing was thinking this, on the other side, Su Xingxuan, despite having crossed into the Daiyan dynasty, a world that revered Taoist arts, was essentially just a 21st century student without any martial prowess. Practicing the horse stance was not an easy task for him. Just a few minutes into standing, he already felt a wave of soreness in his legs, and his once steady stance began to wobble. "Stand firm, don't move." Just as Su Xingxuan's body started to sway, Xiaoxing immediately sternly commanded. Although the voice wasn't loud, it struck Su Xingxuan like thunder. Hearing Xiaoxing's words, Su Xingxuan gritted his teeth and tried his best to lower his body, gripping the ground tightly with his feet. This did stabilize his body. But every time he exerted himself, the soreness and numbness in his legs felt like countless little ants crawling all over him, creating an electric, tingling sensation that made him want to shake. At the same time, a wave of pain gradually rose from his legs. To say the pain was excruciating would be an exaggeration. However, the duration of this discomfort felt endless, merging with the soreness in a way that couldn't be described as torture, yet it was definitely not something a weak 21st century student could endure. In just 10 minutes, Su Xingxuan was already drenched in sweat, his face flushed from holding back the soreness and pain. His breath labored as he struggled to maintain his stance. His complexion was turning a gradual purplish hue, veins bulging, and beads of sweat fell like pearls onto the ground. Even so, Su Xingxuan's body would occasionally twitch in pain, as if his legs were cramping, causing violent shakes that dispersed the hard-earned strength he had gathered. Each time this happened, a sound would pierce the air, followed by a vine that would land on his back. The vine struck Su Xingxuan's back with little force, enough not to destabilize him, but effective nonetheless. The seemingly light strike hit the most painful pressure point on the human back, and the sharp pain instantly made Su Xingxuan grit his teeth and stand firm. Watching Su Xingxuan's body begin to sway again, this time even more violently than before, Xiaoxing hesitated to raise the vine. He glanced at the time. It had been about 15 minutes, nearly approaching 30 minutes. For a newcomer, this was already quite good. Just as Qiuxing was debating whether to let Su Xingxuan take a break, he noticed a change in Su Xingxuan. The body belongs to him. How could Su Xingxuan not realize that this swaying was serious? Feeling the increasingly unbearable pain in his legs, Su Xingxuan truly felt he was out of strength. A wave of helplessness surged from his heart, just as he was telling himself that he had endured long enough and should take a break and try harder next time. The disdainful face of Mu Lianhe appeared in his mind, recalling that contemptuous gaze. Remembering how Mu Lianhe looked at him as if he were nothing more than a worthless creature, Su Xingxuan gritted his teeth once more. No, I must endure a little longer, just a little longer. As Su Xingxuan kept telling himself to hold on just a bit longer, his body reached its limit. Just when he felt his last ounce of strength was about to fade, suddenly, a surge of power erupted from his limbs, supporting his body that was about to collapse. Not only that, the strength spread throughout his body, and in an instant, Su Xingxuan felt as if he were submerged in warm water. A feeling of comfort washing over him. When that strength reached his legs, the soreness and pain immediately lessened significantly. The relief from the discomfort nearly made Su Xingxuan moan out loud. It was precisely because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nourished the body that Su Xingxuan felt this wave of comfort. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan was immediately overjoyed. Now that he had regained some strength, he felt even more determined. Secretly gathering his energy, he gripped the ground with his feet and stabilized his swaying body once more. Just as Qiuxing was preparing to make him stop, he suddenly saw Su Xingxuan, who had been somewhat listless and wobbling, suddenly seem as if he had taken a tonic. While he didn't look completely revitalized, he did perk up and his swaying body steadied. Not only did he stop wobbling, but he also seemed to be sturdier than at the beginning. Seeing this, a hint of suspicion flashed in Qiuxing's eyes. But he put aside the thought of making Su Xingxuan stop and continued to watch from the side. Although the help of the natural spiritual energy was beneficial, it was ultimately not omnipotent. Even with the little bit of spiritual energy within Su Xingxuan's body, it wouldn't amount to much. Soon, Su Xingxuan's body began to sway again. But having learned from the previous experience, he gritted his teeth and persevered. When the last bit of strength was about to fade away, another surge of natural spiritual energy rushed out. This continued until the third time, when the natural spiritual energy in his body was completely exhausted. And only then did Su Xingxuan's body soften, about to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 17, Reaping What One Sows. Just as Su Xingxuan was about to fall, Qiuxing hurriedly stepped forward to support him, preventing him from hitting the ground. Looking at Qiuxing's worried expression, Su Xingxuan smiled and gasped, "Senior brother, how did I do? Am I considered qualified now?" Hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Qiuxing was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant. He hadn't expected that a newcomer like Su Xingxuan could stand in the horse stance for an entire hour on his first try. Even Qiuxing couldn't help but admire his perseverance and determination. "Junior brother, you're amazing," Qiuxing said, one hand supporting Su Xingxuan and the other giving him a thumbs up. Speaking sincerely, "Senior brother, you're overpraising me," Su Xingxuan replied with a smile. "It's nothing, just standing for a long time made you a bit exhausted," Qiuxing casually remarked, and then began to help Su Xingxuan walk slowly to recover his strength. Wenkai, however, thought to himself, Qiuxing is quite nimble with his hands and feet. Yesterday he said he would teach the junior brother a lesson, and today he made him so tired. Looking at the junior brother like this, he might be scared of Qiuxing in the future. If he really gets on my case later, what should I do? No, I can't fall too far behind. With that thought, Wenkai quickly set down the basin he was holding, turned, and walked over to the two of them, reaching out to support Su Xingxuan. "Senior brother, you must be very tired teaching the junior brother today. Let me take care of this small matter. Breakfast is ready. You should go rest first, and I'll help the junior brother walk a bit." Seeing Wenkai's smiling face, Qiuxing looked at him in surprise. "Wenkai, when did you become so kind?" "What are you talking about? I've always been this kind," Wenkai replied unhappily, then looked at Su Xingxuan and smiled. "Besides, the junior brother is new here. Since you are teaching him martial arts, I can't be of much help, so I can only do little things. It's also good for the junior brother to know that I, as a senior brother, am not so bad, right? All right, you can go eat now. I'll take care of it here." Hearing Wenkai say this, Qiuxing, not being particularly diligent, nodded. "All right, it's rare for you to have this kind of heart. So I'll leave the junior brother to you. I'll go rest a bit. I still have to teach the junior brother other things later." Saying this, Qiuxing left on his own. Watching Qiuxing leave, Wenkai smiled at Su Xingxuan. "Come on, junior brother, I'll help you walk." Looking at the smile on Wenkai's face, for some reason, Su Xingxuan felt a chill in his heart, sensing that Wenkai might not have good intentions. However, he nodded on the surface. "Then I'll trouble you." "Senior brother." "Ah, no trouble at all," Wenkai said with a grin, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. On the other side, Uncle Gio was sitting at the table drinking porridge. Seeing Qiuxing walk in, he asked, "Qiuxing, Why did you come here alone? Where's Xingxuan? Call him over for breakfast. Oh, the junior brother just started practicing the horse stance today and is a bit exhausted. Wen Kai is helping him walk a bit. He should be here after he recovers. Wen Kai was worried I would tire him out, so he let me eat first, Xiaoxing casually replied, picking up the porridge and starting to eat heartily. Oh, that's quite rare. When did he become so diligent? Uncle Joe chuckled, not thinking much of it. Hearing this, Xiaoxing was slightly taken aback. That's right. Wen Kai was notoriously lazy. When did he become so diligent? Could it be the puppet talisman? No, Wen Kai is planning to use the puppet talisman against Xingxuan. After what happened this morning, Xiaoxing truly regarded Su Xingxuan with new eyes. He no longer had any thoughts of pranks. Now, knowing that Su Xingxuan was weak, if he fell victim to the puppet talisman, that would be disastrous. With that thought, Xiaoxing suddenly stood up and ran towards the backyard, shouting as he ran, Wen Kai. Don't. What happened? What is going on? Uncle Joe was taken aback by Xiaoxing's reaction and quickly followed him. Wen Kai, don't act recklessly. Xiaoxing dashed into the backyard, and before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. He saw Su Xingxuan sitting on a stone bench, completely unharmed, while Wen Kai, who should have been using the puppet talisman on Su Xingxuan, was now bare-bottomed, his hands and feet moving uncontrollably. Looking at Xiaoxing with a mournful face, he said, Xiaoxing, help me. Seeing the pitch-black hair in Wen Sai's hand, Su Xingxuan frowned, about to say something, when he saw Wen Kai already holding that hair and saying, I see you don't mind, junior brother. Just sit here for a moment. I'll go help you get rid of this white hair. With that, he turned and ran away. If Su Xingxuan still didn't realize Wen Kai had ulterior motives, he would be a fool. Moreover, he was aware of the incident in the movie where Xiaoxing and Wen Kai used the puppet talisman against Captain Wei. Not long ago, Su Xingxuan had also suffered from the puppet talisman. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan quickly understood Wen Sai's plan. Although he didn't know why Wen Kai wanted to use the puppet talisman against him, it didn't stop him from breaking Wen Sai's spell. Fortunately, Su Xingxuan had learned how to counter the puppet talisman the night before, and since Wen Sai's cultivation was not high, he could take advantage of the situation, returning the favor and giving him a small lesson. It was precisely because of this that Uncle Joe and Xiaoxing witnessed the scene, Wen Kai's scheme backfiring on him. Uncle Joe's face darkened as he glared at the three of them and scolded, You three, come with me to the ancestral hall. Chapter 18, Teaching Disciples. The three of them exchanged glances, unsure of Uncle Joe's intentions, but they all felt an ominous premonition in their hearts and quickly followed Uncle Joe into the ancestral hall. Once inside, they saw Uncle Joe sitting in a high-backed chair with a dark expression, his eyes sweeping over the three of them. He shouted, Kneel down. They heard three soft thuds as the three instinctively knelt down at the same time. Uncle Joe picked up a rattan stick and pointed it at Xiaoxing, saying, Xiaoxing, tell me, what is the biggest taboo among fellow disciples? Usually, no matter how Xiaoxing and Wen Kai teased each other, when Uncle Joe got serious, neither of them dared to joke around. Xiaoxing trembled slightly, glanced at Uncle Joe, and cautiously said, The biggest taboo is discord among fellow disciples and mutual attacks. But master, we were just... Shut up. Xiaoxing was about to defend himself, but Uncle Joe didn't give him the chance. He slammed the rattan stick heavily on the nearby table, causing dust to fly and frightening Xiaoxing into silence. Uncle Joe then turned to Wen Kai. Wen Kai, I ask you, what is the biggest taboo in practicing Taoist arts? Compared to Xiaoxing, Wen Sai's face turned pale with fear. Master, speak. Uncle Joe glared at Wen Kai, and the rattan stick slammed down on the table again, startling Wen Kai, who stammered, The biggest taboo is to rashly use spells and harm others. It seems that you all remember these matters very clearly. Master Joe nodded. Usually, your mischief can be overlooked, but now it's becoming increasingly rampant. Competing among fellow disciples. Using magic to harm others, day after day, not striving for progress, but instead researching these left-handed techniques. You too, get out and stand by the incense for an hour. If you dare to act recklessly again, HM. Seeing that Master Joe was truly angry, Xiaoxing and Wen Kai did not dare to say more and hurriedly ran outside, each finding an incense burner, lighting incense and candles, and then assuming a horse-riding stance. However, for cultivators, having talent alone is not enough. If one cultivates without cultivating the heart, one will eventually fall into the lower paths, or even into evil ways, and will suffer the consequences. Do you remember what I said when you entered the sect yesterday? Master Joe looked sternly at Su Xingxuan. Seeing Master Joe's serious expression, Su Xingxuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, Disciple remembers. Master said that upon entering the Maoshan lineage, one must respect the teacher and the way, honor fellow disciples, punish evil and promote good, and must not commit crimes or harm lives. Disciple has engraved this in my heart and would not forget it. However, this time, before Su Xingxuan could finish, Master Joe raised his hand to stop him from continuing. I know what you want to say. This time it was Xianxiaaudiobooks and Wenkai's fault. They wanted to give you a warning using a puppet talisman, but they didn't expect your talent to be so good, and you had just studied the puppet talisman. Not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also ended up hurting themselves. In the end, it was just a case of self-inflicted harm. Therefore, I had no intention of punishing you. However, there are some things I, as your master, must say. You might not understand your two senior brothers' personalities yet, but I have taught them for many years and know that although they are playful and like to prank, they are not malicious people and harbor no ill intentions. I say this not to excuse your senior brothers. They were wrong, and I will not tolerate it. The reason I kept you here is not for them, but for you. They used magic to harm you, and you broke their spell, which is only natural. However, you should not have retaliated against them. It's not that what you did was wrong. Since you could break the puppet talisman, you must have some understanding of its origin. Perhaps in your view, you were merely returning the favor, but such actions are ultimately left-handed techniques. If this continues, it will not benefit your cultivation. For us cultivators, the most important thing is to diligently cultivate virtue, align with the heavenly heart, and harbor compassion. In ordinary combat, one must always leave a line. One should not go to extremes unless absolutely necessary. After all, life in this world is like a stubborn stone at the bottom of a river, which will inevitably conflict under the turbulence of the water. If one is sharp everywhere, how can the heart of the Tao become harmonious? It is likely to lead to constant disputes. Listening to Master Zhou's words, Xingxuan began to understand. Master Zhou had just accepted him as a disciple and did not know him well enough. Seeing him break Wenkai's spell, he admired his talent but also worried about his character. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Master, I understand your words. In the future, I will pay more attention to my cultivation and will never go astray or commit crimes. I will go apologize to senior brother Wenkai later. I did go too far today, so please punish me." Hearing this, Master Zhou observed Xingxuan for a while. Seeing that he was not just speaking casually, Master Zhou nodded and reached out to help Xingxuan up, smiling. All right, get up. It's not that serious. As long as you don't go astray, I will be satisfied." As for Wenkai, that was his own doing. He didn't study the Tao properly and instead harmed others with left-handed techniques. Today, you taught him a lesson, and I believe he won't dare to act recklessly in the future. That's a good thing. Come. I see you seem a bit different from yesterday. What happened? Seeing Master Zhou say this, Xingxuan felt relieved, stood up following his hand, and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Master. Since you mention it, I must tell you about what happened today. It's like this." He then recounted how he broke through to the Qi induction stage and what happened during the standing meditation that morning. Upon hearing this, Master Zhou quickly grabbed Xingxuan's hand, probing with his magical power. His eyes lit up in delight. Good. Xingxuan, your talent is even better than I imagined. You managed to induce Qi into your body in just one night and stabilize your cultivation. Not bad. Regarding your standing meditation this morning, although it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it also allowed a considerable amount of spiritual energy to be drawn into your body. In a few days, you should be able to try hiding your Qi within your body. Good. Chapter 19, the plot begins. Hearing Master Zhou say this, Xingxuan felt a surge of joy and excitement. Seeing this, Master Zhou quickly added, "However, even so, you still need to work hard on your cultivation." The ancients said, "Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back." This saying is even more applicable to cultivation. Don't be misled by your current progress. It's possible that in the future, you might not make any progress at all or even regress. You must not become complacent. Xingxuan nodded in response, "Master, please rest assured. Disciple understands. Well, as long as you have this mindset, I can rest easy." Master Zhou was increasingly satisfied with Xingxuan. He had a good character, excellent talent, and was diligent. If it weren't for the fact that Xingxuan had just joined the sect, Master Zhou might have genuinely considered passing on his teachings to him. But for now, let's wait and see. A trace of contemplation flashed in Master Zhou's eyes as he looked towards the door, where Xianxiang and Wenkai were being punished, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't resist his soft heart and shouted, All right, you two, put away the incense. Wenkai, go burn incense for the wandering souls and ghosts in the ancestral hall. Xianxiang, continue training Xingxuan. If I see you two acting recklessly again, you'll see how I deal with you." Upon hearing this, Xianxiang and Wenkai jumped up, quickly putting away the incense and candles, seemingly worried that Master Zhou might change his mind at any moment. Their expressions made Master Zhou roll his eyes, feeling a hint of regret for letting these two troublemakers off the hook. However, after this incident, the relationship among the three became much closer, especially since Xianxiang genuinely admired Xingxuan's diligence, becoming even more dedicated in his teaching. Whether it was due to luck or the influence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Xingxuan's progress in martial arts was faster than average. Although his strength did not increase significantly, His foundation was exceptionally solid. By the end of the day, although Xingxuan made good progress, the price was that he could hardly find a comfortable spot on his body. If it weren't for the effect of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he might have collapsed on the ground, lying in bed like a pile of mud, unable to help himself. Xingxuan summoned the Gate of Wonders to check his attributes and found that there had been a significant change compared to yesterday. Looking at the additional 300 points of luck, Xingxuan, who had originally felt weak and limp, suddenly sat up straight like a spring, both surprised and delighted. He couldn't help but ask, Gate of Wonders, why did my luck suddenly increase by 300 points? I don't think I did anything today, right? Where did these 300 points come from? Today, the host broke Wenkai's puppet talisman and drew Master Zhou's lesson for Wenkai, making him realize that one should not use magic to harm others, guiding him onto the right path. This is a great merit. Thus the host gained 300 points of luck. Is it really possible like this? Hearing the explanation from the Gate of Wonders, Xingxuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this what you mentioned before, that to gain luck, one must punish evil and promote good in this world? That's right. For cultivators, the most taboo thing is to use magic to disturb the world and disrupt the tranquility of heaven and earth. Although Wenkai is a pure-hearted person, his heart is restless. While he has no intention to harm others, he can still cause harm. Now that the host has made him realize that one should not use magic to disrupt the peace of the world, it can be said that you have maintained the tranquility of this world. Naturally, you will receive luck as a blessing. I hope the host will continue to work hard to gain more luck. Just as he was thinking, Xingxuan suddenly heard a crisp bell sound, followed by a series of synchronized stomping noises, rhythmic and unlike the footsteps of ordinary people. Immediately after, there was a loud banging on the door of the ancestral hall. Open the door, open the door. Wenkai, hurry up. Hearing this commotion, Xingxuan stepped out of his room and saw Wenkai walking to the entrance to open the door. Outside stood a Taoist in a yellow robe, with a line of officials dressed in Qing dynasty clothing behind him, each with a yellow talisman affixed to their foreheads, resembling the most classic zombie imagery from zombie movies. The moment he recognized the identity of this person, Xingxuan realized that the plot was about to begin. Although he did not know how long it would take to officially start, based on his own calculations, it seemed it would be within the next couple of days. Thinking that his cultivation was barely at the entry level, Xingxuan felt a sense of urgency. That night, unlike the first day when he fell into a daze, Xingxuan felt somewhat fatigued after practicing Taoist techniques and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, before Qiuxing arrived, he got up to practice standing meditation in the front yard. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of his room, he ran into Zhu and the corpse-transporting Taoist coming towards him. Xingxuan was slightly taken aback. Ordinarily, Zhu shouldn't be up this early. However, although he felt a bit puzzled, he obediently stepped forward to greet them. Master, good morning. Master? What do you mean, senior brother? Is this your newly accepted disciple? He's quite old, isn't it too late? Hearing Xingxuan's address, the corpse-transporting Taoist looked at Zhu with confusion and said skeptically, Well, junior brother, you came late yesterday and haven't met Xingxuan yet. Xingxuan, this is my junior brother, Daoist Simu, which makes him your uncle. Hurry up and greet your uncle. Uncle. Xingxuan cupped his hands towards Daoist Simu. Daoist Simu nodded and smiled. Not bad. Much more polite than those two brats Qiuxing and Wenkai. After saying this, Daoist Simu looked at Zhu. Having been brothers for many years, Zhu understood Daoist Simu's thoughts. It was simply that, at Xingxuan's age, becoming a disciple, especially during this end of the Dharma era, could he still achieve anything? He immediately smiled and said, Come, junior brother, let me introduce you. Xingxuan is my newly accepted disciple. Don't be fooled by his short time in the door. His talents are quite good. In just one night, he entered the realm of Qi induction, and his cultivation is stable. I'm afraid he will definitely reach the realm of Qi storage within 6 months. So as an uncle, you cannot be stingy. Upon hearing this, Daoist Simu couldn't help but glance at Xingxuan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As someone who had practiced for decades and was only at the Qi nurturing stage, he naturally knew what it meant to enter the Qi induction stage in a day and reach Qi storage in 6 months. If possible, it would not be impossible for his senior brother's lineage to produce a real master. Even in ancient times, a true master, while not claiming to dominate the world, was definitely a revered existence. In this end of the Dharma era, it was far more precious than a giant panda. Thinking of this, Daoist Simu paused and smiled. So that is how it is. Then I, as the uncle, really cannot be stingy. Come, this is a little trinket I brought by chance. It's nothing precious, but you can use it for some fun. Daoist Simu smiled, took out a small bell from his pocket, and handed it to Xingxuan. Seeing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but glance at Zhu, who looked at the bell and said, Hey, junior brother, isn't this the soul-restricting bell that you usually treasure? Why are you Oh, what treasure? It's just a small bell, not as precious as you say. Here, little nephew, take it. Daoist Simu shook his head and laughed, handing the bell to Su Xingxuan. However, despite his words, the slight pain that flashed in his eyes made Su Xingxuan realize that the bell was definitely not as simple as he claimed, making him even more hesitant to accept it. In contrast to Su Xingxuan's hesitation, Jusu pondered for a moment and said, "Since your uncle has given it to you, as the elder, you cannot refuse. You should accept it, but after accepting it, you must work even harder in your cultivation. You must live up to your uncle's expectations. Don't think that what your uncle said was casual. This soul-restricting bell is not a simple item. As cultivators, whether we are transporting corpses or catching ghosts, slaying demons, or praying for blessings, we fundamentally rely on the effects of talismans, magical tools, and artifacts. Among these, talismans are easy to obtain, spells are hard to cultivate, and artifacts are even rarer. Artifacts can be divided into 4 types: ordinary, magical, and treasure. The ordinary ones are just common items without spiritual power, but sometimes merely relying on their shape or the item itself can have some magical effect. Most of the tools we cultivators use are magical tools, either empowered by magical power, or by the light of the sun and moon, or by the incense and wishes that are consecrated, giving them various effects depending on their material, the cultivator's magical power, or the power of consecration. The strength of magical tools varies. The strong can cut gold and jade, while the weak can barely withstand a blow. What your uncle has given you now belongs to the 3rd type, called a treasure, made from the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, refined by a great master. Each one has great magical powers, compared to magical tools. Treasures are considered the finest among magical tools, hence the name treasure, with very few in existence. Even I don't have a single treasure on hand. As for the Tao tools, it is said that only a few celestial masters know the secrets of them. I have never even heard of them, so I am not familiar with them. This soul-restricting bell was originally one of the 3 treasures of the Miao family, the foremost corpse-transporting family in Xianxi. The Miao family fell into decline after offending a great master, and this bell ended up in your uncle's hands after being lost for a while. Your uncle usually treasures it greatly. Even I find it hard to get a glimpse of it. Now that I give it to you, you must treat it well. Jusu said earnestly. One thing your master didn't mention is that although this treasure is precious, not everyone can use it. To wield a treasure, one must at least have true essence or magical power. Your uncle is merely at the chi nurturing stage, and it seems that in this life, I will not have the opportunity to reach the chi transformation stage. Moreover, even if I were to miraculously reach such a stage, merely relying on my own cultivation would not be enough to activate a treasure, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is scarce today. Even your master's cultivation at the chi transformation stage would probably only allow him to activate this soul-restricting bell once before his magical power is exhausted, requiring several days of rest to recover. It would be somewhat useless. Perhaps only when reaching the stage of transforming chi into spirit could one barely wield this treasure. So, this treasure that cannot be used at all, even if it is in our hands, can only be treated as an inanimate object. It is better to leave it to you. Given your talents, you might be able to break through to the stage of transforming chi into spirit. At that time, you can use this soul-restricting bell to benefit the common people and continue the lineage of Mao Shan, which would be worthy of my expectations. Take it. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart and could not speak. He silently placed the soul-restricting bell in his bosom, vowing to work even harder and never let the expectations of the 2 men down. Seeing Su Xingxuan accept the soul-restricting bell, Jusu and Daoist Simu nodded and said, "All right. Your uncle and I have some matters to discuss. It's getting late. Qiuxing should be arriving soon. You should go practice early. We won't disturb you." With that, the 2 turned and left. After leaving Su Xingxuan's sight, Jusu could not help but glance at Daoist Simu and said, "I say, junior brother, you are usually not very generous. Why today? What do you mean not generous? Am I not generous enough?" Upon hearing Jusu's words, Daoist Simu instantly looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, puffing up in annoyance, his eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Jusu. Chapter 21, The Walking Dead Haunting. Unfazed by the seemingly cannibalistic gaze of the 4-eyed Daoist, Jiushu looked at him with a knowing expression, as if he had seen through him. The 4-eyed Daoist felt a bit uneasy under Jiushu's gaze and mumbled after a while, all right, I'm scared of you. I'll tell you, is that okay?" Seeing this, Jiushu nodded, as if he had expected this outcome. The 4-eyed Daoist continued, "Actually, I gave the soul-restraining bell to my little apprentice because, as you said, his talent is extremely high. He might be the only disciple in our lineage who can transform chi into spirit and even become a true immortal. As his uncle, I naturally can't be stingy. Of course, besides that, there is a tiny bit, really, just a tiny bit, of other reasons. The four-eyed Taoist chuckled awkwardly. You know me. Sometimes I can be a bit of a blabbermouth. Not long ago, while having tea outside, I accidentally let slip about the soul restraining bell, and unfortunately, the Miao family found out. Although the Miao family has fallen on hard times, they still have some remnants. While I don't know if they have anyone who can practice qi transformation, there are still a few cultivators who can circulate qi. As for my own skills, it's fine for dealing with corpses, but fighting against others is not my strong suit. So, you know how it goes. Oh, so you gave the soul restraining bell to Xingxian to divert the disaster and clear yourself, while also making a good impression on him. If Xingxian really becomes successful in the future, you, as his uncle, would surely benefit. Quite a clever calculation. Jioshu said with a hint of annoyance as he glanced at the four-eyed Taoist. The four-eyed Taoist, hearing this, chuckled awkwardly with a fawning expression. Brother, you can't say that. Even if I have a tiny ulterior motive, the soul restraining bell is a genuine treasure, not fake at all. Although not many can use treasures now, those prestigious sects still have some ways to utilize them, and in terms of value, treasures remain precious. If my little apprentice truly achieves success in the future and can wield a treasure, that is something earned from past lives. Brother, you shouldn't hold it against me for those small matters, all right? Moreover, as the four-eyed Taoist said, treasures are treasures. Their value doesn't diminish because of the decline of the magical era. In fact, due to the waning spiritual energy, treasures have become even more precious. If Su Xingxian could indeed become a true immortal, or even just achieve the transformation of qi into spirit and wield a treasure, it would be a great thing. In comparison, the troubles from the Miao family really aren't much. However, Jioshu's gaze shifted to the four-eyed Taoist, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Jioshu coldly snorted. Even if you say that, you are still plotting against your apprentice and me. I won't let this matter go easily. How about this? I want a 10% cut this time. 10%? Why don't you go rob someone? How much can I earn from running around? No way, 3%. The four-eyed Taoist jumped up, his eyes wide open like a cow's. Oh, since we can't come to an agreement, please take your guests and find another charity to rest at. Also, the 15th of July is approaching, and our charity's paper money is running low. I fear we can't sell it to you. You should find another place to buy, Jioshu said slyly, giving the four-eyed Taoist a deep look. You fine, you ruthless one, 10% it is. The four-eyed Taoist was so angry that his eyebrows stood up, and his eyes nearly spewed fire. Within 100 miles, Jioshu's charity was the only one around, and without the paper money, he would be completely stuck. Jioshu was clearly taking advantage of him. However, since he had already tricked Jioshu once, the four-eyed Taoist could only swallow his anger. That's right. Now, junior brother, don't say I'm not taking care of you. You can stay a few more days, and I won't charge you. Don't thank me, Jioshu said with a proud smile, humming a little tune as he swaggered away, leaving the four-eyed Taoist speechless. The arrival of the four-eyed Taoist did not change much apart from adding a pair of chopsticks and a few more corpses. At night, Su Xingxian continued to study talismans. He discovered that although the book on basic talismans was thick, it mainly discussed just 3 talismans: a puppet talisman, an exorcism talisman, and a suppression talisman. The most complex one was the puppet talisman, while the exorcism and suppression talismans were simpler. Although Su Xingxian had not yet reached the level of drawing talismans, he could already manage simple manipulations. Recalling this, Su Xingxian felt a surge of joy. The Book of All Wonders mentioned that as long as one assists the child of destiny in completing their destined tasks, one can increase their luck. Moreover, slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits is the same. In movies, subduing corpses is both a plot element and part of exorcising evil. If he could help, it would surely enhance his luck. And although the group of corpses in the movie looked terrifying, Su Xingxian, having learned some Dao techniques, knew that while these corpses appeared similar to zombies, there was a significant gap between them, and they posed little danger, making them perfect for practice. Thinking of this, Su Xingxian rushed out without even changing his clothes, grabbing a few suppression talismans he had obtained from Jioshu. Outside, a group of corpses dressed in Qing dynasty official uniforms was running amok, and Qiuxing and Wentai were screaming in fright. Seeing this, Su Xingxian couldn't help but shake his head. These two had been cultivating for quite some time, and yet they were so scared by a few corpses. He couldn't help but wonder how Jioshu's future inheritance would fare if he weren't around. Chapter 22, First Battle with the Corpses. At once, Su Xingxian dared not be negligent, stepping onto the 7 stars and pressing the 8 trigrams. Although he was still not very skilled, he looked the part. With 2 suppression talismans in hand, he leaped into the crowd of corpses, sending the talismans like arrows toward 2 corpses. Just as the 2 suppression talismans were about to land on the foreheads of the corpses, they suddenly fell like soft silk, slowly drifting down. Not only did they fail to suppress the corpses, but they also drew their attention away from Qiuxing and Wentai. focusing on Su Xingxian instead. Seeing this, Su Xingxian was momentarily stunned. It seemed that everything looked easy but was hard to accomplish. According to his calculations, even though he hadn't cultivated any magical power yet, he should be able to use the residual spiritual energy in his body to drive the suppression talismans and easily subdue the corpses. However, the reality was different. While the residual spiritual energy could drive the suppression talismans, it was not true magical power. The form was there, but the spirit was lacking, so at first, it seemed fine, but after the talismans were thrown, they failed to achieve their intended purpose. Watching the group of corpses lunging towards him, Su Xingxian, despite knowing they were merely corpses and not as terrifying as zombies, felt a bit scared. In a panic, he dropped a few talismans on the ground and became increasingly flustered. Just as a corpse was about to pounce on him, he kicked out instinctively. To be fair, although Su Xingxian was physically weak, he had built a decent foundation over the past 2 days, and with the nourishment of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he had become considerably stronger, even if he couldn't become a master overnight. With that kick, a soft thud was heard as the lunging corpse was knocked back a few steps, and Su Xingxian was also sent flying a few meters. His eyes filled with surprise. In his view, corpses were just animated dead bodies, far inferior to zombies, lacking venom and not very harmful. This gave him a bit of that fearless spirit of a newborn calf. However, as soon as he stepped down, Su Xingxuan realized he was wrong. These walking corpses might be much worse than zombies. After all, they were products enhanced by magical techniques. Not only were they as stiff as iron, but they also resembled bodybuilders, with every muscle on their bodies being very solid. Moreover, they were already dead, completely lacking any sense of pain. Just based on this point, even if their movements were a bit slow, over time, the walking corpses were still much stronger than humans. No wonder Xingxuan was so scared. Before Su Xingxuan could think further, the remaining few walking corpses had already lunged at him. Startled, Su Xingxuan quickly closed his eyes and immediately felt his arms being tightly grasped by 4 strong arms. He was yanked away, but the expected pain did not come. And as soon as he was dragged away, those arms immediately loosened. Seeing the arrival of Jiu and Simu Daoren, Su Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief. He then noticed a few talismans that had fallen to the ground, and suddenly remembered that he had come to help subdue the walking corpses to gain the blessing of luck. Now, having accomplished nothing, if the walking corpses were all subdued, wouldn't he have wasted his effort? Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan ignored his 2 terrified senior brothers and rolled on the ground, standing up with 2 more talismans in hand. Just as Jiu was about to command an injured walking corpse, Su Xingxuan immediately threw out a talisman. The yellow talisman shot like an arrow, hitting the walking corpse's forehead, and the corpse that had just been moving violently suddenly froze like a clay sculpture. Jiu command landed right on the yellow talisman, and he was slightly stunned, looking at Su Xingxuan. Seeing that the walking corpse was subdued, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but feel pleased. But he didn't care about Jiu gaze, fixating his eyes on Simu Daoren. He saw that Simu Daoren had also subdued a walking corpse, and another talisman was thrown out. Simu Daoren was about to point when he saw the yellow talisman and was momentarily surprised, turning to look at Su Xingxuan. Haha, double kill. Come on, let's do it again. Ignoring the excited Su Xingxuan, he seized the opportunity and threw out another yellow talisman, muttering to himself, all right, another one. Perfect, total annihilation, job well done. In this way, Su Xingxuan took advantage of the situation. Whenever he saw Jiu or Simu Daoren subduing a walking corpse, he would launch a yellow talisman. As a result, among the 8 walking corpses, except for the 2 initially subdued by Jiu and Simu Daoren, all the others were subdued by Su Xingxuan's talismans. Hey, I say, little disciple, this isn't fair. My master and I are fighting hard, and you just swoop in to take the credit. Where were you when we were battling the walking corpses? Simu Daoren glared at Su Xingxuan, puffing out his cheeks. Su Xingxuan chuckled awkwardly, knowing he was being unfair by taking the last credit. Before he could explain, he saw Jiu come to his defense. What is there to take credit for? We're all on the same side. Besides, Xingxuan also wanted to help, right? His cultivation time is still short, and being able to control the talismans to subdue the walking corpses is already impressive. You, as a master uncle, should be praising him instead of saying he stole the credit. That is too much. Simu Daoren was about to argue but saw Jiu give him a sharp look, instantly deflating like a punctured balloon, pouting and falling silent. Seeing this, Jiu turned back, looking at Su Xingxuan with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Xingxuan, I didn't expect you to be able to wield the talismans already. Not bad, much better than your 2 senior brothers. They couldn't handle a few walking corpses, what a shame for me. Hearing this, Xingxuan exchanged glances with Su Xingxuan, both looking displeased. Su Xingxuan scratched his head. Master, please don't praise me. I was just taking a shortcut. If I really encountered a walking corpse, I wouldn't be able to handle it. This time, it was all thanks to you and Master Uncle. Just like Master Uncle said, I only subdued them at the end. You're quite self-aware, not bad for a disciple I dote on, Simu Daorin said with a smile. Chapter 23, Foreign Tea, Part 1. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan scratched his head, about to say something when Simu Daorin marched up to Xingxuan, giving him a slap on the head. You two brats, what are you messing around with? You're messing with my customers. He then turned to Jiushu. Brother, I can't stay here any longer. I'm leaving. Hey, stay a few more days, Jiushu replied, feeling a bit guilty. Enough, if I stay any longer. Who knows what my customers will be like? I can't compare to you, brother, with your wealth rolling in from the ancestral hall. I've worked hard just to earn a little money, and you want to take part of it? I'm leaving. Simu Daorin said as he tossed some ghost money in the air and shook a bell, leading a group of walking corpses out of the ancestral hall. Hearing this, Jiushu didn't say much more and turned to glare at Xingxuan, about to scold him when he noticed Su Xingxuan beside him. He couldn't help but think that since Xingxuan had just entered the sect, his aptitude and character were both quite good. However, if he kept praising him while reprimanding Xingxuan, it might make him arrogant. Xing, feeling relieved, quickly ran out. Jiushu shook his head and looked at Wenkai and Su Xingxuan. Wenkai, Xingxuan, you two should rest early. I've arranged to have foreign tea with Lord Rin in town tomorrow morning. I'll take you both to see it. Remember to dress neatly, don't embarrass me. The next morning, Su Xingxuan, along with Wenkai and Jiushu, walked to the Western restaurant in town. It must be said that Jiushu had quite a reputation in town, with many small vendors greeting him along the way. They all knew Su Xingxuan was Jiushu's new disciple, and each one congratulated Jiushu for having a good disciple or envied Su Xingxuan for having Jiushu as a master, making for a lively atmosphere. As they approached the Western restaurant, Wenkai looked a bit timidly at Jiushu. Master, can I not go meet Lord Rin? Upon hearing this, Jiushu halted, looking at Wenkai with a forced smile. Thinking of your master's reputation is good, very good. Are you afraid of embarrassment? Fine, you don't have to go. At this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but chuckle, but before Jiushu could speak, he said, Master, although what brother did isn't quite right. He was thinking of your face. If something embarrassing happens, it reflects on you too, right? I think you should be magnanimous and let brother go with us. Hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Jiushu found a way out. A hint of joy flashed across his face, but he quickly put on a stern expression, looking conflicted as if he had struggled for a long time before nodding. Since you said so, Xingxuan, I can't be too harsh. Let us do it your way. While this sounded like he was being very accommodating, seeing Jiushu's lips curling up, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Jiushu was indeed too concerned about his reputation. After Jiushu finished speaking, he turned around and called out, Wenkai, 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 feeling a bit regretful. Suddenly heard Jiushu's voice and instantly beamed with joy, jumping up in the crowd while shouting, I'm here. He ran to Jiushu's side with a beaming smile, saying, Master, you called for me? Yes, Jiushu nodded seriously. I see you're quite sensible, and with your junior brother Xingxuan speaking up for you. I'll let you off this time and take you to see how to drink foreign tea. Great, Wenkai exclaimed, and Su Xingxuan shook his head secretly, finding the master-disciple duo quite amusing. The three of them arrived at the Western restaurant, looking at the restaurant decorated completely differently from the usual tea houses. Even Jiushu seemed a bit bewildered. At this moment, a waiter approached and asked, May I ask if you have a reservation? No. Uncle Jio was becoming increasingly confused, while Wenkai, for some unknown reason, looked at the attendant with a proud expression. Just as he was about to speak, Su Xingxuan quickly interjected. We are here at the invitation of Lord Ron, and we should already have a reservation. Could you please check? It turned out they were the honored guests of Lord Ron, and the attendant's smile grew wider, and his attitude became much more polite as he led the three of them upstairs. Seeing Su Xingxuan so calm and composed, Uncle Jio couldn't help but whisper, What's going on, Xingxuan? Have you had foreign tea before? Su Xingxuan nodded and replied, Yes, I had the fortune to try it once before. I'm not very familiar with it. If I weren't following you, Master, I don't know when I'd have the chance to drink foreign tea again. Su Xingxuan said this partly as a compliment and partly seriously, as there were no Western restaurants in the main world, and he naturally had no opportunity to drink what was called foreign tea. Hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Uncle Jio felt quite pleased, especially upon learning that Su Xingxuan had tried foreign tea. Uncle Jio felt reassured that they wouldn't embarrass themselves this time. He nodded and said, Well, since you've had foreign tea, you should keep an eye on Wenkai later and make sure he doesn't embarrass himself. Yes, I will, Su Xingxuan nodded and smiled. Wenkai quickly looked at Su Xingxuan and whispered, Junior brother, remember to teach me how to drink foreign tea later. Su Xingxuan naturally nodded in agreement. Before long, the three of them were brought before a plump businessman dressed in a satin tang suit. Upon seeing Uncle Jio, The man quickly stood up and said, Uncle Gio, hello. Lord Ren. Uncle Gio also quickly bowed his head and nodded, then told Wen Kai and Su Xingxuan, quickly greet Lord Ren. Lord Ren. Su Xingxuan and Wen Kai hurriedly nodded. Ren Fa smiled and looked at Su Xingxuan, saying, I heard that Uncle Gio has taken on a disciple again. This must be the young man, right? Truly impressive. Uncle Gio has a keen eye for heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingxuan heard Wen Kai mumble beside him, You look like a bun, and your daughter isn't that pretty either. Just then, Lord Ren pointed to the side and said, My daughter is here. Following his finger, they saw a young girl in a Western-style dress, looking somewhat out of place among the crowd, walking over. Wen Kai's eyes immediately widened, especially when the girl got closer. He couldn't help but stand up. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan nodded. Indeed, Miss Ren looked quite good. However, coming from a future world, Su Xingxuan had seen many beauties, and while Miss Ren was not bad, she didn't reach the level of stunning, let alone the point of making him lose his composure. Watching Wen Kai, who looked infatuated, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but facepalm and turn his head away, unwilling to watch any longer. Miss Ren had already walked over to Lord Ren, calling out, Daddy. Lord Ren nodded, pointing to Uncle Gio, quickly greet Uncle Gio. Miss Ren complied, and seeing that there were no seats for the four of them at the table, she turned to Lord Ren and said, Daddy. Since you were discussing business, I want to interfere. I'll go buy some cosmetics. Lord Ren naturally nodded. Miss Ren turned to smile at Uncle Gio and Su Xingxuan. And just as she was about to nod at Wen Kai, she noticed him staring at her with lustful eyes. She couldn't help but frown and huffed lightly before turning to leave. Wen Kai, seeing this, was about to follow, but Su Xingxuan, who had witnessed the scene, grabbed him. The infatuated Wen Kai, still in a daze, turned to Su Xingxuan and asked, Junior brother, why are you holding me? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio and Lord Ren both looked over. Seeing Uncle Gio frowning, Su Xingxuan felt a twitch in his eyelid. He was contemplating how to explain himself without letting the petty Uncle Gio hold a grudge against him later when a waiter approached and quickly said, Senior brother, you don't need to get up to order. A server will come over to take your order. After saying this, Su Xingxuan silently thought, Senior brother. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. If Master finds out you're infatuated and embarrassing yourself, you'll suffer too. It's better to pretend you never came to a Western restaurant and avoid causing trouble for me. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Uncle Gio immediately thought Wen Kai had embarrassed himself due to his ignorance. He glanced at Lord Ren, and his face darkened slightly. At that moment, the waiter approached, respectfully handing the menu to Lord Ren. Lord Ren didn't even take it and directly ordered a cup of coffee, then was about to pass the menu to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio quickly looked at Su Xingxuan, who immediately said, No need. We'll have 3 cups of coffee, just like Lord Ren. Thank you. Yes. 3 cups of coffee will be fine, Uncle Gio quickly said. Once the ordering was complete, Lord Ren turned to Uncle Gio and said, Uncle Gio, regarding the matter of moving my late father's coffin, have you chosen a date? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio couldn't help but frown slightly and replied in a low voice, I think you should consider it carefully. Sometimes it's better to remain still. Lord Ren shook his head and said, I have considered it very clearly. The feng shui expert said that after 20 years, we must move the coffin, as it will be better for us. What the feng shui expert said cannot be trusted. Wen Kai pouted upon hearing this. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan sighed and patted his hand. Wen Kai looked at Su Xingxuan suspiciously. Seeing him look over, Su Xingxuan immediately pointed at Uncle Gio, who was glaring at Wen Kai like he was about to kill him. Wen Kai immediately swallowed hard and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Uncle Gio shot him a fierce glare, then turned to look at Lord Ren, appearing somewhat unable to save face. He hurriedly declared, Then, in that case, we will start the work of moving the coffin in 3 days. Lord Ren nodded in satisfaction. What should we prepare? Prepare money? Wen Kai couldn't help but interject. Before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Gio gritted his teeth and said, How much do you want? Don't worry, anything needed. We will prepare it ourselves. If there's anything we need Lord Ren's assistance with, we will inform you personally at your residence. Seeing Uncle Gio about to explode, Su Xingxuan quickly said. Upon hearing this, both Lord Ren and Uncle Gio couldn't help but glance at him. The difference was that Lord Ren's eyes showed surprise, while Uncle Gio's eyes showed satisfaction. The two paused for a moment, then Lord Ren smiled and said, Good. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. This young man's demeanor and speech resemble Uncle Gio's style. In that case, I can rest assured. As for what this young man just said. As he spoke, Lord Ren looked at Wen Kai, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. That's all minor matters. As long as the coffin relocation goes smoothly, everything else will be easy to discuss. Sir, Huang Million is here. At this moment, a server walked over, and Lord Ren immediately stood up, cupping his hands to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, my apologies, I need to step out for a moment. He then turned to the server and said, Bring some egg tarts for them to eat. Chapter 25. Opening the altar and moving the coffin. With the blessing of fortune. The spiritual energy within him was already quite abundant, and he could almost enter the realm of storing energy within his body at any time. However, over the past 3 days, no matter how hard he practiced, he could not guide the spiritual energy within him into his dantian to transform it into magical power. It always felt as if there was a thin layer of paper blocking his path. Clearly, it could be punctured with a poke, yet he couldn't break through. However, these 3 days had not been entirely without gains for Xingxuan. Firstly, he had memorized all 3 types of basic talismans from the foundational talisman set. Although he was far from mastering them, he had already gained an understanding of basic applications and simple methods of cracking them. Since Uncle Gio was also proficient in feng shui, and the foundational Taoist arts were too profound, in these 3 days, besides studying the basic talismans and foundational Taoist techniques, Xingxuan also learned a bit from the secrets of feng shui, truly broadening his horizons. Early that morning, Xiaoxing arrived at the funeral home to report for duty. The 4 of them, master and disciples, brought various incense, candles, talismans, ritual instruments, and Taoist robes to the grave of Old Master Ren, preparing to relocate the coffin. By the time they arrived, Old Master Ren was already there with Rin Tingting, the police chief away, and several servants waiting. After a busy half-day, they set up the ritual altar. Uncle Gio donned his Taoist robe and respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense. He then turned to Old Master Ren and said, "Everyone should bow sincerely." After everyone knelt in worship, Old Master Ren leaned closer to Uncle Gio and said, "Uncle Gio, the feng shui master said that this burial spot was very hard to find and is a good spot." "Yes, indeed," Uncle Gio nodded in agreement, looking around and saying, "This burial site is called Dragonfly Touching Water. It measures 34 feet long, with only 4 feet usable. It is 13 feet wide, with only 3 feet usable. Therefore, the coffin cannot be laid flat. It must be stored ritually." "Impressive, Uncle Gio." Seeing that Uncle Gio's words matched exactly what the feng shui master had said, Old Master Ren secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a thumbs up in praise. At that moment, Wen Kai leaned closer to Uncle Gio and asked, "Master, what is ritual storage? Is it a French-style funeral?" Hearing this, Xiaoxing and Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh, while Uncle Gio's face darkened as he glared at Wen Kai, saying, "Don't talk too much." In the past couple of days, Xingxuan had also glanced at the secret teachings of feng shui. Although he wasn't proficient in feng shui, he knew some terminology. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Master, according to the secret teachings you gave me, ritual storage is a very rare burial method that is said to be vertical burial, right?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio's previously gloomy expression brightened, and he nodded at Xingxuan, saying, "Yes, that's right. Xingxuan, you really study hard. Not only is your cultivation improving quickly, but you also dabble in various subjects. Much better than your 2 senior brothers." Saying this, Uncle Gio turned to Old Master Ren, proudly saying, "Old Master Ren, I wonder if my little disciple is correct." Yes, Su Xiao brother is absolutely right. Truly a talented disciple from a great teacher," Old Master Ren said with a smile, then frowned slightly. The feng shui master said that if the ancestors are buried vertically, the descendants will surely excel. Is that true? Uncle Gio smiled meaningfully. Well, upon hearing this, Old Master Ren's expression became somewhat grim. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, "In the past 20 years, the Ren family's fortunes have been declining. And I don't know why. This land originally belonged to the feng shui master, and my late father knew it was a good spot, so he spent money to buy it." Old Master Ren spoke with evasive words. Seeing this, Uncle Gio secretly shook his head, having already seen the essence of the matter. He asked, "Was it just enticement, or was there coercion involved? What should we do?" Old Master Ren asked anxiously. "There should be a snowflake covering the top. The head of the coffin cannot touch the water. How can it be called dragonfly touching water? At least he had the conscience to let you move the coffin after 20 years, harming you for half your life rather than your entire life. And only harming you for 1 generation instead of 18, Uncle Gio said bluntly. Just then, birds in the nearby forest seemed startled by something, suddenly taking flight in all directions, with the harsh cawing of crows echoing. Xingxuan frowned immediately and leaned toward Uncle Gio, whispering, "Master, the startled birds and cawing crows may not bode well. There might be something wrong with Old Master Ren's coffin." Uncle Gio nodded solemnly, his expression serious, and without speaking, everyone gathered around the coffin. When the lid was opened, a strong black corpse aura emanated from inside, yet the body showed no signs of decay. Xingxuan felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy within him. Noticing this, Uncle Gio quickly reached out and tapped his back, helping to calm the fluctuating energy. "Master, what is this?" Xingxuan looked at Uncle Gio in confusion, not understanding why this was happening. If it was due to his low cultivation level, everyone else present Except for the four of them, were ordinary people, so how come they showed no reaction to the corpse aura? On the contrary, he felt different. Could it be because of the door of all wonders? A trace of doubt flashed in Su Xingxuan's eyes. However, Uncle Gio soon provided an answer, shaking his head. I hadn't considered it fully. You are currently in the stage of drawing energy into your body and are most sensitive to the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This corpse aura is a kind of turbid energy from the earth, and since your spiritual gate is open, it attracts these corpse auras, causing a conflict with the spiritual energy in your body, naturally making you feel uncomfortable. But it's nothing serious. I've already sealed your spiritual gate, so those corpse auras won't disturb you. While the two were speaking, the Ren family members had finished their worship, and old Master Ren stood up to ask, Uncle Gio, can this burial site still be used? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio glanced at the body of old Master Ren, who was dressed in a Qing dynasty official's robe. His eyes filled with seriousness. He said solemnly, Dragonfly touching water, once touched, cannot touch the same place again. This site can no longer be used. What? What should we do? Old Master Ren was somewhat anxious and asked. I suggest cremation on site, Uncle Gio said, looking at old Master Ren. Cremation? No way. Upon hearing Uncle Gio's words, old Master Ren immediately rejected the idea without a second thought, then shifted his gaze and said, my late father feared fire the most. I can't do that. Old Master Ren, not cremating will lead to trouble, Uncle Gio said, frowning, hoping to persuade old Master Ren. However, old Master Ren was quite insistent, saying, anything is fine, but not cremation. Think of another way. Seeing this scene, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the past, while watching movies, he didn't understand why old Master Ren was so adamant against cremation, thinking it was out of filial piety for old Master Ren. It wasn't until recently, after looking at the secret teachings of Feng Shui, that Su Xingxuan realized that in ancient times, cremation was not a trivial matter, especially in ancient beliefs. There was a saying that after cremation, the body would no longer be connected to the earth's veins and would not affect the fortunes of future generations. Old Master Ren's insistence on not cremating old Master Ren's body was not out of filial piety, but rather a desire to bury old Master Ren in an auspicious spot to improve the Ren family's feng shui. Seeing old Master Ren's insistence, Uncle Gio was somewhat helpless and could only sigh, saying, all right, then let's temporarily store the body in our funeral home. Tomorrow, I will help old Master Ren find another burial site for him to rest in peace. Master, why is it just the two of us again? Qiuxing was unhappy and pouted, and Wenkai echoed his sentiments. Master, why does my senior brother have to burn the plum blossom incense array? Is there something wrong with it? On the way, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but ask, as he had been confused about why they had to burn the plum blossom incense array when watching movies. Oh, it's like this, Uncle Gio explained upon hearing this. When burying the dead, generally speaking, it's better to be still than to move. First, it disturbs the peace of the deceased. Second, moving one person pulls on the entire lineage, which will disturb the entire area's earth veins and other deceased souls. So we need to offer incense as a form of apology. What are you shouting about? Hearing this, Uncle Gio frowned, looking at the incense in Qiuxing's hand. His face immediately changed as he snatched the incense away, sighing, the most feared thing for people is sudden deaths. For incense, the most taboo is two short and one long. Unfortunately, it has burned like this. If there is such incense in the house, someone must die. Master, are you saying that someone in old Master Ren's family might die? Is it related to old Master Ren's body? Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan quickly asked, the body? There is indeed a problem. It hasn't decayed even after 20 years. Qiuxing nodded and said, then opened the coffin lid. As soon as he opened it, he saw the body covered in wrinkles and exclaimed, ah, it's gotten fat. Hearing this, Uncle Gio hurriedly leaned over to take a look at the body inside and quickly said, quick, close it up and prepare the paper, ink, knife, and sword. What? Qiuxing and Wenkai were taken aback, but Su Xingxuan had long anticipated this scene and hurriedly said, it's yellow paper, red and black ink, kitchen knife, and wooden sword. I've already prepared them, Master here. Saying this, Su Xingxuan handed the prepared items to Uncle Gio. Master Zhu nodded in satisfaction, and when Qiuxing and Wentai saw this, they pouted and muttered softly, you know everything. You can do it all. One moment it's the Dharma, the next it's the paper, ink, and swords. You're so capable. Why not just be the master yourself? What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and catch a rooster. Seeing the two of them whispering, Master Zhu scolded. And only then did they hurriedly run out to catch a rooster. Master Zhu shook his head and looked at Su Xingxuan. Look at your two senior brothers. All they know is to joke around and do nothing serious. At this rate, it won't be long before you leave them in the dust. You should just say some good words for them, Master Zhu said, shaking his head. At this time, Qiuxing and Wentai had already prepared everything. Following that, they began to perform the ritual. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the fun, insiders see the trick. When watching movies in the past, Xingxuan only thought Master Zhou's spells were flashy. Now that he had entered the path, Xingxuan clearly saw Master Zhou channeling his power into his hands, using the essence of glutinous rice as a guide, refining it with the fire of incense candles to suppress evil, blending it with the true fire of the sun, which was the rooster's blood and the earth's core black ink, merging into one and sliding into the ink pot to concoct a talisman to suppress evil. It seemed simple, but without over a decade of accumulated power, it couldn't be done. Even if one managed to force it out, it would merely be a hollow imitation. After handing the chosen ink pot to Qiuxing and Wentai, asking them to flick it on the coffin, Master Zhou began to show off. Humans are divided into good and bad, and so are corpses, into zombies and dead bodies. People are not just divided into good and bad, but also men and women. Wentai laughed as he said this. Master is speaking, what are you interrupting for? Master Zhou's face darkened instantly as he scolded. Wentai immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Master Zhou continued, Old Master Ren's corpse is going to turn into a zombie. When a person dies with anger, pent-up energy, or feeling stifled, after death, there will be a breath trapped in the throat. If that breath does not disperse, it will absorb the extreme yin energy between heaven and earth, slowly transforming into corpse energy, and thus become a zombie. Soon, the two flicked the ink pot onto the coffin. But Xingxuan knew that they had forgotten the bottom of the coffin. However, he did not remind them. It was not that he was being intentional. But in the movie, the reason Old Master Ren's zombie burst out of the coffin was not that the bottom of the coffin had not been flicked with the ink pot, but because the coffin had rotted a bit after 20 years and had been shaken apart. Moreover, Xingxuan had a small thought in his heart. For a zombie to truly become a real zombie, besides continuously accumulating corpse energy, there was also a shortcut, feeding on the bloodline of close relatives, merging that bloodline with oneself, and integrating it with corpse energy to break through. Before this, the zombie that had just transformed from a walking corpse would still have limited cultivation, probably only slightly stronger than an ordinary walking corpse. Even Master Zhou couldn't help but remind him not to just practice talismans, as the foundation of cultivation still depended on one's own power. However, since Xingxuan was just beginning to enter the path, he only mentioned it briefly without elaborating. By now, Xingxuan was confident that if he were to fight the few walking corpses from 3 days ago, he wouldn't need Master Zhou and the four-eyed Taoist's help to subdue them. Therefore, if he could subdue the zombie just as it was born and before it fully developed, the fortune and power he would gain from it would be significant. It was precisely because of this thought that he allowed Qiuxing and Wentai to leave that small flaw. According to the plot, tomorrow night would be the day the zombie breaks out of the coffin. As long as he prepared well, he should be able to keep that zombie. Because of this, when Master Zhou took Qiuxing and Wentai to Old Master Ren's mansion the next day, Xingxuan declined, saying he was a bit tired and didn't want to go. Master Zhou had nothing to say to Xingxuan, and, upon hearing this, let him rest at home without saying another word. Then he took his 2 disciples to Old Master Ren's house. As soon as Master Zhou left, Xingxuan couldn't wait to put on Master Zhou's peachwood sword and Taoist robe, walking into the ancestral hall. Looking at the hall, which seemed eerie even in broad daylight, although he knew that the underdeveloped zombie couldn't cause any chaos during the day, Xingxuan still couldn't help but wrap himself tighter in his Taoist robe. It should be said that Xingxuan wore this robe not for looks or to show off. In the Maoshan lineage, this robe was not something that could be worn casually. Every Taoist robe had undergone consecration and refinement, possessing considerable power, whether for combat or self-defense. It was quite useful. Xingxuan knew that he had yet to cultivate any real power, and facing a zombie would still be quite difficult. Although Master Zhou had many magical tools, there were very few he could use. Only this robe could offer him some protection, giving him a bit of a sense of security. Originally, Xingxuan wanted to find Master Zhou's Maoshan secret manual to see if there was any method. But he found that not only was the Maoshan secret manual missing, even more profound Taoist texts were nowhere to be found. In the study, aside from the 3 books Master Zhou had given him last time, there were only some Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, indicating that in this era, the inheritance of Taoist techniques was still very cautious. Sighing, Xingxuan quickly gathered his spirits, took out a handful of talismans from his pocket. These were the exorcism and suppression talismans he had gradually collected from Master Zhou over the past few days. He had saved them up to deal with the strongest zombie in this entire movie, dressed in the Taoist robe and holding the peachwood sword. Xingxuan quietly recited spells. This was a basic Taoist technique recorded in a manual that didn't require power, but relied on certain incantations to enhance strength. However, since it didn't require power, the strength it could enhance was merely minimal. After chanting for a long time, Xingxuan immediately stepped into the 7 stars stance. pressed his hands against the 8 trigrams, and waved the peachwood sword, throwing the suppression talisman out. He saw the yellow paper flying like blades, instantly covering the entire coffin. The moment the yellow talisman stuck to the coffin, the ink lines on the coffin flashed with golden light, and the coffin shook violently, almost shattering. Seeing this, Xingxuan's eyelids twitched, nearly dropping the peachwood sword. It seemed this zombie was stronger than he had expected. Thinking of this, Xingxuan quickly took out a stack of suppression talismans, sticking them one by one around the coffin. Soon, the coffin, the ground, the windows, and the pillars were all covered with yellow talismans. Only then did Xingxuan breathe a sigh of relief, sitting cross-legged and waiting for the zombie to emerge from the coffin. As soon as the coffin was lifted slightly, the suppression talismans began to emit faint yellow light, and an indescribable wail echoed from within the coffin. Xingxuan knew that this was because the zombie inside was being eroded by the power of the suppression talismans outside. Soon after, black gas began to emanate from the yellow talismans. The yellow light slowly diminished, and one by one, the talismans fell off. Seeing this, Xingxuan realized that without power, even the suppression talismans could only hold the zombie back for a short while. It seemed the zombie was about to break out of the coffin. Chapter 28. Fighting the Zombie. Just as Xingxuan thought the zombie was about to break out of the coffin, he saw the densely packed yellow talismans on the coffin suddenly flash with a blinding yellow light. Following that came an angry roar, and the yellow talismans were instantly scattered by an invisible force, igniting in flames. The decayed coffin shattered completely, and a tall figure stood atop the coffin. Seeing this, Xingxuan immediately launched the yellow talismans in his hand like a storm towards the zombie. There was a series of loud bangs as the stack of exorcism talismans landed on the zombie, emitting bursts of fire. The sound of explosions filled the air, caused by the clash between the power of the exorcism talismans and the corpse energy on the zombie. The zombie never expected to encounter such a fierce attack from Xingxuan right after its birth. Thick smoke rose from its tall body, emitting a terrible stench. It let out a furious roar and lunged at Xingxuan with astonishing speed, causing Xingxuan to flinch and nearly drop the yellow talisman in his hand. Seeing this, Xingxuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, take advantage of the illness to claim your life. He swiftly waved the peachwood sword in his hand and chanted, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its laws. Magic drives away evil. Go." As Xingxuan recited the incantation, a thin layer of yellow light suddenly covered the peachwood sword, its brilliance weak, as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. However, this was already the limit of what Xingxuan could do. Although this method of driving away evil was merely basic Taoist magic, it still required spiritual power to wield. Xingxuan had practiced for several days to barely use the spiritual energy within him to produce this effect. But it was enough to activate the talisman. As soon as he finished speaking, the peachwood sword seemed to roll with thunder and fire, shooting out 12 talismans that sped toward the zombie, shining like 12 bright lanterns in the darkness. Although the zombie had yet to suck human blood and had not fully matured, it had been a zombie for 20 years and still retained some awareness. Sensing that if Xingxuan's attack landed on it, it would be disastrous, it ignored the yellow talismans on the ground and suddenly dropped to the ground. With a hissing sound, its foot landed on the exorcism talisman, and a large amount of black gas immediately erupted. The zombie let out a tragic scream and jumped violently, crashing through the window. Xingxuan never expected this turn of events and felt a wave of anxiety. He realized that he had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy, and with the zombie escaping outside, there was no talisman formation to trap it. A mere practitioner like him, who had only managed to draw energy into his body, could not handle it. Thinking quickly, Xingxuan hurriedly jumped outside. Just as he stepped out, a dark shadow flashed before him. Before Xingxuan could react, his body instinctively moved, rolling on the ground. However, he was still a bit slow, and the shadow had already closed in. With a loud bang, Xingxuan felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. His blood surged, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat, with a wave of blood rushing into his mouth. If he hadn't managed to suppress it, he would have likely spat out blood. At the same time, the shadow let out a scream and stepped back a few paces, its hands, adorned with long dark blue nails, emanating true black smoke, trembling as it looked at Xingxuan with a hint of fear in its terrifying eyes. Realizing he had been injured by the zombie, Xingxuan looked down and saw 2 conspicuous dark patches on his apricot yellow Taoist robe. He secretly thanked his luck for wearing it, for otherwise, he might have been torn to pieces by the zombie. The zombie glanced at Xingxuan warily, but just as it was about to charge at him, a ringing sound came from outside the door. The zombie froze for a moment, shuddering. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly rolled aside, holding his breath and not daring to make a sound. The zombie shook itself, realizing it had lost track of Xingxuan, and leaped out the door. Soon after, a chilling bleat of a sheep echoed, and Su Xingxuan understood that, just like in the movies, the zombie had probably gone to drain a sheep's blood, heading toward the Rin family's estate. Thinking about how all his efforts might go to waste, Su Xingxuan felt a wave of frustration and slammed his hand on the ground, which inadvertently aggravated his injuries. The blood that had been suppressed surged again, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xingxuan, Xingxuan, what happened to you? At that moment, Uncle Jiu entered with Wenkai. Seeing Su Xingxuan collapsed on the ground, pale as paper, with blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to help Su Xingxuan up. Su Xingxuan quickly said, "No, it's bad, master. The zombie got away. Quick, go to the Rin family estate. Something's going to happen." What? Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe's expression changed immediately. He looked at the ancestral hall, where yellow talismans were scattered everywhere, and the windows and coffin lay in disarray. He was about to get up when he noticed Su Xingxuan's pale face and crouched down to check his pulse, his face darkening. "Forget about that for now. Your injury is more urgent." Saying this, Uncle Joe helped Su Xingxuan into the room, guided him to sit cross-legged, placed his hands on his back, and began to slowly channel his spiritual power. Feeling Uncle Joe's energy, Su Xingxuan immediately felt warmth spread through his body. He quickly embraced the primordial essence, following the method to circulate the spiritual energy within him, whether it was due to his injury or Uncle Joe's assistance. Su Xingxuan felt the flow of his spiritual energy quicken. He tried to guide this smoothly circulating energy toward his dantian, only to find that the previously difficult energy was now flowing easily, although the energy dissipated before it could enter the dantian due to his lack of experience. It greatly encouraged Su Xingxuan, prompting him to focus even more on circulating his energy. Chapter 29, The Irresistibility of Plot. Hearing Uncle Joe's series of questions, especially the skeptical look in his eyes, Su Xingxuan didn't dare delay and quickly recounted what he had been planning to say. "It's like this, master. I felt I was about to break through yesterday, so I used a bit more effort. As a result, I was a bit fatigued today and stayed home to rest. Around noon, I sensed something was wrong with that coffin, and I got scared. I took out the exorcism talisman and stuck it in the room, worried something would happen. So I wore your Taoist robe for protection." At this point, Su Xingxuan genuinely felt a sense of fear. If it weren't for the protection of the robe, and if the zombie hadn't been injured by the exorcism talisman, he might have really been in trouble this time. Seeing Su Xingxuan's pale face, Uncle Joe naturally didn't doubt him and quickly said, all right, it's fine now. You can consider this a blessing in disguise. It's likely that your battle with the zombie allowed you to better control the spiritual energy within you, leading to your breakthrough. It's fortunate that you wore my robe. The zombie only caused your blood to surge, and it's not serious. Otherwise, without a few days of rest, you wouldn't recover. Now, you'll be fine after a night." Uncle Joe nodded at Su Xingxuan's words, noting, "Indeed, when you said the zombie ran away yesterday, I knew something would happen. But since you've been injured, if you don't get treated in time, it will hinder your cultivation later. Perhaps this is fate. You should rest a bit to stabilize your cultivation while I go check on the Rin estate. Hopefully, there won't be any major issues." With that, Uncle Joe hurried toward the town. Just as he had this thought, the door of all wonders, which hadn't made a sound for several days, suddenly spoke. "Congratulations, host. You have finally discovered this point." "Huh, what?" Su Xingxuan was taken aback by these words, taking a while to process what the door of all wonders meant. He quickly asked, "Door of all wonders, what do you mean? Is everything truly due to the irresistible nature of the plot? If that's the case, what is the significance of my arrival in this world or any other? After all, even without me, the plot in those worlds would continue as usual." Regarding Su Xingxuan's confusion, the door of all wonders didn't seem surprised. In fact, there is no such thing as the irresistible nature of the plot. Since the host has arrived, everything you do will cause change. Just like when you broke Winsai's puppet talisman. It resulted in the two of you not harming others with magic in the future. The events in the original film, where Wei was tormented by the two, will no longer occur. The plot has already changed. But what about the zombie? And Uncle Joe was also delayed, allowing the zombie to wreak havoc, wasn't it? Su Xingxuan asked, puzzled. "It's complicated, yet simple. Since Pangu opened the heavens, everything is interconnected by fate. Mortal beings gaze up at the vast sky, where the sun and moon quietly rest. The four seasons change, and between the realms of the living and the dead, all things follow their causes and conditions. The eternal and grand is the way of heaven. The way of heaven is the generation of heaven and earth, as well as the aspirations of all beings. There is neither birth nor extinction. What you call the plot is, in fact, the way of heaven within this small world. The way of heaven remains unchanged in its great momentum, while the minor forces may change. When the minor forces change, the great momentum may also experience setbacks. You, by breaking the autumn and creating literary talent and magical arts, are altering the hearts of two people toward the path. This is the minor force. The zombie fleeing is the entanglement of cause and effect that must be extinguished. This is the great momentum. Now, you are merely a small path cultivator. How can you change the great momentum? If one day your cultivation can surpass or influence a certain way of heaven, then naturally you can also alter the great momentum, which means the plot you speak of as being unchangeable can also be changed. Your arrival is to cultivate by borrowing the fortune of a certain way of heaven, and to borrow the fortune of a certain way of heaven. You must maintain that way of heaven, which means assisting the child of fortune, punishing evil and promoting good, nourishing the way of heaven, rather than being obsessed with whether the plot can be altered. Do you understand? I understand, but not completely. In short, the plot is not entirely unchangeable, right? Xingxuan asked. Of course. That's good. If it were just a puppet on strings, it wouldn't be fun at all. Xingxuan nodded. In that case, perhaps I can still save many who shouldn't have died in many worlds, and it wouldn't be in vain for me to have gone through this. Chapter 30, Zombie Transformation. Junior brother, are you there? Just as Xingxuan was preparing to look at the foundational Taoist techniques after chatting for a while with the Gate of All Wonders, he suddenly heard Qiuxing's voice and couldn't help but walk out of the room, only to see Qiuxing and Wentai rushing in a panic. Senior brother, I'm here. What happened? Where's Master? Xingxuan quickly approached the two. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan shook his head. Senior brother, you got it wrong. What Master wants is not sticky rice, but raw glutinous rice, which can prevent zombies. How about this? Let's prepare the tools first. Tonight, I'll go to the prison to rescue Master and deal with old Master Ren. Senior brother, your martial arts and cultivation are above mine. You should go protect Tingting at old Master Ren's house. After all, I just had a confrontation with that zombie, and I'm still a bit scared. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing was taken aback for a moment, wanting to say something, but Xingxuan's eyes turned, and he muttered to himself, I don't know if the legendary hero saving the beauty is true. If I can save someone else's life, then the matter of pledging my life in return is probably true. At this moment, Qiuxing had not yet encountered that female ghost Xiaoyu and still had some feelings for Tingting. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest, saying, In that case, junior brother, you go rescue Master from the prison. Remember to bring all the tools, okay? Just leave the ruined residence to me. Seeing this, Xingxuan secretly laughed, but nodded on the surface. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you, senior brother. I'll go prepare the things. Soon, night gradually fell. Xingxuan put on a set of night clothes and headed toward the town's prison. He wasn't sure if it was due to the good security in the town or the poor alertness of the police, but although Xingxuan didn't have Qiuxing's skills, he managed to sneak onto the roof of the prison after some effort. It so happened that when Xingxuan arrived, he saw Wei threatening Jiushu with a branding iron. Watching the branding iron drop onto Jiushu's chest, Xingxuan couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. When he saw this scene as a child, he thought Jiushu was really being burned. Who knew it was just pigskin? He found it hilarious. And now seeing it live was even funnier. However, Wei was just talking. After threatening Jiushu, he left with his men. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly tied a rope to a nearby tree and slid down. Just as he landed, he saw Jiushu's head poking out from the bars, stuck there, and couldn't help but laugh. Master, what are you doing? Practicing the bone-locking technique. Xingxuan, is that you? Jiushu was startled to see Xingxuan. And then he thought of his own appearance, his old face turning red with embarrassment as he angrily said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me get my head in. Hearing this, Xingxuan smiled. Master, I just had a confrontation with that zombie, and I'm still a bit scared. It might be safer if I come to save you. But Master, I can help you. But you mustn't blame me for anything I do. Remembering Qiuxing's actions in the movie, a sly smile flashed in Xingxuan's eyes. At this moment, Jiushu was anxious and naturally didn't notice anything wrong with his disciple. He hurriedly said, I won't blame you. Hurry up. Master, you said it. No matter what I do, you won't blame me. Xingxuan quickly replied. Upon hearing this, although Jiushu's face was somewhat unsightly, he merely glared at Xingxuan and asked, Did you bring the things? Xingxuan nodded, untying a bundle from his body and taking out the chicken blood, black ink, yellow talismans, and glutinous rice one by one. Jiushu nodded and was about to speak when old Master Ren, lying on the wooden board, suddenly sat up. Jiushu quickly handed the glutinous rice to Xingxuan and said, Quick, sprinkle the glutinous rice around him to block the corpse chi. Saying this, he poured the chicken blood and black ink into a bowl and began to draw talismans. Xingxuan took the glutinous rice, nodded, and glanced at the talisman Jiushu was drawing. It wasn't one of the basic talismans, it looked more profound. Xingxuan was just about to sprinkle it around old Master Ren when he noticed that old Master Ren, who had just been there, had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly said, "Master, not good. Old Master Ren is gone." "What?" Jiu was startled, then handed the yellow talisman to Xingxuan and said, "Take this, quickly find him, and stick this on his head." Having already encountered zombies, Xingxuan shook his head at Old Master Ren, compared to Old Lady Ren. This Old Master Ren had become a zombie that was far inferior. Thinking this, Xingxuan's movements didn't slow down. He sprinkled a handful of glutinous rice on Old Master Ren. The pristine glutinous rice fell on him and exploded like bullets, causing Old Master Ren to scream in agony. Seeing this, Xingxuan chuckled and, taking advantage of Old Master Ren's struggle, rolled closer to him. Before Old Master Ren could react, the yellow talisman had already landed on his head, and the Old Master Ren, who had just been struggling fiercely, suddenly quieted down. "What is going on? What happened?" At that moment, the guards outside the door heard the commotion and rushed in to check. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly flipped over and hid behind the nailboard. Soon, he saw Wei come in with 2 police officers, who leaned over to check Old Master Ren, and said, "This is his cousin, let him out." After the 2 subordinates went out, Wei chuckled, pulled out a gun from his waist, leaned over to Old Master Ren, and said, "Cousin, what do you think?" Accidentally tearing off the talisman and firing a shot at the nailboard, he sneered, "Don't hide, come out and take a shot." Hearing the gunshot, Xingxuan was startled and stood up from behind the nailboard, only to see Old Master Ren slowly walking towards Wei. He quickly shouted, "Watch out behind you." Seeing this, Xingxuan flipped over and jumped out from behind the nailboard. The glutinous rice in his hand rained down on Old Master Ren like a storm, and a series of loud explosions rang out as the glutinous rice burst open on Old Master Ren like bullets, causing him to scream in agony, with a particularly mournful sound. Looking at Wei clinging to him, Xingxuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said, "Your cousin was killed by Old Lady Ren after turning into a zombie, and the corpse poison entered his heart, turning him into a zombie too. Quickly find the talisman you just tore off. I'll hold him off. Hurry." Saying this, Xingxuan shoved Wei aside and sprinkled another handful of glutinous rice. Although Master Ren had turned into a zombie and lacked awareness, it didn't mean he was devoid of any sensation. He had been injured several times by glutinous rice. But each time Xingxuan used the same trick, Master Ren managed to dodge, resulting in only a few grains hitting him, rendering their impact negligible. As for Wei, after being knocked aside, he quickly searched the ground and finally found a talisman. He hurriedly ran over to it, grinning as he picked it up. At that moment, due to his dodging, Master Ren happened to run right next to Wei and, seeing this, let out a loud roar and reached for him. Wei's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly applied the yellow talisman to Master Ren. Xingxuan and Jiu shouted in unison, "No." However, it was too late. As soon as their words left their mouths, the yellow talisman had already landed on Master Ren. With a loud bang, the talisman exploded on him, sending a shockwave that knocked both Master Ren and Wei away. Xingxuan shook his head, secretly cursing Wei for being more of a hindrance than a help. Although he wasn't proficient in the art of talismans, he knew that if the talisman landed on a zombie's head, it could subdue it. However, if it landed elsewhere, it would only clash with the corpse energy and injure the zombie, which was precisely what had happened. It had only severely injured Master Ren without achieving the desired subduing effect. After being hurt by the yellow talisman, Master Ren became even more ferocious, swiping his claws at Wei. Xingxuan quickly scattered more glutinous rice, causing sparks to fly as it hit Master Ren, and simultaneously jumped up, delivering a kick that sent Master Ren flying. Immediately after, Xingxuan helped the panicked Wei up and urged, "Quickly, go free my master." Just as he finished speaking, Master Ren lunged at them again. Xingxuan frowned and glanced down at the bag of glutinous rice in his hand, realizing it was running low. If they couldn't subdue this zombie soon, they would be in trouble. And he also wondered if Ren Jiaqiuxing Wenkai could withstand an even stronger zombie. With this thought, Xingxuan scattered the remaining glutinous rice, forcing Master Ren back a few steps, then quickly retreated toward Jiu, asking as he did, "Master, I'm out of glutinous rice. What should I do?" Master Ren noticed that Xingxuan had exhausted his glutinous rice, let out a loud shout, and lunged at him with increased speed. Hearing this, Jiu quickly pulled out a wooden sword from the bag Xingxuan had brought, formed a talisman seal, bit his middle finger, and smeared the blood onto the peachwood sword. A flash of red light appeared as the blood was absorbed by the sword, and then he tossed it, shouting, "Xingxuan, catch the sword." The peachwood sword, now imbued with Jiu's magical power, was far more powerful than the glutinous rice. Even the rice had made it difficult for Master Ren to endure, let alone the peachwood sword. Master Ren let out a terrible scream as he was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Xingxuan charged in. Although he hadn't practiced swordplay, he had learned a bit over the past few days and swung the peachwood sword with precision. Knowing the sword's might, Master Ren dared not confront it head-on and instead fled around the prison. For a moment, Xingxuan found it challenging to catch him. Just as the standoff between the man and the zombie was at a stalemate, Jiushu had already been freed by a way. Seeing Master Ren fleeing in all directions, he swiftly delivered a kick, and with a loud thud, the previously intimidating Master Ren was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Xingxuan leaped up, shouting as he did, and hurled the peachwood sword, which struck Master Ren in the back, piercing through him as easily as cutting through tofu. A piercing scream echoed as Master Ren struggled a few times before finally lying still. Jiushu then pulled out a talisman from his pocket, gave it a gentle shake, and set it ablaze. It fell onto Master Ren, turning him to ashes in an instant. Is that it? Away said, gazing at the charred remains with lingering fear. Jiushu shook his head and replied, "It's not that simple. This was just a small zombie infected by corpse poison. The truly terrifying one is the zombie that Master Ren has transformed into. If we don't kill it, who knows how many more zombies will emerge in town. The first target a zombie seeks to kill is always its closest relatives, using their bloodline to enhance its power. Now that Master Ren is dead, the next target will be Tingting. Xingxuan, we need to hurry to the Ren residence. I'm afraid Xiaoxing Wenkai won't be able to handle that zombie." With that, Jiushu and Xingxuan rushed toward the Ren residence. Chapter 32, Zombie. Tingting. Away's expression changed upon hearing this, and he hurriedly followed behind the two as they made their way to the Ren residence. When the three arrived, they saw Xiaoxing Wenkai and Tingting fleeing in all directions. If it weren't for Xiaoxing's decent skills and some knowledge of Taoist arts, using the terrain to hold off the zombie for a while, the three would have probably died countless times by now. Seeing this situation, Jiushu quickly glanced at Xingxuan and said, "Xingxuan, the ink line." "Yes, master." Xingxuan nodded, took out the ink line from his pocket, and the two rushed toward the zombie. As soon as the zombie touched the ink line, sparks flew, and it was sent flying. This time, unlike in the story where Wenkai caused trouble, Xingxuan and Jiushu managed to push the zombie into a corner. Xingxuan clearly felt the corpse energy on it diminish significantly. Just when Xingxuan thought they could take down the zombie, the plot proved that the power of the storyline, or the heavenly mandate, was not so easily changed. Because Xiaoxing had just blocked the zombie, the entire Ren residence was a scene of devastation. Just as Xingxuan and Jiushu were preparing to strike again with the ink line, it accidentally got cut by a nearby broken chair, and they both missed their target. Seeing this, the zombie quickly counterattacked, leaping out and fortuitously grabbing Wenkai. Xingxuan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed Wenkai couldn't escape the zombie poison after all. With this thought, he hurriedly picked up the ink coin from the ground and swung it like a steel whip, hitting the zombie. With a loud crack, the zombie was sent flying, and it was this very strike that sent it into the courtyard, causing Away at the entrance to panic and start shooting, with a group of subordinates recklessly firing into the house. Watching this scene, Xingxuan cursed inwardly, a bunch of pig brains. Don't they know zombies aren't afraid of guns? And what if I, Jiushu, and Xiaoxing get hit? Who will take responsibility for that? With that, Xingxuan quickly rolled to the side, but soon felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he found that a shard of wood had pierced his foot during the roll. While it wasn't serious, it felt somewhat sinister to him. After a round of gunfire, the zombie had escaped. At this moment, Away hurried over, saying, "If I hadn't run fast, I would have shot him dead already." Jiushu didn't respond, but looked at everyone and asked, "Has anyone been injured by the zombie?" "Master, Wenkai got scratched by the zombie." "Is he going to turn into a zombie?" Xiaoxing and Tingting supported the injured Wenkai, while Xingxuan limped out as well. "It's possible, but there's still hope. We can use glutinous rice to eliminate the corpse poison and also prevent him from turning into a zombie," Jiushu replied. Upon hearing this, Away recalled how Xingxuan had used glutinous rice against the zombie in the prison and rushed off to buy some, not caring about Wenkai. At this moment, Jiushu noticed Xingxuan's limping and couldn't help but ask, "Xingxuan, what happened? Did you get hurt by the zombie?" "I'm fine. Just got a splinter in my foot from the wood. Resting a bit will be fine." Xingxuan shook his head and said, "That's good." Uncle Jiu nodded, then looked at Tingting. "Tingting, this place is no longer safe. Until we eliminate the zombies, you should stay in our ancestral hall for now." Thinking of this, Xingxuan couldn't help but ask the Door of All Wonders in his mind. "Door of All Wonders, let me ask you, how did I get splintered? Is it related to the heavenly way of this world?" The host is indeed very perceptive. That's right, Uncle Gio is the son of fortune in this world, protected by the heavenly way. However, as the saying goes, under the heavenly way, every drink and bite has its predetermined fate. Even the son of fortune cannot have a smooth journey. But since the son of fortune is protected by the heavenly way, some burdens that should be borne by the son of fortune are instead shouldered by those around him. So, whether it's Wenkai being injured by a zombie or Xiaoxing being enchanted by a female ghost, It should be Uncle Gio's responsibility. As the disciple of Uncle Gio, your fate is connected to his, so naturally, you can't escape this. Hearing the door of all wonders say this, Xingxuan sneered. You're just trying to scare me. I don't believe it. I think the heavenly way of this world doesn't want me to interfere with Qiuxing and that female ghost's fleeting romance. Otherwise, how could this injury heal in just one day? Forget it. I didn't plan to interfere anyway, and I'm no match for that female ghost. But if Uncle Gio deals with her, I might be able to fish in troubled waters. The door of all wonders had no response to Su Xingxuan's words, whether it was tacitly acknowledging this fact or for some other reason. However, Su Xingxuan certainly wouldn't say this out loud. He then turned his eyes and deliberately said, Master, I have finished reading the basic talismans you taught me. The basic Dao techniques also recorded some content about corpse chasing, but I'm not very clear about how to catch ghosts. Now that I'm a bit injured and can't practice at night, could you tell me how to catch ghosts? So I don't waste time? Hearing Su Xingxuan say this, Uncle Gio nodded with satisfaction. You're diligent, much better than your two senior brothers. Since that's the case, I will tell you about the methods of catching ghosts. Chapter 33, The Ghost Cage. After Uncle Gio's explanation, Su Xingxuan learned quite a bit about ghost catching techniques in one night, especially under the intentional guidance of Su Xingxuan, where Uncle Gio inadvertently revealed many profound Dao techniques to him. Although Su Xingxuan couldn't learn them all at once, he silently remembered them. Among them, there was a technique that combined Dao techniques and magical tools, called the ghost cage, specifically used to catch ghosts. However, this magical tool had a singular use and was disposable, so generally, no one would make it. Although the ghost cage was a powerful tool for catching ghosts, it was difficult to operate and slow to activate, often resulting in the ghost escaping before it was caught. Thus, over time, few people would use it. However, when Su Xingxuan heard about the ghost cage, his eyes lit up. First, this ghost cage was very simple to make. Even someone who had never crafted a magical tool or had no magical power could create a rough version, albeit with very limited power. The ghost cage was made from the 5 ghosts' wood, which refers to willow, mulberry, locust, poplar, and bitter neem. Folklore says, do not plant mulberry in front. Do not plant willow in back. Do not plant ghosts in the courtyard. Among the 5 ghosts' woods, poplar rustles in the wind, making a sound like ghosts clapping their hands. The mulberry sounds like mourning, and the willow is used when someone in the family has died, making a mourning staff from willow branches to summon souls, implying the retention of ghosts. The bitter neem is because the neem fruit is bitter, indicating the owner will suffer bitter fruits, and ghosts suffer, thus seen as an omen. As for the locust tree, it goes without saying, it is associated with ghosts, being the foremost of the 5 ghosts' woods, where many ghosts reside. The ghost cage is based on locust wood, with bitter neem as bait, mulberry leaves as the top, poplar wood as the sides, and willow branches as the lock, inherently a place that absorbs energy and ghostly entities. If assisted by Dao techniques, it can transform into a powerful tool for catching ghosts. Su Xingxuan knew that if he relied solely on his cultivation, dealing with the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu from the movie would be quite difficult. After all, Dong Xiaoyu in the movie was something Uncle Gio had to exert considerable effort to subdue. If he were to confront her directly, his chances of success were indeed very slim. At dawn, Awei arrived at the ancestral hall with a team, saying they wanted to invite Uncle Gio to catch zombies together. Wenkai, however, had fallen asleep last night and didn't jump, and the corpse poison had spread, starting to grow nails and causing changes to his face. Hearing this, Awei couldn't help but say, Hey, I was patrolling outside all night, and it didn't rain. To their words, Qiuxing couldn't take in a bit. And even Uncle Gio didn't pay attention, sleeping on a nearby recliner. Seeing this, Uncle Gio frowned. Su Xingxuan looked at Awei, who still wanted to drag Uncle Gio to catch zombies, and quickly said, Captain, weren't you going to catch zombies? My master doesn't have time right now, but that zombie is already injured, and it's daytime, making it easy to catch. If we catch it, it will definitely be a great achievement. But if it gets to night, that zombie will be fierce, and then... Saying this, Su Xingxuan glanced at Awei. Hearing this, Awei couldn't help but swallow hard. And Wenkai immediately laughed. What's wrong? Are you scared? Scared of what? How could I be scared? Let's go? Hearing Wencai's mockery, Awei immediately puffed out his chest, looking very confident as he waved his hand and left. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan shook his head. He saw Tingting preparing to take the glutinous rice inside to cook porridge, so he hurried to help. When he picked up the bag, he suddenly remembered that in the movie, this glutinous rice had been mixed with sticky rice. He deliberately shook the glutinous rice while lifting it, and with a rustling sound, quite a bit spilled out. Seeing this, Uncle Gio frowned. What's going on? A grown person can't even lift rice without spilling it. Saying this, he shook his head and walked over to help gather the rice into a pile. Just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly exclaimed, grabbing a handful of rice to look at, and couldn't help but curse. This damned rice dealer actually mixed sticky rice into the glutinous rice. Fortunately, I found out, otherwise Wen Kai would have eaten this and surely died. Ah, master. What should we do? Xingxuan hurriedly asked. What to do? Separate it. Ting Ting, you girls are more meticulous, so I'll leave it to you. Xingxuan, go get some cinnabar for me. I have use for it. Uncle Joe put the rice he had in his hand back into the bag and went to pull open Xiaoxing's clothes, exposing his chest. Xingxuan knew Uncle Joe was going to draw a talisman, nodded, and went to get the cinnabar. He also found an excuse to go out to look for 5 ghost wood. Fortunately, although the ancestral hall lacked other materials, there were still some ghostly wood like locust wood. Soon, he found locust, mulberry, poplar, and willow. The remaining bitter neem trees weren't in the ancestral hall, but there were 1 or 2 near the ancestral hall. Xingxuan went around and managed to find some. Returning to the room, looking at the pile of wood laid out on the ground, Xingxuan took a deep breath. This was his first time refining a magical tool. Although it was just a simple disposable magical tool, to be on the safe side, and considering that the female ghost had some skills, Xingxuan still focused all his attention. Looking at the locust wood on the ground, Xingxuan took out a carving knife from his pocket, silently reciting the 3 purities incantation. At the same time, a yellow talisman flew out, and with a shake of his hand, the yellow talisman ignited without fire and fell into a dish of cinnabar. He then inserted the carving knife into the cinnabar and carefully began to carve on the locust wood, concentrating fully, slowly infusing his inner magical power into the carving knife, while holding the locust wood steady without the slightest tremble. Finally, when Xingxuan was sweating profusely, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water, that piece of locust wood was finally carved. However, rather than looking like a cage, it resembled a somewhat deformed box. Chapter 34, Catching Ghosts. However, this deformed box brought a hint of a smile to Xingxuan's face. Indeed, from the outside, this deformed box could hardly be considered a proper magical artifact, but to Xingxuan, it was the barely noticeable traces of magic flowing within the deformed box that caught his eye. According to Xingxuan's estimation, his first attempt at carving a ghost cage would most likely fail, yet he was surprised to find that although the shape of the ghost cage was very ugly, it had not leaked any of the magic flowing within it, essentially making it a prototype of a magical artifact. Watching this scene, Xingxuan became even more spirited, gradually placing the branches of Yangsang Lu Lian onto the ghost cage, then lighting a bit of cinnabar and placing it on the ghost cage, silently reciting Taishang Laojun. Hurry as the law commands. A soft sound was heard, and a red light flashed on the ghost cage. Seeing this, Xingxuan nodded, putting the fist-sized ghost cage into his pocket. He glanced at the gradually darkening sky, estimating that Xiaoxing would soon wake up, and Uncle Joe would likely be ready to capture that female ghost, so he hurried to the main hall. Before he even entered the hall, he heard Xiaoxing's voice coming from inside. It's already dark. How long have I been asleep? You've been asleep for a day, Uncle Jiu replied irritably. Unfortunately, Xiaoxing was completely oblivious to this, and upon hearing it, he quickly sat up, realizing, oh no, I haven't gone to the shop all day. My aunt is going to scold me to death. You still remember your aunt? Uncle Joe glanced at Xiaoxing and said. Seeing this, Xingxuan knew that Uncle Joe was going to catch the female ghost, so he turned to Ting Ting and said, Ting Ting, Master must be going to catch that female ghost. I'm worried that he might run into trouble alone. Can you take care of Wen Kai for me? I'm going to help Master. Among the 3, Xiaoxing was the fastest, as he was riding a bicycle, and his speed was incomparable to the bus that Uncle Joe and Xingxuan were taking. Fortunately, both of them were cultivators, with physical abilities much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, Xingxuan knew that Uncle Joe and that female ghost would still be fighting for a while. So he wasn't in a hurry, just trailing behind until he saw a mansion and stopped, not going inside. Looking at the beautifully decorated mansion, which didn't seem like an ordinary person's home, Xingxuan shook his head. If the men in the movie were so foolish as to be enchanted by a female ghost in such a remote place, how could they not be suspicious of such a large and fine house? Even if it were a villa in the mountains, how could an ordinary person afford it? Not to mention, it would be impossible for a weak woman to live alone there. Besides, could she even clean such a large house? After silently criticizing, Xingxuan did not follow Uncle Joe into the house like Xiaoxing, but stood not far away, taking out 2 pomelo leaves from his bag, which he used to open his heavenly eye. After all, people have their paths, and ghosts have theirs. Generally speaking, unless one is born with the yin-yang eye, people cannot see ghosts. Unless a person has profound cultivation and has reached the spiritual realm, or the true human realm, they can naturally see ghosts. Otherwise, they must use certain methods, such as washing their eyes with pomelo leaves. However, it's not just any pomelo leaves that can open the heavenly eye. Only those that have been soaked in rootless water before being offered at a shrine can do so. Using any random water would be useless. Xingxuan picked up a pomelo leaf, infused it with magic, and lightly rubbed it in front of his eyes. Instantly, he felt a refreshing sensation. When he opened his eyes, he saw layers of eerie, ghostly energy rising from the mansion, and even though he knew it was a ghost house, he couldn't help but marvel at how thick the ghost energy was around Dong Xiaoyu, who had only been a ghost for a few years. It seemed her talent was not lacking, likely related to the heavenly path. Just as he was thinking, a moonbeam suddenly pierced through the dark clouds like a sword, shining down on the mansion. Xingxuan knew that Uncle Jiao was drawing on the power of the moonlight, and sure enough, a moment later, he felt the ghostly clouds stirring, with flashes of light appearing intermittently. It was likely that Uncle Jiao and the female ghost had started to fight. Immediately, Xingxuan opened his bag, took out incense candles, yellow paper, a few red strings, and the deformed ghost cage. After lighting the incense candles, Xingxuan held the yellow paper, silently reciting a scripture. With a shake of his hands, magic stirred, and the yellow paper ignited in the sunlight. Xingxuan then stamped his foot on the ground and shouted, "Rise." With this command, the ghost cage on the ground trembled slightly and slowly floated up. At this moment, the yellow talisman in Xingxuan's hand was nearly burnt out, almost reaching his fingers, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if the flames burning at his fingertips were merely an illusion. Seeing the flames reaching his fingertips, Xingxuan pointed, and the yellow talisman instantly floated in the air, like a weary bird returning to its nest, falling into the ghost cage with a swoosh. Following this, Xingxuan used his toes to lift a red string and, with both hands assisting, tied it up in a knot to hold in his hand. In the darkness, the ghost cage floated heavily, with a flickering flame inside. Resembling a lantern, Xingxuan held the red string and slowly crouched down, his expression serious. Suddenly, a wild wind swept through the mansion, and a ghostly energy condensed as if it had become tangible. Even outside the mansion, Xingxuan felt flying sand and stones, almost unable to open his eyes. At that moment, he saw the ghostly energy transform into a dark light trying to escape. Xingxuan acted quickly, without thinking, releasing the red string from his hand while shouting, "Capture." He pointed at the ghost cage, and the flame within instantly expanded several times, illuminating the area as bright as day. Chapter 35, The Zombie Reappears. The red string flew like a dragon above the ghostly energy, and in an instant, it shot out in all directions like a flash of lightning, followed by a piercing scream. The red light on the red string surged, resembling a scalding chain, pulling a figure out of the ghostly clouds. The figure appeared to be a woman, her silver robe partially concealing her curvaceous form, which only accentuated her charm. Her hair fell casually, exuding a gentle aura, but her face was half exquisite and half decayed and ugly. Even though Xingxuan already knew this was Dong Xiaoyu's true appearance, seeing that face, which embodied both beauty and ugliness, still startled him, causing his grip on the red string to loosen slightly. This looseness gave Dong Xiaoyu the opportunity she needed. With a loud shout, she shook her head, and her hair transformed into sharp steel needles, as her head separated from her body, lunging towards Xingxuan to bite him. Seeing this, Xingxuan was alarmed and quickly retreated a few steps, pulling out several yellow talismans from his pocket. He shouted, "Taishang Laojun, hurry as the law commands." Command. The lightweight yellow talismans instantly shot out like bullets, landing on Dong Xiaoyu's head with a series of crackling sounds, followed by another round of screams as her head fell back onto her body. Realizing this, Xingxuan dared not be careless. He pointed at the ghost cage and silently recited. The ghost cage immediately emitted a huge pulling force, and one of the bitter locust seeds inside began to emit a rich fragrance as it burned in the talisman fire. Dong Xiaoyu, who had just been struggling desperately, felt her body soften upon smelling the fragrance and became unable to move, only able to watch as she was slowly pulled into the ghost cage. At the moment Dong Xiaoyu was drawn into the ghost cage, it suddenly fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, and all the light, pulling force, and fragrance disappeared, leaving it still crooked and ugly. Thinking that Jioshu and Qiusheng would be coming out soon, Xingxuan quickly tidied up the scene to avoid revealing anything. Looking at the slightly charred red string in his hand, he couldn't help but shake his head. After all, it was just a red string dyed with vermilion. Even with a sneak attack, it almost let Dong Xiaoyu escape. If he had used the rooster's blood to refine the red string, it could have barely counted as a decent magical tool, and it would surely have been more effective for ghost catching. While he was thinking, Xingxuan saw two figures coming out of the mansion. He quickly approached, seeing that both of them were covered in dust and looked quite disheveled. Amused, but maintaining a concerned expression, he asked, "Master, senior brother, are you both all right?" "Xingxuan, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to stay at the funeral parlor and keep an eye on Wenkai?" Jioshu looked at Xingxuan and immediately thought of his own disheveled appearance, quickly asking, Su Xingxuan recounted the excuse he had prepared. Oh, it's like this. I heard from Tingting that senior brother encountered a ghost. Seeing how anxious you are, Master, you must be going to catch a ghost. I was worried something might happen, so I thought I'd come and take a look. If anything happens, I can help you out, Master. By the way, Master, I just saw a wisp of energy running out of the house. Are you and senior brother all right? We're fine. How could I be in trouble? Jioshu quickly replied. By the way, did you see that ghost? Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Xingxuan waved his hand. I saw that ghost energy was impure, dissipating everywhere, and it seemed to be seriously injured. It probably won't recover without several years of cultivation. Master, you must have heard it badly, right? You're really amazing. There's nothing to it. If it weren't for this brat, I would have captured her long ago, Jioshu said proudly, but inwardly he was wondering. Did I really hit that female ghost so hard? According to Xingxuan, she was almost on the verge of destruction. Could it be that I've been fighting zombies too much recently and accidentally went too far? Although he had some doubts, the next night, when he didn't see Dong Xiaoyu appear, Jioshu finally believed that she was indeed injured. Otherwise, she would have come looking for Qiusheng. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another piece of news caused the funeral parlor to become busy again. A zombie had appeared, and another person had been bitten to death in the town. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan frowned slightly and looked at Jioshu. Master, the zombie was hit by the ink line and was clearly seriously injured. Now it can still appear to kill, which means it has probably recovered. I'm worried it has already killed 2 people, and it might have gradually developed its 5 senses. At that point, even if we hold our breath, we might not be able to avoid it. Well, your concerns are not unfounded. Jioshu nodded with a serious face. Qiusheng Wenkai, you guys quickly prepare the tools with Xingxuan and protect Tingting well. I'll go check on that corpse in the town. Yes, the few of them immediately sprang into action. Su Xingxuan recalled that in the movie, this zombie was quite powerful, and even Jioshu couldn't handle it. In the end, it was the Four-Eyes Taoist who passed by and used a group of walking corpses to hold the zombie down before burning it to death. However, Su Xingxuan did not plan to kill it in the same way as in the movie, as the methods used to kill zombies in films were often based on luck. And if anything went wrong, they might not be able to eliminate the zombie. Fortunately, Su Xingxuan had already thought of a countermeasure. While the 3 were busy, he went alone to the ancestral hall of the funeral parlor, looking at the rows of coffins, and walked over slowly. Chapter 36, Coffin Nails. Looking at these coffins, Su Xingxuan first took a stick of incense from the side, lit it, and bowed to the coffins. Brothers, please allow me. Today, I come to ask for something from the esteemed elder brother. I hope you all forgive me, and I will definitely return it afterwards. Also, I will give you all some less yellow paper money. Thank you. Saying this, Su Xingxuan walked to a coffin, respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense, and then pulled out a coffin nail about a foot long from it. Looking at the coffin nail that carried the aura of the dead, Su Xingxuan smiled, and then walked to the second coffin. Just like the first coffin, after offering incense, he pulled out another coffin nail. After walking through 7 coffins and pulling out 7 coffin nails, he finally stopped. Then, Su Xingxuan took out a fire basin, placed some paper money in it, and took out a yellow talisman. After the yang fire swept over and ignited the paper money, he walked out. As soon as he reached the main hall, he saw the door tightly closed. Su Xingxuan walked forward in confusion. Didn't Tiwi say not to seal the room? Why is it sealed again? He knocked on the door. Senior brother, it's me. Open the door. Didn't Tiwi say not to seal the room? Why is the main door closed? Who would have thought that this remark would be like a mud cow entering the sea, with no response at all? Su Xingxuan frowned and knocked harder. Senior brother? Senior brother? Tingting, are you there? Are you there? Su Xingxuan's heart suddenly jumped. His face turned pale, and without thinking, he used a dispelling charm in his left hand and a coffin nail in his right hand, stabbing forward. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that the area was covered in glutinous rice. The zombie wouldn't have entered without making a sound, and moreover, he didn't smell any corpse aura. Su Xingxuan focused and saw Qiusheng holding his chest with a twisted expression looking at him. Su Xingxuan couldn't help but glance at the sharp coffin nail in his hand and laughed. Senior brother, what are you doing? You scared me for no reason. If I hadn't reacted quickly and stopped, this nail would have pierced through you instead of just tearing your clothes. As he spoke, Su Xingxuan raised the coffin nail in his hand and pretended to stab someone with it. Hearing this, Qiusheng rubbed his chest, frowning as he looked at the nail in Su Xingxuan's hand. You still blame me? We 3 worked ourselves to death, and you just disappeared somewhere to slack off. Don't talk about scaring you. Even locking you outside to play with the zombie would have been fine. I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of revenge. That long nail, are you trying to take my life? At this moment, Wenkai also approached, looking at the coffin nail in Su Xingxuan's hand and grinning. If that long nail pokes into someone, they wouldn't just die. They'd be disabled too. Xingxuan, what are you doing? Hearing this, Su Xingxuan finally understood why Qiusheng wanted to scare him and shook his head. Senior brother, You misunderstood me. I wasn't slacking off. I went to the ancestral hall to find this coffin nail to deal with the zombie. Coffin nail? Dealing with a zombie? Both of them were taken aback upon hearing this, looking at the thing in Su Xingxuan's hand, which was indeed a coffin nail. Ting, who had been silent, also looked at Su Xingxuan with anticipation. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan said, "That's right, it's a coffin nail. Senior brother, you know I'm also a master of a funeral parlor. I just didn't have any skills when I inherited the funeral parlor. To prevent it from declining under my management, I came to master to learn. Although I don't have any great skills, I do know a bit about some things that aren't exactly spells. In our ancestral hall, there is a recorded method to deal with zombies, which involves using coffin nails against them. It is said that for an ordinary zombie, just one coffin nail is enough to subdue it. For a more powerful one, 7 coffin nails are needed, and for the legendary zombies that can fly and escape, 49 coffin nails are required. As for those that are even older, coffin nails won't work against them, but we want to encounter such zombies. The zombie that old Master Ren has turned into is different from ordinary zombies. It feeds on the blood of its closest kin. So one coffin nail definitely won't be enough to subdue it. Therefore, I went to find 7 of the oldest and most potent coffin nails. If that zombie comes, we will still have a fighting chance, Su Xingxuan explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Junior brother, you should have said so earlier. But are 7 coffin nails enough? What if it's not? I think there's still time. Let's go find a few more coffin nails, 49, right? Xiaoxing said, suddenly energized by the thought of coffin nails being able to deal with zombies, with Wenkai eagerly agreeing. Yes, let's find a few more, just in case. Seeing the two looking frightened, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh and quickly stopped them from heading to the ancestral hall, saying, Senior brother, don't go. Only one coffin nail can be taken from each coffin, and it's the coffin nail that has absorbed the power of the whole coffin that is useful. Not to mention our ancestral hall doesn't have that many coffins. Even if we did, the arrangement method for 49 coffin nails is different from that of 7 coffin nails. It's a secret method that I don't know. All I know is how to arrange 1 coffin nail and 7 coffin nails. So even if we had 49 coffin nails, it wouldn't be of any use. Oh, I see. Then junior brother, please continue. Xiaosheng and Wenkai urged him to go on. Shaking his head at the two's antics, Su Xingxuan continued, to kill the zombie with coffin nails. You must nail it in 7 places. The forehead, chest, both hands, both feet, and the back. As long as these 7 places are nailed, the zombie will surely die. I see, junior brother. Look, as the eldest senior brother, I have an obligation to deal with the zombie, so just give me those coffin nails. I promise to turn that zombie to ashes, Xiaosheng said with a grin, patting his chest to show his confidence. Chapter 37, The Zombie Attacks. Just as Su Xingxuan was about to say something, a loud knocking sound came from the door. Wenkai was preparing to open it when suddenly, with a loud crash, the door collapsed completely, and the zombie with disheveled hair walked in, its red eyes eerie and terrifying. Seeing this, Xiaosheng hurriedly shouted, Close the door. Wait. Su Xingxuan quickly stopped him. The area is filled with glutinous rice. Even if the zombie wants to come in, it won't be that easy. Besides, senior brother, you just saw that even such a thick door couldn't stop him. Even if we close the door, it would be futile. On the contrary, we might be trapped inside. Rather than that, we should engage with him. If we find an opportunity, we can nail him down. As he spoke, Su Xingxuan took out 6 coffin nails from his pocket and handed them to him, saying, Take these 6 coffin nails, senior brother. Remember, the first 6 can be nailed in any order, but the last one must be nailed in the forehead, and it must be the last one. Otherwise, the effect of the coffin nails will be greatly diminished. To avoid mistakes, I will take care of that last one. Senior brother, find the right moment to nail the other places. Do you understand? Xiaoxing nodded as he took the coffin nails. Noticing that the zombie was now able to walk freely, it stepped on the glutinous rice, which reacted as if it were stepping on burning coals, releasing a cloud of black gas that turned the rice beneath it completely black. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan frowned. Glutinous rice is one of the effective tools against zombies. When ordinary zombies touch it, their corpse energy dissipates, and they suffer damage. However, the zombie before them, despite losing some of its corpse energy, was unharmed, indicating just how abundant its corpse energy was. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. The zombie lifted its foot, looked at the glutinous rice scattered on the ground, then suddenly jumped and kicked the fallen door panel, which slid across the ground like a sled. The zombie stood on the door panel and charged straight towards the 3 of them. Surprised by the zombie's agility, the 3's expressions changed. Su Xingxuan quickly pulled out a stack of exorcism talismans, pinched them with both hands, and chanted, Taishang Lao Jun, urgently as per command, go. The yellow talisman shot out like a sharp arrow. The zombie saw Su Xingxuan and let out a roar, facing the incoming talisman without flinching. It swung its hands violently, and with a loud bang, its hands collided with 4 talismans, producing a flash of light. The zombie staggered back a few steps, while the talismans fell to the ground like scraps of paper. How is that possible? Xingxuan stared in disbelief. The exorcism talisman, though a basic one, is one of the most practical talismans, possessing great lethality against ghosts and supernatural beings. Previously, whether against the newly emerged zombie or old Master Rin, it had been very effective. Moreover, at that time, he had not yet possessed any magical power. Now, however, he had infused magical power into the talisman, and its power had increased several times, yet it was still blocked by this zombie, which was completely beyond Su Xingxuan's expectations. Caught off guard, the zombie howled and jumped towards Su Xingxuan. It was Qiu Sheng who noticed the danger and quickly pulled Su Xingxuan back a few steps. Just as the two retreated, they heard a loud crash as the zombie's hands pierced the ground where they had just stood, shattering the surrounding tiles. Seeing this, Qiu Sheng couldn't help but grit his teeth and exclaimed, "My goodness, if that had pierced a person, would there be any chance of survival?" As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie straightened up with a swish, lunging at the two like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Su Xingxuan quickly reacted, pulling out another yellow talisman, clasping his hands together, forming a hand seal at his forehead, and silently chanting, "Taishang Lao Jun, I beseech you to eliminate evil spirits. Go." He stomped his feet on the ground, sending the talisman towards the zombie's forehead. The zombie, just like before, swiped its hands at the talisman. With a loud boom, the zombie collided with the talisman and was struck as if by lightning, letting out a cry and being knocked back several meters. Black smoke emanating from its dark hands as if they were scorched. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan nodded secretly, relieved that the exorcism talisman wasn't useless. It was just that his magical power was too low to exert much force. Just now, he had used all his magical power to cast a talisman, and its effect was still quite good. At that moment, the zombie became even more frenzied, looking as if it had gone mad, charging at Su Xingxuan as if he were its sworn enemy. Su Xingxuan glanced at Qiu Sheng beside him and thought, "Better him than me. Senior brother, I'm counting on you." He shamelessly said, "Senior brother, I have no magical power left. You hold on for a bit while I think of a way. Remember, if there's a chance, use the coffin nails to pin him down. Even if you can't kill him, you can still injure him." With that, he pushed Qiu Sheng forward. What did you say?" Before Qiu Sheng could process Su Xingxuan's words, he felt a push from behind and stumbled forward. When he looked up, he saw the zombie's fierce face and its glistening claws. Without thinking, he jumped up and kicked the zombie, as if kicking a block of iron. The rebound force sent him flying back a good distance, but it also pushed the zombie back considerably. With Qiu Sheng blocking the way, the zombie immediately shifted its target from Su Xingxuan to Qiu Sheng and charged towards him. Qiu Sheng shouted, "Xingxuan, you little rascal, wait for me." A donkey rolled out from under the claws of a zombie, dodging around. Su Xingxuan paid no heed to Qiu Sheng's insults and ran straight upstairs. He approached the statue of the master, looked at the dust brush in the master's hand, cupped his hands, knelt down, and said, "Master, today the disciple intends to exorcise evil spirits and humbly borrows the master's artifact for a moment. I hope the master can forgive me." He then stood up, took the dust brush in his hand, and jumped over to where Qiu Sheng was cornered by the zombie with no way to escape. He swung the dust brush like a steel whip, striking the zombie. This dust brush was indeed a powerful artifact that Master Jiu had worshipped for many years, containing a rich exorcism power. Upon hitting the zombie, it sparked with electric light and fire, causing the zombie to let out a terrible scream and struggle. Qiu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly said, "Brother, don't be dazed, hurry and nail it down." Chapter 38. Exterminating the Zombie. Hearing this, Qiu Sheng was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Looking at the struggling zombie in agony, he took out 2 coffin nails from his pocket, shouted loudly, and jumped to nail them into the zombie's feet. With a howl, the coffin nails pierced into the zombie's feet, causing it to emit a terrifying scream and jump up violently. A thick corpse aura sprayed out from its feet, carrying the 2 coffin nails that fell to the ground with a clink, covered in a layer of black mist, as if painted with oil. "Wow, that's impressive, junior brother. Are those coffin nails still usable?" Qiu Sheng asked, watching the scene. Su Xingxuan shook his head. "These coffin nails have already released the zombie's corpse aura. They're useless now." Just as he spoke, a shadow flashed past, and Su Xingxuan's expression changed instantly. He pushed Qiu Sheng aside and swung the dust brush, shouting, "Be careful." There was a loud bang, and sparks flew in the air again. Su Xingxuan felt a tremendous force coming from the dust brush, causing pain in his hands and making his arms go limp. He could no longer hold onto the dust brush, which fell to the ground, while the shadow was sent flying back. Before Su Xingxuan could see it clearly, it lunged at him again. This time, Su Xingxuan saw the shadow clearly. It was indeed the zombie. Having suffered severe damage from the coffin nails, it was now fighting desperately. Just moments ago, it had tried to take down Su Xingxuan's dust brush. It was clear how much the zombie hated him. Looking at the zombie that was now right in front of him, Su Xingxuan was filled with horror. There was no time to dodge or defend, and Xiaoxing and the others couldn't come to his aid. Was he really going to die here? The zombie's terrifying face was only a foot away from him, and Su Xingxuan couldn't help but think, "It's over," and closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, the anticipated pain did not come. Su Xingxuan cautiously opened one eye and saw Master Jiu holding a peachwood sword in front of him, while a sword mark on the zombie's body slowly emitted corpse aura, clearly indicating that it had been wounded by Master Jiu. The zombie was now glaring at both Su Xingxuan and Master Jiu. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, once he relaxed, he felt his legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. It turned out that just now, Su Xingxuan had been so frightened that he was drenched in cold sweat, his back already soaked, and his legs felt numb and weak. "I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan quickly regained his composure and pointed at the zombie, saying, "Master, this zombie is tough to deal with. You have to be careful. I have a plan. We need to use 7 coffin nails to pin it down. Master, you try to hold this zombie off, so that brother and I can have the chance to pin it down." Upon hearing this, although Master Jiu didn't understand what Su Xingxuan was saying, he nodded. As the zombie lunged at them, he immediately met it with his sword. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan rolled to the side, picked up the dust brush, and once in his hand, he frowned. The exorcism power contained within had dissipated quite a bit already. Before Su Xingxuan could think more, he saw Master Jiu push the zombie back a few steps with a sword strike. Su Xingxuan immediately shook the dust brush, pulling the zombie as if it were a rope. In an instant, the exorcism power from the dust brush struck the zombie like a branding iron. The zombie immediately began to struggle. Xiaoxing saw this and took out 2 coffin nails from his pocket, quickly nailing them into the zombie's hands. Seeing this, Xiaoxing rushed forward, grabbing the zombie and delivering a powerful kick to its head, but was violently thrown back by the zombie's fierce head swing, falling to the ground. The 2 coffin nails also fell to the ground. The zombie, seeing this, lunged at Master Jiu again. Su Xingxuan jumped over, grabbing the zombie's head to prevent it from biting down. Xiaoxing reacted and rushed up, striking the zombie's arms repeatedly, but the zombie held on to Master Jiu tightly. And no matter how they struggled, they couldn't shake it off. As the zombie's strength increased, Su Xingxuan glanced at the 2 coffin nails on the ground and shouted loudly, "Wenkai, away, hurry and pick up the coffin nails, stab them into the zombie's chest and back." "Huh, me?" Away trembled upon hearing this, but did not move. However, Tingting beside him pushed him aside, picked up a coffin nail, and looked at Su Xingxuan. "Xingxuan, should I stab its back?" "Exactly. Wenkai, you quickly stab its chest." Su Xingxuan nodded and said to Wenkai. The 2 of them exchanged glances and simultaneously stabbed towards the zombie's chest and forehead. The zombie was pierced by the 2 coffin nails and became even more frenzied, spewing out corpse aura from its chest and back. It swung its arms violently, struggling with all its might. There were several screams, and Master Jiu, Xiaoxing, Wenkai, Tingting, and Su Xingxuan were all thrown back, crashing into the wall, each spitting blood, with Wenkai and Tingting, the weaker ones, fainting on the spot. Seeing this, the zombie rushed towards Tingting. Although Away was timid, he was still good to his cousin Tingting. Seeing the zombie lunging at her, he picked up a large wooden stake beside him and charged at the zombie, shouting, "Ah, I'll fight you." With a loud bang, the wooden stake hit the zombie's head and broke into 2 pieces. The zombie slowly turned its head to look at Away, and upon seeing the zombie's blood-red eyes, Away was immediately scared back a few steps. At this moment, Su Xingxuan, enduring the intense pain in his chest, jumped up fiercely, took out a coffin nail from his pocket, and did a somersault landing in front of the zombie, shouting, "Die!" The coffin nail in his hand was like a sharp sword, fiercely stabbing towards the zombie's forehead. With a loud bang, the coffin nail struck the zombie's forehead, making a deafening sound. Su Xingxuan instantly felt a tremendous force coming back at him, sending him flying back to the ground, unable to move. The zombie, struck by 7 coffin nails, let out a howl, emitting waves of black smoke, before turning to ash and disappearing. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Away cried out again, "Oh no, there are more zombies. So many zombies." Hearing this melodious yet winding call, which could be described as a world-class tenor, Su Xingxuan, Master Jiu, and Xiaoxing's faces changed drastically. With their current state, they were basically incapacitated. If another zombie came, it would truly be a death sentence. Looking up, they immediately felt relieved. There, at the entrance, stood a row of corpses with yellow talismans on their heads, followed by a 4-eyed Taoist dressed in a light yellow robe. "Hey brother, what happened? Why do you all look so disheveled?" The four-eyed Taoist looked at the chaotic scene in the ancestral hall, puzzled. Did mountain bandits come to rob? What mountain bandits would rob an ancestral hall? It's zombies. We barely subdued one, and all of us are injured. You should hurry up and lend a hand. Uncle Gio glanced at the four-eyed Taoist with irritation, causing the latter to chuckle awkwardly. I was just joking. Come on, don't move. Let me help you up. Saying this, he stepped forward to assist Uncle Gio in getting up. Humph. Uncle Gio snorted lightly, covering his wound as he stood up. Don't mind me. Go check on Xingxian. He was injured by a zombie, and just now he was thrown out while trying to eliminate it. We can't let him suffer internal injuries. Oh, right. I'll go right away. The four-eyed Taoist nodded, moving closer to Su Xingxian. Su Xingxian, enduring the pain, pulled at the corners of his mouth to show a smile. Uncle Master, you're here. All right, stop smiling. You look worse than crying. The four-eyed Taoist waved his hand, then looked Su Xingxian up and down, clicking his tongue. You really are hurt badly. Come on, let me check. With that, the four-eyed Taoist took Su Xingxian's hand to feel his pulse. Not bad. No major issues and no internal injuries. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine. As he was about to let go of his hand, the four-eyed Taoist suddenly exclaimed, looking at Su Xingxian in disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Su kid, have you entered the realm of concealing qi? Yes. Thanks to Master and Uncle Master's guidance. I just entered not long ago. It's not stable yet. Sorry for making you laugh. Su Xingxian replied with a smile. Laugh. This is no laughing matter. The four-eyed Taoist's voice rose significantly. You've only been practicing for a few days, and you've already entered the realm of concealing qi? If this is laughing matter, then I might as well go die? You've hit the jackpot. Brother, this is definitely a treasure. This kid, not to mention becoming a real person, if he were in 1,000 years ago, he could have become a celestial master. What a pity. Hearing this, Su Xingxian smiled but didn't speak, thinking to himself that he was someone who held the door of all wonders. Not to mention a real person and a celestial master. Becoming an immortal in the future was not impossible. The position of a mere celestial master was something he really didn't care much about. All right, stop praising him. If you keep it up, he might not even be able to graduate, let alone become a celestial master. It's getting late. Hurry and brew some medicine. We need to drink and rest. This time, the injuries are serious. Without a few days of recovery, he won't get better. You can stay a few more days, so you can take care of things. Okay, I understand. The four-eyed Taoist nodded. After drinking the medicine and lying in bed, Su Xingxian didn't sleep as Uncle Zhou suggested. Instead, he impatiently began to ask about the door of all wonders in his mind. Door of all wonders. How much luck do I have now? Name, Su Xingxian. Gender, male. Age, 18. Cultivation, concealing qi. Luck, 1,270 points. 1,270 points. Door of all wonders. Where did these 1,270 points come from? Can you tell me? Of course. The host came to this world, became a disciple of Uncle Gio, and connected with his luck, gaining 100 points. Became brothers with Qiu Sheng Wen Kai, gaining 20 points. Guided the two onto the right path, gaining 300 points. Subdued the walking corpse, gaining 100 points. Eliminated Old Master Ren, gaining 200 points. Captured Dong Xiaoyu, gaining 50 points. Eliminated zombies, gaining 500 points. In total, 1,270 points. Is there any other confusion, host? Theoretically, yes. What do you mean theoretically? Explain it clearly. Su Xingxian frowned. First, the host needs a standard luck power to enter this world, which is 1,000 points of luck power as the opening force. Secondly, the host's cultivation cannot exceed transforming qi into spirit, meaning the host cannot enter the realm of a real person, as this world is too fragile to bear the presence of a true person's power. Besides that, there are no other conditions. I see, I understand. Su Xingxian nodded, meaning he could stay for another 3 months. Speaking of which, he hadn't been in this world for long, but he had already developed feelings for everything here. Uncle Gio, Qiu Sheng Wen Kai, and even the four-eyed Taoist were not just illusions in a dream for him. They were his true master, brothers, and uncle. Even though he could still stay for 3 more months, Su Xingxian still felt a pang of reluctance. With this thought, he exited the door of all wonders, lay on the bed, and stared at the dim ceiling, lost in thought. A few days later, Su Xingxian and Uncle Zhou's injuries had mostly healed. The four-eyed Taoist was busy with corpse catching and didn't stay long, only reminding everyone that he would come by to check if there was anything. After sending off the four-eyed Taoist, Su Xingxian felt increasingly empty inside. His listless demeanor was so obvious that even someone as dull as Wen Kai noticed. Usually, he liked to joke around, but he had restrained himself considerably in front of Su Xingxian, let alone Uncle Gio. Xingxian, come with me. One day, after finishing his martial arts practice, Uncle Gio called Su Xingxian into the study. Looking at Su Xingxian, Uncle Gio hesitated for a moment before saying, Xingxian, You've been listless these days. Is there something on your mind? Speak up. Maybe I can help you think of a solution. Su Xingxian smiled. Master, I'm fine. It's just that I've been away for a while and miss my little sister at home. Thank you for your concern. So that's it. Uncle Zhu nodded. Now that you mention it, it has been quite some time since you came out, so it's no wonder you're feeling this way. However, Xingxian, your talent is extremely high. If you focus on the path, you will surely become a master in this end of the Dharma era. The realm of a real person requires some sacrifices, which is normal. How about this? You've been in the realm of concealing qi for a while, and I haven't taught you any new Dao techniques yet. From today on, you can continue your daytime practice, and I will teach you new Dao techniques. I believe it won't be long before you can master them and return to see your little sister. Thank you, Master. Su Xingxian was delighted to hear this and quickly expressed his gratitude. Uncle Jiu waved his hand, and so, for the next 3 months, Su Xingxian absorbed Uncle Jiu's teachings like a sponge. During these 3 months, whether due to Su Xingxian's diligence or the luck boost, he continuously surprised Uncle Jiu. What was initially thought to take nearly a year for Su Xingxian's talent to learn, he mastered in just 3 months. Master? Upon hearing this, Su Xingxian was first delighted, then realized the implication of Uncle Jiu's words. Since he had already learned, it meant the time to leave was truly upon him. Although he had been prepared for this and had come to terms with it over the past 3 months, when the day actually arrived, Su Xingxian found he still couldn't let go. This yellow booklet was not thick, probably just a dozen pages or so. Due to its age, the cover had developed a layer of black mold, but he could still vaguely make out the 6 characters Maoshan's secret techniques, which was indeed the book of Maoshan's secret techniques that Uncle Jiu had once consulted in the movie. Master, this? Su Xingxian hesitated, looking at the Maoshan's secret techniques in front of him, not reaching out to take it. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu grabbed Su Xingxian's hand and shoved the Maoshan's secret techniques into his palm, sternly saying, "Take it, it's for you." Su Xingxian hesitated for a moment, but still placed it in his chest. Uncle Jiu then revealed a smile, saying, "Our Maoshan lineage is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Teaching techniques is prioritized based on character and virtue to prevent the transmission of inappropriate teachings that could lead to great disasters. Therefore, when we pass on teachings, we usually only have the basic Dao techniques and basic talisman books. Although these 2 books are the foundation of all methods and can also be practiced to a high level, their power is ultimately limited. If someone uses them for evil, we can still clean up our own door. The techniques built upon the foundations are rarely recorded in texts, as the fear is that they may be obtained by evil forces, causing endless harm. Traditionally, these techniques have always been passed down directly between master and disciple. At this time, it is necessary to teach according to the disciple's aptitude. Xingxian, you are upright and just, making you the most suitable successor of our Maoshan lineage. Moreover, your aptitude is extremely high. In just a few months, you have learned most of my Daoist techniques, with only your power and experience lacking, which requires time to accumulate, and I cannot help you with that. The Maoshan's secret techniques in your hands are an exception. Since the end of the Dharma age, it has been difficult for us practitioners to break through, and for 100 years, we have not even heard of a true practitioner. Although the Maoshan secret techniques are few, they represent the essence of Maoshan magic, and only a true practitioner can utilize them. Back in the day, the masters of our Maoshan lineage were worried that these techniques would be lost, so they compiled them into a book. I fear that during my lifetime, I will find it difficult to cultivate them, but you still have the potential to become a true practitioner. To prevent these techniques from being lost, today I will pass them on to you, hoping that one day, you will master the techniques and restore our Maoshan lineage. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxian's expression became solemn, and he knelt on one knee, saying in a deep voice, "Disciple will strictly follow the master's orders and will definitely achieve the status of a true practitioner in this life, restoring our Maoshan lineage, living up to the master's trust. Get up, get up." Seeing this, Uncle Jiu quickly helped Su Xingxian up, nodding in satisfaction. "It's enough that you have this intention. There's no need to be like this." Achieving the true practitioner realm sounds simple, but it's not easy at all. Even when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, true practitioners are still rare, let alone now. 3 days later, Uncle Jiu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Xingxian to leave so soon. After a moment of daze, he said somewhat blankly, Oh, okay. 3 days later. 3 days later. Okay. Chapter 41, Return. What? To consume over 900 of my fortune? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing the words from the door of all wonders, Su Xingxian immediately exploded in anger, almost jumping up, his eyes wide open like copper bells, his face full of displeasure. If the host does not believe it, you can take a look. This is what you can exchange for with the power of fortune. As soon as the words of the door of all wonders fell, a seemingly endless list appeared before Su Xingxian's eyes. Just a glance at the items on the list made Su Xingxian's eyes widen in shock. Taiji diagram, Panga banner, diamond bracelet, Hunyuan golden dipper. Legendary treasures that could shake the heavens appeared on the list, and corresponding to them were a series of dizzying zeros, indicating that the power of fortune required for these treasures was enormous, something Su Xingxian couldn't even think about. These treasures merely flickered for a moment, and then the list changed, becoming 4 icons. One icon resembled a Dao fruit, with a value of 1,000 behind it. Next was a bell, with a value of 80,000, then a book, with a value of 5,000, and lastly, a mass of black gas, with a value of 2,000. Host. These values represent the power of fortune you need to exchange with me. As you can see, if you directly exchange these items from me, the power of fortune you need to pay is something you cannot bear. However, if you obtain them from the small world and use the power of fortune to purify them, you will only need to pay a small portion, which is quite a bargain for you. There are many items that can be exchanged in the Door of All Wonders. Generally, they include cultivation, treasures, materials, living beings, texts, and supernatural powers. Among them, cultivation and supernatural powers come from the host's practice, requiring 1/10 of the power of fortune for each purification, while other items belong to external things, requiring 1% of the power of fortune. Not to mention, take the soul-suppressing bell as an example. A fortune over 50,000 is needed for it to be considered a treasure. The soul-suppressing bell is valued at 80,000, making it among the better treasures, and the host only needs to expend 800 to obtain it. This kind of deal is simply unbeatable. Hearing this from the Door of All Wonders, Su Xingxian couldn't help but glance at the soul-suppressing bell in his hand. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like an ordinary little bell. Could it really be as remarkable as the Door of All Wonders claimed? With that thought, Su Xingxian reflected for a moment. No matter what, he couldn't neglect his cultivation. The high value of the soul-suppressing bell meant he couldn't just discard it. The Maoshan's secret techniques were personally passed down by Uncle Gio, and Dong Xiaoyu was related to the future of the righteous grave. None of them could be let go. All right, I'm determined to purify these items. You can start now. In the Da Yin dynasty, within the righteous grave in Wengshan town, Su Xingxian suddenly sat up from his bed, looking at the Maoshan's secret techniques, soul-suppressing bell, and the somewhat deformed ghost cage in his hands. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and sensed the power within his body, feeling a trace of magical energy slowly rotating and gradually strengthening in his dantian. Door of All Wonders. I still have 300 points of fortune left, right? Help me see what I can exchange for. Su Xingxian thought for a moment and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a list appeared in his mind. Su Xingxian looked at it and immediately felt speechless. 300 points of fortune looked quite a lot, but the items he could exchange for were too few. Mostly materials like century-old red sand, pure black dog blood, and 20-year-old killing cow knives. Although these materials were also decent, thinking about using his precious power of fortune to exchange for them made Su Xingxian feel quite reluctant. Chapter 42, Lottery. After all, although these items were precious, if possible, Su Xingxian could also acquire some himself. It would be more cost-effective to save the power of fortune for other uses. Just as Su Xingxian shook his head and prepared to exit the Door of All Wonders, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous question mark quietly sitting at the bottom of the list with no price or name. This immediately caught Su Xingxian's attention, and he quickly asked, Door of All Wonders, Door of All Wonders, what is that question mark? Why is there no description or price? Host. That question mark represents the lottery function. The reason there is no price is that the lottery function is divided into several levels, each with different prices, which is why there is no price. A lottery? Please explain it to me in detail. Upon hearing the words lottery, Su Xingxian became interested. Okay, host. The lottery function is one of the features of the Door of All Wonders created by the Taishang Dao ancestor during his leisure time. The lottery function is divided into 4 levels, 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 points. The host can participate in the lottery with 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 points of fortune each time. Each time will definitely result in a prize, but the value of the prize will depend on the power of fortune you choose to use for the lottery. If the host chooses 10 points each time, the prize will be chosen from a range of 1 to 100 points of fortune. If it's 100 points each time, the prize will be chosen from 1 to 10,000 points. If it's 1,000 points each time, the range will be 1 to 1 million points. If it's 10,000 points each time, the range will be 1 to 100 million points. Do you understand? Su Xingxian nodded upon hearing this. I understand. The 4 levels have a minimum value of 1, and the maximum value is the square of the lottery fortune, right? That's correct. Is that so? Su Xingxian pondered for a moment. Among them, 10 points each time is the least risky, but likewise, items within 100 points of fortune are mostly just ordinary materials. Even if he obtained them, they wouldn't be very useful. However, 100 points each time is different. The highest prize can reach 10,000 points of fortune. If he could get one or two of those, it would be much more cost-effective than just 100 points of fortune. But similarly, the larger the rewards, the greater the risks. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xingxian decided to give it a try. He had 300 points of fortune. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose much, but if he won, it could be a huge gain. Door of all wonders, help me draw a lottery. I want to draw one for 100 points of fortune. Su Xingxian said. Okay, the lottery begins. As soon as the voice of the Door of Wonders fell, Su Xingxuan saw the Door of Wonders slowly open, with countless lights swirling within, resembling a starry river rushing towards him. Immediately after, he heard the voice of the Door of Wonders say, Host. These lights represent items worth from 1 to 10,000 points of fortune. The host can randomly grab one as a prize. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan quickly examined the dazzling lights that resembled a starry sky, noticing that every light point was completely identical in brightness, size, rotation speed, and even the manner in which they approached or departed. After observing for a long time, he couldn't discern any differences. At this point, Su Xingxuan, who was still wondering if he could take advantage of the situation, couldn't help but shake his head. Truly, this was the supreme treasure created by the Taishang Daozu. Even if it was done casually, it was not something an ordinary person like him could see through. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan casually grabbed a handful of light points and held one in his hand. In an instant, all the light points disappeared, except for the one he held. Su Xingxuan quickly looked down and saw the light points slowly dissipating, ultimately transforming into a red thread. Along with it appeared an introduction. A red thread dyed with the blood of the coxcomb of the purple cloud rooster, possessing immense power of rigidity and positivity, greatly restraining ghosts and evil spirits, valued at 98 points of fortune. Great, he lost 2 points. But fortunately, Su Xingxuan had heard of the purple cloud rooster, which was the most precious rooster used to ward off evil. It was said to be a descendant of the Star Lord, and its coxcomb blood was no weaker than a 100-year-old cinnabar. With a little crafting, this thread could be considered a good magical artifact. After putting the red thread into his sleeve, Su Xingxuan didn't delay and directly began the second draw. This time, before the starry river reached his sight, he stepped forward and casually grabbed a light point, which turned out to be a yellow gourd painted with 8 trigram symbols. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan was overjoyed. A gourd? This was the most common magical artifact. Could it be a good one? However, as he looked at the introduction that followed, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Urine of a 100-year-old virgin, a nemesis to ghosts, produced by a 100-year-old virgin, infused with the aura of a 100-year-old virgin. Immune to all evil, valued at 55 points of fortune. Looking at this introduction, Su Xingxuan almost threw the gourd away. What the heck? Isn't this just the urine of a 100-year-old virgin? A 100-year-old virgin, what a joke. If it weren't for the fact that this gourd was obtained with 100 points of fortune, I would really have thrown it away. Taking a deep breath, Su Xingxuan patted his chest, repeatedly saying to himself, it's fine, there's still one more chance. It's not easy to find a 100-year-old virgin. Then, Su Xingxuan looked down at the light sphere in his hand. As the light dissipated, a battered book slowly appeared in his hand, and at the same time, the introduction gradually emerged, the Holy Bible of Kevin, a Bible practiced by the Christian ascetic Kevin in his early years, containing the glory and blessing of the Lord, valued at 7,000 points of fortune. After seeing the value of 7,000 several times, Su Xingxuan not only didn't feel particularly happy, but instead felt a bit confused. What kind of background did this Bible have? To know that the secret technique of Maoshan was only worth 5,000 points of fortune, yet this one was worth 7,000. Chapter 43, The Bible, The Door of Wonders. What exactly is the background of this Bible that gives it such a high fortune value? Su Xingxuan looked at the unremarkable Bible in his palm, which was no different from a regular old book, and couldn't help but ask. The Holy Bible practiced by the ascetic Kevin in his early years is from the time when Kevin, the 17th saint of the Western Church, had not yet become a saint. It contains Kevin's divine power and the practice methods of the Church's light. Additionally, due to the power of Kevin's years of prayers, this Bible also possesses the ability to dispel evil and purify dark forces. It is a combination of scripture and magical artifact, hence valued at 7,000 points of fortune. Said the Door of Wonders. The Church? A saint? Hearing this, Su Xingxuan's confusion deepened. Could it be that the world of the Dian dynasty also had a Western church? Vampires and the like? No wonder. Su Xingxuan nodded, looking at the Bible before him, and said, since it is a scripture left by a celestial master, even if it was only practiced in his early years before he became a celestial master, reciting it daily is naturally different from ordinary items. A value of 7,000 makes sense. As he spoke, Su Xingxuan reached out to flip open the Bible in his hand. but unexpectedly found that this seemingly battered Bible felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The cover seemed to be glued to the book itself, and no matter how hard Xingxuan tried, he couldn't open it. This Bible is the one that St. Kevin practiced in his early years, containing the practice methods of the Western Church, but that kind of method cannot be controlled by just anyone. Only when the host has the cultivation of a bishop in the church, that is, the cultivation of the Taoist Lingjing and real person realms, can it be practiced. Before that, with the host's strength, it is impossible to break the seal on it. It can only be used as an ordinary magical artifact to drive away demons and evil, the Door of Wonders explained. After all this, it turns out to be a useless thing. So, after 3 draws, I haven't gotten anything useful, Xingxuan said, rolling his eyes in displeasure. To this, the Door of Wonders seemed to have not heard, showing no reaction. How to say it, if in the world of Mr. Zombie, cultivation was like drawing water from a fog, then in the Dian dynasty, it was like drinking spring water from a river. As Xingxuan began to operate his heart method, he felt a massive spiritual energy rushing towards him, the richness of which was dozens of times more concentrated than in Mr. Zombie's world. The abundant spiritual energy almost made Xingxuan think he had lost his mind. After the shock came the joy. No wonder there are so many legends in this world. Feeling the endless spiritual energy pouring into his dantian like a tide and transforming into magical power, Xingxuan thought to himself that if Uncle Jiao were from the Dian dynasty, relying on this kind of spiritual energy, not to mention achieving the Lingjing realm, even becoming a real person might not be out of reach. Xingxuan greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and after a night passed, it was comparable to 10 days of hard cultivation in Mr. Zombie's world. Feeling the magical power in his body swell, Xingxuan finally finished his practice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of round, watery eyes that sparkled like crystals blinking at him, filled with curiosity and concern. Senior brother, are you okay? Looking at the awakened Xingxuan, the little girl Xianxia's voice, still carrying a hint of childishness, gently rang out. Seeing her concerned expression, it seemed she was about to run out to call for help if Xingxuan showed any signs of distress. Looking at Xianxia, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, especially her genuine concern, Xingxuan felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out to pinch her nose, saying, "Senior brother is fine. What are you doing?" Hearing this, Xianxia visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her slightly pale face. "It's dawn. It's time to get up. Auntie Yexiang made breakfast. Come eat with me, senior brother. Hurry up and come with me." Saying this, Xianxia reached out to pull Xingxuan away. As soon as Xianxia touched Xingxuan's hand, he immediately felt a pain and jerked back. Xianxia was startled and quickly let go, her eyes filled with panic. "As senior brother, I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Xingxuan looked at his swollen and bruised hand and remembered that although he had been in Mr. Zombie's world for a long time, only a moment had passed in this world, he still bore the injuries inflicted by Mu Lianhe. Seeing Xianxia's nervous expression, Xingxuan guided his magical power to the wound to alleviate the pain while smiling at her, ruffling her hair, and saying, "Xingxia, don't worry. Senior brother is fine. Don't cry. Didn't you say Auntie Yexiang is still waiting for us to eat? Hurry up, don't keep Aunt Yexiang waiting." Although Aunt Yexiang is in the night fragrance business, her home and her profession are completely unrelated. Not only is there not a trace of mess, but there is also no strange smell. On the contrary, it is just an ordinary farmer's courtyard, growing some unknown flowers that Xingxuan does not recognize, exuding a sense of tranquility and elegance, accompanied by bursts of fragrance, making Xingxuan feel that even his injuries have healed a bit. Aunt Yexiang, we're here. Do you need help?" Xianxia seems to have a good relationship with Aunt Yexiang. Originally a bit sullen because she had just hurt Xingxuan, she instantly became lively upon entering the courtyard, letting go of Xingxuan's hand and running into the kitchen. Chapter 44. Change. Watching Xianxia's lively demeanor, Xingxuan couldn't help but smile, walking over to sit by the small stone table in the courtyard. At this moment, Aunt Yexiang also came out carrying a large porcelain basin, which contained the most common xianxia noodles of the countryside. The bright red tomatoes and tender green vegetables accompanied the white noodles, emitting a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. Behind her, Xianxia followed, bouncing along with bowls and chopsticks, looking extremely cute. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly stepped forward to take the large porcelain basin from Aunt Yexiang's hands. "Aunt Yexiang, let me do it. You take a rest." Aunt Yexiang smiled and handed the basin to Xingxuan, saying, "All right, then you take it over." Suddenly, she paused, looking at him with a somewhat dazed expression. Noticing Aunt Yexiang's strange look, Xingxuan felt a bit confused and couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Yexiang, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" Watching Aunt Yexiang start to get busy, Xingxuan couldn't help but glance at her, feeling that she seemed to have something to say, wanting to speak, but holding back. It felt strange. But he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. After observing for a while, and thinking he was just being paranoid, he put the porcelain basin on the table and began to serve the noodles. I must say, Aunt Xiangxia's cooking is truly excellent, although it's just simple noodles. The moment they enter his mouth, the sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes combined with the freshness of the vegetables and the chewy texture of the noodles was impressive. It wasn't so delicious that one would swallow their tongue, but it certainly made Su Xingxuan's eyes light up. As a struggling university student in his previous life, he had never tasted such delicacies in the cafeteria. Later, in the world of Mr. Zombie, when Kai's cooking skills were also limited, it was just enough to get by. Compared to the noodles in front of him, it was simply worlds apart. At first, when Su Xingxuan began to eat, he thought he should be a bit restrained. But seeing Xianxia slurping the noodles into her mouth, his initial restraint was immediately thrown aside, and he began to eat heartily. Aunt Xiang saw this and laughed, saying, take it slow, no one is competing with you. After a while, as the few of them were about to finish their meal, Aunt Xiang seemed to remember something and turned to look at Su Xingxuan, asking, Xingxuan, your master has already passed away. Should we continue with the charitable establishment? You need to have a plan. After all, you and Xingxiao both need to eat. You can't just keep going like this without a means of livelihood. Hearing Aunt Xiang's words, Su Xingxuan was slightly taken aback, then put down his bowl and chopsticks, nodding and saying, thank you for your concern, Aunt Xiang. I already have a plan. Since my master entrusted my junior sister and the charitable establishment to me before he left, I must not let him down. I will definitely keep the charitable establishment running, and I will take good care of my junior sister, so you can rest assured. But you don't know any spells. How can you run the charitable establishment? Even if you want to run a corpse receiving inn, you need to be proficient in spells, Aunt Xiang said earnestly. Why not close the charitable establishment and sell it? I can help you find a partner, even if it's not a grand success. At least you can make a living. What do you think? No need, Aunt. Don't worry. Although I may not compare to my master's deep knowledge of spells, I am not completely without skills. At least running a charitable establishment is not a problem. That day, I just didn't expect a high disciple from Sanqing Temple would use spells against me. I was caught off guard, but if he comes again, I will not let him manipulate me, Su Xingxuan said confidently, patting his chest. Is that so? Aunt Xiang nodded after hearing this and looked at Su Xingxuan deeply. Since that's the case, then I'm relieved. But let me say one more thing. Since you can use spells, you should work on revitalizing the charitable establishment sooner rather than later. Look at your charitable establishment. The business was never very good. After your master left, you haven't managed it well. Now, aside from a few poor households in the town who come here to offer a little tribute to the corpses out of necessity, where's the business? If you don't think of a solution soon, even if you can use spells, it will eventually decline. Can you already exorcise wandering souls and wild ghosts? Aunt Xiang looked at Su Xingxuan in surprise. Could it be that you've already reached the realm of a true practitioner? Don't try to fool me. No. Su Xingxuan quickly waved his hands in response. Look at what you're saying. If I had reached the realm of a true practitioner, would I still worry about business? Isn't the Ghost Gate wide open on the 15th of July? I'm just taking this opportunity to send the spirits into the underworld. Otherwise, how could I have this ability? Hey, Aunt, how do you know that you need to be a true practitioner to exorcise wandering souls and wild ghosts? Aunt, let me help you, Su Xingxuan said quickly. Just as Su Xingxuan was about to leave, Aunt Xiang put down her bowl and chopsticks. Looking at Su Xingxuan's departing figure, then glancing at the charitable establishment not far away, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Could it be that old Zhang really left something behind? But in just one night, the changes in this kid Xingxuan seem a bit too great, right? Otherwise, why would Mu Lianhe keep his eyes on the charitable establishment? Chapter 45, Offering. After thinking for a while, Su Xingxuan decided to carefully check the assets in the charitable establishment, especially the things left behind by Zhang Danian. Previously, he didn't understand spells, so he couldn't recognize those talismans or magical tools. Now that he could check them properly, he might find some useful items. It turned out that upon counting, Su Xingxuan discovered that although he didn't know Zhang Danian's cultivation level, he was definitely someone proficient in spells. The charitable establishment didn't have any top-tier magical tools, but it had plenty of various cinnabar, yellow paper, copper coins, and wooden swords, all of which were in abundance. Not less than the magical tools in the world of Mr. Zombie. In fact, there were even a bit more, making Su Xingxuan unable to put them down. Moreover, Su Xingxuan also found some texts left by Zhang Danian. Previously, Su Xingxuan didn't understand spells, so these texts were like books in a foreign language to him. However, looking at them now, he found that they recorded quite a few spells. Although similar to those in the world of Mr. Zombie, they were all basic Taoist techniques, with some being slightly more profound. considering the abundant spiritual energy in this world and the flourishing Taoist arts. It seems that these slightly more profound spells are just the basic Taoist arts of this world. While Xingxuan was categorizing the various magical tools and materials, Xianxia suddenly ran in. Senior brother, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me. Who is it? Xingxuan was taken aback. The charitable establishment rarely had visitors, and he didn't have many close friends. Who could possibly be looking for him? It's Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, Uncle Chi, and the others. They seem very anxious. Senior brother, you should go out and see, Xianxia said quickly. Them? Xingxuan felt an ominous premonition in his heart, frowned, and nodded at Xianxia. It's fine, I'll go see what they want. In the hall of the charitable establishment, Xingxuan saw several middle-aged and elderly women dressed in simple clothes and two old men sitting together, murmuring about something. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly approached with a smile and warmly said, "Oh, isn't this Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Chi, and Uncle Laojin? Why do you have time to come here today? Are you here to pay respects? That's unfortunate. You seem to have forgotten that the 1st and 15th days of the month are the days for offerings. Did you misremember?" Seeing Xingxuan come out, a few people quickly stood up, smiling awkwardly at him, then began to exchange glances without saying a word. Noticing this, Xingxuan frowned slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, but he maintained a facade of normalcy, smiling. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly silent? We've been neighbors for so many years. If there's something to say, just say it. Right, Uncle Laojin? Uncle Laojin was the oldest among the group, his clothes the most worn and tattered, holding a slightly rusty pipe. Upon hearing Xingxuan's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Uncle Laogin's weathered face as he smiled awkwardly, but turned away without speaking. Seeing this, the hot-tempered Aunt Wang couldn't help but say, "All right. Enough of this hesitation. The person is here, and we've made all the preparations. Why act all pretentious now?" Saying this, Aunt Wang stepped in front of Xingxuan, hesitated for a moment while looking at him, then seemed to muster her resolve, gritted her teeth, and avoided looking at him. "Xiaoga, as you said, we've been neighbors for so many years. If there's something to say, I'll just say it. Please don't be angry. What's wrong now, Aunt Wang? Just say it." Xingxuan's eyes flashed with a wry smile, realizing that these people were indeed here for this matter. In this world, while Taoist practices flourished, the sinister matters were equally grim, so to protect their homes, every household would offer tablets at temples and monasteries. These people, known for their poverty in Wangshan town, could not afford to send their tablets to places like the Sanxing Temple, Daming Temple, or City God Temple for worship. So they brought them to the charitable cemetery opened by Zhang Danian. It could be said that these people were the last source of support for the cemetery. If they took their tablets away, the cemetery would have no income at all. Thus, when these people came together on a day that wasn't for worship, Xingxuan knew it was likely not a good sign. Now hearing this, he felt somewhat flustered. Isn't it obvious? Since Zhang Danian passed away, your cemetery has had no one skilled in magic, so how can you help people worship their ancestors? People pay for the peace of their homes. And since you can't provide that, it's only natural for them to take their tablets away. Do you really need someone to say it, just to humiliate yourselves? At that moment, a mocking voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Xingxuan's face darkened instantly, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The smile on his face turning cold as he glared at the newcomer. "Mu Lianhe, what are you doing here? Are you looking to be humiliated again?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lianhe's expression also soured. He had always considered himself exceptional, and the last time he was humiliated by Xianxiaaudiobooks was a lifelong disgrace. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks had an unusual status, so he could only shift this resentment onto Xingxuan. Now that Xingxuan had hit a sore spot, how could he endure it? "You little brat. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for that old man protecting you last time, you'd still be kneeling on the ground kowtowing to me. Out of respect for that old man, I'll let you off this time, but you better hurry and move these tablets for these people. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of deceiving gods and ghosts, and have your cemetery shut down. Don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 46, Challenge. Seeing this, Xingxuan was about to say something, but Aunt Li quickly pulled him back, saying, "All right, Xiaoga, don't argue with young Master Mo. You can't win against him. Since you have no magic, just move the tablets for us. We've already decided to take them to Sanxing Temple for worship." Humph. Still pretending to be mysterious at this point. Last time, who was it that got played around by a mere puppet talisman? If it weren't for that old man intervening, you'd probably still be lying in bed now. The reputation of our Taoist sect is being ruined by charlatans like you. Kid, if you keep deceiving gods and ghosts here, don't blame me for taking action. Even that old man won't be able to say anything then," Mu Lianhe said coldly. Hearing Mu Lianhe's words, the previously hesitant Aunt Li and the others quickly said, "All right, Xiaoga, don't say any more. Just move the tablets for us." Yes. Xiaoga, Thank you for taking care of us at the cemetery for so long. Hurry and move the tablets for us. The others echoed in agreement. Looking at the group, then at the smug Mu Lianhe, Su Xingxuan said solemnly, "All right, since you all say so, I have no reason to forcibly stop you. Xingxia, go take out the tablets for these ladies and settle the accounts with them." Xixiang? Zhang Xingxia hesitated, glancing at Su Xingxuan. Go. Su Xingxuan didn't even turn his head, simply saying one word, but it carried an undeniable authority. Seeing this, Zhang Xingxia silently lowered her head and turned to retrieve the tablets. That's more like it. If you ask me, you can't keep this cemetery running. How about this? You sell the cemetery to me. I'm not the kind of person who lacks compassion. At most, I can take you on as my janitors, and in the future, I can teach you a move or two. And you can count as outer disciples of our Sanqing temple, just to make a living. How about that? Mu Lianhe said with a smirk. Humph. Su Xingxuan snorted coldly at Mu Lianhe's words, ignoring him. At this time, Zhang Xingxia had already come out holding several old tablets. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan glanced at Aunt Li and the others, formed a hand seal, and with a gentle shake of his hand, a yellow talisman appeared. What's this? Mu Lianhe's smile froze, and he frowned at Su Xingxuan. Su Xingxuan activated his magic, causing the yellow talisman to vibrate, igniting the yang fire, which circled around the tablets in Zhang Xingxia's hands before exploding with a bang, sending sparks flying. Everyone was stunned at this scene, including Zhang Xingxia, who was also taken aback. However, Su Xingxuan seemed oblivious to their reactions, coldly saying, "Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, the offerings from our cemetery on your tablets have now been cleared, and they have nothing to do with our cemetery anymore. You can take them away." Su Xiaoga, when did you acquire magic? Why is this happening? Aunt Wang, who was usually brash, was stunned by this scene and stammered, full of disbelief. This has nothing to do with you, Aunt Wang. Since you all have nothing to do with our cemetery anymore, just take the tablets and go. Also, one more thing. Please help me inform the townsfolk that our cemetery is reopening, and all prices for services will be adjusted. The old prices will no longer be available. Hearing Su Xingxuan's blunt words, the group was left speechless, staring at the tablets handed over by Zhang Xingxia, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Mu Lianhe's expression darkened as he watched the scene unfold. In his view, since Su Xingxuan was unskilled in magic, if he spread this information, the cemetery would not be able to operate. As a result, the cemetery would naturally fall into his hands. However, now that Su Xingxuan had not revealed his true abilities, as long as he proved he was skilled in magic, there was still a possibility for the cemetery to persist, making it harder for him to obtain it. Since this kid can use magic, why was he toyed with by the puppet talisman last time? Is he pretending to be weak to provoke Xiangpo's displeasure? Hoping to use Xiangpo against me? Upon thinking of this, Mu Lianhe's expression suddenly turned unfriendly as he coldly said, "Good for you, Su Xingxuan. You're truly as cunning as a snake, clearly skilled in the arts, yet you pretend to be an ordinary person. Since that's the case, I have no more scruples. Su, I want to challenge you to a duel of magic. Do you dare accept? A duel of magic?" Su Xingxuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, you deliberately plotted against me last time. Now, I, as the eldest disciple of the Sanqing temple, formally challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must give me the charity house. If I lose, I will give you 50 taels of silver. Of course, you can refuse. But then you must abide by the rules of the Dao sect and avoid me in the future. Otherwise, I could destroy your charity house, and no one would dare to object. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan frowned. Although he had gained some magical power, he was still merely at the level of concealing his energy. While Mu Lianhe's aptitude was unknown, he could use a puppet with a talisman to cast spells, indicating his cultivation should be no lower than the level of nurturing energy. Su wasn't necessarily his match. Just as Su Xingxuan hesitated on whether to agree, the voice of the all-wondrous gate echoed in his mind. Host, agree to him. Huh, why? Su Xingxuan was slightly startled and inquired in his mind. In this world, the Dao arts are flourishing and conflicts often arise between cultivators of different sections. To prevent deep-seated enmities, duels of magic are quite common. Mu Lianhe is the eldest disciple of the Sanqing temple, and while his cultivation is above yours, you are the head of a household, giving you a slight edge in status. Therefore, you cannot refuse his duel. Otherwise, you will have to avoid him in the future. Or he could indeed destroy your charity house, and no one would have a say against it. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan's frown deepened. There were such rules. But I only have the ability to conceal my energy, and Mu Lianhe has practiced for many years and is above me in cultivation. How could I possibly be his opponent? If I agree, wouldn't I be delivering the charity house to him? Su Xingxuan said with a furrowed brow. Seeing that Su Xingxuan had not reacted for a while, Mu Lianhe's eyes flashed with a hint of pride as he said, "What? Is the charity house owner afraid? If you're afraid, just avoid me in the future, and we can drop this matter. How does that sound? Host, don't worry. You have a high chance of winning against him in the duel. You can agree, the all-wondrous gate said. Hearing this, Xingxuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and looked at Mu Lianhe. All right, since Taoist Mu thinks so highly of our charity house and knows we are currently short of funds, you are offering 50 taels of silver. If I don't accept, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? I accept your challenge. Now how do you wish to duel? What? Upon hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Mu Lianhe immediately frowned, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Although Su Xingxuan was skilled in magic, his recent spellcasting did not seem very proficient, and his cultivation was certainly not as high as Mu's. How could he dare to agree? However, seeing Su Xingxuan's confident demeanor, Mu Lianhe's surprise gradually turned into joy, a mixture of mockery and excitement in his eyes. Good, Su, you are indeed straightforward, as expected of someone in charge of a household. Since we are cultivating, we respect heaven and earth and pay homage to spirits. Now that we are dueling, it naturally falls between heaven, earth, and spirits. The charity house worships the dragon and tiger celestial masters, and their method of summoning spirits is unmatched in the town. To avoid any claims of me bullying you, how about we compare our spirit summoning techniques? Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Mu Lianhe had indeed come prepared. Although the charity house claimed to be a branch of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Celestial Master sect, it did not follow the path of spirit summoning. Instead, the Sanqing Temple claimed to worship the three pure ones, but actually followed a path of divine combat, which was somewhat akin to the city god temple. Summoning spirits was their expertise, clearly taking advantage of the common people's ignorance. Looking at the admiring expressions of Aunt Li and the others, Su Xingxuan knew they had taken this seriously. While he found it amusing, he also felt it was somewhat tricky. The technique of summoning spirits was not particularly profound, but was a method that tested both cultivation and offerings. Summoning spirits involved opening a platform for rituals, enhancing one's magical power, intent, and will to communicate with the divine, using their power to accomplish tasks. This technique was not considered profound and was quite simple. Even those unfamiliar with magic could summon spirits if they knew the incantations and had sufficient intent. However, aside from some special methods of summoning, this technique was not recognized by righteous cultivators because ordinary spirit summoning did not actually invite true divine entities to possess the summoner. Instead, they often attracted spiritual entities or evil deities, which could provide power but came with significant costs and risks. If these conditions weren't met, the summoned spirits might refuse to depart, leading to disturbances and misfortune, hence the saying that summoning spirits was easy, but sending them away was hard. To prevent this, many Tao sects would worship certain spirits themselves, making it easier to summon them and gaining greater power. Additionally, even if these spirits were not true gods, the act of worship could be seen as familial, causing no harm in the long run. Because of this, many Tao sects had their unique spirits to worship, each with different incantations and methods of summoning. However, such summoning techniques were not valued by the authentic sects, and true disciples of the orthodox sect would never use such methods. After all, evil spirits were evil spirits, and prolonged interaction would undoubtedly affect one's fortune and virtue. Even when they did use spirit summoning, they would employ the most authentic methods, summoning divine beings from the heavenly court using talismans and incantations. However, such techniques were not for ordinary cultivators. Only the highest-ranked practitioners, such as those nearing celestial masterhood, could utilize them, and they required significant sacrifices. What Mu Lianhe was proposing was certainly not the authentic method of summoning spirits. Su Xingxuan knew that the Sanqing Temple worshipped several deities, and as the eldest disciple, Mu Lianhe would surely be aware of this. It was likely he intended to summon one of these deities to deal with Su. In terms of summoning spirits, Su Xingxuan could also do it, but to avoid being harmed by the common methods, he would at least need to be at the level of nurturing energy, allowing his magical power to flow throughout his body to sustain the costs of summoning a spirit. Otherwise, if his magical power was insufficient, he would risk losing his essence, falling ill after the spirit was sent away, and possibly damaging his foundation. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan hesitated. At this moment, the all-wondrous gate spoke again. Host, there's no need to worry. What the opponent proposes is still a contest of Tao arts at its core. You only need to break his techniques, causing him to suffer backlash from his own spells. There's no need to actually summon a spirit. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why the all-wondrous gate was so confident he could win, its words might carry more weight than those of a celestial master. After all, it was a treasure refined by the supreme Tao ancestor, which could be considered divine. Immediately, Su Xingxuan nodded. Since Taoist Mu is so courteous, then this humble Taoist will gladly comply. Let's compare our spirit summoning techniques. The others exchanged glances, and Aunt Li hesitated before saying, Su, you might be a bit impulsive. That Mu Taoist is the top disciple of the Sanqing Temple, with profound Tao skills. Even if you have some spells, How could you possibly be his opponent? If you lose and the charity house is taken, how will you face your master? Hearing this, Xingxuan glanced at Aunt Li and fell silent for a moment before saying, Aunt Li, you also saw it. Mu Lianhe is aggressive. If I don't fight back, our righteous hall will truly have no place in Wangshan town in the future. Today, we have already lost our last guest. If we cannot take this opportunity to turn the tides, the decline of our righteous hall is just a matter of time. Chapter 48, Duel of Magic, Part 1. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li and the others had nothing more to say, but they felt a bit of regret. If they had known earlier that Xingxuan was proficient in magic, they wouldn't have acted like petty people and contributed to his humiliation. While feeling regretful, they also started to blame Xingxuan in their hearts. They thought, you clearly have mastery over magic, so why didn't you reveal it? You let us be humiliated, leaving us in a difficult position now. If Xingxuan knew their thoughts, he might find it amusing. Shifting the blame after something goes wrong is truly a major flaw of humanity. However, more than that, perhaps it's just ignorance. After sending Aunt Li and the others away, Xingxuan eagerly inquired about the Door of All Wonders. Door of All Wonders, why are you so sure that I can defeat Mu Lianhe? Although Mu Lianhe acts strangely and aggressively, his Taoist skills are indeed quite high. It won't be long before he enters the Qi training realm. In terms of magical power, the gap between him and me seems rather vast. Rest assured, host, if this were before the lottery, Mu Lianhe would naturally win if he fought against you. However, now, even if you wanted to lose, it would be difficult. How so? Hearing the Door of All Wonders say this, Xingxuan's eyes lit up. Could those 3 items help me achieve an unexpected victory? You have drawn 3 items in total. Among them, the chicken blood rope has little effect on the duel. However, the boy's urine from the century-old human sage is unparalleled in breaking spells. But I do not recommend you use that boy's urine. After all, while it is unmatched in breaking spells, using it means you are relying on filth to break magic, which does not count as a victory in the duel. To win, the key lies in the Bible of the ascetic Kevin. You should know that this Bible is a classic that the ascetic Kevin recited daily in his early years. It contains exorcism magic and also hides the cultivation methods of the Western Church, serving as a combination of a magical tool and a classic. As long as you carry this Bible with you, very few spells at the Qi transformation realm can harm you. Although Mu Lianhe's cultivation is slightly higher than yours, he is still only in the Qi nourishing realm. With this Bible, you remain in an undefeated position. If you can cleverly use the power of the Bible, defeating Mu Lianhe won't be difficult, which is why I encouraged you to accept his duel. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this Bible to have such a great effect. Xingxuan immediately smiled, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Mu Lianhe is the eldest disciple of the 3 Clear Temple. If I can defeat him, at least in the cultivation community of Wangshan town, I will gain some reputation. At that time, I won't even need to wait for the opening of the Ghost Gate in over a month to spread the name of the Righteous Hall. Revitalizing the Righteous Hall will be within reach. Soon, the sky darkened. Mu Lianhe changed out of his dandy outfit and donned a Taoist robe, making him appear even more refined and resembling a true Taoist. Xingxuan was similarly dressed, and the two stood in front of the altar, the apricot yellow robes particularly striking in the night. Looking at the crowd around, Xingxuan knew Mu Lianhe's intentions. A smile flashed in his eyes as he thought, You, Mu Lianhe, want me to lose all my face? I want to use this opportunity to revive the Righteous Hall. Today, you, Mu Lianhe, will be the stepping stone for the rise of the Su family's Righteous Hall. Seeing Xingxuan's calm demeanor, which showed no sign of fear, Mu Lianhe felt a hint of doubt. Why does Xingxuan look so confident? Does he really think he can compete with me? Or is he just pretending to be calm? It must be the latter. But no matter how calm he is, it won't change the fact that he will lose. The Zhang family's Righteous Hall will definitely be mine. A cold glint flashed in Mu Lianhe's eyes, filled with excitement, but he smiled kindly and said, Zhuang Master Su. Can we begin? Of course, please. Xingxuan replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of mastery as he raised his hand, gesturing for Mu Lianhe to take action, as if he were truly an elder guiding a junior, showing no intention of attacking himself. Noticing this, Mu Lianhe frowned slightly, but said nothing more. He reached into the sticky rice bowl before him, grabbed a handful, and waved it toward the incense candles. With a bang, flames erupted, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise. He then pointed at the table, and a copper coin seemed to be thrown up, bouncing into the air. Mu Lianhe immediately stretched out his hand, and with no visible movement, he formed a gesture with his index and middle fingers. With a slight shake, a steel nail appeared between his fingers. He casually swiped it, and it pierced through the copper coin, nailing it heavily onto a doll. He then bit his index finger and drew a talisman on the doll, placing it on his forehead while silently chanting a spell. Watching this scene, Xingxuan nodded secretly. A renowned name does not deceive. Although Mu Lianhe is not much of a person, His foundation in Taoism is top-notch. I believe that if I were to perform the spirit summoning technique, I wouldn't be able to do it as effortlessly as he does. Especially the way he made the copper coin bounce. It seems simple, but to use magical power to bounce the coin without touching the table is already quite difficult. Let alone that Mu Lianhe is not doing it just to show off. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts watch the details. What Mu Lianhe just did was to use magical power to bounce the coin into the air, spinning it 3 times, corresponding to the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. This was the secret method of summoning spirits from the 3 realms. Xingxuan believed he couldn't accomplish such a feat, needless to say. Mu Lianhe's skill truly opened the eyes of the crowd. While they were amazed, they also looked at Xingxuan with some confusion. What is this young Master Su doing? Why is he just standing still? Does he think he can't compete with young Master Mu and plans to concede? I think that's possible. I heard young Master Su has been with Zhang Danian for quite a while, but his aptitude is dull, and he has no magical skills. He probably feels he has to put on a brave face for this duel. Really? No wonder Aunt Li and others, who are so miserly, are unwilling to place the memorial tablets in the righteous hall for worship. It seems the Zhang family's righteous hall is really going to belong to young Master Mu. Poor young Master Su. He may lose his means of livelihood soon after his master has passed. What's so pitiful about that? I think losing the righteous hall is a good thing for him. Otherwise, without the skills, deceiving gods and ghosts would only harm us villagers. Chapter 49, Duel of Magic, Part 2. Regarding the discussions of the crowd, Xingxuan did not hear them. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Right now, Xingxuan's attention was entirely on Mu Lianhe, watching as the speed of Mu Lianhe's incantation increased, and the altar was surrounded by strong winds, causing the prayer flags to flutter and the candles to sway. Xingxuan knew that Mu Lianhe was about to successfully summon a spirit. However, Xingxuan had no intention of summoning a spirit. Firstly, he was worried about damaging his foundation. Secondly, even if a spirit were summoned, it would hardly contribute to his cultivation growth. Thirdly, right now, he had the advantage of the ascetic Kevin's Bible, and ordinary evil spirits would not be able to approach him. It was better to wait patiently and counterattack Mu Lianhe. Just as he was thinking this, Mu Lianhe suddenly stopped chanting and looked up, his eyes, already somewhat sinister, now glimmering with a strange light. Xingxuan knew that the spirit summoning was successful. Seeing this, Xingxuan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly grabbed the peachwood sword and plunged it into the sticky rice bowl before him, whispering, Taishang Laojun. Act urgently as my command, righteous law to exorcise demons, spirit talismans to drive away evil, decree. A yellow talisman fell onto the wooden sword, pointing towards Mu Lianhe. As an invisible exorcism force surged towards him. It has been mentioned before that the method of inviting deities is said to summon gods, but in reality, it is merely a means to call upon some evil spirits or deities, which are different from the monsters and ghosts. Ultimately, it is not the righteous path. This exorcism magic does have an effect on them, but once the deity bows down, being half human and half god, its power will be greatly diminished. Mu Lianhe's cultivation level is already above Xingxuan's, and now with the evil god's presence, he has almost reached the level of transforming qi into essence. Facing Xingxuan's meager exorcism magic, he would not take it seriously. He sneered disdainfully, formed hand seals, grabbed a handful of glutinous rice, and sprinkled it over the incense candles in front of him. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot towards Xingxuan, resembling a breath of flame. In the crowd, the disciples of the Ming Temple and the city god temple frowned slightly, their eyes flashing with contempt. Such trivial skills could only deceive these ignorant mice. However, if the Three Qing Temple gained prominence today, it would reflect poorly on them. They wondered about Xingxuan's true capabilities. They hoped he wouldn't lose too embarrassingly, as that would greatly enhance the prestige of the Three Qing Temple. In the face of the fire pillar, although the sect of all wonders had previously mentioned that the holy scripture of the monk Kevin would protect him from spells below the qi transformation stage, this was Xingxuan's first battle of magic. Seeing the fire pillar, his face turned slightly pale. If he hadn't tried hard to control himself, he might have jumped down from the altar out of fright. Just as the fire pillar was about to land on him, a white light suddenly emanated from his chest, instantly blocking the fire pillar, which then dissipated as if it had melted away. The spectators were stunned by this scene, followed by a burst of enthusiastic applause. Good, impressive. No wonder he's the master of the Zhang family estate. This magical ability is indeed remarkable. I've said it before. Brother Su must have learned the true teachings of Zhang Danian. He is certainly no ordinary person, and now it seems to be true. What Zhang family estate? Now Master Su is the master. It should be the Su family estate. Yes, the Su family estate. I say, weren't you two just saying you wanted to go to the Three Qing Temple to pay respects? Why the sudden change of heart? Ah, did you hear wrong? I've always said Su family estate, okay? The Su family estate has excellent magic and reasonable prices. Of course, I would go there. Ignoring the conversation among the people, Mu Lianhe frowned upon seeing his spell blocked. He let out a sharp shriek and slapped the table, causing 7 yellow talismans to rise into the air, moving without wind. A surge of magical energy stirred the yang fire, resembling 7 fireballs that flew up and down, like caged birds, surrounding the altar where Su Xingxuan was, heavily crashing down. Thinking quickly, Su Xingxuan waved his hand over the table, and 5 copper coins appeared on it. He then wielded his peachwood sword and softly chanted, "Heavenly gods, heed my command." The 5 emperors turned to stabilize the nation's fortune. Gold, wood, water, and fire shall dispel all evil. The virtue of the earth shall break the 4 corners. Go. As he recited the incantation, a visible clear radiance burst forth from the peachwood sword, sweeping over the 5 copper coins. The coins trembled slightly, as if pulled by an invisible force, leaping one after another, spinning in the air, and shooting toward Mu Lianhe. At that moment, the 7 fireballs also simultaneously crashed onto Su Xingxuan, and another flash of white light appeared. The crowd felt a blinding brilliance emanating from Su Xingxuan, and the 7 fireballs instantly collapsed into nothingness, as if they had never existed. This is impossible. What kind of evil magic is this? How could this happen? Mu Lianhe, seeing his spell blocked again, shouted even more sharply, sweeping the 5 coins aside. There were several explosions of fire, but the coins did not cause him much harm. Perhaps feeling anxious, Mu Lianhe began to form hand seals, a grayish-blue aura suddenly appearing in his hands. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan frowned slightly. This already resembled the shape of a curse. With Mu Lianhe's cultivation, he shouldn't be able to execute it. Could it be that the evil god planned to drain Mu Lianhe's lifespan to cast this spell? If he succeeded, Mu Lianhe would probably lose at least 10 years of his life. Of course, whether Mu Lianhe would lose years of his life had nothing to do with Su Xingxuan. The key was that if it really was cast, his holy scripture might not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan quickly bit his fingertip, waved his hands, infusing magical energy into his fingertips, and tapped on his chest, seemingly tapping on his whole body, but actually tapping on the holy scripture. Chapter 50, Guanjiangzi. This technique was taught to Su Xingxuan by the sect of all wonders. He could indeed utilize the power within the holy scripture. As long as he drew on it with his fingertip blood and prayed sincerely, he could invoke the scripture's power. However, this power was only effective against evil spirits and had no effect on humans. In Xiangshan town, only Su Xingxuan could perform this technique, not because of anything else, but because the influence of the Western Church in this world was quite limited and too remote. The people of Xiangshan town probably hadn't even heard of it. Even if the scripture was given to them, they wouldn't know how to pray after using blood to draw on it. Soon, the people of Xiangshan town saw Su Xingxuan making a very strange gesture, tapping once on his forehead and once on each shoulder, bringing his hands together in prayer, silently reciting, "In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen." With this prayer, the holy scripture on Su Xingxuan's chest immediately radiated a blazing power, and a dazzling white light shot up into the sky, visible throughout Xiangshan town. Even beyond Xiangshan town, it could be faintly seen. In the Ningguo mansion, a disheveled old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction of Xiangshan town, frowning slightly, extending his greasy palm to begin calculating. However, he was unsure whether this light and the previous anomalies were related, so he thought to check further. Just as the old Taoist finished speaking, he vanished around the street corner, without anyone around noticing, as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, the old woman selling night incense in Xiangshan town suddenly froze, looking at the white light with a frown. The church? When did the church people come to Xiangshan town? After hesitating for a moment, that very hesitation caused the white light to dissipate. At the same time, in the estate, the white light shot up into the sky, then seemed to shrink, transforming into a fist-sized cross of white light that landed in Su Xingxuan's hand. Upon seeing this, Su Xingxuan immediately shot it towards the still incanting Mu Lianhe. This power, how can there be such pure yang energy? Looking at the fist-sized cross of light, Mu Lianhe's expression changed dramatically, his voice becoming sharper and filled with fear as he quickly retreated. However, no matter how fast he retreated, he could not evade the speed of the light. A scream was heard as the cross landed on Mu Lianhe, instantly feeling like a branding iron meeting ice water. A puff of blue smoke emanating from Mu Lianhe's body. Following that, Su Xingxuan saw a dark shadow burst out from Mu Lianhe, fleeing into the distance with incredible speed. If Su Xingxuan hadn't seen it for himself, he would have thought it was an illusion. As the shadow fled, Mu Lianhe's screams abruptly stopped, his body going limp and collapsing. Su Xingxuan realized that Mu Lianhe's summoning technique had been shattered. As the saying goes, take his life while he is sick. Xingxuan immediately took out a yellow talisman from his bosom, slightly moved it, and sent the talisman fire charging towards Mu Lianhe. Just as the talisman fire was about to hit Mu Lianhe, a figure suddenly flashed out from the crowd, moving so fast that Xingxuan only saw a flicker of apricot yellow. The person stood in front of Mu Lianhe, waved their sleeve, and the talisman fire was instantly swept aside and dissipated. At this moment, Xingxuan finally saw the newcomer clearly. He wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe, a purple gold crown, appeared to be in his 40s, with a flowing beard, holding a whisk, wearing 7-star shoes, and tied with a bagua belt. He was none other than Guanjiangzi, the master of the Three Qing Temple, known as the strongest in Wengshan town. Looking at Guanjiangzi standing in front of Mu Lianhe, Xingxuan couldn't help but frown and said solemnly, Taoist Guanjiangzi, your arrival is an honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, today is the day for me to duel with your esteemed disciple. What you are doing seems a bit inappropriate. Or are you saying that the Sanqing Temple plans to use its power to oppress others, openly disregarding the rules set by the ancestors of the Taoist sect, to bully a lonely practitioner like me? Faced with Xingxuan's somewhat unfriendly words, Guanjiangzi remained calm and collected, smiling slightly, presenting the demeanor of a pure-hearted old Taoist, which elicited goodwill. He waved his dust whisk and clasped his hands, saying, Su Zhuangzhu is joking. The matter of dueling is indeed determined by the ancestors of the Taoist sect. I, a mere country bumpkin, wouldn't dare to defy it, let alone use power to bully others. Upon hearing this, Guanjiangzi stood up and smiled. As for the duel, all of you villagers have seen that Su Zhuangzhu's Taoist skills are clearly superior to that of my disciple. Even if my disciple loses this time, here are 70 taels of silver. 50 taels are the wager for the duel with Su Zhuangzhu, and the remaining 20 taels are a gift from this old Taoist. I hope Su Zhuangzhu won't mind. Saying this, Guanjiangzi tossed a money bag to Xingxuan, who caught it and found it weighed exactly 70 taels. After looking at Guanjiangzi for a while, then glancing at the slumped Mu Lianhe, Xingxuan nodded. All right, since Taoist Guanjiangzi has said so, this matter will end here. Thank you, Su Zhuangzhu. Guanjiangzi smiled slightly, and then waved his dust whisk, causing the yellow beans arranged on the ritual platform to spill onto the ground. At the same time, a command flag was planted into the ground. Guanjiangzi casually formed a seal, and suddenly, 3 thunderous sounds echoed in the clear sky, causing the surrounding rats to scurry out, each finding a yellow bean to consume, then becoming dazed and motionless. What is this? Xingxuan furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Guanjiangzi smiled slightly, stepped forward to pull up the command flag, and waved it toward Mu Lianhe. The rats then began to crawl under Mu Lianhe and lifted him, walking him toward the exit, startling the crowd, who called him an old immortal. Chapter 51. The beans turned into soldiers. Watching Guanjiangzi being surrounded and gradually leaving, Xingxuan frowned slightly and finally said, what an impressive technique of turning beans into soldiers. Turning beans into soldiers? What is that, senior brother? Zhang Qingyao looked up at Xingxuan upon hearing this. Xingxuan glanced at Zhang Qingyao and explained, turning beans into soldiers is a powerful technique in our Taoist sect. It is said that the practitioner can transform yellow beans into thousands of troops, making it extremely effective. However, only true practitioners understand that it isn't quite as miraculous as it seems. The so-called turning beans into soldiers involves infusing magical power into yellow beans, using talismans and incantations to summon ghostly soldiers, making them consume the beans to control them. However, these ghostly soldiers possess profound cultivation, comparable to accomplished Taoists. Therefore, being able to perform this level of turning beans into soldiers requires one to be an exceptional master, at least at the half-step heavenly master level. It is said that if this technique is cultivated to the highest level, it can indeed function as people imagine. In the past, when the great Yin was weak and unable to resist the northern barbarian tribes, a supreme heavenly master from our Taoist sect, who was at the half-step immortal realm, once transformed a handful of yellow beans into 100,000 elite soldiers to block the barbarians. This is also where the saying that one heavenly master is worth 100,000 soldiers comes from. As for legendary immortal beings, they can even transform yellow beans into mighty warriors, comparable to heavenly masters. However, such miraculous powers are beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Given this, it seems that Taoist Guanjiangzi's magical power is indeed profound, Zhang Qingyao remarked in admiration. Xingxuan, however, shook his head and smiled. Junior sister, you are overestimating Guanjiangzi. I must say, while he has become the top master in Wengshan town, and his magical power is indeed unfathomable, surpassing mine by who knows how much, his technique of turning beans into soldiers is really nothing special. It's merely a trick to fool ordinary people. What are you saying, senior brother? I don't quite understand. Zhang Xingyao looked at Su Xingxuan with some confusion. Su Xingxuan smiled upon hearing this and reached out to pat Zhang Xingyao's head. Look, as soon as Guan Jiangzi arrived, he had Mu Lianhe concede defeat and was generous with the silver, without any hesitation. Such decisiveness likely leads many to speak of him as a virtuous and true Taoist. Moreover, he didn't show up earlier or later, but just at the moment I was about to completely defeat Mu Lianhe, especially when he disrupted my spell. It seemed as natural as a breeze under the moonlight, clearly displaying the demeanor of a senior expert, effectively overshadowing me. This should have been our righteous manner's moment to shine, yet all the fame has fallen onto him. Oh, I had no idea about this, Zhang Xingya said in surprise, scratching her head, her eyes filled with admiration for Su Xingxuan. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan smiled again and patted her head. All right, let's not talk about that. Although Guan Jiangzi has stolen quite a bit of thunder, we have still achieved our goal of revitalizing our righteous manners reputation. I believe we will be busy soon. Xingya, please take some time to organize the accounts. We will likely need them soon. I understand, senior brother. You can rest assured. Zhang Xingya nodded in agreement. Su Xingxuan smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at the now quiet entrance, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. He had been puzzled before. The righteous manor, in terms of location and business, was not particularly good. The place was remote and eerie, with only a few struggling families barely keeping it afloat. The monthly income was probably less than what the Sanqing temple earned in a day. To put it bluntly, it was a righteous manor, but to put it less kindly, it was hardly different from a rundown temple. Given such a ghostly place, Mu Lianhe, as the eldest disciple of the Sanqing temple and the town leader's son, shouldn't have been interested in the righteous manor from any angle. Yet, this person, who should not have been interested, had not only shown interest in the manor but had done so repeatedly, showing no concern for his reputation, resorting to underhanded tactics and gambling to seize control of the manor. What was the reason behind this? Did the Zhang family's righteous manor hold something unknown to him? As this thought arose, Su Xingxuan quickly dismissed it. Either the righteous manor had nothing at all, and he was overthinking it, or if there was indeed something different, Zhang Danian, having built the manor, would not be unaware of it. Perhaps it was because he had previously lacked understanding of the spells, which is why Zhang Danian hadn't explained anything. This possibility couldn't be ruled out. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Perhaps if he approached it from the perspective of spells, he might uncover some clues. Chapter 52, The Mystery of the Righteous Manor, Part 1. Hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. Once they were gone, Guan Jiangzi's expression darkened as he looked at the unconscious Mu Lianhe, his face filled with anger, no longer showing any trace of being a true Taoist. Seemingly sensing Guan Jiangzi's displeasure, the orderly rats immediately went into disarray, spitting out the yellow beans and scattering in all directions, the beans falling to the ground and instantly turning to dust. Guan Jiangzi, however, paid no attention to this. His face grim as he approached Mu Lianhe and slapped his back. A surge of magical power flowed into Mu Lianhe's limbs. Mu Lianhe coughed lightly, slowly opened his eyes, and groggily looked at Guan Jiangzi, calling out, Master. Master, do you still see me as your master? Upon seeing Mu Lianhe wake up, Guan Jiangzi snorted coldly, turned with his hands behind his back, and walked into the back hall of the Sanqing temple, sitting down heavily in a grand chair. Mu Lianhe finally reacted, shaking his head. Although he felt a bit lightheaded after using the divine summoning technique, he was still a practitioner. Even if his limbs felt weak, he was not as depleted as an ordinary person. He could still walk a few steps and said to Guan Jiangzi, Master, please don't be angry. This time it was my fault, and I embarrassed you. Please forgive me. Forgive you? Guan Jiangzi glanced at Mu Lianhe, took a sip of tea beside him, and sneered. If I hadn't happened to be present today, I'm afraid the reputation of my Sanqing Guanyin would have been completely ruined by you. After years of cultivation, you couldn't even handle a rural villager. But let's not dwell on that. After all, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Matters of fighting spells cannot be generalized, so I won't be so petty. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Mu Lianhe quickly smiled upon hearing this. Thank me? You should wait to thank me later. I haven't said I forgive you yet. Looking at Mu Lianhe, who was overjoyed, Guan Jiangzi chuckled softly with a hint of sarcasm. Mu Lianhe immediately frowned, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. If you only lost in the duel, winning or losing is common in battles, so I wouldn't say anything. But the real issue is what secret the Zhang family manor is hiding, which you have concealed. What is your intention? Guan Jiangzi's expression suddenly changed, his voice rising several degrees as he slammed the cup heavily onto the table. With a loud crash, it shattered into pieces. Mu Lianhe did not expect Guan Jiangzi to suddenly turn hostile, and he was taken aback. He looked at Guan Jiangzi, who seemed to have a fierce glint in his eyes, and he immediately trembled, lowering his head, his eyes darting around as he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Master, what are you talking about? How can I, as your disciple, not understand? What secret of the Zhang family manor? Isn't it just a rundown manor? What secrets could it possibly have? Master, you are overthinking. I just thought that I would quickly become a master and achieve something to show you, Master. If I could become the head of a family, it would also bring you glory, wouldn't it? You are overthinking. Overthinking, Mu Lianhe said awkwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Now you say you want to achieve something and bring me glory. I believe that, but can you believe it yourself? Or do you think that as the mayor's son, you no longer regard me, an old Taoist priest, as important? Guan Jiangzi said, slightly shaking his hand. Mu Lianhe's expression changed in an instant. First he was startled. Then he was delighted. Master, have you succeeded? Regarding Mu Lianhe's words, Guan Jiangzi only smiled without speaking, quietly observing him. Seeing Guan Jiangzi's indifferent demeanor, Mu Lianhe quickly laughed. Master, look at you. Your disciple was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? I will tell you now. Won't that be enough? In fact, from the beginning, I never intended to hide it from you. I just thought it would be a surprise for you once I accomplished this. I didn't expect you to notice it first. No wonder they say that old ginger is spicier. You are quite perceptive. Mu Lianhe gave Guan Jiangzi a thumbs up with a flattering smile, but Guan Jiangzi's expression remained unchanged. Oh. Upon hearing about the Longhushan Heavenly Master sect, Guan Jiangzi finally reacted a bit and looked at Mu Lianhe, saying, continue. Uh-huh. Mu Lianhe nodded repeatedly. It is said that Zhang Danian is not only a member of the Longhushan Heavenly Master sect, but also in charge of one of its branches. As you know, the Heavenly Master sect is large and influential. Besides the direct lineage of Master Zhang, there are many branches, some of which are strong enough to rival the main lineage. While others have only a few disciples, Zhang Danian should be in charge of one of those smaller branches. It is said that many years ago, due to a disagreement with a certain faction within the Heavenly Master sect, Zhang Danian was injured and disheartened, leaving Longhushan and going incognito to our Wangshan town, where he founded the Zhang family manor. Although Zhang Danian was only in charge of a small branch of the Heavenly Master sect, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it is a branch of the Heavenly Master sect, it could still be a great help to us. Moreover, I heard that Xingxuan has no magical power, so I thought Zhang Danian probably did not pass on the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect to him. That's why I wanted to take over the Zhang family manor to see if I could uncover Zhang Danian's teachings. If I could find them, there might be a way to become a Heavenly Master. Upon hearing this, Guan Jiangzi's eyes brightened, but he quickly shook his head and said, No. You mentioned that Xingxuan has no magical power, but I see his foundation is quite solid, even surpassing yours. It seems that the teachings have already been passed down to him. Master is mistaken, in my opinion. It is true that Xingxuan has not obtained the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect, Mu Lianhe said with a grin. What do you mean by that? Guan Jiangzi looked at Mu Lianhe. In fact, when I discovered that Xingxuan was not as I thought, lacking magical power, I also considered whether he had obtained the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect. However, during our encounter, I found that Xingxuan probably has not received the teachings. Although I lost my senses after summoning the spirits, I could roughly deduce that Xingxuan's techniques do not belong to the Heavenly Master sect. Master, with your vast experience, you should be able to recognize which lineage Xingxuan's techniques belong to. Hearing this, Guan Jiangzi thought about how Xingxuan performed his spells, frowned, and nodded. Indeed, the techniques Xingxuan used are not from the Heavenly Master sect, but from the Maoshan lineage. This is strange. Since Zhang Danian was a disciple of the Heavenly Master sect, why did he pass on Maoshan techniques to Xingxuan? Although the basic Taoist techniques are similar, each school has its own secret methods, which is puzzling. I also think so, Mu Lianhe said. However, there are rumors that Zhang Danian was expelled from Longhushan. Perhaps for this reason, he did not pass on the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect to Xingxuan, but instead taught him the Maoshan techniques. Regardless, the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect should not have fallen into Xingxuan's hands. Guan Jiangzi nodded after listening, pondering for a moment before saying, however, whether he obtained them or not, you have already lost in the duel. It is impossible to covet the manor now. Continuing to entangle yourself will only make others in the Taoist community think you are unwilling to accept the result of the duel. The teachings of the Heavenly Master sect are undoubtedly tempting, but our Sanqing Guanin's techniques are not weak either. Achieving the status of a Heavenly Master is not easy. Even within the Longhushan lineage, how many Heavenly Masters have emerged over the years? More often than not, they rely on the vast power of Longhushan. For the sake of this elusive inheritance, if it angers the high-level figures in the Taoist community or draws the attention of Longhushan, it won't be a good thing. With such thoughts, it would be better to focus on developing our Sanqing Guanin properly. Upon hearing this, a flash of displeasure crossed Mu Lianhe's eyes, and he cursed silently for being a coward. After thinking it over, he couldn't help but say, "Master, there's one more piece of news I almost forgot to tell you." Among the news I received, there was an uncertain message saying that Zhang Danian might still have a treasure in his possession. What did you say? Hearing this, Guan Jiangxi's expression changed immediately. He grabbed Mu Lianhe and asked sternly, "Be clear, what treasure?" "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Master, it hurts." Mu Lianhe grimaced as Guan Jiangxi squeezed him. He quickly said. Guan Jiangxi looked down and saw that Mu Lianhe's hand was already turning blue from his grip. So he quickly released him. "Humph, you deliberately concealed the matter of the treasure to confuse my attention. Since I found out that I am not concerned about the teachings of the Heavenly Master sect, you had no choice but to reveal it. You little rascal." Very clever. Hearing the malice in Guan Jiangxi's words, Mu Lianhe chuckled a couple of times, not taking it to heart. "Master, you misunderstood. We aren't sure about the treasures yet. What if I mention it, and it turns out there isn't any? It wouldn't be good if you blame me. I only heard rumors about it, but I'm not clear on the specifics. However, no matter what, we should first take down the Zhang family estate, even if there are no treasures. The inheritance from the Heavenly Master sect is still valuable, right, Master?" Upon hearing this, Guan Jiangxi fell silent for a moment. His expression remained as calm as a lake. But inside he was exceptionally excited. A treasure might be hidden in Wangshan town. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. With it, not only would Wangshan town be within his grasp, but he could also secure a place in the entire Xingxuan county or even Ningxuan prefecture. After a moment of silence, Guan Jiangxi looked at Mu Lianhe and said, "If that's the case, we do need to act quickly to take down the Zhang family estate. But how we go about it requires careful planning. After all, the commotion from your confrontation with the Zhang family was quite significant. I fear that Daming Temple, City God Temple, and even Su Xingxuan may start to suspect something. If we make any further moves, and they discover the existence of the treasure, or if the news gets out, it would be beyond our control. Is that so? But it's just a Zhang family estate. It shouldn't cause too much of a stir." Mu Lianhe said uncertainly, glancing at Guan Jiangxi. "Foolish," Guan Jiangxi scolded. "Do you think everyone else is as naive as you? That old monk at Daming Temple and the stubborn one at City God Temple are not easy opponents. Although Su Xingxuan may not be much, he is the one who understands the Zhang family estate the best. The things we can see, he can see even more. If a seemingly worthless estate causes such a ruckus because of you, even a fool would suspect something's amiss. Then what should we do? Why don't we just take action directly? After all, Master, you're the strongest in the town. Who could possibly surpass you?" Mu Lianhe frowned. Hearing this, Guan Jiangxi felt utterly exasperated with Mu Lianhe. He glared at him and said, "You foolish boy, you really have gone too far. My cultivation may indeed surpass anyone in Wangshan town, but so what? The Buddhist temples in the world are one, and the temples belong to the court. If I disregard Daming Temple and City God Temple, I will immediately face powerful practitioners from the Buddhist temples and high officials from the temples. At that time, what would a mere Sanqing temple amount to? As for now, we cannot make any moves against the Zhang family estate. I hope Zhang Daji's inheritance is well hidden and not easily discovered. Additionally, we must immediately send out orders to monitor the movements of Daming Temple and City God Temple, and let those spies know that we from Sanqing Temple intend to unify Wangshan town and plan to eliminate Daming Temple and City God Temple. Master, won't this create enemies for us?" Mu Lianhe looked at Guan Jiangxi in confusion. "It doesn't matter. Only by doing this can we find an excuse to act against the Zhang family estate. Moreover, the 15th of July is approaching, and the Taoist convention held every 10 years will take place then. We can use that opportunity to take down the Zhang family estate, while also making a move against Daming Temple and City God Temple, then feign defeat and pay some price. Although this may harm Sanqing Temple's interests, obtaining a treasure will outweigh the losses," Guan Jiangxi said with a proud smile. Chapter 54, The Secret Technique of Shrouding the Sky. While Guan Jiangxi and Mu Lianhe were scheming, let us turn to the Zhang family estate. Su Xingxuan thought long and hard. Increasingly convinced that Mu Lianhe had ulterior motives regarding the estate, especially now that he had begun to practice Taoist techniques. He knew that Zhang Daji was definitely not someone who deceives the gods and ghosts or is without skills. Although it was uncertain whether he was a disciple of the Heavenly Master sect, he was at least proficient in the arts, as evidenced by the quality of the magical items being better than those in the hands of Uncle Gio. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan immediately began preparing to open his heavenly eye. Since the mortal eye could not discern anything, it must be due to Zhang Daji's use of an obscuring technique. Fortunately, although the estate was poor, it had all kinds of Taoist magical tools and materials. Not to mention, the materials needed to open the heavenly eye were just rootless water and pomelo leaves. Soon, Su Xingxuan found the two materials from the estate storeroom, soaked the pomelo leaves in the rootless water, then waved his hand in the air a few times, injecting his spiritual energy into it. He He then picked it up and lightly brushed it over his eyelids, feeling a cool sensation slowly entering his eyeball before finally opening his eyes. How can this be? Xingxuan was taken aback when he opened his eyes. He had expected Zhang Daji to have left some sort of inheritance hidden, only covered by an obscuring technique. The reason Mu Lianhe was so eager to obtain the estate must be because of this. However, after opening his heavenly eye, Xingxuan found that the estate was still the same as before. There was not a single difference. The dilapidated areas remained dilapidated, and the dark corners remained dark. Nothing had changed. Could it be that I was wrong? Zhang Daji really didn't leave any inheritance? Then what is Mu Lianhe after? Xingxuan furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Senior brother, what are you doing? It's already very late. Why aren't you asleep? At that moment, Zhang Qingya's voice suddenly rang out. Xingxuan looked up to see Zhang Qingya standing at the door in a pure white nightgown, her eyes still half closed. She glanced at the magical tools beside Xingxuan and slowly walked over. Rootless water, pomelo leaves, vermilion powder, yellow paper. Senior brother, are you catching ghosts? Is the estate haunted? It shouldn't be, right? After Grandpa died, we neither kept any corpses nor worshipped any spirits, so it shouldn't be haunted. Zhang Qingya rubbed her eyes and said. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan was taken aback, and a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He grabbed Zhang Qingya and said, Qingya, what did you just say? Say it again. Zhang Qingya was startled by Xingxuan's sudden action, looking at her somewhat agitated senior brother. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I said, after Grandpa died, we neither kept any corpses nor worshipped any spirits, so it shouldn't be haunted. Did I say something wrong? However, after opening his heavenly eye, he saw that there wasn't a trace of ghostly aura around. Not even a hint of Yin energy was present. It was even more righteous than an ordinary household, which clearly indicated something was off. It seemed that Zhang Daji must have used a special obscuring technique. With such a special technique, there must be some secret involved. As he pondered, Xingxuan took out the book on the Maoshan secret techniques from his pocket. Although this book was only a few pages long, it was a collection of the essence of Maoshan Taoist techniques. It recorded some of the most profound methods of the Maoshan lineage, many of which could only be performed by those who had reached the true person realm. After looking it over, Xingxuan noticed that there was a type of obscuring technique called the secret technique of shrouding the sky. As the name suggests, when this secret method is employed to its highest realm, it can even obscure the heavens, making it one of the most formidable illusions. However, being powerful also meant it was difficult to cultivate. To perform such a secret technique, one must first possess the cultivation of a true person, meaning that the practitioner must at least be a high-level practitioner of spirit communication and spellcasting. Seeing this, Xingxuan cast a suspicious glance at the dilapidated estate before him. Could it be that Zhang Daji truly had the cultivation of a true person? But if he were really a master of the true person realm, why would he remain in such a small estate? Moreover, according to the records in the Maoshan secret techniques, this technique was extremely difficult to perform and could only be executed by someone who was very proficient in Taoist arts. What troubled Xingxuan even more was that the Maoshan secret techniques only provided some introduction to this secret technique of shrouding the sky and how to determine if one had encountered this technique. But there was no information on how to break it. According to the records in the book, the secret technique of covering the sky has a major flaw. Initially, it can only confuse people and has no effect on evil spirits or ghostly beings. Unless the technique is practiced to a high level, even low-level ghostly beings can detect it. Therefore, many practitioners will use ghostly beings to find the weaknesses of the covering sky technique. However, this only allows them to locate the weakness. There are no records on how to break it. Seeing this, Xingxuan was already prepared. He smiled slightly and pointed to his waist. A red rope shot out like a swimming dragon towards the shadow, arriving before the shadow could react, wrapping around it. A scream echoed from the air, and the shadow fell instantly. Chapter 55, Dong Xiaoyu. Now that he discovered that ghostly beings could detect the weaknesses of the covering sky technique, Xingxuan immediately thought of Dong Xiaoyu. Previously, he might have hesitated to release her, as Dong Xiaoyu was a female ghost that even Jiushu had to exert considerable effort to subdue. After all, she had a cultivation level that could absorb energy from the environment, and facing her directly might not guarantee victory. However, now that Xingxuan had a red rope dyed with the blood of a purple cloud rooster, which was a natural enemy of ghostly beings, Dong Xiaoyu wouldn't stand a chance unless her cultivation rose to a higher level. Stinky Taoist, what exactly do you want? Dong Xiaoyu shouted as the red rope bound her feet. The exorcism power of the rope met her ghostly aura like a branding iron, emitting red light that twisted Dong Xiaoyu's face in pain, making her already decayed visage even more terrifying. In response to Dong Xiaoyu's anger, Xingxuan smiled faintly. Miss Dong, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. To be honest, you are quite a good ghost. Out of gratitude for my senior brother burning incense for you. You offer yourself in return. I truly admire this friendship. However, humans and ghosts are on different paths. You must understand that being with him will only drain his vitality. He is a cultivator, not an ordinary person. Otherwise, after a night together, he would have long been drained dry by you. Qiusheng, hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Dong Xiaoyu's struggles lessened slightly, and a trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. If not for her half-rotten face, it would have been truly pitiful to behold. Reincarnation? Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu looked at Su Xingxuan suspiciously. That's right, but before that, I need you to help me with something. Su Xingxuan nodded. Humph, I knew there was no free lunch in this world. You just want to trick me into doing your bidding, Dong Xiaoyu coldly huffed. Miss Dong, you truly misunderstand me. Su Xingxuan shook his head, not at all bothered by her displeased expression. I never intended to use you. Initially, I indeed wanted to assist you in reincarnation. But now I've encountered a situation and need your help with something. As for trickery, let's be blunt. Right now, I am the knife, and you are the fish. If I truly wanted to control you, a yellow talisman would suffice. Could you resist it? This. Dong Xiaoyu furrowed her brow upon hearing this, looking at Su Xingxuan. Speak. What do you want me to do? Very straightforward, Su Xingxuan replied with a smile, pointing to the charity house. Actually, what I need you to do isn't difficult at all. I just want you to help me check if there's something wrong or unusual about this charity house, and let me know. Is it really that simple? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Su Xingxuan with suspicion. Su Xingxuan nodded affirmatively, smiling. It really is that simple. But you are different, Miss Dong. As he spoke, Su Xingxuan looked deeply at Dong Xiaoyu. No matter how you think about it, I want to remind you of one thing. This is not Rinjia Town. This is Wingshan Town. Don't think that I am the only Taoist here. To be honest, in Wingshan Town, there are at least 3 experts at the transformation level. And there are more than a dozen other cultivators. Dong Xiaoyu understood what this kind of situation represented without needing him to explain further. If she left this charity house, she might not survive 3 days in Wingshan Town without being beaten to a pulp. After glancing at Su Xingxuan, who was calmly sitting, and then at the red rope faintly glowing at his waist, Dong Xiaoyu didn't dare take that risk. She opened her ghostly eyes and began to carefully examine the charity house, the main door, courtyard, great hall, ancestor statue, etc. Suddenly, as Dong Xiaoyu looked at the ancestor statue in the charity house, a blinding golden light erupted from it. In the clear sky, without wind or clouds, a thunderclap echoed. And Dong Xiaoyu screamed, being blasted away by the golden light from the ancestor statue. Miss Dong? Seeing this scene, Su Xingxuan's expression changed instantly. He never expected such a situation to arise. After all, the Maoshan secret technique stated that ghostly beings could see the weaknesses of the covering sky technique. But it did not mention anything about this kind of occurrence. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan hurried to help Dong Xiaoyu up. Just as he helped her up, he hadn't even had the chance to check her condition when suddenly, a thunderbolt tore through the sky and struck towards Su Xingxuan. Upon seeing this, Su Xingxuan's eyes widened, and he realized he couldn't evade it in time. He could only watch as the lightning struck him. Chapter 56, Zhang Danian. As time seemed to slow down, the lightning struck without giving Su Xingxuan any chance to react. Just as he and Dong Xiaoyu were about to perish under the lightning, unexpectedly, a copper bell leaped out from his chest. This copper bell rushed towards the lightning, and with a loud bang, the lightning struck the bell. Contrary to Su Xingxuan's expectations of a violent explosion and a deafening sound, nothing of the sort occurred. The lightning struck the copper bell as if it were a drop in the ocean, with no sound at all. The bell remained suspended in midair, and if not for the occasional flicker of lightning on its surface, Su Xingxuan might have thought time had stopped. This stillness was fine, but once it moved, perhaps due to the fluctuations of the technique, the previously motionless copper bell suddenly erupted with golden light. Su Xingxuan's expression changed instantly as he retreated, crashing against the table with a loud bang, not even minding the incense burner and cups that fell to the ground. His face filled with terror as he stared at the copper bell. The copper bell shone with golden light and then lightly shook, producing a crisp ringing sound. As this sound rang, the bell seemed to exhaust its power, and the golden light rapidly receded, vanishing into the bell, which then fell to the ground and rolled a few times as if it had lost its strength. This kind of light would be hard to notice during the day, but at night, it shone like the bright moon in the sky. Looking at the glowing ancestor statue, Su Xingxuan felt his mind was overwhelmed at that moment. Why did unexpected situations come one after another? He thought it would have been better to stay safely at the charity house rather than facing various incidents, not even knowing if he would suddenly die in such upheaval. Just as Su Xingxuan's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat again, a sound resembling that of a water cup shattering suddenly came from the statue of the ancestor. Following this, under Su Xingxuan's incredulous gaze, a figure gradually emerged. Indeed, it was a figure, a phantom, and it was someone Xingxuan was very familiar with, Zhang Dajing's figure. Xingxuan, long time no see, Zhang Dajing said with a smile. Oh. This, master, Xingxuan looked at the suddenly appearing Zhang Dajing. His mind seemed to stall for a moment, stammering and unable to say anything for a long time. Round light phantom? Upon hearing this, Xingxuan was taken aback, and then remembered that there was a record of this in the Miao Mountain secret arts. The Taoist sect has a secret technique called round light phantom, which is a kind of secret art used by those with profound cultivation to pass down Taoist techniques. It's similar to modern video recordings, meaning that the Zhang Dajing before him was not the real Zhang Dajing, but merely a phantom left by him. Since you have already attained the cultivation of a real person, there are some things you should know. All along, I have claimed to be a descendant of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi sect, and you have always doubted me, perhaps thinking that my cultivation is too low. In fact, you are unaware of the truth. Zhang Dajing said, actually, I am indeed the 37th generation descendant of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi sect. And not only am I an ordinary disciple of Longhu Mountain, but I also oversee the Yin-Yang Dao lineage within the Tianshi sect. The Tianshi sect is complex, with major factions not yielding to one another. The Yin-Yang Dao that I oversee is not mainstream within the Tianshi sect. It is merely a minor path. However, at one time, the Yin-Yang Dao was also a glorious branch of the Tianshi sect. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the descendants have been unfilial, leading to a gradual decline. 20 years ago, the Yin-Yang Dao was passed to me. At that time, I was ambitious and self-important, disregarding anyone except for a few direct descendants and prominent branches within the Tianshi sect. I was determined to make the Yin-Yang Dao one of the mainstream branches of the Tianshi sect. I was proud and arrogant, and at a young age, I achieved the status of a real person with talent that was only below that of the innate Dao body, not to mention within our small Yin-Yang Dao branch. Even within the entire Tianshi sect, my talent was among the very top. Because of this, I became increasingly arrogant. At that time, I looked down on everything, disregarding everyone except for the elders of my sect. I relied on the treasures in my possession and fought against the younger generation of various factions within the Tianshi sect, gaining temporary fame. Because of this, I became even more inflated and ultimately set my sights on the direct descendants of the Tianshi sect. Initially, both my senior predecessors in the Yin-Yang Dao and other experts in Longhu Mountain tried their best to stop this battle. From their perspective, whether it was me or the direct descendants, we were the future pillars of the Tianshi sect. Any damage would only harm the Tianshi sect. But I was determined to crush my fellow disciples and insisted on competing with them in a battle of magic. The result was, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens, Zhang Dajing said with a bitter smile, his face full of bitterness. Chapter 57, Soul Calling Banner. I suppose you can guess the outcome. That battle of magic ended in my utter defeat. Logically speaking, since I had already lost, I should have withdrawn. However, at that time, perhaps I was truly blinded by arrogance. Not only did I not withdraw, but I also insisted on fighting to the death, even bringing out the treasure of the Yin-Yang Dao to stubbornly confront that direct descendant. Zhang Dajing said with a bitter smile. Looking back now, that direct descendant truly deserved to be the heir of our Tianshi sect and the next Tianshi. Whether in cultivation or temperament, he surpassed me. At that time, although he defeated me, he acted with restraint, able to push me back without harming me. Unfortunately, I was so focused on defeating him that I failed to notice this. If only he had been a bit harsher, perhaps it wouldn't have led to such a great mistake. At that time, seeing my defeat, I was unable to accept it and unleash the strongest technique of the Yin-Yang Dao. Neither that direct descendant nor the senior predecessors of the sect expected my competitive spirit to be so strong, nor did they anticipate that I would use such forbidden techniques against my own people. If it weren't for the protective treasures on that direct descendant or the ancestor who sensed a change in the Tianshi realm and intervened in time, the direct descendant of our Tianshi sect would have lost his life at my hands. But even so, that direct descendant would need years of recovery. My treasure of the Yin-Yang Dao was destroyed by me, and I suffered backlash, resulting in no progress in my cultivation for the rest of my life. And my lifespan was greatly reduced, unable to even surpass 50. Seeing my tragic state, the elders of the sect showed mercy and did not punish me. However, since I had destroyed the sect's treasure, severely injured my fellow disciples, and harmed myself, I had no face to remain in Longhu Mountain. So 20 years ago, I insisted on leaving the mountain, concealed my identity, and came to this Wongshan town, where I married your mother. Unfortunately, my fate was cursed, and it led to your mother passing away early, leaving behind a lonely and helpless person. Now that I am gone, I can only rely on you. Zhang Dajing's eyes flashed with a trace of regret, and it was evident that he had not had an easy time over the years. After a while, Zhang Dajing finally calmed down, rubbing his eyes as if to cover up his emotions, and said with a smile, "But now it's good. Since you can see this round light phantom, it shows that you have achieved the realm of a real person. Years ago, I did a fortune reading for you and found that you were naturally destined for the Tao. However, before the age of 18, your meridians had not yet fully developed, and I couldn't teach you the Taoist arts. I had planned to wait until you turned 18 to teach you, but my lifespan was limited. I only knew that you would definitely walk the Tao in the future, which is why I left this round light phantom. I suppose you are nearing 30 now, right? That girl Xingxia should have grown up by now. I wonder if she has found a suitable match. Zhang Dajing said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan smiled. As for turning 30, this body had just turned 18. However, according to Zhang Dajing's estimation, achieving the realm of a real person in 10 years showed that he had great expectations for himself. Without the door of all wonders, it seemed that his arduous cultivation would have taken much longer. It was also because Zhang Dajing did not account for the door of all wonders and the soul-subduing bell, which inadvertently broke through the secret techniques that could only be accessed at the realm of a real person. This could be considered destiny. While he was thinking, Zhang Dajing extended his hand, and with a flash of light, a soul banner appeared in his hand. He reached out to touch the banner, his eyes filled with nostalgia, and said, "Since you have attained the realm of a real person, you are qualified to inherit the techniques of my Yin-Yang Dao lineage. This soul-calling banner is the treasure of my Yin-Yang Dao. I will now pass it on to you. I have inscribed all the various secret techniques of the Yin-Yang Dao within it. Since you have achieved the realm of a real person, you can slowly comprehend it yourself." As he spoke, Zhang Dajing tossed the soul-calling banner, and as soon as the phantom-like banner left his hand, it solidified and landed in Su Xingxuan's hand. Su Xingxuan took the soul-calling banner and frowned slightly upon looking at it. This soul-calling banner was clearly just a magical artifact. Although it was quite good and among the best in magical artifacts, it seemed a bit unworthy to be the treasure of the Yin-Yang Dao. At this moment, Zhang Dajing continued, "This soul-calling banner is the treasure of my Yin-Yang Dao. Not only that, but back in the day, this soul-calling banner was also one of the most precious treasures in the xianxia sect. Unfortunately, alas, the descendants have been unfilial, causing the treasure to gather dust." Hearing this, Su Xingxuan's eyes brightened. Could it be that this soul-calling banner had some hidden secrets? The so-called soul-summoning banner is not its original name. It is only called that because it has fallen in rank. In the past, when the first ancestor of the Yin-Yang path held this item, it was called the Banner of 10,000 Bones of the Underworld, a legendary artifact. During the invasion of the demon realm, the various Taoist sects fought against the demons, and the ancestor wielded this item to battle evil for 100 years, achieving great renown. Unfortunately, the Banner of 10,000 Bones of the Underworld was damaged in the process, falling in rank and transforming into the Yellow Springs Banner, a Tao artifact. After being mastered by successive ancestors to subdue demons, by the time it reached my hands, it had further degraded into the Blood River Banner, a mere pseudo-Tao artifact. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan cast a doubtful glance at Zhang Danian. How could the people of the Celestial Master sect allow him to take away such a precious item? Was there something hidden within? Chapter 58, The Method of Nourishment. In fact, this relates to the method of nourishing the soul-summoning banner. If this soul-summoning banner were still the Blood River Banner, I naturally could not bring it out, for the Blood River Banner is a pseudo-Tao artifact. Even though the Celestial Master sect is powerful, a pseudo-Tao artifact is not something trivial. However, the soul-summoning banner is different, as a magical artifact. It is dispensable for the Celestial Master sect. Of course, the soul-summoning banner was once an immortal artifact, and if properly nourished, it could one day restore its former glory. The Celestial Master sect is aware of this, but the method of nourishing the soul-summoning banner is extremely difficult and lengthy. The resources required would likely be enough for the Celestial Master sect to forge several more Tao artifacts. And as for restoring the soul-summoning banner to its former immortal artifact status, even the Celestial Master sect does not dare to entertain such thoughts. As the treasure of my Yin-Yang path, the soul-summoning banner's powers are naturally undeniable, but the method of its nourishment is fraught with difficulty. To enhance the power of the soul-summoning banner, the only method is to refine it using ghostly beings. The more ghostly beings there are, the greater the power of the soul-summoning banner will be. You might be puzzled, since it is just refining with ghostly beings. There are countless ghostly beings in the world. With the Celestial Master sect's capabilities, they could capture numerous ghostly beings in a year to refine the soul-summoning banner. So what is the problem? This is where you only know part of the story. Upon hearing Zhang Danian's words, Su Xingxuan smiled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed thought that way earlier. However, the Celestial Master sect is an expert in capturing ghosts, and since they have not done so, there must be a reason. Zhang Danian continued, "Your idea is not entirely wrong. But there is one point. My Celestial Master sect follows the supreme righteous path passed down by Zhang Tianshi, which emphasizes righteous cultivation and resisting demons. If we were to refine the soul summoning banner with ghostly beings from the world, how would that differ from falling into the demonic path? To fall into the demonic path for the sake of a treasure, even if we agreed, the ancestors would not consent. That is one reason. Secondly, although the soul summoning banner sounds like a treasure of the demonic path, it is different from how demonic cultivators refine artifacts using ghostly beings. While the soul summoning banner is also refined using ghostly beings, it must be those fierce spirits and evil ghosts. First, fierce spirits and evil ghosts possess profound cultivation, which can enhance the power of the soul summoning banner. Second, they have committed numerous evils, and refining the soul summoning banner with them will not incur karmic retribution, but rather is a matter of immense merit. Thus, you should understand how challenging it is to nourish the soul summoning banner. While there are many ghostly beings in the world, how many can truly be considered fierce spirits and evil ghosts with deep sins? Moreover, those deeply sinful evil ghosts are often tainted with karmic retribution. Refining the soul summoning banner with them would bring about karmic consequences, which would not benefit one's cultivation and would also affect the celestial master sect's fortunes. It is precisely because restoring the soul summoning banner is nearly impossible, and without the full effort of several generations, it would yield little result. Such a thankless task is something few, aside from my yin-yang path, are willing to undertake, which is why I was allowed to bring it out. Now that I pass it to you, I do not expect you to restore its former glory. I only consider that even if the soul summoning banner cannot regain its past brilliance, it is still a top-tier magical artifact. For various reasons. It can carry the Tao techniques of my yin-yang path, which is why I have left it to you. You must remember, once you take charge of the soul summoning banner, do not become enamored with its power and act recklessly, refining innocent ghostly beings to forge treasures and falling into the demonic path. Otherwise, it will surely attract the wrath of the esteemed predecessors of my celestial master sect, who will eliminate you. Zhang Danian repeatedly cautioned. All right, I've said so much. You must be a bit tired now. I hope you can cultivate diligently in the future. If one day you can achieve the status of celestial master, you should visit Longhu Mountain and pass on the legacy of my yin-yang path. If not, then so be it. Also, take good care of Xingxia. Do not let her suffer. As he spoke, Zhang Danian smiled slightly and dissipated into the air, everything returning to normal, except for the soul summoning banner in Su Xingxuan's hand, which proved that it was not an illusion. Looking at the soul summoning banner in his hand, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but think that according to Zhang Danian, refining the soul summoning banner was actually not difficult. As long as there were enough evil ghosts, or more importantly, evil ghosts that would not incur karmic retribution, they could be used to refine the soul summoning banner. This might be challenging for others, but for him, it seemed the limitation was not too difficult. After all, he possessed the door of all wonders, allowing him to traverse various worlds. There were plenty of evil ghosts in those small worlds, so collecting them should not be hard. He just didn't know if it would incur karmic retribution. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan hurriedly asked about the door of all wonders. Door of all wonders, I ask you, if I use ghostly beings from the small worlds to refine the soul summoning banner, will it incur karmic retribution? All small worlds are illusions that transform the virtual into the real. Since they transform the virtual into the real, they naturally will not incur karmic retribution. However, the host can only use evil ghosts for refining, otherwise, it will harm your fortunes. If your fortunes decline in the small worlds, it could lead to a backlash from the small world. Additionally, after the host finishes refining the soul summoning banner, when bringing it out of the door of all wonders, you will need to use some fortune power to cleanse the soul summoning banner. Aside from that, there are no other requirements. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan was overjoyed. It really could be done. It seemed the soul summoning banner was truly tailor-made for him. As long as he traveled through several small worlds, the soul summoning banner would restore its former glory. Just thinking about the two words immortal artifact made Su Xingxuan unable to contain his excitement. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't time yet to enter the small worlds, he would have likely rushed in to wreak havoc. It took him a while to calm down. Chapter 59, Accompanying Training. After calming down, Su Xingxuan probed his spiritual consciousness into the soul summoning banner, wanting to see what the yin-yang path secret techniques mentioned by Zhang Danian were like. However, as soon as his consciousness entered, he felt surrounded by golden light, filled with flickering golden characters. The golden light was exceptionally dazzling, making it impossible to see what was written. Days passed like this. Due to a battle of wits with Mu Lianhe, Su Xingxuan made quite an impression in Wengshan town. Although he lost a lot of his earnings to Guanjiangzi afterward, he had still gained some renown in Wengshan town. Many people came to offer their tablets for him to venerate, although Su Xingxuan had doubled the price. And while many were not pleased, they had no choice but to accept. After all, compared to the other three families, even with the price increase, the funeral home was still much cheaper. Additionally, having just received 70 taels of silver from Guanjiangzi, the funeral home was not short on money for the time being. Xingxuan channeled all his energy into his cultivation. The spiritual energy level in the main world was incredibly high in just this short half-month. It surpassed the struggles of the previous 3 months. Xingxuan couldn't help but think that if this continued, he would surely enter the realm of nourishing qi within 2 months. Xingxuan originally wanted to use Dong Xiaoyu for ritual refining, but the Door of All Wonders reminded her that although Dong Xiaoyu is a lonely ghost, she has not done much evil. Although she has some sins, they are far from reaching the level of a malevolent ghost. If it were an ordinary ritual to summon souls, it might be acceptable, but to activate the soul summoning banner, the malevolent energy is still insufficient, unless one actively cultivates the ghost with Taoist techniques to increase her malevolent energy. However, doing so would greatly damage one's moral virtue and could easily lead to falling into the demonic path, so it was set aside. As for capturing a malevolent ghost, Xingxuan thought about it but decided against it. Not to mention whether a well-cultivated malevolent ghost could be her match. Even if she managed to capture one, it would still be uncertain whether it would involve karma. It would be better to familiarize herself with the soul-summoning banner in her hand. As night fell, the usual commotion in the ancestral hall once again occurred. Xingxuan, dressed in an apricot yellow Taoist robe, held a peachwood sword in one hand and a compass in the other, cautiously walking in the courtyard, vigilantly watching her surroundings. Suddenly, Xingxuan felt a gust of wind and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, 3 yellow talismans shot out, and a muffled grunt was heard in the void, followed by a curvaceous figure appearing. However, Xingxuan remained unfazed as the figure revealed itself. A braid resembling a steel whip shot towards her like a swimming dragon, breaking through the air. Seeing this, neither Xingxuan nor Dong Xiaoyu reacted at all. One suddenly whipped her head, and the braid, like a swimming dragon, seemed to weave a fishing net in midair, descending from all directions. Meanwhile, Xingxuan's sword moved in all directions, occasionally pointing out the landscape, and yellow talismans were flung out, striking against the braid, creating sparks as they clashed, neither side giving in. Suddenly, the long braid swept in, coiling like a snake around the peachwood sword. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly formed a seal with her hand and fiercely pointed at the peachwood sword. A yellow light immediately burst forth from the sword, and the long braid seemed to be struck by a hot iron, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. Seeing this, Xingxuan hurriedly dodged, but the long braid, like a python, followed up and blocked her retreat. Just as it seemed Xingxuan was about to lose, a sudden whoosh was heard as a prayer flag lightly swayed, dancing in midair and instantly enveloping both the flying head and Dong Xiaoyu. "Brother, are you bullying Sister Xiaoyu again with the soul-summoning banner?" Just as Xingxuan breathed a sigh of relief, Xianxia's voice sounded from the side. Xingxuan turned his head and saw Xianxia standing beside him, grinning at him. Upon meeting his gaze, she pointed at her face and said, "You promised not to bully people with magical tools. Yet every time you're about to lose, you use the soul-summoning banner. Shame on you." Being called out by a child, especially a little beauty, even Xingxuan, who had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. He awkwardly chuckled twice and pointed at the soul-summoning banner. A wisp of blue smoke flashed, and he released Dong Xiaoyu, then said to Xianxia, I was just worried that Miss Dong couldn't control it and would cause accidental harm, okay? I never said I wouldn't admit defeat. Really, you little girl, who do you think is your senior brother? It's only been a few days, and you're already siding with outsiders. Tell me, why aren't you studying properly today? How do you have time to come watch your senior brother spar with Miss Dong? Chapter 60. Innate Dao Body Humph. Senior brother just knows how to be unreasonable. Clearly, you can't beat Sister Xiaoyu and are using magical tools to bully her. Yet you won't admit it. How shameless. Xianxia said as she ran to Dong Xiaoyu's side and stuck her tongue out at Xingxuan, making a funny face. Seeing this scene, Dong Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, while Xingxuan felt even more embarrassed. What is this little girl talking about? As if sensing Xingxuan's awkwardness, Dong Xiaoyu quickly said, "All right, Xingxia, don't tease Mr. Su. Mr. Su has not been practicing for long, and in terms of cultivation, he is below me. It's already impressive that he can force me to use my trump card with his own strength. In these past few days, Mr. Su has made rapid progress. Although there might be some reliance on magical tools, his use of the soul-summoning banner has become increasingly proficient. From this perspective, Mr. Su is quite formidable." Exactly. Look how reasonable Miss Dong is. "You little girl just know how to mock your senior brother," Xingxuan quickly said. "It's clearly senior brother taking advantage of Sister Xiaoyu's kindness, gaining benefits while pretending to be virtuous." Humph, Xianxia huffed, wrinkling her nose. "Oh dear. I almost forgot." Upon hearing Dong Xiaoyu say this, Xianxia quickly slapped her forehead and then said, Senior brother, I went to school today. And the classmates all said you inherited the ancestral hall, learned magical techniques, and defeated the eldest disciple of the Sanqing Temple. You must be very powerful. They said I'm your junior sister and should also know magical techniques and perform for them. I told them I didn't know, and they said I was pretending. Senior brother, teach me too. Once I learn magical techniques, I can help you better manage the ancestral hall. As she spoke, Xianxia grabbed Su Xingxuan's arm and started shaking it. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, he had considered it. But he was still a novice himself and hadn't formally started his journey. If he taught Xianxia and she didn't learn well, wouldn't that be problematic? Seeing this, Dong Xiaoyu advised, Mr. Su, I think Xingxia is right. Since she is your junior sister, it wouldn't be good for her to always be unable to use magical techniques. Why not do this? Teach her a little bit to satisfy her wish, and we can consider the rest later. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan's eyes lit up. Yes, Xingxia is just interested in magical techniques right now. Teaching her a few minor spells wouldn't be a big deal. It's not like he expected her to catch ghosts or inherit the Taoist lineage. Why overthink it? Immediately, Su Xingxuan nodded. All right, since Xingxia you have this intention. As your senior brother, I shouldn't refuse. Come, let us go to my room. I'll teach you a bit first, and once you learn it, I'll teach you other things. Oh, I can learn magical techniques. I can learn magical techniques. Xianxia exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Su Xingxuan shook his head and led her to the room, taking out 2 straw dolls from a box and placing them on the table. Xingxia, as cultivators, we value our mind and intention. Now, I'll first teach you how to train your mind. You must remember this well. With that, Su Xingxuan silently recited a mantra, and Xianxia listened attentively. How is it? Did you remember? Su Xingxuan asked. I remembered, Xianxia nodded. Remembered? So quickly? Su Xingxuan looked at Xianxia in confusion. Knowing she wouldn't lie, he said, that's good, but just remembering isn't enough. Do you understand the meaning, Xingxia? I understand. Xianxia nodded. I see, Su Xingxuan remarked, looking at Xianxia. It seems you're quite clever. All right. Now silently recite the mantra I just taught you in your heart. Watch my hand movements. And use your mind to establish a connection with this straw doll that has been enchanted. Then you can control it. As he spoke, Su Xingxuan formed seals with his hands, pointed at the straw doll, and shouted, Taishang Laojun, urgent as a law decree, command. Instantly, the straw doll lying on the table stood up. Wow. Watching this scene, Xianxia's eyes widened in amazement, and she exclaimed. She then mimicked Su Xingxuan, pointing at another straw doll and shouted, Taishang Laojun, urgent as a law decree, command. With a whoosh, the other straw doll also stood up. Watching this scene, Su Xingxuan was slightly taken aback, looking at Xianxia with some surprise. At this moment, Xianxia was in an excited state and did not notice Su Xingxuan's reaction. She was controlling the scarecrow, making it walk, jump, and even fly, circling around the two of them. Senior brother, this is so interesting. Are there any other spells you can teach me? After playing with the scarecrow for a while, Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan forced a smile and held down Xianxia's hand that was still casting spells, saying, Xingxia, before learning new spells, senior brother needs to check your body to determine what spells are suitable for you. Oh, okay, senior brother, you can check, Xianxia said, slightly surprised, then smiled. Su Xingxuan nodded, but a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He extended his hand and began to press down on Xianxia's arm inch by inch. It wasn't that Su Xingxuan was taking advantage of Xianxia. Rather, he was using the most common method in Taoism, the bone-touching technique, to determine a person's aptitude. As he pressed inch by inch, Su Xingxuan's expression became increasingly grave. Finally, after finishing the last inch, Su Xingxuan looked at Xianxia and placed his hand over her dantian, gently probing with a strand of spiritual energy. As soon as that energy entered Xianxia's dantian, a vigorous force surged from within, instantly pushing the spiritual energy out and knocking Su Xingxuan's hand away. It's a bit warm. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Noticing something unusual in her dantian, Xianxia looked up at Su Xingxuan, who had a serious expression, and hurriedly asked. Watching Xianxia's departing figure, Su Xingxuan frowned and murmured, innate Tao body? Xingxia actually possesses the legendary innate Tao body. How could this be? Chapter 61, Mr. Linghuan. All along, practicing Taoist arts has been extremely dependent on talent. Of course, Taoism is natural. It doesn't mean that only those with top-notch aptitude can achieve something. After all, over the years, there have been some individuals with mediocre talent who eventually became celestial masters or even achieved legendary immortal bodies. However, generally speaking, those with good aptitude do indeed progress slightly faster than those with poor aptitude in the early stages of cultivation. Among various types of people, there is a constitution referred to as the heavenly bastard, known as the innate Tao body. Any practitioner of Taoism dreams of achieving an immortal body and attaining eternal life. The innate Tao body inherently contains a strand of innate energy hidden within the Dantian. This energy is different from magical power, true essence, or spiritual power, and has various names: immortal root, immortal bone, immortal muscle. In short, it provides significantly better aptitude than ordinary people and allows for much faster cultivation speed. If it were just a faster cultivation speed, that would be one thing. The key point is that this innate energy shares a source with the legendary immortal energy. It is said that anyone with an innate Tao body, as long as they successfully embark on the path of cultivation, will ultimately become immortal. This is something countless practitioners, even those who have reached the real person or celestial master realm, envy greatly. Having an innate Tao body is naturally a good thing. Not to mention, if Xingxuan himself had an innate Tao body, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. However, the one possessing the innate Tao body is Xianxia, which makes things a bit tricky for Xingxuan. It's not that Xingxuan is jealous of Xianxia or anything like that. On the contrary, he is happier than anyone else that Xianxia has the innate Tao body. But one thing is certain: because of the innate Tao body, or due to that strand of innate energy, it has always attracted the covetous eyes of people from the evil sects, and even some righteous cultivators with ulterior motives. In the eyes of these people, the reason the innate Tao body can achieve such great accomplishments is due to that strand of innate energy. If they can plunder the innate energy from a person with an innate Tao body, they could transform themselves into an innate Tao body. However, this can only be done before the innate Tao body has cultivated into a real person and integrated the innate energy into themselves. Therefore, when Xingxuan discovered that Xianxia was actually the legendary innate Tao body, his expression turned so grim. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't really taught Xianxia the Tao yet. Otherwise, once Xianxia began her cultivation, the innate Tao body would manifest anomalies. At that time, how could he, a mere novice in Taoism, protect her? At least until he achieved the real person realm, it would be absolutely impossible. For this reason, in the following time, Xingxuan did not teach Xianxia any spells. He simply said that what he practiced now belonged to the Maoshan Tao, while the spells passed down by Zhang Danian belonged to the celestial master Tao. If he taught her carelessly, it could cause problems. So he needed to wait until he could integrate the two Tao methods before teaching her. Although Xianxia was somewhat reluctant, she was still an obedient girl. Seeing that Xingxuan said this, she didn't cry or make a fuss. With Dong Xiaoyu persuading her beside her, she accepted this fact. Knowing that Xianxia was an innate Tao body, Xingxuan immediately felt a heavier burden on his shoulders. With Yin-Yang Tao, the Sanqing Temple, the soul-calling banner, and now an innate Tao body, Xingxuan, who had previously been somewhat satisfied with his cultivation speed, was feeling for the first time that his speed was still too slow. Having experienced it once, Xingxuan did not dawdle this time, but shifted his gaze to the row of oracle bone inscriptions. As he entered the world of films and dramas, Mr. Linghuan's story unfolded. The story summary involves a Jianghu sorcerer, Maoshan Ming, whose magical skills are not profound, yet his tricks are endless, often bringing along the two ghosts, Daba and Xiaobao, to deceive and eat. When he was hired to exorcise a ghost for the wealthy Tan Baiwan, he encountered a fierce ghost and fled overnight. In the quiet village, Maoshan Ming broke in. The village was under siege by sinister marauders, heavily guarded. Maoshan Ming was mistaken for a marauder and captured by the security team leader. Fortunately, Taoist Uncle Jiushi appeared in time to help him escape. Just then, the marauders attacked. And after a fierce battle, the villagers successfully repelled them. Due to a dispute, Daba and Xiaobao were taken away by Uncle Jiushi. From then on, Maoshan Ming realized the principle of the separation of humans and ghosts, deciding to part ways with the two ghosts. However, Daba was kidnapped by a marauder skilled in magic and made to attack those in Taoist robes, while the tough bandit woman went to rescue her two companions taken hostage, ultimately dying at the bottom of a well. The souls of the two companions then possessed townspeople, and what was supposed to be an exorcism turned into a half-finished mess. The bandit woman reappeared, leading to a conflict between humans and ghosts. Chapter 62, The Female Ghost. Thinking about this, Xingxuan began to stroll around this small town. He saw that the town seemed quite prosperous, yet he didn't know why every household had their doors tightly shut. He couldn't tell if it was late at night or if there were ghosts around. As he walked up to a manor, he saw a middle-aged rich merchant dressed in satin, complaining as he walked out of the manor. "What kind of Taoist are you looking for?" "A bunch of Jianghu swindlers. At this rate, that female ghost won't just drag us out of bed, but will take us to hell." Hearing this, Xingxuan recalled that at the beginning of the movie, Maoshan Ming led Daba and Xiaobao to deceive money from Tan Baiwan's family, only to be frightened by the multitude of ghosts living there, causing him to flee overnight. Now it seemed that this incident either just happened or hadn't started yet. After thinking it over, it seemed that the reason the female ghost's family frequently disturbed Tan Baiwan was that he built his house on their ancestral grave, leading them to feel oppressed day and night, naturally making them uncomfortable and wanting to cause trouble for Tan Baiwan. Looking at it this way, the female ghost's family wasn't necessarily evil. Otherwise, Tan Baiwan had been living here for a year, and if they truly meant harm, he would have died countless times by now. Immediately, Su Xingxuan stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted, "Blessed be the infinite heavenly sovereign. This esteemed gentleman. I am here to pay my respects." "Huh, who are you?" Tan Baiwan, who was speaking, suddenly saw Su Xingxuan dressed as a Taoist, and was somewhat puzzled, asking, "I am a wandering Taoist priest from the Maoshan lineage. Passing by this blessed land, I heard the gentleman mention an encounter with a female ghost. I am not skilled, but I do have some knowledge of corpse chasing and ghost catching techniques, so I took the liberty to disturb you. Please forgive me, sir," Su Xingxuan said with a smile. "Maoshan technique? Catching ghosts? You?" Tan Million looked at him with 3 question marks on his face, disbelief evident in his eyes. After sizing up Su Xingxuan, he shook his head and said, "Little Taoist, please don't take me for a fool. Even if I were a fool, after this year, up to today, 10 Taoists have claimed they can catch ghosts, and what happened? Each one was a fraud, just trying to swindle money. Who do you think you are? The scammer just now claimed to be from Maoshan, and you say you're from Maoshan too. Are you all in cahoots? Enough, enough, just leave. Otherwise, I'll report you to the authorities," 10 Million said impatiently. Su Xingxuan was not angry. He understood 10 Million's disbelief. He smiled and said, "Sir, I sympathize with you for being scammed. I also know that many people seek fame and fortune, damaging the reputation of our Taoist sect. However, you cannot generalize based on a few bad examples. Not all are fraudulent. Although I am not very old, I have fought against zombies and captured evil spirits. Moreover, my travels are to punish evil and promote good, to subdue demons and eliminate monsters, not for money. Therefore, assisting you in capturing this ghost is my duty. And it is certainly not for your meager wealth. Not asking for money." Upon hearing this, 10 Million's eyes lit up. The servant beside him quickly whispered in his ear, "Master, since he doesn't want money, why not let him give it a try? What if it works? You said it yourself, at this rate, we will eventually be killed by that female ghost." Seeing this, 10 Million nodded and looked at Su Xingxuan. "Little Taoist, this is what you said. I must remind you. This female ghost is quite powerful. If you die inside, it has nothing to do with us. Also, you promised not to ask for money. So if you catch that female ghost, don't expect me to give you a single penny. Of course, please lead the way. I will help you get rid of this ghost right away," Su Xingxuan said with a smile. That's good. Come, it's right here." 10 Million immediately smiled and quickly led Su Xingxuan into the manor, pointing towards the main hall and saying, "The ghost should be in the main hall. Little Taoist, do you need me to prepare some items for the ritual, like offerings?" Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan realized that 10 Million had indeed been scammed several times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with these processes. He smiled and said, No need. Just a few minor ghosts don't require a ritual. You all wait here. I will go and pull those little ghosts out, ensuring your peace of mind in the future." With that, Su Xingxuan strode towards the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, the 2 doors slammed shut with a bang, startling 10 Million and the others, who quickly stepped back, looking at the tightly closed doors with trepidation. "Master, do you think this little Taoist can fight those ghosts?" "I don't know, just watch. If it doesn't work, we'll run." "All right." 10 Million was equally frightened as he stared at the closed doors. Inside the hall, Su Xingxuan remained unfazed, instead watching the scene before him with great interest, smiling and saying, "Oh, they came out by themselves. That's great. No need for me to take action, saving me some trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, a female ghost dressed in white appeared before him. "Say what you want." The female ghost was quite straightforward, perhaps having encountered several Taoists already. Su Xingxuan replied directly, "Miss. Although you seem to have a strong aura of yin and ghostly energy, there is no trace of blood debt or malice on you. Moreover, 10 Million's family has lived here for a year without any disasters, so it seems you are not a vengeful spirit, merely playing pranks by moving people out of bed, disturbing the balance of yin and yang." The female ghost became a bit angry upon hearing this. He disturbed the order first by building his house on our family graveyard. You tell me, how could we be comfortable being suppressed all the time? Listening to the female ghost's grievances, Su Xingxuan nodded. If that's the case, it seems 10 Million is indeed in the wrong. How about this? I will help you resolve the discomfort of being suppressed, and in return, you won't disturb the living anymore. How does that sound? Of course, if it can be resolved, I certainly don't want to disturb the balance of yin and yang. The female ghost replied. Chapter 63, The Solution. Seeing the female ghost agree, Su Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. If the female ghost had refused, he would have found it difficult to handle, not because he feared her, as she seemed powerful, but was actually just an ordinary ghost. In terms of cultivation, she was far weaker than Dong Xiaoyu. However, since this female ghost was not an evil spirit, Xingxuan didn't want to use heavy-handed tactics against her. Plus, her family was already quite pitiful being suppressed, so he couldn't just capture her. Furthermore, even in this situation, she hadn't harmed anyone, proving that her family was indeed a kind one among ghosts. Xingxuan truly didn't want to engage with such a ghost. Moreover, according to Tan Million, the Maoshan priest had just left, and the plot should be starting soon. Xingxuan wanted to resolve the situation here quickly to get on with the story. That's good. Since the lady is so understanding, it saves me a lot of trouble. Please wait a moment. Xingxuan smiled, then turned to the door and called out, Tan Yuan, come in for a moment. It's fine now. Outside. Tan Million hesitated upon hearing Xingxuan's call. And no problems? Master, the Taoist is calling you. Hurry up. The servant urged him. Tan Million, seeing this, swallowed hard and walked to the door, trembling as he pushed it open. He was startled to see the female ghost in the hall, and he screamed, Ghost. He immediately jumped back, ready to run. Xingxuan had anticipated this and quickly pulled him back. Hey, Tan Yuan, don't be afraid. It's fine. Ghost. Let go of me, ghost. Tan Million looked at the female ghost, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down as his legs wobbled, struggling desperately. If Xingxuan hadn't held him tightly, he might have run off by now. Tan Yuan. Xingxuan called his name. But the terrified Tan Million only kept shouting ghost, ignoring him. Seeing this, Xingxuan frowned and shouted, Stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I will let her eat you. As soon as he said this, Tan Million's voice seemed to be choked, and he stared at Xingxuan in terror, his face turning from white to red, unable to make a sound. Seeing this, Xingxuan shook his head and pointed at the female ghost. Tan Yuan, I have figured it out. This lady, the ghost you mentioned, moves you out of bed every day because you built your house over her family's graveyard, which has made her family uncomfortable. That's why they are haunting you. I have to say, Tan Yuan, you are quite bold. You dare to build a house over a family of ghosts? Who else would the ghosts look for but you? Xingxuan shot Tan Million a glance. Upon hearing this, Tan Million's fear lessened considerably. He looked at Xingxuan and pointed to his mouth. Xingxuan nodded. It's all right, you can speak. Hearing this, Tan Million let out a long breath, glanced at the female ghost, and said, I don't know. What should we do now? Should I just not live here anymore and sell the place? Sell it? To whom? First of all, let's not talk about whether this ghostly figure is wanted by anyone, and even if it is sold, this girl's family is still being suppressed. As the instigator, it won't help even if you move away. However, there are still ways to remedy the situation. Now, I have two methods here. I wonder if you, Mr. Tan, would be willing to listen? Willing, Mr. Tan quickly flattered. Xingxuan smiled and said, The first method is for you to push this matter aside and help this girl's family with their grave again. But the expense, I'm afraid you, Mr. Tan, can't afford it. What about the second? Mr. Tan quickly asked upon hearing this. The second method is quite simple and saves trouble. I think your family must have an ancestral hall, right? The second method is for you to enshrine this girl's family. This way, even if your house is on their family's burial ground, it won't be a problem, because after enshrining them, in a certain sense, you will also be considered a family. The distinction between upper and lower is similar to two floors, so naturally, there won't be a feeling of suppression. What do you think? Xingxuan smiled. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tan hesitated. Are you asking me to support a whole family of ghosts? Upon hearing this, the female ghost immediately frowned and looked at Mr. Tan coldly. Mr. Tan, seeing this, turned pale with fright and looked at Xingxuan. Xingxuan also snorted lightly and said, Mr. Tan, I have told you the methods. If you are willing, have someone prepare the tablets, and I will help you enshrine this girl's family. From then on, you will have peace. Otherwise, you can just hope for the best. Saying this, Xingxuan stood up and was about to leave. Seeing Xingxuan about to go, Mr. Tan's expression changed instantly, and he quickly pulled Xingxuan back. No. Taoist, please don't go. I agree, is that all right? Mr. Tan said with a bitter face, the grievance written all over his face. Seeing this, Xingxuan smiled and said, That's right. You should be happy, Mr. Tan. I have seen this girl's family. They are all kind ghosts with abundant moral virtue. If you enshrine them, their moral virtue will become yours. By then, your family's assets might even increase a bit. Moreover, with their family around, no demons or monsters will dare to harm you, solving your problem of being disturbed by ghosts and bringing wealth, protecting you, and averting disaster. All three benefits in one go. Chapter 64, Horse Bandits. With Mr. Tan's active cooperation and enthusiastic help, Su Xingxuan soon settled the female ghost family. Then, he inquired about Uncle Gio and learned that the village where he was located was not far away. Su Xingxuan declined Mr. Tan's invitation to stay and hurried towards the village. After walking about 7 or 8 miles, Su Xingxuan arrived at a grove. Just as he took a couple of steps, he heard a series of faint sounds, followed by 2 eagle cries. Immediately, Su Xingxuan stopped, feeling that the woods ahead seemed unusually quiet, which reminded him of the scene in movies where villagers ambushed horse bandits. To say that the horse bandits in the movies truly insulted the title of horse bandits, a mere 4 or 5 bandits dared to call themselves a gang. If they were taken to other places, they would indeed be a laughingstock. However, thinking about it, these bandits were all skilled in evil arts and could take on 10 ordinary people, so they were not easy to deal with. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xingxuan decided not to walk into the grove, but instead crouched down to wait quietly. After all, it was better to wait and see. If he accidentally fell into the villagers' trap, it wouldn't matter since they were all good people and wouldn't pose any danger. However, if he accidentally ruined the villagers' trap and allowed the horse bandits to escape, it would be a great disaster for the village. Not long after hiding, Su Xingxuan felt a faint tremor in the ground, followed by the sound of hooves approaching. He knew that the horse bandits had arrived. After thinking for a moment, he took out the soul-calling banner from his belongings. After all, these horse bandits were invulnerable and skilled in evil arts. Without a handy weapon, it would be hard to deal with them. Although the soul-calling banner was merely a magical tool, it had once been a celestial artifact. Although its power was diminished, its material was of the highest quality. Even being cut or burned wouldn't harm it at all. Using it as a weapon could still be considered a powerful blade. Soon, Su Xingxuan saw a group of people rush out of the woods, about 7 or 8 of them, all dressed in strange clothes and cloaks, riding horses. Just as the bandits were about to reach Su Xingxuan, a row of sharpened wooden stakes suddenly shot up from the ground, followed by countless torches lighting up the dark woods, and a team of archers shot fire arrows at the horse bandits. Watching the endless traps in the woods, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the working people. Looking at these traps, if he had accidentally stumbled in, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, as the horse bandits fled in panic, step by step falling into the traps prepared by Uncle Gio. Su Xingxuan knew that the real battle was just beginning. He quickly lifted the soul-calling banner, lightly shook his hand, and the banner rolled up, resembling a long staff. He saw the villagers holding lassos to trap the horse bandits' horses, and some brave ones directly dragged the bandits off their horses. Upon seeing this, the villagers were instantly elated, each brandishing their weapons, some with steel knives, others with bamboo poles, charging at the horse bandits. However, this joy quickly turned into panic. Although the bandits were pulled down, due to their mastery of evil arts, they were immensely strong and invulnerable. The villagers' weapons could not injure them in the slightest, and instead, they took the opportunity to injure many villagers. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan rushed forward. Just as a bandit raised his large knife to strike a villager, Su Xingxuan jumped up, performed a swallow dive, and brought the soul-calling banner down like a demon-slaying staff, smashing it heavily on the bandit's head. With a loud bang, the sound of metal clashing rang out as the bandit's head collided with the soul-calling banner, and the bandit was driven several inches into the ground by the force. Although that bandit was said to be invulnerable, even such a heavy blow from Su Xingxuan didn't kill him. However, it certainly didn't mean he felt no pain. Moreover, Su Xingxuan was a martial artist, and that blow was indeed not light. Even if the bandit was invulnerable, he instantly felt dizzy and let out a loud roar. "Ah Chong, who is that friend?" On the other side, Uncle Gio noticed the situation and was momentarily taken aback, looking at Su Xingxuan suspiciously before asking Ah Chong beside him. Ah Chong looked at Su Xingxuan and shook his head. "Master, I don't know either. He might just be a passing Taoist." Seeing this, Uncle Gio frowned. Although he was very puzzled, now was not the time to delve into it. He focused on dealing with the horse bandits. Over here, Su Xingxuan struck the bandit into the ground with one blow, but the rebounding force made his palm feel slightly numb. He looked at the bandit in surprise. Although he knew this guy was invulnerable, such a blow could smash a piece of granite, yet he seemed completely unscathed. It appeared that the bandit's evil arts were indeed somewhat effective. Despite this, Su Xingxuan was not frightened by the evil arts. Not to mention that having watched movies, he already knew that to break this evil art, one only needed to use blood to lead blood. Even breaking it through other means wasn't very difficult. Seeing that the bandit was about to recover, Su Xingxuan immediately waved the soul-calling banner in his hand, mimicking the previous move, and swung it again towards the bandit's head. He saw a strange rune on the soul-calling banner slightly light up, and as the banner struck the bandit, it instantly burst his skull, splattering red and white all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Xingxuan suddenly felt dizzy, and his stomach churned violently, causing him to vomit on the ground. The villagers nearby were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they collapsed onto the ground. Xingxuan, lacking experience, did not realize that the soul-calling banner was a celestial artifact that had fallen to the mortal realm. The material was top-notch, and after cultivating, his strength was much greater than ordinary people. With a full-force strike, how could it be resisted by the horse thieves who had their magic disrupted? The result was his head exploding. Such a brutal death shocked not only the villagers, but even the horse thieves, who were momentarily stunned. The chaotic battlefield was suddenly paused for several seconds, as if someone had pressed the pause button, until a piercing scream broke the silence, and everyone reacted, looking at Xingxuan with a hint of fear in their eyes. Upon hearing that ghostly scream directed at him, Xingxuan's expression changed. He quickly gathered his spirits and suppressed his churning stomach, only to see a shadow charging towards him. Chapter 65, The Horse Thief Leader. Without thinking, Xingxuan rolled to the side in a panic, and a burnt smell of charred coal wafted through the air. He looked back and saw two dark, unknown animal tails embedded in the ground where he had just been, scorching the earth black. Seeing the crystallized ground, Xingxuan felt a chill run down his spine. If those tails had struck him, he would either be dead or severely injured. Following the two black tails, he saw a woman dressed in bizarre clothing, her face painted with various strange patterns, emanating a dark aura. She glared at him fiercely, resembling a wolf in the night, her eyes gleaming coldly. The two black tails were extending from her cloak, revealing her to be the horse thief leader from the movie. Looking at the horse thief leader, Xingxuan couldn't help but suck in a breath. Before coming here, he had estimated her cultivation to be at the qi refining stage. But now he realized he had underestimated her. Judging by her abilities, she likely had the realm of transforming qi into spirit. If the horse thief leader was this formidable, Xingxuan was even more so. Though he had the soul-calling banner, and the two black tails did not strike him, the power behind them was immense. The magic was blocked, but the force still hit him, causing his hands to tremble, and he could no longer hold the soul-calling banner. The banner then violently slammed back against his chest. With a poof, Xingxuan felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood surged up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. The soul-calling banner clattered to the ground, rolling several times. Seeing Xingxuan fall, the horse thief leader neglected the burning pain in her black tails, and with a flick of her hands, the tails moved like tentacles, once again attacking Xingxuan. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone had been severely injuring several horse thieves under Uncle Joe's leadership. Seeing Xingxuan in danger, Uncle Joe quickly threw his steel knife, slicing the two black tails aside. Xingxuan hurriedly struggled to get up and ran to Uncle Joe's side. He pointed at the distant soul-calling banner and said, "Taishang Laojun," urgently as the decree, "Rise." The soul-calling banner trembled and flew into Xingxuan's hand. The two stood side by side, facing the horse thief leader. The horse thief leader, seeing this, showed a hint of fear in her eerie green eyes, especially upon seeing Uncle Joe's cultivation and the soul-calling banner in Xingxuan's hand. With that fear came a touch of trepidation. Uncle Joe and Xingxuan took a tentative step forward, and the horse thief leader instinctively stepped back. Seeing this, the two were about to move again when the horse thief leader thrust the two tails into the ground, twisting like giant pythons. A crackling sound echoed as the black tails passed, suddenly causing chunks of stone glowing with an eerie red light to rise from the ground. Uncle Joe's expression changed as he shouted, "Everyone be careful." Despite Uncle Joe's warning, most of the people present were ordinary villagers and couldn't withstand the stones. Before long, several were injured. Fortunately, the horse thief leader, needing to tend to the other horse thieves, ceased her pursuit after one strike, giving everyone a chance to recover. Uncle Joe frowned at the horse thief leader's magic and said to the security team leader, "Aqiang, quickly get some boys' urine." Huh. Upon hearing this, Aqiang hesitated, then smiled bitterly. "Master, on a stormy night, I have already lost my virginity." Hearing this, Uncle Joe couldn't help but glare at Aqiang. Xingxuan, witnessing this, clutched his chest and said, "Boys' urine? I have a gourd of boys' urine from a 100-year-old man. I wonder if it can be of use to you." He then handed the gourd to Uncle Joe. Boys' urine from a 100-year-old man. Uncle Joe's eyes brightened at this, taking the yellow gourd and smiling. "This is excellent. Boys' urine can only break the sorcerer's evil spells, and with the essence of a 100-year-old man, harming her will be much easier." At this moment, the horse thief leader had charged forward with two horse thieves. Seeing this, Xingxuan tightened his grip on the soul-calling banner, while his other hand was already resting on his waist, where a red rope was faintly visible beneath his robe. Uncle Joe did not throw the gourd of boys' urine as seen in the movie. Instead, he opened the gourd, formed hand seals, and drew a mysterious talisman that Xingxuan could not decipher, then waved it towards the yellow gourd. With a poof, a mist burst forth from the gourd, heading towards the three horse thieves. The three horse thieves dodged hurriedly, but as the mist enveloped them, a loud bang erupted, resembling an explosion, instantly knocking two of the horse thieves unconscious, while the horse thief leader spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching her chest and struggling for some time, clearly wounded. Seeing this, Uncle Gio was about to make a move, but the horse thief leader glanced at the two fallen horse thieves, then at Uncle Gio, her eyes flashing with hatred. She waved the black tails in her hand and fled. What? Is boy's urine that powerful? Watching this scene, Xiang was dumbfounded and reached for the yellow gourd, but before he could grab it, Uncle Gio had already taken it and handed it to Xingxuan, saying, "This friend, thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, we would have suffered heavy losses this time. The boy's urine in this gourd should still be usable 2 more times, so I'll return it to you." Chapter 66, The 100-Year-Old Man's Essence. Xingxuan shook his head as he received the yellow gourd, saying, "Not at all. As cultivators, it is our duty to punish evil and promote good. Since I have seen this, I naturally cannot stand by. Then I will respectfully accept your guidance." Xingxuan nodded. "Ah, so it's you, Taoist Su. I apologize for the oversight. I am Lin Gio, and thanks to the villagers' care, they call me Uncle Gio. If you don't mind my age, just call me Uncle Gio," he said with a smile. Upon hearing Xingxuan's words, Uncle Gio nodded. "What you say is true. I see these horse thieves are not ordinary people. They are likely a group of sorcerers who endure hardships, eat raw meat, consume the 5 poisons, drink dew, practice evil arts, and commit all sorts of crimes. They truly deserve to be killed. Fortunately, we have your 100-year-old man's essence. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to deal with them." Of course. Xingxuan smiled. "By the way, friend, I know that this boy's urine is the best choice to break spells, but today, I noticed that the spells you used were not ordinary. The power of the boy's urine seemed to have increased significantly. Why is that? What? You don't know? Then why did you specifically gather this extremely rare boy's urine from a 100-year-old man?" Hearing Xingxuan's words, Uncle Gio looked at him with confusion. In Uncle Gio's view, since Xingxuan had collected such rare materials, he shouldn't be completely ignorant about them. Seeing Uncle Gio's puzzled expression, Xingxuan awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, to be honest, the urine of a 100-year-old virgin is not something I collected. It was passed down to me by my master. Unfortunately, he left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell me what the urine of a 100-year-old virgin is used for. I thought it was just ordinary virgin urine. Plus, I just finished my training and haven't encountered any situations that required me to use virgin urine, so, no wonder." Uncle Gio nodded and said, "In fact, the urine of a 100-year-old virgin is indeed a rare thing. After all, it's said that life past 70 is rare, let alone 100 years. Among so many people in the world, how many can live through 100 years? Even fewer can be a virgin at that age. Therefore, although the urine of a 100-year-old virgin has significant effects, it is indeed hard to collect, and over time, fewer people have sought it out. You also mentioned that virgin urine is pure and yang, naturally able to ward off evil and ghosts. Even ordinary people know its effects, but a 100-year-old virgin is different. As the saying goes, a person who lives 100 years becomes a good omen, which is not without reason. After 100 years, the essence of the 5 grains in the body has been transformed by the world, achieving a pure and refined power. All things in the world have the potential to awaken after 100 years, but humans are different. Humans are inherently the spirit of all things and the foundation of cultivation, so while 100 years won't awaken spirits, it will transform that pure power into a good omen. As the saying goes, when immortals travel, auspicious light radiates, and good omens abound. This good omen can be considered a type of celestial energy. Evil cultivators, who do not cultivate their hearts and commit many wrongs, belong to the demonic path and are fundamentally incompatible with this good omen. The virgin urine of a 100-year-old virgin, being pure and yang, combined with the good omen of the 100-year-old virgin, is naturally extraordinary and has great lethality against evil demons. What I just used was a method to harness this good omen. It's not really a secret technique. If you're interested, I can teach it to you." "Really?" Xingxuan was suddenly delighted. He had been somewhat unhappy when he drew this virgin urine, but now it seemed to be a great weapon, though it could only be used twice. Uncle Gio nodded. "Of course, but not now. You are injured and need to rest more. I see that your injury isn't serious. You should recover in a day or 2. I'll teach you this technique then." "Thank you, Uncle Gio." Xingxuan nodded. "Oh, there's no need for that. You helped us drive away the bandits, and I was worried about how to repay you. So it's settled. You rest for now, and I'll come to see you tomorrow morning," Uncle Gio said with a smile as he left. Once Uncle Gio was gone, Xingxuan eagerly summoned the Door of All Wonders. "Door of all wonders, Door of all wonders, please help me check how much luck value I have gained tonight. 750 points? Upon hearing this number, Xingxuan's face lit up with joy. He had just arrived and already gained so much luck. It seemed that gathering 1,500 points wouldn't be too difficult. However, he wondered, Door of all wonders, what do you mean by the merit of saving people? Did I do that? The host fought against the bandits and, while eliminating them, also prevented the villagers from being harmed or killed. So in a sense, the host saved a few people, thus earning merit and gaining luck. The Door of all wonders replied in a straightforward manner. Chapter 67, Recuperation. I see. Xingxuan nodded. It seems that in the future, he shouldn't only think about catching ghosts. Saving people is also a good way to gain luck. The next morning, after a night of rest, Xingxuan felt that his injuries had mostly healed, much faster than he had anticipated. It must have something to do with the enhancement of luck. However, there was a slight downside. Xingxuan felt that the spiritual energy in this world was much thinner than in the main world. This was not only felt during cultivation. He had sensed it during his battle with the bandit leader yesterday. In the main world, when he used the soul summoning banner, he could manipulate it quite freely. However, yesterday he felt significantly more strained when using the soul summoning banner, and the consumption of his magic power was much greater. No wonder in the world of Mr. Zombie. Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu could only admire the soul-settling bell from a distance. After all, the amount of magic power required to operate a treasured artifact was quite substantial, and the spiritual energy was too thin in Mr. Zombie's world. Without external spiritual energy support, they could only rely on their own strength, making it difficult to operate the artifacts. In the main world, however, it was different. After entering the cycle of nurturing qi, Xingxuan tried to use the soul-settling bell. Although that attempt completely drained his magic power, leaving him exhausted for a while, he was still able to barely operate it, which was much easier than what Uncle Gio and the others had described. Therefore, Xingxuan believed that if he could advance further and reach the realm of refining qi into essence, operating a treasured artifact like the soul-settling bell would still be challenging. But he wouldn't be limited to just barely managing it. Shaking his head, Xingxuan walked out of his room towards the main hall and found that Uncle Gio was already up, tending to the villagers who were injured last night. He immediately smiled and said, Uncle Gio, good morning. Do you need my help? Oh, it's Su Taoist. Why are you up so early? You look good. Your injuries should be fine now, right? Young people have strong recovery abilities. Uncle Gio turned around upon hearing the voice and smiled after checking Xingxuan's complexion. It's all thanks to your excellent medical skills, Uncle Gio, that I recovered so quickly. There were quite a few injured yesterday. Let me help you. Xingxuan said as he stepped forward to take over the work from Uncle Gio, helping to apply medicine to the villagers nearby. Seeing this, Uncle Gio did not stop him and nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you, Su Taoist. By the way, tonight is my birthday, and the villagers are throwing a celebration for me at the Baohai Inn. If you don't mind, please join us. How could I refuse? But since you invited me, I'll gladly accept. Thank you. Xingxuan nodded. It's the captain. Is there something you need? Seeing Chang's scheming smile, Xingxuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, forcing a smile and trying to suppress his dislike. Oh, Su Taoist, don't be so polite. Just call me Chang. Upon hearing Xingxuan's words, Chang's smile grew even brighter, making Xingxuan feel a chill run down his spine. Hey, Su Taoist is applying medicine to someone. Oh, let me take care of this rough work. Just relax. Saying this, he hurriedly reached out to take the medicine from Xingxuan's hand to apply it to the villagers. Seeing this, Xingxuan frowned slightly. Feeling more convinced that Chang was up to no good, he immediately said, Captain, there's no need to be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have anything to say. Upon hearing this, Chang was momentarily stunned, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he chuckled. Is that so? It seems I misunderstood. In that case, Captain, you can continue with your work. I'll take my leave. Xingxuan raised an eyebrow, smiled at Chang, and turned to leave, silently counting in his mind, 1, 2, 3. Just as he finished counting, he heard Chang call out, Wait a minute. Is there anything else, Captain? Xingxuan turned around to look at Chang, who had hurried over to his side, smiling ingratiatingly and stammering, Su Taoist. Thanks to your help yesterday, we were able to drive away the bandits. But you know, the bandits are quite fierce. If they come back, you know. As he spoke, Chang's eyes wandered to Xingxuan's waist. Xingxuan saw this and followed Chang's gaze, instantly understanding what Chang meant. He immediately laughed and said, So that's what it is. However, Captain, I can't give you this. Hearing this, Chang was a bit unhappy. Xingxuan smiled and said, But Captain, don't be disheartened. Although I can't give you this, I can give you a tip. You can find something that is not any worse than this. Really? What is it? Chang's worry turned to joy upon hearing this, and he looked at Xingxuan. Xingxuan waved his hand to Chang, who quickly leaned in. Xingxuan lowered his head and whispered in Chang's ear, Captain, you want the urine of a 100-year-old virgin just to defend against that bandit leader. Actually, I'm not the only one with virgin urine. My master has been cultivating for many years, and is still a virgin. Using his virgin urine is not worse than this gourd of mine. You know what to do. I don't need to teach you. Really? Chang's eyes lit up as he looked at Xingxuan. Chang glanced at Zhou Shu, his eyes twinkling, and nodded vigorously, quickly calling the vice captain over. What happened next was like a scene from a movie. The two of them removed the toilet from the outhouse and replaced it all with bamboo tubes, served tea to Zhou Shu, and then waited for him to go to the toilet. Finally, they obtained a bamboo tube of virgin urine. Seeing this, Xingxuan shook his head. Why is it that every disciple of Zhou Shu is so inept and unfocused? Is it really that heaven is jealous of talents? And there must be gains and losses in everything? As such, the sky gradually darkened. After a day of rest, Xingxuan's injuries finally healed, and his cultivation slightly increased, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. He then followed Zhou Shu and Chang to the Bao'ai Inn. Chapter 68, Birthday. I have to say, this village is quite lively. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the brightly lit streets and the bustling Bao'ai Inn, it proves to be a wealthy village. No wonder bandits would come here to rob. They just didn't expect there to be a high-level person like Zhou Shu in this village, which led to their defeat and ultimately cost them their lives. Zhou Shu is undoubtedly a prominent figure in this village. Along the way, people greeted them, and when the three of them went upstairs, they ran into Mingshan from Maoshan coming down to eat. However, they only exchanged greetings and went their separate ways. Only Xingxuan, passing by Mingshan, noticed the soul-receiving banner hidden behind him shaking slightly. Xingxuan secretly observed this group of people, each dressed in silk or fancy attire, forming a stark contrast with Zhou Shu and Chang, who wore hemp clothes. It was evident that each of them was among the top in this village. However, despite this, these people showed no less respect for Zhou Shu, which demonstrated his status. While Xingxuan was observing them, they were also sizing him up. Looking at Xingxuan, one of the seemingly higher status gentry smiled and said, "This young brother seems unfamiliar. Zhou Shu, is this your new disciple?" Hearing this, Zhou Shu remembered to introduce Xingxuan and hurriedly said, "I cannot claim such merit. How could I, Lin Jiao, be worthy to be Su Daolong's master? Come, let me introduce you all. This is Xingxuan, Su Daolong, a high-level person from the Maoshan lineage who travels the world. If it weren't for his assistance yesterday, we might not have been able to repel the bandits. Su Daolong, these are the gentry of our village, great benefactors. Please get to know each other. Oh, so you are Su Daolong. I have long heard of your upright character. Thanks to your help yesterday, please take a seat." Yes, yes. When we first heard of Su Daolong, we thought he was an old predecessor. We didn't expect you to be a young hero. We were blind. Please don't take offense. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan quickly cupped his hands and smiled, saying, Where, you are all too polite. It is also Zhou Shu's kindness. My meager skills probably aren't even enough to carry Zhou Shu's shoes. Even without me yesterday, Zhou Shu could have led everyone to repel the bandits. I feel unworthy, truly unworthy. Su Daolong is too modest. Seemingly worried that the others might underestimate Xingxuan due to his age, Zhou Shu quickly said, "Everyone, don't be misled by Su Daolong's youth. His skills are truly top-notch. Although he is slightly weaker than me now, given time, his future achievements will surely surpass mine." Indeed. The gentry knew that Zhou Shu was not one to lie and nodded in agreement. After some pleasantries, a plump man in Western attire came in holding a birthday cake. Zhou Shu, just a small token, not a formal gift. What is this? Chang curiously asked as he looked at the cake placed on the table by the buyer. The buyer smiled and said, "This is a Western mooncake, Zhou Shu. Quickly blow out the candles." "So many candles. Do you want my master to make wax?" Chang asked. "No, this is a good omen. Zhou Shu, blow them out. Once the candles are out, you will have sons and daughters," the buyer said. Upon hearing this, Chang laughed and said, "But my master has no sons." Before he could finish, he saw Zhou Shu giving him a cold look, causing him to shiver. He then flattered Zhou Shu, saying with a smile, "My master treats me like a son." Zhou Shu rolled his eyes at him and then blew out the candles. Immediately, everyone started singing the classic Cantonese birthday song, as if rehearsed. However, before they could finish 2 lines, Chang shouted and waved his hands, "Not this song, not this song." He then hugged Zhou Shu and sang with a dramatic expression, "In this world, only the master is good. Having a master makes the disciple feel like a treasure." Snuggling into the master's embrace, a happy little baby. Watching Chang's exaggerated and somewhat cringeworthy performance, Xingxuan and everyone present felt a chill, with goosebumps popping up all over. Their mouths twitched uncontrollably, and in the end, they could only force a smile to give him some face. Perhaps to ease the suddenly cold atmosphere, one of the gentry smiled at Chang and said, "Chang, what gift did you bring for your master?" Hearing this, Chang quickly pulled out a small red cloth bag from his arms and handed it to Zhou Shu, saying, "Master, just a small token of my appreciation." Jiu smiled and took it, saying, let me see what it is. Can you guess what's inside? One of the gentry curiously asked. Looking at the small red bag, the buyer commented, I think such a small treasure must be jade. Seeing this scene, Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh because he remembered that in the movie, a Chang had only given 2 coins to buy gifts. One was put in the small red bag, and the other was left in the bag. So the small red bag contained just 1 coin and was not jade at all. Sure enough, when Jiu opened it, his expression immediately changed. Fortunately, Jiu was a person who valued face and did not expose this fact. He just gave a Chang a deep look, then turned his head and tightly held the small red bag, not letting anyone see what it was. He forced a smile and said, it's nothing. A gift is about the thought, not the value. Anything is fine. Saying this, Jiu glanced at a large gift box from a Chang, who immediately understood and quickly picked up the large gift box, saying, master, the small one is just the first cold dish, the large one is the main course. Here you go, master. Jiu finally showed a hint of a smile, thinking that a Chang still had a bit of filial piety. Chapter 69, Gift. Sigh. What is this box? The gentry laughed. The last box was jade. This box, I can't imagine. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan secretly nodded. This box was indeed something. If the small red bag had only made Jiu feel uncomfortable, then this box would make him feel uncomfortable all over, both physically and in terms of face. It was indeed quite a problem. Only then did Jiu, with a smile on his face, open the box, but was slightly stunned upon seeing what was inside. What he found in the box was not the usual gift one would expect, but a huge fist. It was this moment of distraction that led to the fist crashing into Jiu face, instantly making the once great master dizzy, his vision filled with stars. In the past, whenever Xingxuan watched this scene in a movie, he found it amusing, but now sitting beside it and witnessing it firsthand, he found it even funnier. If it weren't for Jiu prideful nature, Xingxuan really would have laughed out loud. Not only Xingxuan, but everyone present was stunned by the scene. A Chang displayed a face that resembled someone suffering from constipation, clearly realizing that this was serious. The 2 local gentry, observing the situation, were at a loss for words, repeatedly muttering, incredible, incredible. Just when everyone thought Jiu would explode in anger, he looked down at the spring-loaded fist, chuckled dryly with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and his eerie laughter sent chills through the crowd. Seeing Jiu strange smile, the gentry became anxious. It had been a long time since they had seen him smile like that. Yes, one of them chimed in. The last time he smiled like this, several people died. The dealer Hong quickly added, a smile hiding a dagger. Watching Jiu smile like that, Ah Chang's face twisted into a grimace. Then he turned to Jiu with a pitiful look, took the fist, and said, Master, this thing isn't fun. I'll buy you a better one. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly said, I think Ah Chang is just a child at heart, playing a prank. Kids will only act like this with their own people. Jiu, you should be happy. Yes, Su Daoist is right. Jiu should be happy. One of the gentry quickly agreed. Jiu's expression softened a bit, but it was still less pleasant than before. After a few rounds of drinks, a sudden commotion rose from downstairs. Jiu couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Xingxuan knew that Ah Chang had offended Maoshan Ming and was being dealt with by 2 ghosts. Remembering how Ah Chang acted in the movie, Xingxuan couldn't help but shake his head. Although Ah Chang wasn't truly bad, he was petty and often acted overbearingly. Maoshan Ming had already shown him some tolerance, but he kept provoking them, so it was no wonder he was in trouble. Thinking of this, Xingxuan considered that Maoshan Ming and the 2 ghosts were not bad people, and perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing for Ah Chang to suffer a little. He immediately said, with all this joy, it must be a banquet downstairs, right? I guess everyone knows it's your birthday, Jiu, and they are celebrating for you. Jiu, who always cared about his image, immediately brightened up and waved his hand, saying, oh no, I have no such merit. Come, let us drink. Really? Jiu looked at Xingxuan suspiciously, but didn't he think much of it. After a while, the noise downstairs grew louder, and Ah Chang shouted, Master, help. This time, both Jiu and Xingxuan heard him, and they rushed downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw Ah Chang lunging at a girl, clawing and shouting no. Upon seeing this, Jiu frowned and was about to step forward, but he sensed something was off. First, Ah Chang's face was flushed. His expression twisted, and his limbs appeared stiff. Everything about him seemed awkward. At that moment, Xingxuan said, Jiu, my talisman has reacted. There might be a problem. Hearing this, Jiu quickly took out a leaf-shaped talisman from his waist, waved it in front of him, and opened his eyes to see 2 ghostly figures in blue clothing grabbing Ah Chang's arms and lunging towards the girl. Jiu immediately rushed towards the 2 ghosts, grabbing Daba and kicking him away. Xingxuan also took out his soul-calling flag, waved it in front of him, felt a coolness, and quickly moved forward. But he didn't intervene. Otherwise, either the soul-calling flag or the blood-dyed red string from the purple chicken comb would easily capture the two. But then he wouldn't be able to enter Jioshu's room to release the ghosts, nor would he have an excuse to claim those ghosts. So he merely helped Achong up. Jioshu grabbed Daba and slammed him against the wall, then rubbed his finger on an oil lamp, igniting a bit of yang fire and striking it into Daba's forehead, causing Daba to tremble and collapse to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed Jioshu's skills were greater than he imagined. Not to mention, just using the oil lamp to draw out the yang fire without any effort showed that his cultivation had likely reached the half-step true person realm. If he entered the true person realm, he could refine the heart fire with yang fire, which would put him far ahead of Xingxuan. At this moment, Jioshu picked up a nearby wine jar, intending to capture Dabo inside, but upon looking up, he saw Mao Shanming dragging Dabo away, instantly furrowing his brow and asking, "Friend, what are you doing?" Huh. Mao Shanming was taken aback by the question, awkwardly glancing at Jioshu before saying, "Oh, friend, I'm here to help you." Saying this, Mao Shanming ran to Jioshu's side, picked up a wine jar, and shouted to Daba, "Come on, come on." Seeing this, Xingxuan shook his head secretly. Mao Shanming was truly inept. Aside from his genuine magical abilities, he had no other skills. Without using magic, how could he capture a ghost with a wine jar? Besides, Daba was currently under the yang fire's scorching, completely powerless. There was no way he could fit into the wine jar. Not long after, Xingxuan felt a wave of exasperation. Jioshu also sensed something was off and disregarded Mao Shanming. He used the Bagua mirror to absorb Daba into the jar, sealing it with talisman paper. Chapter 70. Inviting you into the jar. Upon seeing this, Xiaobao was startled and cried out. Mao Shanming quickly raised the jar and glared at Xiaobao, saying, "Why aren't you coming?" Xiaobao, seeing this, hurriedly flew towards Mao Shanming's jar, but Jioshu, who had already seen through everything, wouldn't allow Xiaobao to be taken away by Mao Shanming. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Xiaobao, and with a twist, shrank him into a ball and stuffed him into the wine jar alongside Daba to seal them both. Upon witnessing this, the wine jar in Mao Shanming's hand dropped to the ground. Jioshu furrowed his brow and glanced at Mao Shanming, who immediately lowered his head. Not daring to look at Jioshu, Xingxuan shook his head secretly at this sight. Mao Shanming's behavior was too obvious. Anyone with eyes could see that these two ghosts were definitely related to him. It must be said that Mao Shanming was lacking not only in Taoist skills, but also in physical prowess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily captured by a group of villagers and Achong earlier. The three hadn't taken a few steps when, apart from Achong, Jioshu and Xingxuan quickly noticed Mao Shanming following behind them. "Taoist friend, I think these two ghosts we captured today don't seem like ordinary wandering spirits. They must have some background," Jioshu said meaningfully while glancing back. Xingxuan immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Indeed, these two ghosts appear to be quite substantial, indicating they have some history. Furthermore, ordinary ghosts are always filled with a heavy yin energy, but these two have very little. Instead, they seem to exude an aura of incense and fire, reminiscent of our Taoist talismans. They probably aren't wandering spirits. If I'm not mistaken, these should be the little ghosts raised by that Taoist friend in the inn." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe sighed. "I had my suspicions when I saw Taoist Mao's strange demeanor earlier, and now that you, Taoist Su, have said the same, I am even more certain. Taoist Mao should know better. Our Maoshan lineage has always been about the opposition of good and evil, fighting throughout our lives. How could he raise little ghosts by his side? Sooner or later, he would fall into the evil path, harming others and himself. What? Master Taoist Su, what are you talking about? These two ghosts were raised by that Taoist Mao? Oh, I've long suspected this guy isn't a good person. He sneaked into the village with ill intentions, and now he is actually raising ghosts to harm me? I'll take people to capture him and avenge this grievance." Upon hearing the two speak, Achong was suddenly filled with anger and said, "Master and Taoist Su are talking. When did it become your turn to interrupt?" Hearing Achong's words, Uncle Joe frowned and shot him a glare. Even if Taoist Mao raises ghosts, it doesn't mean he is a bad person. On the contrary, you are the one provoking them. In the inn, with so many people, these two ghosts wouldn't bother anyone else but you. I suspect you bullied them. Otherwise, Taoist Mao wouldn't have let these two ghosts bully you. Hearing this, Achong looked at Uncle Gio with a face full of grievance, not daring to interrupt anymore. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly tried to mediate. "Uncle Gio, don't be angry. Perhaps there is something unusual about this matter. However, Achong isn't a bad person. Although these two ghosts were raised by that Taoist, I see no trace of malevolent energy on them. Taoist Mao, although he associates with ghosts and has a mottled fortune with dark clouds overhead, doesn't he seem to have any evil aura. There's only a faint green light on them, so he might not be the kind of person who raises ghosts to do evil deeds. There may be some reason behind this. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe nodded. He didn't expect Taoist Su to also dabble in the art of divination. I'm not sure about this part, but I feel Taoist Mao shouldn't be a bad person, so I didn't say much. However, since ancient times, water and fire have never mingled. The north and south are opposed. Black and white are clearly defined. Loyalty and filial piety are hard to maintain. And humans and ghosts are on different paths. Ghosts are ultimately ghosts. The more Taoist Mao interacts with them, the less good it will be. Uncle Joe is truly a model for us cultivators, with a kind heart and a compassionate spirit. I admire him. I wonder what Uncle Joe plans to do. Su Xingxuan said with a smile. Uncle Joe replied with a smile. Taoist Su, you overpraise me. I want to have a good talk with Taoist Mao. Perhaps I can persuade him to abandon evil and return to goodness. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe frowned and scolded. Why be so extreme? Do you have deep-seated enmity with him? He is already pitiful as a wandering ghost. If he hasn't harmed anyone, and you try to harm him, you'll meet a bad end. Su Xingxuan nodded in agreement. That's right. Not to mention these two ghosts only played a prank on you and didn't actually harm you, even if they were malevolent spirits. As long as they still have a shred of consciousness, scattering their souls would be an act against the heavens, damaging your virtue. We cultivators follow the path of heaven and the path of benevolence. The most important thing is to align with the heavenly heart and maintain compassion for all beings. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the evil path. Captain, your approach is a bit excessive. I'm just angry, okay? Being scolded by two people. Achong didn't dare to say more, just sulking and mumbling. Uncle Joe was about to say more when suddenly a dog barked in the yard. Uncle Joe and Su Xingxuan exchanged glances, looked outside, then turned to Achong and said, all right, stop the nonsense. Quickly take the jar into that room. Once you've placed it properly, come to my room. I have something to discuss. Then he said to Su Xingxuan, Taoist Su, I have some questions about Taoist techniques that I want to discuss with you. You should come along too. Su Xingxuan knew that Uncle Joe was deliberately creating an opportunity to lead Taoist Mao in, so he nodded and said, that's great. I happen to have many questions about Taoist techniques that I want to ask Uncle Joe. You can't keep secrets now. With that, the three of them entered Uncle Joe's room and closed the door. Chapter 71, Taoist Mao. After the three entered the room, they didn't discuss Taoist techniques as Uncle Joe had said, but quietly observed the movements outside through the crack of the door. Master, what are you looking at? Seeing Uncle Joe and Su Xingxuan's expressions, Achong asked. Before he could finish speaking, Uncle Joe softly scolded, don't make noise, watch closely. Startled, Achong immediately fell silent and leaned against the door to watch. He saw someone sneakily enter the hall, and it was indeed Taoist Mao. It's him. He is here to steal something. I'll go catch him. Seeing Taoist Mao and recalling how he had been teased by the two ghosts, Achong was immediately filled with anger and jumped up to go out. Uncle Joe grabbed him. Don't make a noise, just watch. Seeing Uncle Joe angry, Achong opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything more, looking very aggrieved. Su Xingxuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. At this moment, Taoist Mao had stealthily entered the room where the wine jar was kept. Seeing this, Uncle Joe opened the door and the three of them walked towards that room together. Before they reached the door, Su Xingxuan heard Taoist Mao mumbling to himself, I remember the jar said it was sorghum. Then came the sound of him knocking on the jar. Hey, are you Daba? You're a big head. A fierce curse came from inside. And Achong couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Joe shot him a glare, and he quickly silenced himself. Then came another series of knocks on the jar. Are you Xiaobao? Taoist Mao asked. I'm not Xiaobao, I'm sorghum. Let me out. A lewd voice came from inside. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan rolled his eyes. This ghost is too stupid. Even a fool wouldn't believe such a lie. Thinking of this, Su Xingxuan looked at Uncle Joe and said, Uncle Joe, I think we should go in. If we let this Taoist mess around, who knows what trouble he'll cause. That makes sense. With that, Uncle Joe lifted the door curtain and saw Taoist Mao just as he was opening a wine jar. After a puff of dust, a beautiful female ghost appeared on the jar. The female ghost was overjoyed as soon as she was released, but before she could say anything, she saw Uncle Joe standing at the door and was instantly frightened, turning to flee. Su Xingxuan remembered this scene from the movie clearly and wouldn't let her escape. Just as the female ghost was about to transform into a puff of green smoke and flee, Su Xingxuan pointed his hand, and the red string at his waist trembled lightly, shooting out like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly locking the female ghost in place. A flash of red light, and the female ghost let out a scream, her body going limp and falling down. Uncle Joe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then turned to Taoist Mao, who was holding the wine jar, and said, Tao brother, why are you playing with such things? Me? I was caught stealing. Taoist Mao, a person without skills, felt a bit embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say, and could only sheepishly put down the wine jar in his hand. Seeing this, Xingxuan shook the red string in his hand, then pointed at the wine jar, releasing his spiritual power to open the jar, causing the female ghost to be bounced back into the jar and suppressed again. Looking at Taoist Mao's stammering appearance, Uncle Gio shook his head and looked at Achong. Achong, where's that jar from earlier? Bring it over and return it to Taoist Mao. Return it to him? Don't joke around. Achong jumped up upon hearing this, blocking the jar and saying, Are you in charge, or am I in charge? Uncle Gio scolded Achong when he saw his opposition. Achong blurted out without thinking, I'm in charge. But after saying this, he saw Uncle Gio's eyes narrow slightly, and he immediately shivered, lowering his head and muttering, I'm in charge, you decide. He went to get the jar with his tail between his legs. Seeing this, Uncle Gio shook his head and said to Taoist Mao, Tao brother. Some things I shouldn't say, but since we belong to the same path, I still need to mention a few words. Do you remember the first precept of Maoshan? Of course I remember, the struggle between good and evil, lifelong battles, right? Mao Shanming said. Since you remember, why are you raising ghosts? Jusu looked at Mao Shanming in confusion. I'm just doing it for 2 meals, right? Mao Shanming laughed awkwardly, seemingly aware of his wrongdoing and not daring to look Jusu in the eye. In this vast world, not to mention 2 meals, even 3 meals and a night's stay wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, as cultivators, we have divine powers and abilities that ordinary people don't have. Even with some flaws, we shouldn't be destitute. However, raising ghosts is indeed going down the wrong path. As the saying goes, people have their paths, and ghosts have their ways. Humans are the spirit of all things, gathering kindness, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, shame, courage, and all that is good. They are born with rising yang energy, a symbol for all beings. However, ghosts are ominous beings, embodying poverty, sorrow, decay, disaster, shame, cruelty, foulness, pain, and death. Gathering 18 calamities. One moves from life to death, while the other moves from death to life. Being with them leads to a reversal of yin and yang, chaos in life and death, dark clouds overhead, and calamities befalling you. How could life be easy? Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but speak up. Mao Shanming didn't know Su Xingxuan, having only seen him follow Jusu, thinking he was Jusu's disciple. But now that he spoke, referring to himself as a fellow practitioner, he immediately looked at Jusu with suspicion. Jusu, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you, Taoist Mao. This is also a fellow disciple of our Maoshan lineage. Su Xingxuan, don't be fooled by his young age. His cultivation is indeed not weak. In the future, he might even achieve the status of a true person or a master. Jusu suddenly remembered and quickly said. Mao Shanming was genuinely surprised to hear this. Although he was uneducated, he still knew what a true person meant. Moreover, he hadn't realized until now that Su Xingxuan's abilities were not much weaker than his own. Yet he appeared significantly younger. Mao Shanming immediately held Su Xingxuan in much higher regard, saying, So it's Taoist Su. I apologize for my rudeness. Not at all. Su Xingxuan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Taoist Mao, please don't mind my chatter. No, you are right, fellow practitioner. It is I who violated the rules of Mao Shan without realizing it, which is why I've become increasingly unfortunate. Mao Shanming sighed, then looked up at the two and clasped his hands, saying, Fellow practitioners, rest assured, I know what to do now. Chapter 72, Demanding Ghosts. That's good. Achong. Return the jar to Taoist Mao. Jusa nodded and said to Achong. Hearing this, Achong reluctantly handed the jar to Mao Shanming, who took the wine jar, glanced at the 3, and left with his head down. Watching Mao Shanming's departing figure, Achong couldn't help but say, Master, why is this world so unfair? Ghosts can easily see us, but we can't see ghosts. It's simple if you don't want ghosts to see you. Just smear some pot bottom ash on yourself, and it'll be fine. Jusu shot Achong a glance, and then turned to Su Xingxuan, smiling and saying, Thanks to Taoist Su today, Taoist Mao can correct his ways. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. While saying this, Jusu didn't notice that Achong's eyes lit up when he heard that smearing pot bottom ash could make ghosts unable to see him. Su Xingxuan knew that Achong was thinking about catching Dabao and Xiaobao, so he shook his head and didn't expose him, instead cupping his hands to Jusu. Jusu, you overestimate me. I don't have that ability. Speaking of which, it is still Taoist Mao's good nature that led to this. This is evident from the fact that the ghosts he raises have no malevolent or sinister aura. If there was even a hint of improper energy on those ghosts, I believe you wouldn't have returned the jardam, right? I think that even without me today, with your persuasion, Taoist Mao would have understood. Jusu nodded, agreeing that Taoist Mao's character was indeed good. By the way, Jusu, Suddenly, Su Xingxuan looked at Jusu with a difficult expression hesitating to speak. Jusu was taken aback and then said, Taoist Su, is there something on your mind? We are fellow practitioners. If you have something to say, feel free to speak. Whatever I can do, I will definitely not refuse. Well, I don't know how to start this matter. Su Xingxuan hesitated, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not say it. Taoist, although we haven't known each other for long, I can see that you are upright and skilled in Taoist arts. What could possibly trouble you to such an extent? You need not hold back, just say it. If there is something inappropriate, we can discuss it. You needn't feel difficult. Jusu encouraged. All right, since you put it that way, I will shamelessly speak up. If I offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive me, Jusu. Su Xingxuan said. That's more like it. You can go ahead, Taoist Su. Jusu nodded. It's like this, I want the room full of ghosts that you have, Jusu. Su Xingxuan turned his face away and said, What? Upon hearing this, Jusu's expression changed instantly, his smile disappearing. And the atmosphere became significantly colder. After a long moment, Jusu furrowed his brows and said, Taoist Su, you just advised Taoist Mao not to raise ghosts. You understand better than I do the principle of the separation between humans and ghosts, the opposition of good and evil. Why now do you propose such a request? Moreover, do you know how many ghostly beings are in my room? If there is even a slight mistake, it could lead to great sin. Seeing that Jusu was only maintaining a serious expression without getting angry or turning hostile, Su Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Jusu, you've misunderstood. The reason I want that room full of ghosts is not to raise them, but for other purposes. Not to raise ghosts. A hint of doubt appeared on Jusu's face. Then it changed to shock as he looked at Su Xingxuan, saying, Could it be that you want to use those ghostly beings to refine magical artifacts, practicing evil techniques? Taoist Su, I see you have great talent. With such profound cultivation at such a young age, you are bound to achieve great things in the future. But please, do not walk into the evil path, as it will ruin you. Looking at Jusu's wary expression, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but smile wryly, repeatedly explaining, Oh, Jusu, what do you take me for? An evil practitioner? Oh, you've really misunderstood me. Although Su Xingxuan said this, Jusu still had a look of suspicion. Su Xingxuan didn't get angry. After all, it was indeed rare for cultivators to demand ghosts, and generally, when cultivators got entangled with ghosts, it was usually due to evil paths, so it was no wonder Jusu reacted this way. In fact, the reason I want these ghostly beings is not to practice evil techniques or to raise ghosts. However, if I say it's for refining magical artifacts, that would be half right and half wrong. I'll explain that to you later. Jusu, do you know about the opening of the Ghost Gate on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month? When all ghosts return to the Yang world to enjoy the offerings from the living. The opening of the Ghost Gate is well known. I naturally know about it. But what does it have to do with your demand for ghosts and the so-called refining of magical artifacts? Jusu looked at Su Xingxuan suspiciously. Seeing Jusu's doubtful expression, Su Xingxuan realized that Jusu didn't know about the opening of the Ghost Gate on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. It's understandable, as both the world of Mr. Zombie and Mr. Ling Huan belong to the end of the Dharma era. Unlike the times when Taoists were everywhere and true practitioners were as common as dogs. Although the opening of the Ghost Gate is not a significant event, it is still too esoteric for the end of the Dharma era. Therefore, Su Xingxuan said, It seems you are unaware, Jusu. No wonder you have so many ghostly beings here. If you had known, there would be no reason to keep so many ghostly beings. Moreover, since a Chang mentioned the matter of fried ghosts, it seems your charity hall can only disperse the souls of those ghosts that cannot be suppressed, indicating insufficient inheritance. Taoist, what are you talking about? Is there really some hidden secret behind the opening of the Ghost Gate on July 15th? Uncle Jiu listened, increasingly confused, and couldn't help but look at Su Xingxuan. That's right, Su Xingxuan nodded. Everyone knows that every year on July 15th, the gates of the underworld open, allowing wandering souls and ghosts to come out and enjoy offerings from the living, relieving them from hunger and cold. Therefore, on this day, every household prepares paper money and offerings to comfort these spirits. Chapter 73, The Ghost Gate. So that's how it is. I really didn't know there was such a situation. Uncle Jiu nodded, then furrowed his brows. However, if what you say is true, this is clearly a good thing. Why were you so hesitant just now? I don't quite understand that. It seems you really don't know, Uncle Jiu. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan smiled helplessly. You should know that as cultivators, we align with the heavens, consistently punishing evildoers and promoting good deeds. What is this for? It's for the welfare of all beings and also to accumulate merit for ourselves. Generally speaking, whether it's punishing evil or helping the needy, it's all acts of kindness. And this once-a-year ritual to guide the souls is a great merit. Otherwise, our various sects wouldn't take it so seriously. You don't know about the opening of the Ghost Gate, so naturally, you aren't aware of how much merit can be gained by guiding the hundreds of ghosts in this room. If I ask you for them, Once these ghosts are guided and sent to the underworld, the merit will fall upon me. As the saying goes, blocking someone's path is like killing their parents, especially among us cultivators. How could I possibly bring this up? Xingxuan said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio was taken aback, and his expression improved significantly. He was almost convinced by Xingxuan's words. After all, every cultivator aspires to ultimately become an immortal, and besides supreme magical power, merit is also extremely important. Therefore, it is common for righteous people to be charitable and help all beings, which is the reason behind it. Guiding ghosts is naturally a great merit. So now Xingxuan's reluctance to speak has a reasonable explanation. However, what about refining magical tools? Uncle Gio quickly asked. Regarding Uncle Gio's confusion, Xingxuan smiled. This point, even if you didn't ask, I would tell you. Saying this, Xingxuan took out the soul-calling banner from behind him. Looking at the 3-foot-long soul-calling banner, Xingxuan said, "This is a precious item passed down by my master. And it's a magical tool we use to capture ghosts and guide souls. The only function of this magical tool is to have a great restraining power over ghosts. In addition, this magical tool has a very powerful use. It can dispel and purify the malevolent aura and resentful spirit energy of evil spirits and ghosts. Uncle Gio, you also know that the reason why malevolent spirits and ghosts harm the world is often due to the immense resentment and hatred accumulated in their hearts, which leads them to continuously absorb the malevolent energy and hostility from the world, becoming terrifying and ultimately losing their sanity and harming the living. Because of this, these malevolent spirits and ghosts often possess immense power and are burdened by their sins, unable to reincarnate. Although this magical tool cannot eliminate the sins they carry, it can gradually wear away their resentment and hostility, allowing them to regain their normalcy before sending them to the underworld to face judgment and repay their sins, eventually enabling them to reincarnate. So you see, the reason I would say I'm using these ghosts to refine magical tools is that if you still think I'm practicing evil arts, just pretend I never said anything about asking for the souls. Xingxuan said. Uncle Gio still had an impression of the soul-calling banner, as he had seen how the 2 black tails of the bandit leader had reacted as if they were burned when they struck the banner that day. Just based on that, Uncle Gio knew the soul-calling banner was a righteous treasure and not an evil magical tool. So that's how it is. It seems I've misunderstood you. Taoist Su, my apologies. Uncle Gio quickly said. No. Uncle Gio, please don't say that. After all, my request was a bit too strange. You are upright, naturally unwilling to see me go astray, and it is impossible for you to assist in wrongdoing. Being cautious is indeed appropriate. On the contrary, I, for the sake of merit, would like to take the fruits of your hard work over the years. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. Xingxuan quickly pulled Uncle Gio aside. Hey, one shouldn't say that. Although we cultivators seek merit, punishing evil and promoting good is also our duty. I won't be guiding these ghosts. Keeping them here is merely to prevent them from causing harm to the living. It's better to leave them to you, Taoist Su, as it gives them a chance to reincarnate. There is no need for apologies. By the way, Taoist Su, I have a request. Could you teach me how to guide ghosts when the ghost gate opens? That way, I can also try to guide these souls, facing their plight here every day. Uncle Gio smiled. This. Xingxuan hesitated for a moment, showing a troubled expression. What's wrong? Is this a secret of your sect? Then just pretend I never said anything. Seeing Xingxuan's difficult expression, Uncle Gio quickly said, That's not it. Xingxuan shook his head. Actually, this isn't some secret technique, and it's quite simple. However, for you, Uncle Gio, it might be a bit challenging. Oh, I would like to hear more. Uncle Gio looked at Xingxuan with curiosity. Actually, the legendary Ghost Gate has never been seen by anyone. We send souls to the underworld by holding a water and land ceremony, relying on the divine powers and wishes of many cultivators to open a path to the Ghost Gate, and then send the ghosts inside. To open the Ghost Gate, at least 1,000 people are needed, along with several cultivators to guide them. If one were to rely solely on individual strength, only legendary celestial masters could do it. As for this village, Xingxuan smiled and did not continue. Uncle Gio understood that there were too few people here, and there was only himself as a cultivator, making it impossible to open the Ghost Gate. Chapter 74, The Bandit's Return. Fortunately, Uncle Gio was also an open-minded person. Although he felt disappointed about not being able to open the Ghost Gate, he quickly returned to normal and smiled at Xingxuan. Since that's the case, then just leave this room full of ghosts to you, Taoist Su. Whenever you need them, I'll have Aqiang help you move them to your place. Hey, where are you? Taoist, you can stay longer. I'd be more than happy. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable at such a young age. Speaking of which, although I'm a few years older than you, I've hardly left the village, like a frog at the bottom of a well. I should be the one embarrassed. Uncle Gio laughed. Just as the two were preparing to exchange pleasantries, suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Uncle Gio, it's bad. Uncle Gio. Oh wait, what happened? Hearing that voice, Uncle Gio and Xingxuan hurried out and saw someone rushing over. Uncle Gio quickly helped the person up. It was Wei, who was usually with Xiang. Oh, it's the bandits. The bandits are back. They're at the graveyard outside the village. You should go and take a look. Wei said, gasping for breath. The graveyard? That's not good. Upon hearing Wei's words, Uncle Gio immediately frowned. Daoist Su, I think that bandit leader must be trying to disturb the dead. We should hurry and take a look. Wei, quickly gather people and assemble at the village entrance. Be careful. After speaking, Uncle Gio rushed towards the village exit. And Xingxuan quickly followed. When the two arrived at the village entrance, they found that the villagers had already gathered, standing in front of an empty graveyard. They then saw Xiang, covered in soot, and the injured Ming from Maoshan standing there. Seeing that Jiushu and Xingxuan had arrived, Chang hurriedly approached. Master. Daoist Su, it's bad. The bandit leader just came and took the corpse away. Yes. Not only that, she also stole my Taoist robe. And a Bao was taken by her too, said Mao Shanming, clutching his chest. Seeing this, Mao Shanming quickly said, wait, I want to help too. If I run into that demon woman later, I must get revenge for this kick. Hearing this, Xingxuan secretly shook his head. Mao Shanming truly had no self-awareness. Not to mention the bandit leader, he couldn't even deal with a zombie. However, thinking of the spell that the bandit leader cast on the zombie, it seemed that dealing with that zombie would fall on him. With this in mind, Xingxuan said, Jiushu, Daoist Mao. I think that the bandit leader stole the corpse and took the Bao to refine a zombie to divert our attention. Otherwise, a single zombie wouldn't be our opponent. The real trouble is likely the prison break she plans. How about this? You and Daoist Mao will guard the two bandits, and if a zombie comes, I will handle it. What? Are you sure, Daoist? Don't overestimate yourself, Jiushu said, looking at Xingxuan. Xingxuan thought to himself that since the bandit leader had cast a spell on Bao to deal with those in Taoist robes, he couldn't escape. As for taking off the robe, it was not impossible, but Xingxuan wanted to train his combat skills, and this zombie was just right for that. So he naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately smiled and said, don't mention just a single zombie. I don't take it seriously. Even that bandit woman. My skills have improved these past few days. I can handle a couple of exchanges, so you can rest assured. Mao Shaming also quickly said, yes. Daoist Su's skills are profound. He should be able to handle a single zombie. Daoist, let's keep a good watch on the prisoners to prevent that bandit woman from succeeding. Although Mao Shanming had said he wanted to engage the bandit leader, he knew his own capabilities well. Among the three, Jiushu's magic was the strongest. And now that Xingxuan arranged for the two of them to work together, he felt much more confident and naturally agreed with Xingxuan's plan. Seeing that both of them agreed and Xingxuan indeed had good skills, Jiushu nodded. That's good, but be careful, Daoist. If it really doesn't work out, you can take off the Taoist robe. It will be more convenient. However, Jiushu lowered his voice for the last sentence, making sure Mao Shanming didn't hear it. Hearing this, Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh. Jiushu was truly cautious. Perhaps he was also concerned about Mao Shanming's ghost-raising business. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him wear the Taoist robe to teach him a lesson. Giving Jiushu a meaningful look, Xingxuan nodded. Daoist, don't worry. I know my limits and won't act recklessly. As soon as they walked into the yamen, they saw that the ground was covered with roosters, making it seem like they had entered a chicken farm. The sound of chickens crowing was incessant, and many people were catching roosters, with feathers flying everywhere. Thinking about how many roosters had died in movies and how much chicken blood had been wasted, Xingxuan quickly stopped those who were killing chickens. Wait. Don't kill so many. Just one or two will do. Daoist Su, but Uncle Ming said we need more chicken blood. Hearing Xingxuan's words, the person killing chickens hesitated, looking at Mao Shanming. After all, although Xingxuan had helped repel the bandits once, not everyone had seen his display of power. To some villagers, he was still just a kid who hadn't even matured. In contrast, Uncle Ming was over 40, so he seemed more experienced. Xingxuan secretly shook his head, but didn't get angry. He pointed at the chicken blood and said, it's not about how high the mountain is. It's about having a spirit. It's not about how much blood there is. It's about whether it's enough. Even though more would be better. If you kill all the chickens now and the bandit woman hasn't arrived yet, and the blood coagulates, then it will be useless. Let's get a little first. And when the bandit woman arrives, we can act then. That's reasonable. Everyone, don't kill the chickens yet. Let's wait. Mao Shanming nodded and said to the crowd. Seeing this, Xingxuan didn't say anything more and sat down to prepare quietly. Holding a peachwood sword in one hand and making hand seals with the other, he appeared ready for action. With his eyes closed, his serious demeanor made some villagers who had underestimated him feel a bit more trusting, and the atmosphere quieted down. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Jiushu, Xingxuan, and Mao Shanming immediately tensed up, while the villagers were startled. However, Xingxuan looked down at the peachwood sword in his hand, which showed no unusual signs, and said, "It's fine, go open the door. It shouldn't be that bandit woman." Hearing Xingxuan's words, the crowd looked at him doubtfully but didn't open the door. Jiushu pondered for a moment and realized why Xingxuan said it wasn't the bandit leader. There was no corpse energy or evil energy, so the magical artifact didn't react. He immediately said, "Listen to Taoist Su, go open the door." As soon as Jiushu finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Hey, open the door. Do you still want the porridge you ordered?" The crowd then sighed in relief and opened the door, only to see a porridge delivery person outside. It seemed that it only counted after Jiushu spoke, and Xingxuan couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he was still young and looked down upon by others. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. Xingxuan immediately jumped up and shouted, "Everyone be careful, the bandits are here." At the same time, he formed hand seals and chanted, "Heaven and earth righteousness." Borrowing from the universe, secret method tracking, all evil manifest, command, go. A flash of spiritual light appeared in his hand, and a yellow talisman flew out of his sleeve. The moment it flew out, magical energy surged, igniting the talisman with yang fire, causing it to hover in the air before shooting towards the door. Although the villagers had heard of the power of Taoism, they had never seen such a mystical technique and were immediately astonished. Seeing the villagers' shocked expressions, a hint of pride flashed in Xingxuan's eyes. In fact, the zombie was already outside the door. There was no need for this tracking technique to lure it. Xingxuan did this only because he had just been underestimated and sincerely wanted to show off in front of these people. Sure enough, this display left not just the villagers, but even Mao Shanming stunned, and Jiushu nodded repeatedly. Good. Everyone quickly applauded. Just then, a roar suddenly came from outside, and everyone hurriedly looked outside, only to see a stiff, bluish zombie running in, with a bit of charred color on its shoulder, clearly injured by the previous yellow talisman. Dabao? Looking at the zombie before him, Mao Shanming suddenly froze, having run out from the yamen, and said to the zombie, "Dabao, what happened to you? Why do you look like this?" He started to walk towards the zombie, but before he could take 2 steps, a peachwood sword blocked his way. Xingxuan was standing in front of him. Taoist Mao looked clearly. This is not Dabao. It's the zombie refined by that bandit woman. If you take another step forward, it will kill you. What? This is Dabao. Although he looks a bit ugly, he recognizes me, so it's fine. Mao Shanming shook his head and pushed Xingxuan away as he walked towards the zombie. Seeing this, Xingxuan shook his head, thinking, "Good, you don't listen to me, you'll see." Sure enough, as soon as the zombie saw Mao Shanming approaching, especially the Taoist robe he was wearing, it immediately lunged at him. Scared, Mao Shanming quickly ran back, shouting, Taoist Su, help. I was too young to understand and almost made a mistake. Now it seems that you really know him. Otherwise, with so many people here, he wouldn't just chase after you, Taoist Ma. It looks like it's time to catch up, so I won't disturb you." Oh, at this moment, the zombie had already caught up with Ma Shanming, biting him fiercely. Ma Shanming jumped up immediately, saying, "Oh no. I was wrong. Taoist Su, I shouldn't have ignored you. Please come save me." Seeing Ma Shanming in such a state, Xingxuan gave him a glare and then jumped up, kicking the zombie. With a loud bang, the zombie was kicked away, and Xingxuan was jolted back a few steps. Looking at the zombie, Xingxuan frowned slightly, surprised at its strength. It seemed he had underestimated that thief. This zombie was likely as formidable as the one in Mr. Zombie. At this moment, the zombie noticed Xingxuan, especially his Taoist robe, which was like a bright light in the dark for the zombie. It let out a sharp howl and lunged at Xingxuan. Xingxuan sneered. He was not like Ma Shanming, who only knew to run. With a flick of his sleeve, he produced 2 yellow talismans. The Supreme Lord's command, decree. The 2 yellow talismans shot out like bullets, hitting the zombie and exploding into flames, pushing it back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Xingxuan rushed forward, lightly tapping his fingers to draw a talisman in midair. A red light flashed on the peachwood sword, and he swung it at the zombie. Ah! The zombie screamed as the sword struck, emitting a plume of green smoke and retreating a few steps. Xingxuan pressed on, performing a sword flourish and stabbing at the zombie's chest. The zombie, sensing the ferocity of Xingxuan's attack, shivered and opened its mouth, spewing out a cloud of black smoke. Xingxuan was taken aback. It was his first time seeing a zombie spew black smoke. He didn't dare to confront it directly and quickly dodged to the side. However, due to the close distance, the hem of his clothes was still hit by the black smoke, producing a corrosive sound accompanied by a foul odor. Xingxuan was shocked. He hadn't expected the zombie to have such a trick. If he had been hit directly, it would have been troublesome. Seemingly encouraged by the effectiveness of its attack, the zombie charged forward again, spraying another cloud of black smoke. Su Xingxuan found himself at a loss for how to counter it, and could only dodge repeatedly. For a moment, it turned into a situation where one was aggressively attacking while the other was desperately evading, and Su Xingxuan appeared to be in a precarious position. Chapter 76. The Thief Woman Strikes. On this side, seeing the fierce zombie, Uncle Gio could no longer sit still. "Da was Su. Hold on, I'm coming to help," he shouted, preparing to assist. Meanwhile, after a while of battling with the zombie, Su Xingxuan had roughly discerned its attack patterns. Although the black smoke it spewed was powerful, it needed to brew in its throat for a moment before releasing it. Although this process was short, it was enough time for him. "Uncle Gio, you don't need to worry, I'm fine. I think the thief woman has arrived, so be careful of her diversionary tactics." Just as he spoke, the zombie sprayed out another cloud of black smoke. Anticipating this, Su Xingxuan immediately paused, rolled on the ground to dodge, and then kicked the zombie in the stomach, sending it flying. The kicked zombie became even more frenzied, letting out a sharp howl, its fangs extending visibly. The previously bulging throat now swelled to the size of an egg. If this had happened when he first encountered it, Su Xingxuan might have been caught off guard. However, now he smiled slightly, crossed his hands, and 5 copper coins appeared in his palms. In the Taoist sect, there were many kinds of magical tools. Among them, copper coins were quite common, perhaps not as rare as peachwood swords or yellow talismans, but still significant. Copper coins, being round on the outside and square on the inside, correspond to heaven and earth. Heaven is round, and earth is square. They are the best magical tool for suppressing evil, warding off malevolent spirits, inviting deities, and divining celestial events. The 5 copper coins in Su Xingxuan's hands were from the founding of the Dian dynasty, passed down through 5 generations of emperors, embodying the prosperous luck accumulated over hundreds of years. They were naturally magical tools for subduing demons and warding off evil, and after refinement, they became top-tier magical tools. One of the precious artifacts left by Zhang Dehan. Thanks to these artifacts, although Su Xingxuan was only at the stage of qi cultivation, in a real battle, he would not be much inferior to experts who had reached the yuan or even transformed qi into spirit. Heaven and earth as the source. Qian and Kuan borrow the law, justly subdue the evil, establish a fate with heaven, hasten. Su Xingxuan held one hand up with the coins while forming a seal with the other, drawing a talisman in the air above the coins. The 5 coins instantly flashed with the 5 colors of red, yellow, black, white, and green. To an ordinary person, it looked like a flash of light. And then a 5-colored copper coin jumped up and landed firmly on the zombie's throat, as if it had been there all along. "Huh, what is this?" Seeing this scene, Uncle Gio, who had been worried, suddenly brightened up and let out a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, a sudden sound of air being cut came, and he quickly dodged. With a bang, a black tail struck the iron door, leaving a dent in the steel door, making Uncle Gio feel a wave of fear. Before he could fully relax, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Wait, doesn't that demon woman have 2 black tails? Why is there only one? He quickly moved away from where he was standing, but it was too late. Another black tail, like a dragon passing by, struck behind him with a loud crack, sending sparks flying and causing Uncle Gio to stagger. Seeing this, the demon woman was about to attack again, but Ma Shanming quickly said, "Demon woman, look at this." He picked up a bamboo pole and swept away the bamboo basket on the stairs, revealing 2 tied-up bandits. Seeing the 2 bandits tied up upstairs, the demon woman let out a shriek, speaking in a language no one could understand, and immediately abandoned Uncle Gio to rush up the stairs. On this side, Su Xingxuan realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected Uncle Gio to be distracted by his concern for him and get ambushed by the demon woman. He hastened his movements, swinging his peachwood sword and striking 3 yellow talismans. The Supreme Lord's command, exterminate evil and break the fate, hasten. With Su Xingxuan's command, the 3 yellow talismans spontaneously ignited without fire, floating in the air. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, they flew towards the 5-colored copper coin and landed on the zombie's throat. Instantly, the zombie stood still, opening its mouth as streams of greenish-black gas slowly poured out. Seeing the poisonous gas spewing from the zombie's mouth, Su Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief and hurried toward the prison. He saw that the demon woman had already ascended the stairs, unaware of the trap hidden there. As soon as she stepped on it, the mechanism was triggered, and the 2 bandits fell, hanging themselves. Su Xingxuan rushed to Uncle Gio's side and helped him up. "Uncle Gio, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Uncle Gio frowned, enduring the pain as he spoke. At that moment, seeing the 2 bandits hanging, the bandit leader let out an angry roar and charged at the 2 of them, his 2 black tails whipping like steel whips. "Dodge!" The 2 shouted simultaneously and split to either side, but the 2 black tails turned simultaneously, heading straight for them. Seeing this, Uncle Gio's peachwood sword trembled slightly in his hand, and with a crack, a copper coin sword was revealed. This was a sword within a sword. Uncle Gio usually used the peachwood sword, but now that the bandit leader, Blacktail, was coming on strong, he revealed the copper coin sword. The copper coin sword flashed with red light as it struck Blacktail, instantly severing her tail, causing the bandit woman to let out a terrible scream, her expression becoming increasingly ferocious and frightening. On the other hand, Xingxuan was not so fortunate. It should be noted that Zhang Denian's cultivation was not of the Maoshan school, and most of the techniques of Yin Yang Tao did not rely heavily on peachwood swords. Therefore, although the peachwood sword in Xingxuan's hand was decent, it was far inferior to the copper coin sword in Uncle Gio's hand. Seeing the demon woman Blacktail attacking, Xingxuan, just like Uncle Gio, performed a sword flourish and held it in front of his chest. However, with a bang, Blacktail collided with the peachwood sword, producing a spark. Although it blocked Blacktail, the peachwood sword couldn't withstand the immense force and shattered with a crack. The bandit woman had already been injured after having one of her tails severed by Uncle Gio, but upon seeing Xingxuan lose his peachwood sword, she gritted her teeth and waved her hand, sending another tail back for a renewed attack, intending to deal with Xingxuan first, whom she considered an easy target. Chapter 77, Extermination. Humph, thinking of escaping, did you ask me? Xingxuan snorted softly, pulling out a yellow talisman from his robe. He lightly traced his finger on the talisman, expelling his mana to activate the yang fire. A flame formed from the yellow talisman fell onto the red rope, and in an instant, the red rope glowed as if it were a red-hot iron. With a strong pull from Xingxuan, the bandit woman screamed in agony, and another of her tails was severed by the red rope. Seeing this, Uncle Gio quickly drove his sword forward. The bandit woman, sensing the danger, retreated a few steps, wary of Xingxuan and Uncle Gio. Xingxuan, seeing this, held the red rope in his hand, forming a gesture, ready to strike at any moment. The three were in a standoff, with Uncle Gio and Xingxuan cautiously approaching the bandit woman, who was backing away step by step. At this moment, Uncle Gio and Xingxuan exchanged glances, and Xingxuan nodded. They both advanced simultaneously. Uncle Gio swung his sword, and the red rope in Xingxuan's hand flew toward the bandit woman as if it were a living thing. Seeing this, the bandit woman retreated a step, dropping her cloak onto the ground. She then lifted it, revealing countless bats flying towards them, dark and dense, resembling a storm cloud. Everyone be careful. Uncle Gio looked at the swarm of bats with surprise and quickly swung his copper coin sword to slay them. However, with so many bats, although Uncle Gio killed one with each swing, it was still like a drop in the bucket against such a massive number. Uncle Gio, all these bats were summoned by that bandit woman using sorcery. There must be a leader among them. Capture the leader first. Hearing this, Uncle Gio paused his sword swinging and carefully observed. Among the countless bats, he noticed one that was suspended in midair, motionless. Uncle Gio immediately determined that this bat must be the core of the spell and began shooting several coins from his copper coin sword toward it. At that moment, the bandit woman let out a piercing shriek, an extremely jarring sound. The swarm of bats instantly formed a curtain, blocking the copper coins. Although a few coins successfully killed some bats, they completely blocked the bat leader. How could this be? Xingxuan frowned upon seeing this. This was not in the movie. He then saw the bandit woman glance at him mockingly. Perhaps his reminder had raised her vigilance. Thinking of this, Xingxuan snorted softly. Uncle Gio, let's do it again. You deal with the bat leader, and I'll handle the remaining bats. This. Sudao friend, can you manage it? Uncle Gio looked at the nearly countless bats, hesitating as he glanced at Xingxuan. After all, dealing with so many bats was something even Uncle Gio wasn't sure he could do. Although Xingxuan was strong, he was still considerably weaker than Uncle Gio. Not to mention there was still a bandit woman who, while unable to move, could still command a swarm of bats. Of course, I'll count to 3, and on 1, Uncle Gio, you act. Xingxuan spoke firmly, glancing at the swarm of bats. He reached into his robe, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. 3, 2, 1, go. With Xingxuan's loud shout, the copper coin in Uncle Gio's hand flew out, while the bats also employed the same tactic, gathering around the bat leader to block the copper coins. At that moment, Xingxuan quickly pulled something out from his robe and threw it into the air. A spell seal landed on that object, and with a loud bang, the entire prison seemed to freeze. The swarm of bats let out a collective cry and fell from the sky, instantly revealing the bat leader, who was struck in the head by Uncle Gio's copper coin. Ah! The bandit woman let out a terrible scream, her body trembling as she spat out a mouthful of black blood, clearly gravely injured. The swarm of bats instantly vanished, and Xingxuan also felt his body weaken. Gasping for breath, the object that had been in the air fell back into his arms, revealing a delicate little bell. A treasure? Uncle Gio looked at Xingxuan in confusion, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, there was no time to think further. as he swung his sword to attack the bandit woman. With her spell broken and seeing Su Xingxuan holding a treasure, the bandit woman immediately felt a sense of retreat. As Uncle Gio charged at her, she swiftly dodged to the side and vanished without a trace. Invisibility technique? Uncle Gio was taken aback at this scene, cautiously observing his surroundings. This isn't a true invisibility technique, just a rather sophisticated illusion. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan, feeling his nearly depleted dantian, shook his head and looked around at the quiet surroundings. After speaking, Su Xingxuan immediately took the yellow gourd from his waist and handed it to Uncle Gio. "Dao friend, use this to break her spell." Upon seeing this, Uncle Gio understood and took the yellow gourd. His voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. Fortunately, Su Dao friend prepared this. That demon woman's spell definitely won't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Gio sensed something unusual in the corner. He immediately struck out with his copper coin sword towards the ceiling, while Su Xingxuan urged the last bit of his mana and extended the red rope from his waist, heading towards that corner as well. Just as he spoke, the red rope landed in the corner, igniting with flames. The bandit leader revealed herself, struck down by the red rope, while Uncle Gio's copper coin sword simultaneously pierced through the bandit leader's chest. The bandit leader struggled, gasping, You. Uffed. She coughed up blood while glaring fiercely at Uncle Gio and Su Xingxuan, who approached her slowly. "You two, just wait. Even if I become a ghost, I want to let you go." With that, the bandit leader let out a loud cry and slammed into the nearby door, forcibly breaking it open and falling into the well, plunging the copper coin sword into it. With the bandit woman dead, the zombie that had been spewing corpse poison collapsed to the ground. Along with the shock of the colorful copper coins, the treasure also emerged, looking somewhat disheveled as they asked, "Hey, what happened? Mingshu, why are you so disheveled? Don't come over. Hurry and leave, or I won't be polite." Mao Shanming shouted at the treasure. "Mingshu, what exactly happened?" "It's me, Dabao." Dabao looked at Mao Shanming in confusion and quickly said, Chapter 78, Soul Settling Spell. "Are you really forcing me to take action?" Mao Shanming saw that Dabao still wouldn't leave and immediately formed a seal to chant a spell. Dabao, seeing that Mao Shanming was serious, dared not say anything more and quickly got up to flee. Uncle Gio, seeing this, said nothing further, glancing at the pale Su Xingxuan and quickly said, "Su Dao friend, you don't look well. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just exhausted my mana and feeling a bit weak. A little rest will do. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Gio." Su Xingxuan smiled. "Oh, that's good. By the way, Su Dao friend, there's something I don't know if I should ask. That bell you used to deal with that demoness just now, is it a treasure?" Uncle Gio asked. If it were someone else asking, Su Xingxuan would definitely not say anything, and it would even be impossible for him to use it in front of him. However, the person in front of him was Uncle Gio, who could be said to be a moral model in the face of great right and wrong, despite some minor flaws. Not to mention a treasure. Even if the opportunity to become an immortal was presented to him, there would be no need to worry about being plotted against or anything like that. Therefore, Su Xingxuan nodded and said, "That's right, Uncle Gio has a good eye. What I just used was indeed a treasure passed down from my master, called the Soul Settling Bell. I must say, the power of this treasure is truly extraordinary. Even at my full strength, I can only exert one or two of its powers. If I could unleash the full power of this Soul Settling Bell, that demoness would have been beheaded long ago. No wonder it has such great power." Uncle Gio nodded and said, "I have heard my master say that every treasure is extremely precious, containing powerful forces, and it is rare for ordinary true beings to see them. I didn't expect that your master has both the Soul Calling Banner and the Soul Settling Bell. It seems that your future is boundless, Su Dao friend. By the way, Su Dao friend, may I ask if I could borrow that treasure for a look?" Hearing this, Su Xingxuan looked at Uncle Gio with some confusion. However, thinking about Uncle Gio's character, he did not hesitate, directly took out the Soul Settling Bell from his bosom, and handed it to Uncle Gio. "Of course, please." Uncle Gio was taken aback, not expecting that Su Xingxuan would so readily hand over a treasure to him. This is a treasure, something even true beings might not be able to see. He actually handed it over to him so easily. Suddenly, Uncle Gio's fondness for Su Xingxuan skyrocketed, and he couldn't help but feel admiration. This Su Dao friend is truly an open-minded person, treating such a precious item with such ease, which is indeed extraordinary. He quickly took the Soul Settling Bell and examined it for a while before handing it back to Su Xingxuan. Just as I expected. It really is the Soul Settling Bell recorded in the Miao Mountain Classics. I didn't expect it to end up in your hands, Su Dao friend. Miao Mountain Classics? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that you have seen the record of this Soul Settling Bell before? Hearing this, Su Xingxuan was taken aback. He had never seen any records about the Soul Settling Bell, and moreover, he obtained this Soul Settling Bell from the world of Mr. Zombie. How could Uncle Gio, who is from the world of Mr. Linghuan, have seen the record of the Soul Settling Bell? Besides, in the world of Mr. Zombie, this soul-settling bell is clearly one of the 3 treasures of the Miao family in Xianxi and does not belong to Miao Mountain. Seeing the astonished look on Su Xingxuan's face, Uncle Gio nodded. Yes, I have a book of Miao Mountain secret techniques at home, which contains a spell called the soul-settling spell. It was created by a senior expert from our Miao Mountain lineage who obtained the soul-settling bell and established it according to the runes and incantations engraved on the bell. It is very effective against ghosts and monsters. If you have doubts, I can show it to you. The soul-settling spell? Su Xingxuan frowned, then nodded. If that's the case, I would trouble you, Uncle Gio. When they returned to the righteous cemetery, Uncle Gio handed the book of Miao Mountain secret techniques to Su Xingxuan, which was exactly the one he gave to Miao Shanming in the movie. Su Xingxuan was surprised to find that this book of Miao Mountain secret techniques was quite similar to his own spells, but it included several additional spells for cultivating the qi environment, one of which was the soul-settling spell that could only be used in the qi cultivating environment. What does 50% mean? If Su Xingxuan could barely drive the soul-settling bell with his own strength at the qi cultivating level, now it was completely different. Reaching the qi cultivating level, he could already use the soul-settling bell as a trump card, although he was still far from being able to use it freely. It was no longer as ineffective as before, where using it was even worse than not using it at all. Uncle Gio, this soul-settling spell is very useful to me. I wonder if you would be willing to give it to me, Su Xingxuan said as he looked at Uncle Gio. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio immediately smiled. Su Dao friend, you are being too polite. If it weren't for your help this time, we wouldn't have known how to deal with the bandits. You can take this soul-settling spell, but I cannot give you this book of Miao Mountain secret techniques. It's not that I'm stingy, but I have already promised Miao Dao friend to guide him in his spells. However, he currently needs to cultivate hard, and what he lacks is a foundation in spells. So I want to give this book of Miao Mountain secret techniques to him. Please don't mind. It's fine, it's fine. I already know quite a bit about the spells of the Miao Mountain lineage. It's just that this soul-settling spell is really useful to me, and that's why I shamelessly asked you for it. I am already very grateful that you can give it to me, and I wouldn't want to overreach, Su Xingxuan said. That's good, that's good. Uncle Gio smiled. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Su Dao friend. You should rest and recover your energy. I'll come to see you again tomorrow morning. With that, Uncle Gio stood up and left. Okay, thank you, Uncle Gio. Su Xingxuan nodded and smiled as he watched Uncle Gio leave. Once Uncle Gio was far away, he lay down and looked at the ceiling, slowly saying, how much luck and power do I have now? Chapter 79, Exchange of Dao Techniques. Is it already over 1300? So fast. Su Xingxuan was taken aback upon hearing this, and then he was overjoyed. It seems that although this bandit leader is a bit difficult to deal with, the luck he brought was indeed considerable. It should soon transform into a fierce ghost. Earlier, he was a bit worried, but now with this soul-settling spell, it seems that this bandit leader will only be delivering experience points. Su Xingxuan chuckled and fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, when Su Xingxuan woke up, he found that the dantian, which had been somewhat dry yesterday, was once again full. Moreover, there was a faint upward trend. It was needless to say. It must be due to the luck he had gained. Good morning, Su Dao friend. As soon as he stepped outside, Su Xingxuan saw Miao Shanming practicing in the yard early in the morning. He was first stunned, and then remembered that Miao Shanming wanted Uncle Gio to guide him in Dao techniques, so he stayed here. Achong was quite unhappy about this, still remembering how Miao Shanming had had 2 ghosts play tricks on him before. It's Miao Dao friend. Good morning. Miao Dao friend, you're up early to practice. Su Xingxuan nodded and smiled. I have no choice. A foolish bird must start flying early, right? For so many years, I've only known how to eat and drink without learning much Dao techniques. If I don't change my ways soon, I fear my later years will be bleak. Miao Shanming shook his head and said, you're overthinking it, Miao Dao friend. Su Xingxuan smiled. Although you may not be very proficient in Dao techniques, your cultivation is solid. Given time, you will surely benefit the local people. What do you have to worry about in your later years? Then I will take your good words to heart. Miao Shanming smiled, and then he formed a finger gesture and began practicing Dao techniques. Su Xingxuan glanced at him and saw that although Miao Shanming was not very skilled in advanced spells, his basic Dao techniques were decent, and he could not be completely regarded as a trickster. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan took a deep breath and began to regulate his breathing. It wasn't until he expelled all the turbid energy from his body that he opened his eyes, formed a finger gesture with both hands, and pointed to his waist. A red rope seemed to come alive, swirling around his body. With the changes in the hand gestures, the red rope began to shake continuously, sometimes sweeping like a steel whip, sometimes coiling like an old tree's roots, sometimes resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, and sometimes like a spirit snake returning to its hole, making Miao Shanming look on in envy. Good, good, good. When Su Xingxuan finished his exercise, he suddenly heard a round of applause beside him. It turned out that Uncle Gio had unknowingly walked over to the two of them. One was busy practicing, and the other was busy watching, and they hadn't even noticed until Uncle Gio spoke. Seeing this, Xingxuan put away the red rope and smiled. Uncle Gio, you're here. Where? It's just a small skill, not worth mentioning. Xingxuan waved his hand, but although he said this, the smile on his face could not be concealed, clearly showing that he was quite confident in this skill. What is it? This is merely a small skill. I can't even make a scarecrow fly. If you consider this a small skill, then I truly am useless, said Mao Xiangming with a hint of envy, his expression slightly dimming. Upon noticing this, Xingxuan quickly turned to Uncle Gio to change the topic. By the way, Uncle Gio, I glanced at the incantation and hand signs for the soul restraining spell last night and found some parts unclear. I wonder if you could give me some guidance? Really? Uncle Gio looked at Xingxuan with confusion. That shouldn't be the case. The soul restraining spell isn't a particularly difficult technique. You should have no problem casting it. How could there be anything you don't understand? What spell is that? Is it really that hard? Even you, Su Daoyu, find it tricky? Mao Xiangming chimed in, having stepped out of his self-pity. It's not that I can't cast the soul restraining spell. While it is a bit complex, it's really just a variation of the evil restraining talisman and a few other spells. With a few more attempts, I should be able to cast it. However, as you know, my main goal in learning the soul restraining spell is to control the soul restraining bell. I've studied it, and it can indeed control the bell and significantly reduce its mana consumption. But that's all theoretical. This morning, when I tried to use the soul restraining spell alone, there were some setbacks, but it wasn't too problematic. However, when I tried to connect it with the soul restraining bell, I either failed to cast it, consumed too much mana, or found that the power of the bell was weaker than just shaking it directly. That's why I'm asking for your advice. I see, Uncle Gio nodded, his expression growing more serious. I haven't encountered this situation before. It might be because the soul restraining bell is a treasure. So merely casting the soul restraining spell may not be enough to activate it. How about this? The three of us can discuss it together. Maybe we'll find a solution. 3. What about me? No, you all know my skills are so limited that I'm just a hindrance to you. I can't contribute anything. Mao Xiangming waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, Mao Xiangdaoyu, that's not right. Regardless, you are also a cultivator and must have your own ideas. Besides, as the saying goes, one person's plan is short, but two people's plans are long. You might think of something we haven't considered. And even if you can't help, this is still a discussion about the Tao, which is beneficial for everyone's cultivation. So, please don't refuse, Su Xingxuan said. Exactly, I think Su Daoyu is right. Mao Xiangdaoyu, please don't decline. Now, Su Daoyu, take out the soul restraining bell so we can study it thoroughly, Uncle Gio quickly agreed. Su Xingxuan nodded in response and took out 2 items from his pocket. One was the soul restraining bell, and the other was the soul restraining spell. The 3 of them gathered around the table and began their research, continuing from dawn until dusk without stopping. Even during meals, which were brought by a Chong, they kept discussing, and their initial discussion turned into a heated argument, becoming quite noisy. Chapter 80, Argument. No, look. The soul restraining bell is a variant of the 3 pure bells from our Taoist artifacts, and the soul restraining spell also bears traces of the 3 pure universal cycle spell. Therefore, to connect the soul restraining spell with the soul restraining bell, it should be driven by the 3 pure universal cycle spell when casting the soul restraining spell. Yes, that's it, Uncle Gio said, his face flushed and his voice raised, 1 foot on the stone bench while gesturing wildly, as if ready to fight. But that's not right. As I said, the soul restraining bell is aimed at the spiritual consciousness and souls, so it shouldn't be used with brute force. Using the 3 pure universal cycle spell in conjunction with the soul restraining spell is just violent suppression. You have to pay attention. Look, the texts clearly record that when the soul restraining bell is used, it suppresses all ghosts and captures countless souls, not just smashing someone with a bell, Mao Xiangming countered, shaking his head. In basic Taoist techniques, the binding soul spell and the evil restraining talisman are similar. It's an improvement on the evil restraining talisman. Look closely at the hand signs for the soul restraining spell. The 3rd, 6th, and 7th forms clearly come from the binding soul spell. So I say it must be based on the binding soul spell when casting the soul restraining spell to activate the soul restraining bell. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan scoffed and said, Are you mistaken? The soul restraining spell and the soul restraining bell are meant to suppress many ghostly beings. They already have the power to restrain souls. Why would we need the binding soul spell? That's redundant. The senior experts can't be fools. It has to be a method of driving objects. Connecting the driving method with the soul restraining spell, not adding the binding soul spell or the 3 pure universal cycle spell. How can it be a driving method? The driving method is external, with form but no spirit. The soul restraining bell is a treasure, emphasizing that point of spiritual light and power. A driving method would be impossible. It must be the 3 pure universal cycle spell. The 3 pure universal cycle spell is nonsense. It's the binding soul spell. Although the binding soul spell seems to conflict with the soul restraining spell, if you look closely, can you all get it straight? The driving method may be external, but once combined with the soul restraining spell, it can penetrate the soul restraining bell with the power of the soul restraining spell, naturally allowing it to be activated. And the three of them were arguing back and forth, each turning red in the face and spitting words everywhere. It was so heated that it seemed they were about to come to blows. Chang, watching them argue from dawn until dusk without any resolution, looked at them speechlessly and couldn't help but say, "Master, Uncle Ming, Su Daolang, it's already dark. Why don't you take a break and argue again tomorrow?" Seeing this, Chang couldn't help but mutter, "All you do is shout at me. If you have the ability, figure things out yourselves." Arguing over a broken spell without reaching a conclusion, talking about the three pure spell, the binding soul spell, the calming heart spell, it's all a mess. Why not just use the 5 thunder spell and strike you down with a palm thunder? Suddenly hearing Chang's words, the three of them were taken aback and turned to look at him, their eyes lighting up. Chang was just mumbling when he suddenly noticed their silence and became confused. Turning around, he saw 3 pairs of eyes staring intensely at him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Chang quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "The 5 thunder spell?" Uncle Gio ignored Chang's reaction and slowly turned his head to carefully observe the soul restraining bell and the soul restraining spell on the stone table. Meanwhile, Su Xingxuan and Mao Xiangming were also contemplating the soul restraining bell and the soul restraining spell in front of them. Seeing their expressions, Chang was momentarily stunned and quickly leaned in, asking curiously, "Master, what's wrong? Could it really be the 5 thunder spell?" "Not quite. Your words have reminded me that what we were arguing about was actually wrong from the start. We were so focused on how to connect the soul restraining spell to the soul restraining bell that we forgot the reason for the soul restraining spell's existence was precisely because there was no soul restraining bell. Thus, the predecessors of the Maoshang lineage created this spell. What we just argued about was how to manipulate this substitute for the soul restraining bell instead of the real thing. We've got things backward," Uncle Gio said, then looked at Su Xingxuan. "What do you think, Su Daoyu?" "Uncle Gio's perspective is my perspective, indeed. We've been off track from the beginning," Su Xingxuan smiled. "However, Chang is right about one thing. The method to activate the soul restraining bell, while not the 5 thunder spell, is related to it. Both the soul restraining bell and the soul restraining spell, regardless, rely on the existence of thunder techniques." Su Xingxuan pointed out some aspects of the soul bell and the soul spell, saying that the thunderer, being the purest and most sacred essence of heaven and earth, manifests the highest status, while the ghostly entity represents the most ominous and negative forces. Thunder is inherently a nemesis of evil spirits and demons. So the soul bell must be driven by a method akin to thunder magic, using a variant of thunder to suppress and control these entities. It must be so. At this point, Su Xingxuan recalled the day he broke through the sky-covering secret technique on the soul summoning banner. Due to insufficient cultivation, the backlash of the spell summoned thunder, and it was the soul bell that protected him. Although it was more about the soul bell's attraction to lightning. This very point proves the undeniable relationship between the soul bell and thunder magic. This is correct. If that's the case, we need to use thunder magic to drive the soul bell. Su, my friend, you have been in contact with the soul bell for a longer time, and your reaction is quite quick. Next, let us see which type of thunder magic is contained within the soul bell, so we can quickly find the method to manipulate it. Mao Xiaoming nodded. "That's easy." Uncle Zhu smiled, saying that although there are many types of thunder magic in the world, the thunder magic of the Xianxiao sect is the most outstanding, with great power and simple casting. I believe the soul bell must have some connection to it. Fortunately, I have a book on Xianxiao sect's thunder magic. Although we can't cast it, it should be fine to reference it. Chang, go get it. Chapter 81, The Forest. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chang was leaning against a wooden pillar, snoring intermittently. Suddenly, Su Xingxuan shouted, "I did it! I did it! What happened? What's going on?" Chang was instantly startled awake, looking around to see Uncle Gio, Su Xingxuan, and Mao Xiangming, all of whom appeared haggard, their eyes bloodshot, and dark circles under their eyes looking particularly frightening. However, the smiles on their faces were impossible to hide. "Congratulations, Su, my friend, you finally succeeded. But after all this research, we need to operate it practically to see if it truly works," Uncle Gio said with a smile. Su Xingxuan nodded, forming a mysterious hand seal, pointing at the soul bell, and shouted, "Heaven and earth, 5 directions, urgently call Huangning, ethereal transformation, roar of thunder." Upon hearing the call, swiftly send forth the yang sound. Hurry, hurry as the law commands. With a light ringing sound, the soul bell trembled slightly and floated into the air. Upon seeing this, the three were instantly delighted. Su Xingxuan suppressed the excitement surging in his heart, trying to stabilize his mind, and pointed at Uncle Gio. The soul bell immediately transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Uncle Gio, with runes flashing and strands of lightning entwined within, flickering and illuminating the still dim sky as if it were daytime. This soul bell is incredibly powerful. It truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Just a slight use brings forth such might. Looking at himself being pushed back and then at Xingxuan, who stood still holding the soul bell, Uncle Gio's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He was well aware of both their strengths. He himself had reached the peak of transforming qi into spirit, at the half-step true person realm, while Xingxuan was merely circulating qi and had not yet graduated. Although that exchange was just a friendly spar and not a life-and-death battle, the fact that it could push him back in a direct confrontation showed that the soul bell's power was extraordinary. Thank you, Uncle Gio and Taoist Mao. Without your help, I wouldn't know how long it would take to find the method to manipulate this soul bell, Xingxuan said joyfully. He had also seen the power of that strike and roughly estimated that, with his strength, he could probably use the soul bell 2 to 3 times. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, 4 times might not be impossible. Although he still couldn't control it freely, it was already a remarkable achievement, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Ah, Su, you're being too polite, Mao Shanming yawned. We have gained a lot this time. As for Uncle Gio, I'm not sure, but I feel like I've made considerable progress in the field of spells. Indeed, Taoist Mao makes a good point. Uncle Gio nodded repeatedly. Seeing the fatigue on both their faces and feeling somewhat tired himself, Xingxuan realized that the 3 of them hadn't slept for a day and a night. Discussing techniques had consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy, akin to a life-and-death battle. They were utterly exhausted. He quickly said, "All right, enough talking. Since we've been awake for a day and night, let's rest early and recover our energy. We'll talk more when we feel better." Uncle Gio nodded in agreement. "In that case, Su, take a good rest. After a few days, when the matters in the village are settled, I'll treat everyone to a banquet. You must come." Su. "Oh, Taoist Su, you're awake?" As soon as he stepped outside, Xingxuan saw a Chong cleaning outside the door and greeted him. Xingxuan nodded. What about Uncle Gio? Has he gotten up?" "Oh, you mean Master? He got up 2 hours ago and just went out to change the dressing for the wounded in the village. He left me here to watch over you and Uncle Ming," a Chong replied. "Oh, good." A Chong looked at Xingxuan suspiciously, not understanding why he was going out when it was almost dark, but he still nodded. In truth, Xingxuan's claim of wanting to take a stroll was a cover. He was really going to a specific place. When he had fought against the bandit leader before, he had been very interested in her techniques. It wasn't that he intended to turn to the dark path, but he wanted to see whether the techniques employed by the bandit leader could provide some insights and complement his own. However, Uncle Gio was upright. Even if the dark techniques could be referenced, he would disdain to use them. Xingxuan was worried that telling him might cause some hesitation, so he decided to keep it to himself and go investigate. The place he intended to go was none other than the bandit's lair. Since the movie did not provide the location of the bandit's hideout, Xingxuan could only follow the hoofprints left by the bandits a few days ago, exploring little by little. Fortunately, there had been no wind or rain in the past few days, so although the hoofprints on the ground were somewhat blurred, they were still generally visible. After walking for about 10 miles, Xingxuan suddenly realized that the hoofprints had disappeared. Before him lay a dense forest, and it was already dark. The woods at night seemed like a prehistoric beast hiding in the shadows, with its gaping maw waiting for someone to walk in. Looking at the dark forest before him, Xingxuan hesitated and did not enter. First, he was unsure whether the forest was safe. Second, given its size, it would not be easy to find the bandits' hideout. Chapter 82. The 5 Poisons Miasma. However, since he was already here, Xingxuan could not simply give up. He looked at the forest before him, thought for a moment, and smiled slightly. He rummaged in his pocket and took out a deformed wooden box, which was the ghost cage that had previously trapped Dong Xiaoyu. Xingxuan lightly scratched the wooden box, releasing his mana to ignite the yang fire. Immediately, an opening appeared on the ghost cage, and a wisp of blue smoke floated by, revealing Dong Xiaoyu before him. "Huh, where's this? Mr. Su, you came out of the..." Dong Xiaoyu looked around in confusion at this completely unfamiliar place. After all, she had been in the ghost cage all along and had no knowledge of Xingxuan's travels across the worlds. She even thought there was a place in the world of the zombie master. So that's how it is. It seems this group of bandits should be practitioners of the dark path, Dong Xiaoyu concluded with a nod. "How do you know that, Miss Dong?" Xingxuan was taken aback and looked at her with confusion. "I only mentioned that those bandits are skilled in techniques. I never said they are practitioners of the dark path." Dong Xiaoyu smiled slightly and pointed to the forest, saying, "Although Mr. Su, you didn't mention that those bandits are from the evil path. I think only those from the evil path would brew this 5 poisons miasma to set up around the woods, right? You righteous cultivators. Aren't you the ones who despise poisons?" corpses, and ghostly techniques? 5 poisons miasma. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan was taken aback and couldn't help but look up at the pitch-black forest. He took out the soul-settling bell and waved it in front of him. Opening his heavenly eye, he saw the miasma above the forest, which looked like colorful clouds, rising and falling, appearing exceptionally beautiful but also chilling to the heart. Looking at the miasma, Xingxuan gasped in surprise. Fortunately, he hadn't stumbled in carelessly just now. Otherwise, if he had inhaled the miasma unknowingly, he wouldn't even know how he died. No wonder he felt that Dabao was so different when they fought the zombie before. Now that he thought about it, the black smoke the zombie spewed was clearly its corpse poison, mixed with the ghostly toxins, combined with this 5 poisons miasma, which was different from ordinary ghostly evils. No wonder it was so formidable. No wonder he felt the forest was so quiet. He thought it was because it was late at night. It seemed that living beings couldn't survive in this 5 poisons miasma at all. After feeling a sense of dread, Xingxuan looked up at Dong Xiaoyu and said, "Thank you, Miss Dong. If it weren't for you, I might have accidentally stumbled into this poisonous miasma, and the consequences would truly be unimaginable." Seeing this, Xingxuan didn't waste any time either. He took out a stack of yellow talismans, which were one of the basic talismans, the exorcism talisman. It's said that the exorcism talisman is indeed one of the most used talismans in the Taoist tradition. Taoists believe that ghostly evils and poisonous miasmas are both evil. So dispelling this 5 poisons miasma is simple. You just need to use the exorcism talisman. Soon, Dong Xiaoyu flew out and looked at Xingxuan, saying, "Mr. Su, I have checked. There isn't a single person in the entire forest. The bandits' hideout is easy to find. It's about 2 miles into the woods. However, there are many poisonous creatures in the forest, some of which can even harm ghosts, so you need to be extra careful when you go in." "Huh, Miss Dong, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Upon hearing that the poisonous creatures could even harm ghosts, Xingxuan hurriedly asked, looking Dong Xiaoyu up and down, fearing she might be injured. After putting away the ghost prison cage, Xingxuan looked at the forest in front of him, took an exorcism talisman, and waved it out. As soon as the yellow talisman landed in the forest, it ignited spontaneously. Through his heavenly eye, he saw the miasma being burned clean by the yellow talisman. Seizing the moment before the other miasma could drift over, Xingxuan hurriedly dashed inside. Along the way, whenever he saw the miasma starting to drift over, Xingxuan would throw out an exorcism talisman to burn it clean. As for the poisonous creatures along the way, Xingxuan had already thought of a way to deal with them. While walking, he held the soul-settling bell in his hand and slightly released his magic power. The soul-settling bell emitted a faint sound wave, carrying the power of confusion and hypnosis. This power wasn't strong and had almost no effect on humans. But for those mindless poisonous creatures, once the sound wave swept over, they would no longer be able to move. In this way, what would take others a great deal of effort to traverse became as simple as a stroll in the park for Xingxuan. Thus, without any danger, Xingxuan arrived at the place where the bandits lived. Looking at the building in front of him, Xingxuan couldn't help but frown. Inside the building, various corpses of poisonous creatures were hanging everywhere, and there were even human organs and bodies. Just looking at it exuded a sense of evil. Countless ghostly masks and images of ghostly creatures were hanging on the walls, making it look extremely grim and terrifying. Chapter 83, Refining Corpses. Standing at the entrance and hesitating for a while, Xingxuan finally endured the urge to vomit and stepped inside, trying his best to ignore the bodies of the poisonous creatures while examining the bandit hideout. Upon inspection, Xingxuan discovered that there were quite a few magical artifacts in this hideout, but most of them were evil artifacts like canine skulls. And some were poison talismans used for cursing or hexing. Especially in the innermost part of the hideout, Xingxuan found a corpse. The corpse was inscribed with twisted incantations using the blood of unknown creatures, flowing slowly as if it were alive. Seeing this scene, Xingxuan's frown deepened. This was actually a refining corpse. The so-called refining corpse is a type of zombie, created from the corpse of a person who died on a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, buried in a place of extreme Yin for 7 years, using incantations to keep the corpse from rotting. After that, it is taken out, and the blood of 100 different creatures is used to inscribe incantations, allowing it to accumulate the resentment from 100 beings and come back to life as a refining corpse. The method of creating a refining corpse is difficult and extremely sinister. Even those from the evil path seldom dare to refine corpses. After all, refining corpses is too evil. And if the resentment backfires, the person who refined it will be doomed to never attain rebirth. Moreover, since the refining corpse accumulates the resentment of 100 beings, the soul within grows in resentment, naturally bearing hatred towards the refiner. If given the chance, it would kill the refiner and consume their blood. However, everything has its pros and cons. Although refining corpses is difficult and fraught with many disadvantages, once successfully refined, their power is immense. Zombies are categorized into 5 levels: rotting, moving, fur, armor, and flying. Rotting and moving zombies cannot be considered true zombies. Only upon reaching the fur zombie stage can they be considered true zombies. The fur zombies are further divided into 4 types: white, green, purple, and black, comparable to the 4 realms of storing, nurturing, practicing, and transforming chi. Similarly, armored corpses are divided into 4 types: gold, silver, copper, and iron, corresponding perfectly to the spiritual realms of cultivators, and can only be subdued by true masters. That is how refining corpses work. Once successfully refined, they start as armored corpses, and which type of gold, silver, copper, or iron they are depends on the level of the refiner, the corpse used, and luck. But no matter how you look at it, the danger posed by a refining corpse is absolutely significant. Xingxuan carefully examined the refining corpse and found that it had not yet been successfully refined. The required blood from 100 beings was probably still under 40. He couldn't help but feel relieved that the refining corpse had not yet succeeded. Otherwise, if that bandit leader had managed to refine it, who in this world could resist it, even if it were just a copper-armored corpse? Thinking of this, Xingxuan immediately took out a corpse-stopping talisman and placed it on the refining corpse, simultaneously forming a seal with both hands. 5 copper coins appeared in his hands, and he chanted, "Heaven and earth as the source, the universe lends its method, righteous law subdues all evil, establish fate with heaven, hasten." Xingxuan formed a single-handed seal, drawing symbols in the air above the copper coins. Instantly, 5 colors, red, yellow, black, white, and blue, flashed on the 5 copper coins. And then he heavily slapped them onto the refining corpse's throat. As the copper coins landed on the refining corpse's throat, they seemed to act like a branding iron, emitting bursts of red light, and a burnt smell immediately filled the air. At the same time, the refining corpse's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and it struggled violently. Seeing this, Xingxuan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated it all along. He took out the peach wood sword from behind, which he had obtained from Uncle Gio. Although it was just an ordinary peach wood sword and not as good as the one that had been broken by the bandit woman, it was still better than nothing. Xingxuan twirled the sword, tapping it 3 times. With each tap, a red light flickered. After 3 taps, he shouted, "Heaven and earth boundless, the universe lends its method. The power of fire is urgent as the decree." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 flames burst forth from the peachwood sword. Seeing this, Xingxuan pointed the sword tip at the copper coins, and with a swoosh, the 3 flames merged into one, transforming into a fireball the size of a fist, illuminating Xingxuan's face with a red glow. Then, using the copper coins as a conduit, it directly entered the refining corpse's body. As the flames fell, the corpse being refined struggled even harder. However, it was stuck with a corpse-restraining talisman on its head, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. But with its struggles, the corpse-restraining talisman began to gradually be tainted with a layer of black mist, indicating that it wouldn't be long before it lost its effectiveness. Xingxuan raised his eyebrows in surprise at the power of this refining corpse. It had not yet been fully formed. It had only gathered a resentment that hadn't turned into a grudge, and it already possessed such great power. If it were really completed, Xingxuan couldn't even imagine the extent of that power. While he was feeling amazed, Xingxuan didn't remain idle. If it had been before, he might have been a bit flustered, but now, with a flick of his hand, the soul-restraining bell fell into his palm. He pointed with his finger, and the soul-restraining bell immediately circled around him. Then he lightly shouted, 5 thunder methods, all evils retreat, restrain. As soon as the word restrain fell, the soul-restraining bell emitted a soft sound and landed on the corpse's forehead. The corpse, which had been struggling just moments ago, suddenly became as motionless as a dead body. Like a mouse encountering a cat. Seeing the corpse quiet down, Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief, walked over to the corpse, and pointed at several major acupoints on it. He saw large amounts of black mist pouring out from where the copper coin was located, and in just a moment, the entire den transformed into a space filled with black mist. Xingxuan was choked by the mist and gasped for breath. He quickly took down the yellow gourd from his waist, gave it a gentle shake, and formed a seal with his hand. With a soft bang, the gourd lid opened, and a mist of water sprayed out, instantly suppressing all the black mist. After shaking the now much lighter gourd, Xingxuan shook his head, sighing. What a loss. He hadn't gained anything yet, and had already lost a high-grade corpse-restraining talisman, and the urine of a century-old virgin had also been used up once. He could only use it one more time. After about a quarter of an hour of burning, the refining corpse was finally completely burned away. Looking at the pile of black ash from the soul-restraining bell, Su Xingxuan shook his head and stepped forward to pick it up. As soon as he picked it up, he heard a thud, and something fell to the ground. Su Xingxuan looked down and saw a round yellow pearl on the ground, shining like a yellow gemstone. Chapter 84, Corpse Dan. Huh, what is this? Looking at the fist-sized yellow pearl, Su Xingxuan quickly picked it up, first stunned, then filled with joy. A corpse Dan. It's actually a corpse Dan? Corpse Dan, as the name suggests, is the inner Dan of a zombie, condensing the pure essence of the zombie's cultivation. As the saying goes, everything has yin and yang, and nothing in the world is absolutely good or bad. Yin embraces yang, and yang embraces yin. Extreme yang produces yin, and extreme yin transforms into yang. This zombie is born from the resentment of heaven and earth, a thing of utmost yin and evil. But the inner Dan of the zombie is of utmost yang and purity, a treasure for cultivation, different from the evil and poison of the zombie itself. The inner Dan of the zombie is considered a rare treasure, the essence of the zombie's entire cultivation. Since zombies are formed by the transition from life to death, they share the same origin with humans, but follow a different path. Therefore, zombies are enemies of humans, feeding on human blood. But their inner Dan is born from death and is the essence of life. One of the few treasures in the world that can be used directly by humans without side effects. It can be said that the corpse Dan is absolutely one of the treasures that all cultivators dream of. However, the rarity of the corpse Dan means that not every zombie can produce one. Perhaps a newly turned zombie contains a corpse Dan, while a golden armored zombie that is comparable to a half-step heavenly master might not have one at all. For thousands of years, countless cultivators have sought to uncover the secret of how to determine whether a zombie has a corpse Dan, but they have come up empty. However, one thing can be confirmed. As long as a cultivator obtains a corpse Dan and consumes it, they can gain the power contained within it without any side effects. Although Su Xingxuan didn't know exactly how much power that refining corpse had, and he wasn't clear how much cultivation the corpse Dan in front of him could provide, he couldn't help but feel excited. Because aside from increasing cultivation, the corpse Dan had another powerful effect. It could enhance a person's physical body and resist corpse poison. Not to mention resisting corpse poison, just enhancing the physical body is equivalent to enhancing one's qualifications for cultivation. If it weren't for the unsuitable environment, Su Xingxuan would have swallowed this corpse Dan immediately. After being excited for a while, Su Xingxuan finally calmed down. The displeasure he felt when he first entered the den had completely dissipated. With great anticipation, he began to scour the den. One refining corpse had earned him a corpse Dan. What about the others? Would there be other treasures? Unfortunately, Su Xingxuan was still disappointed. The entire den contained only various poisonous artifacts used by evil cultivators and some mundane gold and silver treasures, and even those were the cheapest rural gold and silver, worthless if sold. Seeing this, although he felt somewhat disappointed, Su Xingxuan comforted himself that a corpse Dan had already exceeded his expected gains. So he decided to let it go, just as he was preparing to leave. However, after taking only a couple of steps, Su Xingxuan suddenly stopped. Something was off. While I can understand the lack of treasures, it's impossible for there to be no cultivation methods at all in this entire den. I refuse to believe that those methods were all created by that thief woman or that they were all learned by hand. But no matter how he looked, there wasn't even a single piece of writing in the entire den. There were no Chinese characters, nor were there any inscriptions of various spells. This was strange. Could it be that that thief woman was truly taught by someone without any guidance? That shouldn't be the case, right? Su Xingxuan looked at the disheveled den and wondered if it was an illusion, but that didn't make sense either. He had opened his heavenly eye. So the thief woman's illusions couldn't deceive him. After pondering for a long time, Su Xingxuan took out the ghost cage again and released Dong Xiaoyu. Miss Dong, could you please help me check if there are any hidden spell inscriptions here? Seeing the terrifying scene of the den, even Dong Xiaoyu, a ghost, was startled. After hearing Su Xingxuan's words, she quickly looked around and shook her head. No, there are no traces of any spells covering this place. Mr. Su, are you mistaken? None. It seems I was indeed overly suspicious. Su Xingxuan shook his head, feeling troublesome for Miss Dong. Seeing this scene, without a second thought, Su Xingxuan's soul-restraining bell flew out directly. At the same time, the red thread at his waist wrapped around Dong Xiaoyu's waist like a dragon emerging from the sea, pulling her back. Heaven and earth are boundless. Chaos is shattered. All evils. Su Xingxuan formed a hand seal, causing a flash of light on the soul-restraining bell. With a crack of thunder, it struck the wall full of evil spirits, making a cracking sound as if something had shattered. The suction force from the wall immediately disappeared, and Dong Xiaoyu regained her freedom. Thank you, Mr. Su, Dong Xiaoyu said, still shaken. Miss Dong, you're too polite. What exactly happened just now? Why did the wall suddenly become like this? Su Xingxuan glanced at Dong Xiaoyu, and then at the calm wall that seemed to have experienced nothing, frowning as he spoke. I'm not sure either. Dong Xiaoyu shook her head. I just took a glance at the wall and felt a sense of familiarity. So I couldn't help but walk closer. Who knew that as soon as I approached, I felt a strong suction, as if it wanted to pull me into the wall. If it weren't for your intervention, Mr. Su, I don't know what would have happened to me. Dong Xiaoyu looked at the wall with fear. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan began to examine the wall, reaching out to touch it, but he didn't feel anything unusual. After thinking for a moment, Su Xingxuan looked at the yellow gourd at his waist. It seemed that this was forcing me to use the last of the century-old virgin's urine. As Su Xingxuan spoke, he produced a yellow gourd and gently tapped it on its belly. A surge of magical power erupted, and a cloud of mist immediately sprayed onto the wall. A scream echoed, and the murals on the wall seemed to come alive, with various ghostly figures howling with ferocious expressions. Chapter 85, The 100 Ghosts Diagram. Ah, what is this? Seeing the ghosts on the wall continuously screeching and struggling, Dong Xiaoyu was startled and retreated repeatedly. Mr. Su, what on earth is this? It's so terrifying. She dared not approach the wall even a bit. Looking at the ghostly figures that seemed to almost leap out of the painting, Su Xingxuan furrowed his brow tightly and said in a deep voice, "This is the 100 Ghosts Diagram. Cultivators use sinister techniques to enter the painting and channel endless resentment into it. Originally, it was a supreme divine ability of the Taoist sect, but in the hands of wicked sorcerers, it has turned into this kind of evil and heretical magic. No wonder neither of us could see its true nature. If it weren't for you being a ghostly entity, which is naturally restrained by this thing, revealing its true form. Otherwise I could wander here for days and still wouldn't be able to discern its insides. Ah, then what should we do?" Hearing Su Xingxuan say this, Dong Xiaoyu was immediately alarmed. Looking at the increasingly terrifying 100 Ghosts diagram, she felt a surge of fear and no longer dared to look again. Seeing her reaction, Su Xingxuan said, "Miss Dong, there's no need to worry. This 100 Ghosts diagram seems powerful, but in reality, it is merely a paper tiger, lacking substantial power. It just happens that you are a ghostly entity, making you susceptible to its confusion and devouring. For cultivators like us, or even an ordinary person, this 100 Ghosts diagram cannot harm us. I believe it is merely a measure set by the bandit leader to prevent ghostly entities from invading the wall, revealing the secrets within." What? This is not terrifying. Then what kind of power does the real 100 Ghosts diagram possess? Upon hearing Su Xingxuan's words, Dong Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. Seeing her shocked expression, Su Xingxuan smiled slightly and said, "I don't know the exact extent of its power, but I have heard legends about the original 100 Ghosts diagram. It is said that the divine ability of the 100 Ghosts diagram was passed down by the ancient goddess Enwa. Enwa has a map of mountains and rivers that contains the universe, encompassing all phenomena of heaven and earth, like the transformations of the four symbols, with boundless wonders. Thinking of mountains is mountains, thinking of water is water, thinking of forward is forward, thinking of backward is backward, and it is said to contain a real world. However, this is just a legend and still far from us, but there are indeed similar existences in the world. It is said that in an unknown temple, there is a mural that resembles a fairyland, inhabited by countless immortals and divine beings. A mere glance can draw a mortal into it. This is one. Another is said to be in the East Japan region, where a cultivator named Abe Saimai has 12 evil gods protecting him, and he possesses a treasure map called the 100 Ghosts Night March. Once invoked, the 100 Ghosts march at night, and only a celestial master can withstand it. Compared to this 100 Ghosts diagram that merely confuses and deceives ghosts, it is unknown how much stronger it is. I didn't expect there to be such profound magic in the world. I always thought my cultivation was quite good, but I realize now I am just a frog at the bottom of a well, underestimating the vastness of heaven and earth. However, even so, this 100 Ghosts diagram is still a rare magic, right?" Dong Xiaoyu sighed. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan also nodded secretly. The bandit leader's background was indeed remarkable, with cultivation that could be considered top tier in this end of the Dharma age. The various inheritances surprisingly trace back to ancient times. Whether it is the method of corpse refining or this 100 Ghosts diagram, they are extremely powerful divine abilities. Even he only knows many records about them, but is clueless about their practical applications. Yet she can display them one by one. She truly should not be underestimated. That's right, but none of this is important. The most pressing matter is to break this 100 Ghosts diagram and see what secrets are hidden within the wall that caused the bandit to use such sinister magic to conceal. Su Xingxuan nodded, then took out incense, candles, yellow talismans, and a rice grain incense burner from his bag. Seeing this, Dong Xiaoyu asked, "Mr. Su, are you planning to set up a ritual?" After Dong Xiaoyu left, Su Xingxuan arranged a simple ritual altar on the ground, lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed respectfully, and then picked up the peachwood sword. Within 5 meters, he pointed it and formed a seal with both hands, saying, "3 pure ones. Please protect me as I break the evil today." Taishang Lao Jun, act swiftly as per the command, haste. With the command, Xingxuan immediately opened his eyes. He struck the peachwood sword heavily on the ground, and a grain of glutinous rice jumped up. Xingxuan caught it with the sword, then ignited it on the flames of the candles. Suddenly, the glutinous rice began to burn on the peachwood sword. Xingxuan bit his fingertip, drawing a spell seal on the sword, and waved it towards the menacing 100 ghosts diagram before him. With a loud bang, the peachwood sword transformed into a fiery sword, crashing into the 100 ghosts diagram. In an instant, the ghosts depicted in the diagram seemed to plunge into hell, continuously wailing as flames engulfed them, resembling a sea of hellfire. The cries startled the entire forest, and even those outside the woods could hear them. Hearing such wails, Xingxuan frowned slightly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming seals with both hands, holding the soul-settling bell, closing his eyes, and began to chant the Taoist scriptures of universal salvation. As a series of powerful verses flowed from his mouth, the soul-settling bell slowly floated up, moving in the air without wind, producing gentle sounds like celestial music. The bell sound was not loud and was almost inaudible amidst the wailing, but as time passed, the wails gradually diminished. Slowly, the bell's sound became more prominent until it could only be heard. After Xingxuan chanted the universal salvation scriptures 49 times, the wailing had completely ceased, and the terrifying 100 ghosts diagram began to fade away. As one by one the hideous ghostly faces disappeared from the wall, the true form of the wall gradually revealed itself, showing a large area of blank paper densely inscribed with small characters. Seeing the densely packed small characters, Xingxuan knew that this must be the bandit leader's cultivation method. He quickly gathered the incense and candles, rushing to the wall to observe. Chapter 86. Inheritance of Techniques. Vajra Mantra, 5 Poisons Secret Transmission, Invisibility Technique, Corpse God Mantra. Huh, what is this? Xingxuan nodded as he read, secretly thinking that the bandit leader truly has good fortune. These spells, except for the 5 Poisons Secret Transmission, each belong to profound techniques that only ancient sects with millennia of history can pass down, especially the Corpse God Mantra, which is a secret method of corpse refining from ancient times. Xingxuan had never heard of it before. Just glancing at it made him feel unfathomable, showing how astonishing the bandit leader's inheritance is. However, as the saying goes, success and failure both stem from the same source. Although these techniques have helped the bandit leader, they have also harmed him. The entire wall is densely covered with various divine techniques, but lacks paths for cultivation. The bandit leader likely just haphazardly practiced a bit of everything, resulting in the half-human, half-ghost appearance. It can only be said that his aptitude is quite good, as he has not fallen into madness, and instead, he shows signs of forming his own school of thought. As he continued to read, Xingxuan noted down these techniques, any one of which could cause a fierce competition among people, until he reached the last technique that occupied about half of the wall. He was immediately stunned. How is this possible? Such divine abilities are still circulating in the world? Just a casual glance at the last technique made Xingxuan's expression change, and he almost pounced on the wall, greedily gazing at it. Shumi Naga, is it really the Shumi Naga technique? Xingxuan looked at the densely packed records in disbelief. If the previous techniques had merely evoked his admiration for the bandit leader's fortune, then the simple 5 words before him made him ecstatic. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. The techniques of the Taoist sect are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, and if one were to ask which is the strongest, it would be difficult for anyone to provide a clear answer. However, there is one technique that is undoubtedly among the very top, and that is the technique of Shumi Naji, the ability to contain the universe in a mustard seed. This technique uses a certain object as a carrier to open up a space. When this divine ability is cultivated to its extreme, it can even create worlds. And that is no exaggeration. In Legends, the map of mountains and rivers by Nuwa, the sleeve universe of Xingxuan Daxian, and the Buddha kingdom in the palm of the Buddha are all formidable divine abilities that are none other than the ultimate applications of the Shumi Naji technique. And now, this earth-shattering technique has appeared before Xingxuan's eyes. How can he not be shocked? Of course, it is not to say that just because the Shumi Naji technique is in his hands, he can cultivate it to that level. After all, to casually wield such power as swallowing stars and capturing the moon, and to contain the universe, requires more than just the Shumi Naji technique. It requires a vast array of divine abilities. However, even the simplest Shumi Naji technique is undoubtedly the greatest harvest for him on this journey. After a long while, Xingxuan finally recovered from his excitement. Looking at the wall in front of him, covered with various techniques, he realized that with his current strength, it would be nearly impossible to quickly learn the techniques on this wall. Not to mention, Just the Shumi Naji technique alone would require at least 3 to 5 months of study to even begin to comprehend, let alone directly apply it. After some thought, Su Xingxuan decided to first copy down all the techniques on the wall, saving them for later study. No wonder that when he previously fought with that thief woman, she always cast spells with her cloak. She must have applied the Shumi Naji technique to that cloak, which is why it had such power. Su Xingxuan thought, while taking notes on the techniques. Su Xingxuan smiled at the words. It's not that I'm being polite, just as you said, Uncle Gio. We cultivators are not that delicate. I have already gotten used to traveling and sleeping outdoors. Since I am already outside, there's no need to call you all up. It's unnecessary. Moreover, I've gained quite a bit from my practice tonight, so don't worry about it. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio could only nod in agreement. All right, since you say so, I want to say more. By the way, the village is celebrating the complete elimination of the bandits today, and everyone will come to my house for the celebration. As you contributed greatly, you must come and drink a few cups tonight. Definitely, definitely. But let us talk about this tonight. Speaking of which, I've been out all night, and I want to freshen up and rest a bit. Don't mind me. Uncle Gio. Su Xingxuan nodded. You see, I knew you didn't rest well, Uncle Gio said knowingly. You were just being polite. You want to admit it, will you? All right, go rest, and tonight you can try my cooking. With that, Uncle Gio smiled and left. However, although he was going to rest, Su Xingxuan did not sleep until deep into the night. He actually woke up around noon, but simply stayed in his room. Chapter 87. Cultivating Qi as Origin. Su Xingxuan picked up the corpse Dan, sat cross-legged, and directed his palms to the sky, placing the fist-sized corpse Dan in front of him. He pointed with his hand and formed a seal. The corpse Dan began to float slowly, emitting a faint radiance as it rotated continuously in the air, gradually shrinking in size while the faint light began to grow stronger. Finally, when the corpse Dan shrank to the size of a thumb, the radiance illuminated the room as if the sun were blazing overhead, making it somewhat dazzling. Su Xingxuan quickly grabbed the corpse Dan and placed it in his mouth. As soon as the corpse Dan entered, it transformed into a stream of clear energy that slid down Su Xingxuan's throat and surged toward his limbs and bones. After a brief moment of calm, Su Xingxuan's body suddenly shook violently, and a massive force erupted from his limbs and bones, like torrential rain, surging endlessly. Akin to the Yellow River and flood, unstoppable and rampaging toward his dantian. Although he had long known that the power contained in this corpse Dan would be substantial. When this almost violent force truly erupted, Su Xingxuan still felt a wave of panic. He hurriedly operated his heart method to try to control the surging power. But it must be said that the power contained in the corpse Dan was indeed enormous. Su Xingxuan's control was like a small boat in a storm, utterly ineffective. The surging power instantly tore through his meridians. If it weren't for the nourishing power of the corpse Dan itself, which repaired and widened his meridians while tearing them, he would likely have been severely injured and needed a long time to recover. In this struggle between destruction and creation, Su Xingxuan could only describe his feelings with one phrase, painfully joyful. As the surging power surged into his dantian, it instantly transformed into strands of magical energy, filling his dantian, like rivers converging into the sea. When the turbulent rivers meet the ocean, it hardly stirs up any waves. Feeling his dantian gradually filling up, Su Xingxuan was overjoyed, but this joy did not last long. Soon, he realized that he might have overestimated his ocean while underestimating the surging rivers. His dantian was gradually becoming saturated under the almost continuous influx of power from the corpse Dan, and the constant influx of power began to cause a feeling of pressure and pain in his dantian. Seeing this, Uncle Joe hurried to Su Xingxuan's room. He saw Su Xingxuan's complexion was flushed, veins bulging, and he seemed to be in considerable discomfort. Smoke was rising from his head, and beads of sweat were pouring out of his face as if they were free-flowing. Uncle Joe's expression changed instantly, and he reached out to check Su Xingxuan's pulse. But as soon as his hand made contact, he felt a repulsive force that immediately pushed his hand away. What powerful energy! What on earth did you do, Su Daoyu? Seeing this scene, Uncle Joe frowned. He noticed that Su Xingxuan's face was starting to turn purple, and he thought to himself, this is not good. If this continues, Su Xingxuan will be injured. He quickly jumped onto the bed, took a deep breath, and infused his magical energy into his fingers, rapidly tapping several times on Su Xingxuan's back. Then, he placed his palms against his back to help stabilize the surging power within him. Just as Su Xingxuan was at a loss with the overwhelming power within him, he suddenly felt that the surging energy was being constrained by another force. Then he heard Uncle Joe say, Su Daoyu, the power within you has exceeded your control limit. Quickly condense and refine the magical energy into origin energy, creating space for the excess magical energy to flow out. Hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingxuan felt a strong force rushing into his dantian from his limbs and bones, compressing and blending within the dantian, gradually forming a more refined power. Su Xingxuan immediately understood that Uncle Jiao was helping him, and he quickly focused his mind and followed Uncle Jiao's advice to begin refining the power within him. With Uncle Jiao's assistance, the excess magical energy within Su Xingxuan gradually transformed into origin energy, and the surging power began to calm down. Additionally, since the corpse Dan was not an immortal Dan, the power it possessed was still limited. With both of their continuous efforts, the situation finally returned to tranquility. It's nothing. Uncle Jiao shook his head, then looked at Su Xingxuan with a puzzled expression. However, Su Daoyu, what exactly did you do? How did you suddenly gain so much magical energy? Don't you know that such a sudden increase in power can easily destabilize your realm? If you want to enter the true person realm later, there will be a significant bottleneck. Moreover, what method did you use to increase your cultivation? I hope you can provide me with an explanation. Seeing Uncle Jiao's serious expression, Su Xingxuan knew he could no longer keep it a secret. Rather than hiding it and making Uncle Jiao suspicious, it would be better to be open and honest. It's like this, Uncle Jiao, let me be honest with you. I actually didn't go out to gather gas yesterday. Instead, I went to the lair of those horse bandits to see if there were any stragglers and to check out their cultivation methods to see if there was anything to learn from. As a result, I found an unfinished zombie in their den, so I exterminated it. Who would have thought that inside that zombie, there was actually a corpse Dan? So, you understand. A corpse Dan? Uncle Jiao was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded and said, no wonder. A thing like a corpse Dan is hard to come by. Fellow Taoist Su, your acquisition of it shows your good fortune. However, with such strong power, it seems that this zombie must have been quite remarkable. Luckily, it hadn't been fully refined before you killed it, or it would have definitely been a disaster in the future. Yes, that's right. I didn't want to tell you before, because I was afraid you wouldn't be pleased upon learning it, especially since the horse bandits practice sinister techniques. I was worried you might misunderstand. Who would have thought it would lead to this in the end? I really apologize, Su Xingxuan said with an embarrassed smile. It's fine. Since it's not some evil technique, that's good. I'm happy that you can increase your cultivation. Well, it's getting late. You should rest, and tonight we'll have a good drink, Uncle Jiao said with a smile. Chapter 88, The Arrival of the Vengeful Ghosts. At night, the whole ancestral hall was bustling with activity. I must say, Uncle Jiao's status in the village is truly unparalleled. This time, almost everyone in the village came, and the large courtyard of the ancestral hall was filled with banquet tables, leaving hardly any space to stand. Su Xingxuan, being someone who contributed greatly in the battle against the horse bandits, naturally received much attention from the villagers, being pulled in various directions by several older villagers. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Having never experienced such a situation, Su Xingxuan could only force a smile while occasionally glancing towards the door, wondering when those two vengeful ghosts would arrive. Seeing Su Xingxuan repeatedly looking towards the door, Uncle Jiao couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist Su, what's wrong? Are you waiting for someone? Hearing this, Uncle Jiao also looked up. Coincidentally, due to being squeezed by a Chong, Mao Shanming could only sit at a table with a few aunties from the village, and that table happened to be near the door, giving Su Xingxuan a good excuse. However, after taking a look around, Uncle Jiao turned to a Chong and asked, by the way, a Chong, where are a Fu and a Shou? Why haven't they come? I don't know. Away, have you seen a Fu and a Shou? A Chong shook his head and turned to Away, who also shook his head. No, I haven't seen them for 2 days. Hey, speak of the devil, they're here. He pointed to the door, where two members with pale faces and stiff bodies walked in step by step, expressionless. Seeing these two, Su Xingxuan immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks. Looking at them with a serious expression, Uncle Jiao noticed Su Xingxuan stopped eating and asked, fellow Taoist Su, what's the matter? Are you full? Or is the food not to your taste? Su Xingxuan stared intensely at the two, fingers forming seals, ready to act at any moment. Hearing Uncle Jiao's words, he kept his gaze on the two and pouted at Uncle Jiao, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, Uncle Jiao, look. Their heels aren't touching the ground. They're clearly possessed by ghosts, plus there's a strong bloodthirsty aura on them. They're not ordinary ghosts. They're vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiao quickly looked over, his brows furrowing. He then said to a Chong, you two go to the storage room. He turned back to Su Xingxuan and said, fellow Taoist Su, first disperse the crowd. All right, Su Xingxuan nodded and stood up, saying, everyone, let us stop eating here for today. Uncle Jiao has some other matters to attend to, so we'll eat another day. We just started eating. Why change it to another day? Let us eat a bit longer. Whatever it is, we can help Uncle Jiao handle it later. Exactly, besides, the horse bandits have been eliminated. Even if there's something, it should be good news. Taoist Su, is it because you can't hold your liquor that you're doing this on purpose? Come on, a man should drink more. Practice your drinking skills. Hey, have you all had enough? Hurry and leave. There are ghosts here. Mao Shanming, seeing the villagers chattering away, showed signs of impatience and hurriedly urged. One villager laughed dismissively, saying, "Ghosts? Who are you trying to fool? This is the ancestral hall, Uncle Gio's territory. How could there be ghosts? Mingshu, if you can't handle your own business, don't drag Uncle Gio down with you. Besides, with so many of us here, even if there really were ghosts, our numbers would scare them away, right?" Everyone chimed in agreement. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang, and the storage room door was completely smashed open. Then came two screams, and a chong and a wei were thrown out. A fu and a shou, possessed by ghosts, also staggered out of the storage room, their bodies stiff. Seeing this scene, the once arrogant villagers were instantly terrified and retreated. Uncle Gio, noticing this, quickly said to Su Xingxuan, "Fellow Taoist, you hold them off for a moment. I'll go get the tools." Su Xingxuan nodded. "You go ahead. With me here. These two monsters won't cause any trouble. However, since they're possessed by ghosts and have bodies to protect them, I can't do anything to them. We'll have to rely on you to drive them out." "Okay." Uncle Gio nodded and immediately turned to get his talismans. The two ghostly beings rushed forward, and without thinking, Su Xingxuan stepped forward and kicked them back. Watching this scene, the crowd grew even more chaotic, rushing into the house. Unfortunately, the talismans Uncle Gio had just obtained were immediately scattered by the crowd, falling all over the ground, rendering them useless. Uncle Gio looked on helplessly as Su Xingxuan took out the soul-collecting banner, just like how he dealt with the horse bandits at the beginning. He waved the banner, making it seem like a stick, striking the two beings. However, the two seemed fearless, showing no signs of pain as the soul-collecting banner hit them, and they launched fierce attacks towards Su Xingxuan's throat and chest. At this moment, Uncle Gio finally reacted, running upstairs to grab an 8 trigrams mirror. With his magical powers surging, he shone it towards the two ghostly beings. A flash of yellow light erupted, and the two beings screamed, instantly popping out of a fu and a shou's bodies. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly clapped the soul-collecting banner, which then unfurled and wrapped around the two beings, pulling them in and rendering them immobile. "Fellow Taoist, impressive skill," Uncle Gio exclaimed upon seeing this. Su Xingxuan shook his head. "No? These two vengeful spirits have too much resentment and bloodthirsty energy. I can only temporarily trap them with the soul-collecting banner. It won't be long before they escape. I think we should use the 5 elements reversal technique to suppress them first, then see how to deal with them. Fellow Taoist, isn't your soul-collecting banner supposed to be used to refine ghostly beings? Why not directly refine these two ghostly beings with it? It would save trouble, after all. These two beings are so ferocious. I'm afraid the 5 elements reversal won't hold them for long," Uncle Gio said suspiciously. Chapter 89, Dark Clouds and Ghostly Evil. Su Xingxuan had long known there would be 3 vengeful spirits, and he was aware that the last one, the leader of the horse bandits, was the strongest. If he used her as the first soul to refine the soul-collecting banner, he could maximize its power. Naturally, he was unwilling to let these two occupy that spot. He immediately replied, "The thing is, my soul-collecting banner can indeed capture even 100 ghosts in one go. However, as you know, my soul-collecting banner hasn't been unsealed yet, and I'm not very skilled in using it. If 2 vengeful spirits come at once, I'm afraid there might be a slip-up. It's better to trap them first, then deal with them one by one to avoid any mishaps." "True," Uncle Gio nodded. "Then I and Taoist Mao will go prepare the 5 elements reversal. Fellow Taoist Su, please keep an eye on a fu and a shou." After a while, a fu and a shou woke up and saw Su Xingxuan weakly calling out, "Taoist Su." Su Xingxuan hurriedly asked, "Are you two okay? How could you both be attacked by a vengeful spirit? Weren't all the bandits burned? Logically, they shouldn't turn into vengeful spirits. What exactly happened?" A fu weakly replied, We don't know. That day, everyone left, leaving just the 2 of us. We saw that the ropes were still tied around the necks of those 2 bandits. So we untied them, and then we saw 2 ghosts, and after that, we don't remember anything." "What about the bandit woman? Didn't you pull her up to burn her?" Su Xingxuan quickly asked. "No," Ah Fu shook his head. "Ginger soup is here, ginger soup is here." At this moment, Ah Chong and Ah Wei also ran out with ginger soup. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly said, "You two, feed them the ginger soup, and then help them to rest." "Yeah, that's what I thought too, but before that, we should deal with these 2 vengeful spirits first." Su Xingxuan pointed to the wine jars that Jiu Shu and Mao Shanming were holding. "Deal with them? How do we deal with them? Fry them?" Mao Shanming asked in confusion. Jiu Shu also looked at Su Xingxuan, who shook his head, saying, "Frying ghosts is not advisable. It's too harmful to nature. I think we should first tie these 2 wine jars with this red rope dyed with the blood of a purple cloud rooster's comb. No matter how strong these vengeful spirits are, they can't escape from the jars. Then we can take this opportunity to deal with the bandit woman's matter. What do you think?" This, Jiu Shu hesitated for a moment. "Taoist Su, you need to consider this carefully. The blood of the purple cloud rooster's comb is not something you can easily obtain. If you use it to suppress these two vengeful spirits, this rope will probably be ruined. Is it worth it? When facing a great enemy, what is there to consider? Besides, no matter how precious the chicken blood rope is, can it be more valuable than the soul restraining bell? This time, Jiu, you help me find the method to control the soul restraining bell. A mere chicken blood rope is nothing. We shouldn't delay, let's decide on this. Saying this, Xingxuan took the chicken blood rope from his waist, took out 2 yellow talismans, affixed them to the rope, gave it a gentle shake, and the chicken blood rope seemed to come alive, wrapping tightly around the 2 wine jars, instantly binding them securely. All right, let's hurry. Seeing this, Jiu didn't say more, and the 5 of them quickly headed towards the yamen. Looking at the well in front of them, Jiu said solemnly, I hope that bandit woman is facing the sky. Master, why should she face the sky? Chang asked. Xingxuan replied, as the saying goes, if one's back is to the sky, the soul does not change. If the belly is to the sky, the strength is boundless. If that bandit woman is belly up, we might have to face a fierce battle. As they approached the well, they took out a lantern to shine down, only to see the bandit woman submerged in the water, her back to the sky, motionless. The group let out a sigh of relief. Jiu then glanced at Chang and Wei. You two quickly go down and pull the bandit woman's body up, hurry and burn it. I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Huh. Chang and Wei's expressions changed, looking very reluctant. Seeing this, Jiu frowned and was about to glare at the two, but Xingxuan knew that there wasn't enough time. Sending the two down would only lead to their deaths. In the movie, Wei didn't have the protagonist's halo and met a tragic end here. Now that he was present, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. He immediately said, Jiu, I think it's unnecessary. Look. As he spoke, Xingxuan pointed to the sky. The others looked up and saw a dark cloud drifting by, instantly blocking the bright moon, and the sky darkened. Not good. Dark clouds overhead. Something's changing. The sky is dark and the ghosts are fierce. Seeing this phenomenon, Mao Shanming immediately recalled what was recorded in the Mao Shan secret techniques and blurted out. Just as his words fell, they heard a splash from the well. The group hurried to the edge of the well and saw that the bandit woman, who had just been facing the sky, suddenly sank into the water, then floated up, flipping over to reveal her belly facing the sky. The copper coin sword on her chest also shattered instantly. Not good. Everyone retreat. Jiu shouted urgently. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the well exploded, sending water splashing everywhere. A bandit woman radiating a dark blue light suddenly leapt out of the well. At that moment, a ghostly wail echoed from afar, which was the cry of the 2 vengeful spirits suppressed in the wine jars. Upon hearing this cry, the bandit woman aimed to fly towards the righteous graveyard. Xingxuan, who had been prepared, naturally wouldn't let her escape. As soon as the bandit woman stood up, the soul-restraining banner flew out, blocking her path. Chapter 90. Suppressing the Evil Spirit. The bandit woman saw the soul-restraining banner in front of her and took a few steps back. This delay allowed Jiu to react, and he immediately drew his peachwood sword to attack the bandit woman. Seeing her path blocked, the bandit woman let out a sharper scream, and a gust of cold wind swirled, stirring up dust. I will make you die. She charged directly at Xingxuan and Jiu. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Jiu made a hand seal, and the peachwood sword in his hand glowed. As he waved it, it looked like a glowing stick. If it were an ordinary ghost, it would have at least lost its fighting power after being hit, if not completely disintegrated. However, this female ghost was a fierce spirit, immensely powerful, not something an ordinary ghost could compare with. The female ghost's claws radiated a blue light, a manifestation of her vengeful and toxic energy. When she clashed with Jiu, one claw struck the peachwood sword, instantly corroding it significantly, showcasing the female ghost's power. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly intervened, waving his hand and chanting, Taishang Laojun, hurry as the law commands. 5 Thunder's righteous method. All evil spirits, go. A flash of lightning shot forth, and the soul-restraining bell flew towards the female ghost. Faced with Jiu peachwood sword, the female ghost could still rely on her dense yin energy to resist to some extent, but against the soul-restraining bell, especially the thunderous power it had, she dared not linger, retreating repeatedly. Trying to run? No way. Xingxuan coldly snorted, changing his hand seal. The soul-restraining bell pursued the female ghost relentlessly, while the soul-restraining banner also floated in the air, moving without wind, showing Taoist runes that enveloped the female ghost. Faced with the 2 treasures restraining her, the female ghost let out a furious scream. She suddenly clawed at the ground, and with loud bangs, the entire floor was upheaved, with bricks flying towards the soul-restraining bell. The stones collided with the bell, resulting in a deafening explosion as they were shattered by the thunder. However, This move also managed to block the female ghost's advance. Seeing this, Xingxuan was momentarily stunned, and it was precisely this hesitation that gave the female ghost the opportunity to strike. The female ghost's body flashed, moving so quickly that even Xingxuan could only see a green light pass by. By the time he reacted, the female ghost's glowing claws were already at his face. Xingxuan's face paled in fright, but he quickly reached out to cast a spell at unprecedented speed, chanting, "Six Jia soldiers, protect my body, indestructible, command." As he finished speaking, a flash of golden light enveloped him just as the female ghost's claws struck. There was a clang of metal meeting metal, and Xingxuan was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Seeing that Xingxuan was unharmed, the female ghost glanced at her claws, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, which quickly turned into rage. The indestructible mantra, "You destroyed my lair?" Upon hearing this, the female ghost let out a furious roar, her ghostly aura intensifying. She stretched out her hands, instantly springing towards Xingxuan like a spring. Xingxuan quickly formed a hand seal, and the soul-restraining banner fell in front of him, circling around him. The female ghost's claws struck the banner but couldn't exert any force, unable to break through even a little. Moreover, the magical force from the banner rebounded, pushing the female ghost back several steps. Seeing this, Xingxuan snorted lightly. "It seems that you really don't know my power, Uncle Jiao, Taoist Mao. Please help me hold off this female ghost for a moment, while I cast a spell to defeat her." As he spoke, Xingxuan waved his hand, and the soul-calming bell immediately emitted bursts of thunderous light, fluctuating in his hand. At this moment, Xingxuan's spell was also ready. He held the soul-calming bell in one hand, drew symbols with the other, recited scriptures, and shouted, "Heavenly Lord's decree, 5 thunder true law, Qian Koan Wu Ji, Zhen Dui Wind Thunder Go." With the word go, the soul-calming bell produced a deafening sound. With a clang, the female ghost's body paused involuntarily, and immediately several rays of thunderlight flew out from the soul-calming bell like swimming dragons, striking toward the female ghost. Seeing this, the female ghost's expression changed. But she couldn't afford to withstand Uncle Jiao and Taoist Mao's few swords, and forcefully broke through their siege, retreating. However, it was too late. The speed of the thunderlight was too fast for the female ghost to dodge. Although the first few rays of thunderlight were avoided due to distance and control, the subsequent ones hit the female ghost squarely, and amidst the thunderous light, her shrill screams were terrifying. After about a dozen strikes, the thunderlight on the soul-calming bell was finally exhausted and fell back into Xingxuan's hand. Watching this scene, Uncle Jiao and Mao Shanming exchanged a glance of envy, and then said, "How is it, Taoist Su? This female ghost should be utterly terrified now, right?" "Not yet." Xingxuan shook his head. Seeing this, the two let out a sigh of relief, looking at Xingxuan and saying, "Congratulations, Taoist Su. With the soul-summoning banner and the soul-calming bell in your hands, your treasures are truly enviable." Uncle Jiao chuckled. Chapter 91, Torture. In response, Xingxuan merely smiled and did not speak, but the trace of pride in his eyes was undeniable. He could now wield the soul-calming bell. And as for the soul-summoning banner, once successfully refined, its power would surpass that of the soul-calming bell. With these two treasures, it could be said that it was sufficient until the heavenly master realm. "All right, Uncle Jiao, Taoist Mao, now that this troublesome woman can't stir up any more trouble, I think I can start refining this soul-summoning banner." "Uncle Jiao, I'll have to trouble you with that room full of ghostly beings," Xingxuan said with a smile. "Taoist Su need not be polite, just take it," Uncle Jiao replied, as the two had already discussed this matter, so he naturally had no objections. Hey, what are you two talking about? What room full of ghostly beings? Is it the room full of wine jars at Uncle Jiao's house? What does Taoist Su want that for?" Hearing this, Mao Shanming was somewhat confused. Seeing this, Uncle Jiao immediately explained to Mao Shanming about the opening of the Ghost Gate and the marvelous uses of the soul-summoning banner. After listening, Mao Shanming hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xingxuan and said, "Since that's the case, Taoist Su, there's something I would like to ask for your help with. If that's all right. Whatever it is, Taoist Mao, just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse," Xingxuan quickly replied. "It's like this. You know Daba and Xiaobao, although they are ghosts, they have kind natures and are timid. Even though I have decided to part ways with them, I am truly worried about them. If they are taken by some evil sorcerer or righteous expert, that would not be good. Moreover, I don't know when they will be able to reincarnate. Since you have such abilities, I think it would be better if you took them in. It's certainly better than spending their lives as wandering souls, exposed to the wind and sun, and starving," Mao Shanming said with a somewhat awkward expression. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Xingxuan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Mao Shanming and said, "Taoist Mao, this matter I can agree to. But have you asked Daba and Xiaobao for their opinions?" To be honest, if they were evil ghosts, I would naturally take them in, but they are not. And my soul summoning banner cannot take them in either. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me an evil practitioner? Well, alright, it seems that's the only way. I will trouble you then, Taoist Su. Mao Shanming pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. As the group left, Su Xingxuan immediately stretched out his hand, and the soul summoning banner fell into his palm. Gently shaking it, the banner unfurled on its own, revealing golden script and incantations. Amidst the golden light, a ghostly green light resembling a wolf's eye emitted waves of sinister energy. Within the dark mist, the one-eyed bandit leader howled madly, glaring at Su Xingxuan and threatening. Stinky Taoist, let me out quickly, or I'll take your life. Hearing Su Xingxuan's words, the bandit leader roared, and the dark energy surged, almost solidifying as it rushed toward the incantations before him. When the dark energy landed on the incantations, a flash of golden light appeared, followed by a scream. As the overwhelming dark energy was instantly evaporated by the incantations. Don't waste your effort. Don't even think that just because you are a small ghost, you can escape. Even if you become a ghost king, once you are trapped in the soul summoning banner, don't think about getting out. Accept your fate. Su Xingxuan snorted lightly. Although the soul summoning banner currently only had the power of a magical tool, it was once a celestial artifact, and how could a mere ghost break free? Su Xingxuan formed seals with his hands, and the soul summoning banner began to whirl violently. Incantations floated down from the banner, circling around the bandit leader, carrying an indescribable force. Feeling the growing weight of the power from the banner, the bandit leader's heart sank, a bad premonition washing over him as he shouted with false bravado, "What is this? What are you going to do? Stop, or I'll kill you. Hurry up and stop." Ignoring the bandit leader's curses and threats, Su Xingxuan chanted the incantations continuously. The incantations spun faster and faster, and beams of golden light like electric arcs burst forth from the incantations, binding the bandit leader tightly. Soon after, the bandit leader felt a severe pain. The pain was not from physical injury but rooted deep in the soul, each jolt unbearable for an ordinary person. The agony was so intense that she could not even muster the strength to scream. Though Su Xingxuan did not know how much pain the bandit leader was in, just seeing her distorted and grimacing face and the constantly escaping dark energy made it clear that this pain was far from easy to bear. After all, while the soul summoning banner could strip the malevolent energy from evil spirits, that energy was rooted in the essence of the ghostly being. This stripping was akin to skinning and breaking bones, which was why the high-ranking practitioners of the Heavenly Master sect never used the soul summoning banner to convert ordinary ghosts. After all, this conversion method was no different from the tortures of the 18 levels of hell. Applying it to ordinary ghosts was harmful to nature and would not bring any merit but instead would attract resentment and entanglement of karma. Only those deeply sinful evil spirits needed to undergo such torturous punishment. Chapter 92, 100 Spirits Banner. Under the cleansing and stripping of the incantations, the thick, dark energy and resentment on the bandit leader began to dissipate little by little, and the malevolent energy was gradually stripped away and absorbed into the soul summoning banner, enhancing its power. As the power of the soul summoning banner grew, the strength of the incantations also increased, purifying the bandit leader more effectively, and the accompanying pain intensified. This cycle continued until dawn, when the resentment and malevolent energy from the bandit leader were completely stripped away and merged into the soul summoning banner, transforming the bandit leader into a pure soul, losing consciousness and returning to her former self. After returning to the ancestral hall, Uncle Joe kept his promise and handed over a whole room of ghostly beings to Su Xingxuan, as he had promised. Thus, every night, Su Xingxuan would take out the soul summoning banner to refine each ghostly being, while during the day, he would discuss Taoist methods with Uncle Gio and research several precious techniques obtained from the bandit lair, especially the technique of Shumi Najizi. The more he researched, the more Su Xingxuan felt the power of this ancient secret technique and increasingly admired the bandit leader's qualifications. According to the records in the Shumi Najizi technique, to perform such a spatial opening secret technique, one would at least need to reach the realm of a true person. However, that bandit leader took a different path by using the 5 poisons secret transmission as a foundation, integrating the 5 poisons with several techniques to refine a method that combined human and poison, which is the 2 black tails. Then, using himself as a foundation, he integrated the Shumi Najizi technique. Although it could not be considered the true Shumi Najizi technique, it could only be regarded as a method of hiding poison within the body, yet he had already touched the threshold of the Shumi Najizi technique. One day, Su Xingxuan finally integrated the last fierce ghost sent by Uncle Gio into the soul summoning banner. The banner shimmered with light, and the points of spirit light sparkled in the night like stars, shining brightly. Just by looking at it, one could feel a sense of illusion. The soul-summoning banner. No, after merging with the power of 100 ghosts, should now be called the 100 Spirits banner. It had already regained much of its power, and now it could be considered a pseudo-treasure, only a hair's breadth away from the soul-pacifying bell. It could be said that the current 100 Spirits banner was the true initial state of the Yiming Wangu banner, with 100 ghosts traversing and resentment flourishing, creating infinite illusions and suppressing all evils, a genuine Taoist artifact. Looking at the completed 100 Spirits banner and the empty wine jars in the room, Xingxuan sighed, knowing that 3 months had passed, and it was time for him to leave. During these 3 months, not only was the 100 Spirits banner completed, but due to the blessing of fortune, Xingxuan's cultivation had also steadily increased, firmly stabilizing at the qi refining stage. If this continued, within a year, he would have sufficient vitality to begin condensing spiritual power and break through. After a while, Xingxuan went to Uncle Jio's room, where he found Uncle Jio still awake. Seeing Xingxuan, Uncle Jio hurriedly asked, "Taoist Su, why are you still not asleep? Is there a problem with the refinement of the soul-summoning banner?" "No." Xingxuan shook his head and smiled. "There is no problem with the soul-summoning banner. I have already completed the refinement of all the souls you gave me. Uncle Jio, I'm here to bid farewell. I will be leaving early tomorrow morning." "Leaving?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Jio frowned and hurriedly said, "Why is that? Is it because I didn't entertain you well? Why are you leaving so soon? Did that brat, A Chong, provoke you again? Just tell me, and I'll deal with him." This. Uncle Jio was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, "Alas, all good things come to an end. Since you've said so, I cannot force you to stay. The mountains are high and the waters long. We will meet again if fate allows." "Thank you, Uncle Jio. Please rest early. I still need to see Taoist Mao. Now that I'm leaving, I should understand the matters regarding Dabao and Xiaobao." Xingxuan nodded. "All right, Taoist Su. You go ahead. I won't see you off." Uncle Jio nodded, his face still carrying a hint of reluctance. Seeing this, Xingxuan said nothing more and went straight to find Mao Shanming. Like Uncle Jio, upon learning that Xingxuan was leaving, Mao Shanming felt quite reluctant. This reluctance was not only because of Xingxuan, but also because of Dabao and Xiaobao. After 3 months of communication, Dabao and Xiaobao had finally been persuaded by Mao Shanming to follow Xingxuan to be reincarnated. However, when it was really time to leave, there was still some reluctance. But no matter how reluctant he was, Xingxuan's departure was inevitable. Mao Shanming ultimately suppressed his reluctance, collected Dabao and Xiaobao, and handed them over to Xingxuan. Looking at the umbrella that held Dabao and Xiaobao, Xingxuan glanced at Mao Shanming and said, "Taoist Mao, don't worry. I will definitely send Dabao and Xiaobao for reincarnation. You should stay here and manage the ancestral hall with Uncle Jio and practice your Taoist arts. I believe you will achieve something in the future." "Thank you." Mao Shanming forced a smile upon hearing this. Seeing his reluctance for Dabao and Xiaobao, Xingxuan sighed but said nothing, just nodded and left amid Mao Shanming's expectant gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingxuan felt a blur in front of him. A wave of dizziness came over him, and he found himself in the Dian dynasty. He set the umbrella containing Dabao and Xiaobao aside and asked, "By the way, how much fortune do I have now?" After the host's arrival, helping the female ghost find a place to rely on, you gained 200 points of fortune. Eliminating the bandits, you gained 300 points of fortune. Repelling the bandit leader, you gained 50 points of fortune. Saving people meritoriously, you gained 200 points of fortune. Defeating the zombie, you gained 100 points of fortune. Killing the bandit leader, you gained 500 points of fortune. Exterminating the corpse refiners, you gained 500 points of fortune. Destroying the 100 ghosts map, you gained 100 points of fortune. Defeating 2 fierce ghosts, you gained 500 points of fortune. Preventing a Wei's death, you gained 200 points of fortune. Defeating the Tianyin ghost Sha, you gained 1,000 points of fortune. At the same time, the host conversion of 100 ghosts has immeasurable merit, gaining 2,000 points of fortune. After deducting the 140 points of fortune already consumed, the host now has a total of 510 points of fortune. 500 points? Upon hearing this number, Xingxuan jumped up, exclaiming in shock. Likely the highest pitch he had ever reached in his life. How could there be so many? My heavens. And wait, there's more. Converting the 100 ghosts yields this much fortune? Then why the hell am I still following the child of fortune? It would be better to directly convert ghosts. I'd make a fortune, Xingxuan muttered. In response, the door of all wonders showed no reaction, allowing Xingxuan to get excited by himself. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Just as Xingxuan was talking to himself, a voice rang in his ear. What else could I be talking about? Of course, it's about converting ghosts, or could it be about something else? Xingxuan suddenly realized and hurriedly turned his head, only to see Xianxiaaudiobooks standing at the door, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Staring blankly at Xingxia for a while, Xingxuan finally came to his senses, coughed lightly to cover up his earlier reaction, and said evasively, "Xingxia, why are you still awake at this late hour? What brings you here? Is something wrong?" "Not really. I was just about to go to sleep when I heard a scream coming from your room, sounding like a duck being strangled. It was so loud and unpleasant that I thought there might be a ghost, so I came to check on you. Are you all right?" As she spoke, Xingxia looked Xingxuan up and down, as if checking if he was possessed by a ghost. Being scrutinized by Xingxia made Xingxuan feel somewhat embarrassed, and he awkwardly coughed a few times, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Xingxia nodded knowingly. "All right, I understand. Senior brother, you must have caught a cold, and that's why your throat is uncomfortable, right? There's some ginger soup left in the kitchen, so I'll bring you a bit." As she spoke, Xingxia turned to head towards the kitchen, but Xingxuan hurriedly stopped her. Xingxia, no need." "Huh?" Xingxia looked at him in confusion, and saw Xingxuan smiling awkwardly. "Well, senior brother is fine. I just successfully practiced a new technique and was a bit too happy, that's all. Nothing to worry about." "Really?" Xingxia looked at him skeptically. "Could senior brother possibly lie to you?" Seeing her expression, Xingxuan immediately put on a stern face and said, all right, you little kid, hurry and go to sleep. Be careful not to grow tall if you stay up late." Remembering that he still had over 5,000 points of fortune, Xingxuan quickly summoned the Door of All Wonders and said directly, "Door of All Wonders, help me see what I can exchange for with over 5,000 points of fortune." As soon as the words were spoken, a long list appeared before Xingxuan, filled with items that could be exchanged for over 5,000 fortune points. After glancing at it a few times, Xingxuan felt a bit disappointed. It's not that the items worth over 5,000 points were bad, to be honest. There were quite a few things he could exchange for with that amount of fortune points, various magical tools, numerous books, and all kinds of rare treasures, which made Xingxuan's eyes dazzle. However, despite the abundance, there were not many items that caught Xingxuan's eye. First, regarding magical tools. Xingxuan already possessed the soul-settling bell, a treasure, and the 100-spirit banner, which was once a celestial artifact, but is now a pseudo-treasure. Both of these are excellent items that would start at 50,000 in the All Wonders Gate. Under these circumstances, how could Xingxuan be interested in a mere magical tool worth 5,000 fortune points? As for the books, indeed, there were countless books worth over 5,000 points, including those from the Tianshi Dao, Maoshan Dao, Xinxiao sect, Buddhism, and demonic paths. Everything was available. However, Xingxuan already had a Maoshan secret technique, a scripture containing the church's cultivation methods, and the 100-spirit banner contained the cultivation methods of the Tianshi Dao. Any of these could only be used at the true person realm, and he truly did not lack such methods, so the books were also of no use. Then, concerning materials, while the materials worth 5,000 fortune points were indeed precious, like the magical tools, Xingxuan, having a treasure and a pseudo-treasure, was not interested in these materials. After all, the magical tools crafted from these materials would not compare to treasures. Not to mention that Xingxuan's crafting skills were not great, as evidenced by that deformed ghost prison cage. As a result, even with so many fortune points, Xingxuan felt a sense of futility. After thinking it over, he decided to directly throw out 500 points to draw 5 times. Perhaps he might gain something. After all, the loss would only be 500 points, but the gain could be substantial, just like that scripture. Chapter 94, The Result. Since the 5 draws were one time, this lottery was different from before. The prizes came out all at once rather than one by one. The first was a jar of century-old vermilion worth 170 fortune points, which Xingxuan skipped over without a second thought, as century-old vermilion was not in short supply in the charity house. As I said, the All Wonders Gate encompasses everything, and any item could potentially be drawn, even those that the host might find unsuitable. The All Wonders Gate said this, but then complied with Xingxuan's wishes and took back the Tiankue water. After all, as the drawer, Xingxuan could refuse to accept the prizes he obtained. The third was a pig slaughtering knife used for 20 years, which had a good effect on breaking evil, valued at 30 fortune points. The fourth was an embroidery needle that had pricked hundreds of effigies, worth 50 fortune points. The fifth was a string of Buddhist prayer beads, tainted with the aura of incense, which ordinary ghosts dared not approach, valued at 80 fortune points. Looking at this pile of junk in front of him, Xingxuan opened his mouth and then closed it again. Unable to comprehend, he finally said, I say, All Wonders Gate, have you made a mistake? I spent 500 fortune points, 500, and you gave me this pile of stuff. Could you be any more heartless? Host, you must understand that the result of the lottery is not something I can decide. Before the draw, you were already quite clear about the rules, weren't you? Low-value items occupy the majority in this world, and everything depends on luck. It has nothing to do with me. However, Su Xingxuan knew this matter had nothing to do with the All Wonders Gate. But just thinking about how he had drawn 5 times only to end up with a bunch of embroidery needles, a pig slaughtering knife, and even Tian Kuei water made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Because of this, Su Xingxuan even thought about whether he should take a bigger gamble, something that costs 1,000 points per draw. But upon reflection, there were still plenty of items below 1,000 points, so it was better not to take the risk. Forget it. I guess I'm just unlucky. Su Xingxuan waved his hand and exited the All Wonders Gate, heading straight to rest. That day, after conducting a ritual, Xianxiaaudiobooks was tidying up while saying, "Senior brother, when are you going to teach me new spells? Ever since you taught me once, I haven't seen you teach me anything new. The classmates are all waiting for me to perform other spells." Hearing this, Su Xingxuan glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks and suddenly remembered that he had been in Master Linghuan's world for several months, almost forgetting that Xianxiaaudiobooks was still an innate Tao body. It was okay not to know before, but ever since he learned about it, it felt like a ticking time bomb in his heart, ready to explode at any moment. Suddenly, Su Xingxuan's previously good mood sank. On the other hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks noticed that Su Xingxuan was silent and quickly looked up at him. Seeing his dark expression, she was startled and cautiously said, "Senior brother, did I say something wrong? Please don't be angry. Xingxiao won't dare to do it again." Of course, senior brother didn't say that performing tricks is bad. But it's not what we cultivators should be doing, you understand? Don't do this in the future. When you understand this point, senior brother will teach you new spells, okay? Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. "I understand, senior brother. Actually, I don't want to learn spells just to perform for others. I just don't want you to work so hard. I've heard from the little students of the 3 Pure Ones Temple that as long as you know a little simple spell, you can help senior brother with some rituals. So you can have time to study and cultivate, unlike now, where you're exhausted every day from various rituals, and I can't help much." As she spoke, Xianxiaaudiobooks' head drooped down. Really? Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately lifted her head, her big eyes sparkling with surprise as she looked at Su Xingxuan. Of course. Su Xingxuan nodded and pinched her nose. "Senior brother speaks. When have I ever lied to you? All right, don't be downcast anymore. Hurry and help senior brother clean up. I haven't practiced yet today." Xianxiaaudiobooks extended her hand, or rather, her little finger, and looked at Su Xingxuan, saying, "We forgot to make a pinky promise just now. Come on, senior brother, let us make a pinky promise. Pinky promise, 100 years unchanging. If you promise, you can't lie to me. Otherwise, you'll be a little dog, a little black dog." Looking at Xianxiaaudiobooks' raised finger, Su Xingxuan chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks' serious expression, he extended his hand, hooked their fingers together, and said, "Pinky promise, 100 years unchanging. Whoever changes will be a little black dog. Is that all right?" That's more like it." Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled satisfactorily and jumped off to tidy up. Chapter 95, Leading the Conversation. "What are you so happy about? I could hear your laughter from the town entrance." Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the doorway. It was Aunt Yexiang, dressed in a dark blue, flower-patterned jacket, carrying a food box as she walked in. Aunt Yexiang. Upon seeing Aunt Yexiang, Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately called out cheerfully and rushed over to hug her. "Yes, our Xingxia is still well-behaved. Aunt Yexiang brought you your favorite osmanthus cake. Let us see if you like it." Aunt Yexiang smiled, hugging Xianxiaaudiobooks and handing the food box to her. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes lit up at the sight, and she eagerly took the food box. Nodding vigorously as if she was pounding garlic, "Aunt Yexiang's osmanthus cake is the best. Thank you, Aunt Yexiang." Seeing this, Su Xingxuan smiled and shook his head. Walking over to greet Aunt Yexiang with a smile, "Aunt Yexiang, what brings you here today? Do you have something to discuss?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I ran into Paperman Zhang while shopping today and chatted with him for a bit. He said business has been good lately. Many households are buying a lot of ghost money and paper effigies. He also said you bought 9 pairs of excellent paper boys and girls from him, saying they were for the Taoist convention. What is up, Su Kid? Is your charity house going to perform a ritual for the deceased at the Taoist convention? But in this year, I haven't heard that your righteous temple has captured any ghostly beings or anything like that. You wouldn't want to cause trouble at the Taoist conference, would you?" As she spoke, the expression on Auntie Yi Xiang's face became serious, and she earnestly said, "Little Su, listen to your aunt. Even if your righteous temple doesn't have any prestige at the Taoist conference, you must not mess around there. Otherwise, no one can protect you. The rules of the Tao sect have been in place for thousands of years, and you, as a newcomer, cannot challenge them." Seeing Auntie Yi Xiang's stern expression, Su Xingxuan was taken aback. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly rolled his eyes and said deliberately, "Aunt, what are you talking about? Isn't it just the Sanqing temple and the like? Mu Lianhe was defeated by me. What else can they say? They can't possibly bring out Guanjiangzi to deal with me, right? Bullying the weak, even if they win, it's not glorious. It's fine. What do you know?" Looking at Su Xingxuan's nonchalant demeanor, Auntie Yixiang became a bit anxious. I'm not talking about the Sanqing Temple. The Sanqing Temple? That bunch of arrogant people are nothing. I'm talking about the Taoist conference. Don't think that just because the Taoist conference is held once every 10 years in our Wangshan town, and the ghost taming is done every year, led by the Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, and Chenghuang Temple, that it doesn't have serious implications. The rules that have been established by the Tao sect for thousands of years cannot be challenged, not just by you, but even by the Sanqing Temple or Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Little Su, listen to your aunt. As long as you want to continue in the Taoist path, you must never do anything deceitful, otherwise, the Tao sect will pursue you, and no one can protect you. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan quickly said, Aunt, don't worry. Since I dare to participate in the Taoist conference, I naturally have real skills. Otherwise, why would I spend such a fortune on the paper effigies of young boys and girls? But Aunt, you seem to know quite a lot about the Taoist conference. Could you explain it to your nephew? Seeing Su Xingxuan's suddenly changed expression, Auntie Yixiang was first taken aback, then realized that Su Xingxuan had said that on purpose to extract information from her. She immediately became angry and, without thinking, gave him a whack on the head. You little rascal, you've become quite successful, huh? You even dare to trick your aunt. You're really out of control. If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, you won't know how formidable your aunt is. You little brat, it's really infuriating. Hey, don't hit me. Aunt, I'm wrong. It hurts. Oh, Aunt, please be gentle, it really hurts. Su Xingxuan quickly begged for mercy, but Auntie Yixiang, who was already angry, showed no signs of stopping and continued to tap Su Xingxuan's head. Seeing this, xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly grabbed Auntie Yixiang and said, Aunt, what are you doing? Why are you hitting senior brother? Don't hit him. Senior brother is in pain. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. Upon hearing this, both Auntie Yixiang and Su Xingxuan were taken aback. Then Auntie Yixiang glared fiercely at Su Xingxuan and smiled at Xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, Xingxia, don't worry. Auntie isn't really hitting your senior brother. We're just playing around. She then turned her head and shouted, right? Su Xingxuan was startled. Seeing the cold light in Auntie Yixiang's eyes, he quickly smiled and said, yes, Aunt is right. We're just playing around. Xingxia, please go put the osmanthus cake away. Oh, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, looked at Auntie Yixiang, then at Su Xingxuan, and confirmed that they were indeed just playing, before obediently taking the osmanthus cake into the house. As soon as Xianxiaaudiobooks entered the house, Auntie Yixiang raised her hand and prepared to strike again. Su Xingxuan quickly ran back and hid behind a chair, cautiously looking at Auntie Yixiang and saying, Aunt, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me again. It really hurts. Su Xingxuan pretended to look pitiful. I have to say, if you look closely at Su Xingxuan's 18-year-old appearance, he does have a bit of the youthful charm. His pair of eyes, sparkling like a frightened deer, looking at you can really soften one's heart. At least for Auntie Yixiang, facing such a pitiful little face, it was indeed hard to bring herself to hit him. All right, you little rascal, fine. I won't hit you. Come here. Auntie Yixiang looked at Su Xingxuan, opened her mouth, and then waved her hand. Su Xingxuan hesitated for a moment, then heard Auntie Yixiang sternly say, come here. He immediately shivered and hurriedly went to Auntie Yixiang's side, smiling and saying, Aunt. Auntie Yixiang shot him a sideways glance and snorted. Sitting down in the chair, she lightly tapped the table and said, now tell me, how did you come up with the idea of tricking your aunt? Su Xingxuan glanced at Auntie Yixiang, then picked up a cup of tea and handed it to her, smiling apologetically. Aunt, please have some water. Actually, I didn't intend to trick you at first. It's just that your previous behavior was a bit off, and I didn't pay much attention at the time, letting you get away with it. But this time, your understanding of the Tao sect is clearer than mine, so I couldn't help but set a trap for you. Oh, so according to you, it's still my fault? Hearing this, Auntie Yixiang said unhappily, No, my fault. Aunt, drink your tea, haha. Su Xingxuan said with a fawning smile. Seeing this, Auntie Yixiang rolled her eyes at him. At least you know to be smart. All right, stop looking at me like that. Just say what you want to say. Don't smile like that. It makes this old woman feel uneasy. Haha. Hearing this, Su Xingxuan chuckled and said, Aunt, what exactly is your background? Regarding matters of the Tao, you seem to know much more than me, a cultivator. Last time, when Manager Gu saw you, his expression changed immediately. That Mu Lianhe, so arrogant, even seems a bit intimidated by you. Come on, can you give me some insights? Oh, so you're trying to get to the bottom of my background? Auntie Yixiang looked at Su Xingxuan knowingly, with a half smile. No, Aunt, what are you talking about? I'm just concerned about you, right? If you don't want to say, just treat it as if I didn't ask, okay? Su Xingxuan quickly waved his hands, looking very serious. Seeing this, Auntie Yixiang rolled her eyes. If this old woman believed you, I'd be a ghost. I thought you were just a silly kid worrying about being taken advantage of, but I didn't expect you to be quite clever behind that innocent appearance. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. This old woman is not so easily fooled. Actually, I don't have much of a background. I'm just someone who sells night scents. However, my son is quite successful. He's now an incompetent governor in Ningbo Prefecture. So, Manager Gu and that old scoundrel Guanjiangzi from the Sanqing Temple still give me some face. The waters between the Dao sect and the court are deep, and I've heard a bit about it, but it's not as mysterious as you think. Moreover, your master and I are old friends. When I was younger, he helped me a lot. Later, when he left Longhu Mountain, it was because of my invitation that he came to Wangshan Town. So, I know quite a bit about the intricacies of the Dao sect. So, do you have any more questions? Auntie Yixiang glanced at Su Xingxuan as she spoke. So that's how it is. Su Xingxuan nodded. No wonder you have such a high status in our town. So, you're actually the mother of a governor. You should have said so earlier. If I had known I had such a big backing, I could have been more confident in Wangshan Town. Su Xingxuan laughed. Don't go causing trouble. Seeing this, Granny Night Fragrance quickly warned, let me tell you, if it were ordinary matters, with me taking the burden, even if the county magistrate or governor came, they couldn't mistreat you. However, that's in the mundane world. If it's related to the Taoist sect, don't say it's just me. Even the current emperor can't intervene casually. The realms of cultivation and the mundane world do not interfere with each other. This has been an agreement between the Taoist ancestors and founding emperors for tens of thousands of years, and no one can violate it. So, regarding this Taoist conference and the matter of the ruler ascending to heaven, if you aren't sure, absolutely do not get involved. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I won't be able to protect you, Granny Night Fragrance said with great seriousness. This wasn't the first time she had mentioned such a serious matter regarding the Taoist conference, indicating that although this Taoist conference was merely a grand event in a town, it should not be taken lightly. 100 or so souls. When did your charity house have such great capability? Granny Night Fragrance looked at Su Xingxuan suspiciously. However, seeing Su Xingxuan's enigmatic smile, she knew he didn't intend to reveal anything. She shook her head and said, forget it. Since you don't want to say, I won't press you. Since you are confident, I won't say much more. But there is one thing I must remind you of first. What is it? Please go ahead, Aunt. Su Xingxuan replied. From what I know, this year besides the Sanqing Temple, the Daming Temple, the City God Temple, and your charity house, Wang Po from the west of the city and Li Hong from Fengxingao are also attending. These two are notorious for their discord with the Taoist sect. Now they want to participate in the Taoist conference, and I'm afraid there might be some schemes involved. Your charity house has just fallen out with the Sanqing Temple, and it's hard to ensure this isn't a plot instigated by the Sanqing Temple. You must be extra cautious during the Taoist conference. Wang Po, Li Hong. Upon hearing these two names, Su Xingxuan frowned and said, as far as I know, Wang Po's ancestors seem to worship the 5 great immortals of fox, yellow, white, willow, and ash. Wang Po herself is famous for using divination to deal with enemies, which belongs to the realm of female sorcery and is considered outside the Taoist practices. Logically, she shouldn't be included in the Taoist conference. As for Li Hong, if Wang Po practices merely an unorthodox path, at least it still relates to our Taoist tradition. But Li Hong, being a descendant of the southwestern Miao tribe, practices poison and shamanistic spells, which has no connection to our Taoist sect. How could the Sanqing Temple, as the organizer of this Taoist conference, allow the Li family to participate? This is against the rules. Wouldn't the Daming Temple and City God Temple have objections? Su Xingxuan said, confused. I don't know about that. However, it's precisely because this Taoist conference is so unusual that I advise you to be cautious. As for why the Daming Temple and City God Temple aren't opposing, I'm not sure about the Daming Temple's reasons. But I suspect it has something to do with that Mu Lianhe. After all, his father is the mayor of Wangshan Town. With him around, the City God Temple has to consider the Sanqing Temple's decisions. Granny Night Fragrance said. Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan suddenly understood and nodded. That makes sense. If that's the case, then the Daming Temple's stance is also understandable. After all, the Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, and City God Temple are in a tripartite balance. The Sanqing Temple has always been the leader of the Taoist sect in Wangshan Town, and the Daming Temple wouldn't want to overshadow them. Since the City God Temple is handling it ambiguously, the Daming Temple naturally wouldn't want to confront the Sanqing Temple and is likely observing the situation. Chapter 97. All parties gathered. On this day, the busiest place in the entire town was undoubtedly the Lioli Archway at the town entrance. The archway, towering several meters high, overlooked the entire Wangshan Town. The colorful glazed tiles emitted rays of light under the sunlight, and various rare beasts and celestial scenes were carved on the archway, recording the history of Wangshan Town over the centuries. It is the signature architecture of Wangshan Town. This Lioli Archway is not only the signature building of Wangshan Town, but can also be considered a top-tier magical artifact, built by Taoist masters hundreds of years ago. It harmonizes the town's feng shui, wards off evil, attracts wealth, and brings blessings. During the annual Taoist conferences, it is further empowered by various Taoist sects using their techniques. After hundreds of years, it has become a top-tier magical artifact, and if this continues, it may one day become a treasured artifact, and advancing further isn't impossible. Legend has it that after the founding of the Dian dynasty, there was a similar national treasure, which was nurtured and suppressed by the top Taoist masters and even legendary immortals to stabilize the national fortune. After being nurtured for thousands of years, that artifact supposedly transformed into a human form and became an immortal. Whether this legend is true or not, Xingxuan is unsure. But the Lioli archway before him is indeed a powerful top-tier magical artifact, not inferior to some treasured artifacts, almost merging with Wangshan town. A single movement could draw upon the entire town's power. If anyone could wield it, even a mortal would be as powerful as a Taoist master in Wangshan town. Unfortunately, this is impossible, as no one can wield this structure that is both a magical artifact and not a magical artifact. The vast square was already filled with people, all surrounding the high platform in the center. On the high platform, 7 chairs were already arranged, some of which were occupied, leaving only 2 chairs empty besides the main seat. Taoist Su, the disciples have been waiting for your arrival for a long time. Please. As soon as Xingxuan appeared, he was spotted by a disciple from the Sanqing temple waiting nearby, who then approached and bowed to invite Xingxuan onto the platform. Xingxuan observed the person and noticed that although their cultivation seemed a bit superficial, they had clearly entered the realm of nurturing qi circulation. He couldn't help but admire that the Sanqing temple truly deserved to be the leader of the Taoist sect in Wangshan town. Even a casual disciple had such cultivation. Although someone in such a position wouldn't have a low status in the Sanqing temple, it still showcased the temple's depth. While he felt a bit shocked, Xingxuan maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, and after casually expressing his gratitude, he followed the disciple up to the high platform. Seeing this, the crowd quickly made way, pointing and whispering about Xingxuan. Hey, who is that person? He looks like he hasn't even grown all his hair. He can participate in the Taoist conference? Have all the cultivators in Wangshan town died out? One voice remarked. Are you crazy? That's Su Zhuangzhu from the Su family's charity house. Very powerful. Watch what you say, or Su Zhuangzhu might deal with you. Exactly. I've heard that Su Zhuangzhu is quite powerful. That person, the eldest disciple of the Sanqing temple, is the son of our town's mayor. He's such a boastful person. He can't even withstand a single move from Su Zhuangzhu. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the mayor's son hears you, you won't live long. Oh, right. I won't say anything more. Xingxuan paid no attention to the chatter from below, as if he hadn't heard anything, but his gaze was fixed on the high platform. There, directly in front, was an empty chair, which he knew belonged to the host of this Taoist conference, Guangyangzi, the leader of the Sanqing temple. Below the main seat, there were 6 chairs arranged in pairs on either side. The first seat on the left was empty, reserved for Master Chun from the Daming temple, while the first seat on the right was occupied by a thin, elderly man with a scruffy white beard, dressed in black and white. He had a small goat-like beard and looked particularly shrewd, with a glimmer of intelligence in his small eyes. He was Qin Tao, the chief priest of the city god temple. Further down, in the second seat on the left, there sat a middle-aged Confucian scholar dressed in official robes, with a gentle smile that made him appear very amiable. This was Mu Rinqing, the mayor of Wangshan town. Logically speaking, he held the highest status here and could have taken the main seat, but since this was a Taoist conference, he was merely an observer from the secular world and had to settle for the 4th position, below the 3 great Taoist sections. The seat next to Xingxuan on the right was vacant and happened to be the second one, directly opposite Mu Rinqing. It was the same seat Zhang Danian had occupied during the last Taoist conference. In previous years, there had only been 5 seats at these conferences, but this year, for some unknown reason, the Sanqing temple had allowed Wang Pua and Li Hong, who were not considered part of the Taoist sect, to attend the conference, thus adding 2 more seats. The third seat on the left was occupied by an elderly lady with an unfriendly expression, Wang Pua, while the other, a big man painted with strange colors, was Li Hong. As Xingxuan assessed them, they were also scrutinizing him. Just as Xingxuan walked past them and was about to sit down after cupping his hands in greeting to Mu Rinqing, he suddenly heard Wang Pua snicker coldly and say pointedly, the current Taoist world is filled with all sorts of people. Even a mere kid who hasn't grown hair can sit on the stage of this Taoist conference. I really don't know if the cultivation level in Wangshan town is too low or if people's eyes have gone blind. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan, who was about to sit down, paused slightly, glanced at Wang Pua, and let out a light laugh without saying anything, then sat down directly. Seeing this, Wang Pua's expression instantly changed. According to her expectations, her mockery would surely provoke a retort from Xingxuan, giving her an excuse to retaliate and teach him a lesson. However, now that Xingxuan showed no reaction at all, It felt as if she had punched air with all her might, which was extremely frustrating. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't find the right words. Chapter 98, Strength. Seeing this, Li Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud, revealing his yellowed teeth as he looked at Wang Pu with a gloating expression. Wang Laotai, it seems the kid doesn't even care about you. It's true. You're just an old lady who threads needles and minds everyone's business all day, teaching others a lesson. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? In fact, Li Hong was somewhat mentally prepared for the seating arrangement. Both he and Wang Pu had newly added seats. There was no way they could be placed ahead of others, as that was the rule, not something else. However, while he had no objections to being seated last, it didn't mean he accepted being positioned behind Wang Pu. To him, being behind others was merely a matter of order and did not signify anything, but being behind Wang Pu was unacceptable. If word got out, wouldn't people think he was inferior to her? Thus, Li Hong found himself looking down on both Wang Pu and her, yet he couldn't lash out without reason, lest he be looked down upon. Now, with Wang Pu digging her own grave, he had the perfect opportunity to mock her, and naturally, he couldn't resist stepping in with a sarcastic remark. Wang Pu, initially irritated by her failed mockery of Xingxuan, was further provoked by Li Hong's jab. Her face turned red with anger as she slammed her palm on the table and shouted, "Country bumpkin, what nonsense are you talking? If you've been in the mountains too long and don't understand human speech, I don't mind helping you seal your mouth. Don't get killed for saying the wrong thing." Due to his Miao heritage, Li Hong already felt some distance from the people of Wangshan town. Wang Pu's words struck a nerve, and with a bad temper to begin with, he was instantly enraged. He grabbed a bone from the table and shouted, "Old hag, say one more word, and I swear I'll take your skull as a decoration." At the brink of conflict between Wang Pi and Li Hong, Chen Tao, Mu Renqing, and Su Xingxuan suddenly appeared indifferent. Chen Tao continued stroking his beard. Mu Renqing observed quietly with his eyes and heart unchanged, while Su Xingxuan maintained an air of detachment. Just as it seemed the two were about to come to blows, a loud Buddhist chant resonated from the audience, Namo Amitba, booming like a lion's roar, shaking the entire area. Yet, to the ears of those present, it felt like a gentle breeze, filled with boundless compassion, as if any anger could be extinguished by it. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals on the stage, except for Mu Renqing who was not versed in the arts, displayed varied expressions. Chen Tao paused in stroking his beard, while Su Xingxuan frowned slightly. The voice was so rich in spiritual power, especially adept in the art of sound, that a simple chant from him could influence so many people, even stirring a hint of compassion in Su Xingxuan's heart. The power of the Buddhist teachings was indeed remarkable. Then, Su Xingxuan turned to the direction of the voice and saw a plump monk in a yellow robe walking up slowly. At that moment, any respect he had felt for the monk dissipated instantly. This monk was simply too fat. His belly was as large as that of the Maitreya Buddha in a temple, and with every step he took, his flesh jiggled. Moreover, with each step he took, Su Xingxuan could even feel the high platform trembling, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, it turned out that either the monk was not as heavy as he imagined, or the platform built by the Sanxing temple was particularly sturdy. Su Xingxuan firmly believed it was the latter. Upon reaching the high platform, the monk wore a radiant smile, his eyes nearly squinting to slits, almost hidden by the flesh on his face. He addressed Wang Pu and Li Hong with a bow. "Amitba, Wang Shizhu, Li Shizhu. Today is the Taoist conference. We are all here to alleviate the suffering and disasters of this world. I kindly ask both of you to set aside your personal grievances for a moment and grant this poor monk a favor by letting go of your dispute. How about it?" Seeing the plump monk before them, both Wang Pu and Li Hong displayed a hint of apprehension, then exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they nodded in agreement, saying, "Since Master Liaochen has said so, let's consider this matter settled." "Thank you, both of you." Namo Amitba. Master Liaochen smiled even more brightly upon hearing this, reciting another Buddhist chant, and his body seemed to shimmer with a golden light. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps upon seeing this. Master Liaochen, with his compassionate heart, had resolved a conflict, truly a deed of immeasurable merit. However, since everything must prioritize the Taoist conference, Master should take a seat first. Just as Master Liaochen was basking in the spotlight, a hearty laugh rang out, like a refreshing breeze in the forest or a flowing stream in the mountains, clearing everyone's minds. They then saw a figure in a black and white Taoist robe, Guanjiangzi, smiling as he looked at Master Liaochen with an air of genuine Taoist authenticity. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Master Liaochen's strength was not weak, but Guanjiangzi was even more unfathomable. He had easily quelled Master Liaochen's momentum. It seemed there was a reason that these 3 families had been able to stand in Wangshan town for many years. With such formidable talents, what about Chen Tao? How would he measure up? Thinking this, Su Xingxuan instinctively glanced at Chen Tao, only to find that Chen Tao seemed to sense it. Just as Su Xingxuan turned his head, Chen Tao had already turned to meet his gaze. Su Xingxuan was taken aback, never expecting this. Chen Tao smiled slightly and said, Su Zhuangzhu, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I hope to receive your guidance. Chapter 99, The Mass Grave. I believe everyone knows that for centuries, the number of Taoist sects in Wangshan Town has always been 4. However, as the saying goes, the Tao is not constant. As the Tao diminishes, demons increase. And as the Tao increases, demons diminish. Over the past few centuries, the righteous energy of heaven and earth has begun to decline, leading to the deterioration of the Taoist sects and the resurgence of demonic forces. Therefore, in order to promote our Taoist sects and cultivate the righteous energy of heaven and earth, we have decided to increase one quota. In addition to Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, and Chengwang Temple, we agree to allow 2 other Taoist sects to recruit disciples to serve all beings, said Guanjiangzi. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Su Xingxuan furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively glanced at Wang Pu and Li Hong. If he still didn't realize that this was a deliberate act by Sanqing Temple, he would be a fool. It seemed that Li Hong and Wang Pu were the 2 cards Guanjiangzi had brought in to suppress the Yizhuang. What made Su Xingxuan frown was what Guanjiangzi said about the resurgence of demonic forces. Su Xingxuan didn't know whether Guanjiangzi was using this as an excuse or if there was really something to it. However, the idea of demonic forces making a comeback was likely not something a mere cultivator from a remote town like Guanjiangzi could casually fabricate, which meant that the possibility of a resurgence was very high, and that was not good news. Throughout history, the battle between righteous and demonic forces has never ceased. Although Su Xingxuan didn't have much understanding of the brutal nature of the battles from tens of thousands of years ago, he was very clear about the power that a piece of celestial artifact could wield. Such a treasure was once knocked down to the mortal realm during the demonic battles of that time, which showed that the severity of those battles was entirely beyond someone like him to participate in. Before Su Xingxuan could think further, Guanjiangzi spoke again, of course. Everyone need not worry. Tens of thousands of years ago, our sect's ancestors were able to defeat the demonic forces in one fell swoop. Now, they cannot be allowed to rise again. This change is also to prepare for the future and to prevent potential dangers. With the sun shining brightly, it is the time when ghostly energies are at their weakest. I have decided that each sect will send one person to the mass grave to eliminate the evil spirits. By sunset, the 5 people who can come out of the mass grave the fastest will be the 5 sects that gain the quota for this Taoist conference. However, if any of the 3 sects, Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, or Chengwang Temple, finishes last, they can challenge one of the other sections. The winner remains, and the loser retreats. Do you all understand? As Guanjiangzi spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, subtly passing over Su Xingxuan. Seeing that the others showed no reaction, Su Xingxuan frowned slightly. It seemed that those present already knew about this, or rather, it was something they had calculated beforehand. At least Guanjiangzi and Li Hong had planned it out, but he didn't know what role Chen Tao and others played in this. How about it? Does anyone have any objections? Guanjiangzi asked with a smile as he looked at the others. Namo Amitba, Brother Guanjiangzi's words are very good. I have no objections. Liao Kong. This trip to the mass grave will be entrusted to you. Liao Chun was the first to express his opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall monk, resembling a living Lu Da, stepped out from behind him, his voice booming like thunder, hands clasped in prayer, obediently following his senior brother's orders. In that case, little Doozy, you can go play in the mass grave and help our Wangshan town, Chen Tao said with a smile. Looking at a boy around 7 or 8 years old behind him, the boy didn't respond but simply played with his rattle drum, nodding his head as if in agreement. Next, Wang Pa also nodded. In our Wang family, I'm the only one, so I'll go myself. So will I, Li Hong said. Seeing this, Guanjiangzi nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Su Xingxuan, smiling even more kindly. What does Master Su think? Hearing this, Su Xingxuan smiled and replied, since all the seniors have agreed, what objection could I possibly have? This trip to the mass grave will be a good opportunity for me to gain some experience. Very good. Guanjiangzi's eyes flashed with surprise, but his face wore a radiant smile. In that case, Guangningzi, you will accompany everyone to the mass grave. Make sure to learn well and not finish last. Yes, a plain-looking middle-aged Taoist behind Guanjiangzi nodded. All right, it's getting late. I'll take my leave first, Wang Pa said. Standing up, she instinctively glanced at Su Xingxuan before heading down the stage. The others followed suit, rising and heading out of Wangshan town behind Wang Pa. Su Xingxuan smiled slightly and nodded. Thank you, old lady Wang, for the reminder. I understand. If the mass grave is truly as dangerous as you say, I can always withdraw. Just be afraid that when the time comes, you won't be able to back out, Li Hong scoffed, looking at Su Xingxuan as if he were a dead man, standing beside him. Su Xingxuan chose not to respond but noticed that Wang Pe, Li Hong, and Guang Ningzi seemed to be subtly surrounding him. He frowned and deliberately quickened his pace. Sure enough, although the three didn't make any significant movements, they also subtly sped up. No matter how they changed positions, they always managed to keep Su Xingxuan in the center. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Xingxuan's eyes. It seemed that the danger posed by the evil spirits in the mass grave was a ruse, and the real threat was coming from them. However, feeling the soul-settling bell in his pocket, Su Xingxuan sneered inwardly. It was uncertain who would be dealing with whom. Chapter 100, The Undercover Battle. Finally, after about half an hour of walking, the group of 6 reached the vicinity of the mass grave. They saw that the mass grave was filled with a dense, cold energy. The thick, ghostly aura was so overwhelming that one didn't even need to open their heavenly eyes to see it clearly. The towering resentment coalesced into clouds. And despite it being a bright sunny day, not a single ray of sunlight penetrated through. A gentle breeze passed by, and the group could even feel a chill, indicating how heavy the Yin energy was, simply terrifying. In addition, the entire mass grave was shrouded in thick fog, with occasional piercing wails and cries echoing through the air. If it weren't for the fact that these individuals were not ordinary people, this atmosphere alone would have scared anyone to death or left their legs trembling. Looking at the mass grave before them, Wang Pe glanced at Su Xingxuan and chuckled. So, Su kid, do you see? This is not the usual small ghost you deal with. The number of vengeful spirits here far exceeds your imagination. Listen to me, you're still young. It would be better to wait another 10 years before attending this Taoist conference, lest you lose your life. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you for your concern, old lady Wang, but I'm young and vigorous, with abundant yang fire. I should be fine. As for you, at your age, you should be careful not to fall inside. Su Xingxuan replied sarcastically, knowing Wang Pe's intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang Pe's expression changed immediately. The little boy, Dizzy, burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. He then hopped over to Su Xingxuan, looking up at him with innocent eyes, and said, Big brother, your words are really funny. This mass grave looks so gray and gloomy. It doesn't seem fun at all. Why don't you come in with me? Let us play together, okay? Hearing Dizzy's words, Su Xingxuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Wang Pe and the others, only to see Wang Pe and Li Hong's expressions change. While Guang Ningzi's face also appeared somewhat unnatural. Su Xingxuan immediately understood. It seemed that Chun Tao had some objections to Guan Jiangzi as well. Otherwise, Duzzy wouldn't have suggested wanting to go in with him. It appeared that Duzzy was aware of Guan Jiangzi's intentions and was deliberately trying to protect him. Before Su Xingxuan could respond, Liao Kong, the monk, clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist invocation, Namo Amitabha. I also feel that this mass grave might be a bit dreary. Why don't I join Master Su and little Duzzy? It's nice to have company. What do you two think? So what? Just because we don't say we're together doesn't mean we can't separate. Our city god temple has been here with your Sanxing temple for who knows how long. And it was never said that your Sanxing temple isn't the leader of the Taoist sects in Wengshan town. Besides, every place has its strengths and weaknesses. Separating may not be beneficial, while being together might unleash greater power. Otherwise, during the battle against the demonic sects back in the day, the Taoist sects wouldn't have united. Right, great monk? Amitabha, little Duzzy, you have a point. The monk Liao Kong nodded. Before Guang Ningzi could finish his sentence, little Duzzy directly interrupted him, retorting. Guang Ningzi is a disciple of Guang Yangzi and holds a prominent position in Sanxing Temple. Not to mention, even the heads of families like Liao Chun and Chun Tao treat him politely, and such an interruption has never happened before. Especially not by a little kid like little Duzzy. How could Guang Ningzi tolerate this? However, little Duzzy is just a child. If he doesn't endure and takes action against him, it would be seen as bullying a child, and the reputation of Sanxing Temple would be tarnished. But if he endures, he might lose face. For a moment, Guang Ningzi didn't know what to do, only that the anger inside him was rising. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had to admit that facing a child like little Duzzy, if he were in that situation, he would probably have no other choice but to hold his breath. After glancing at little Duzzy and Liao Kong, Su Xingxuan thought to himself that the Daming Temple and the City God Temple were surprisingly protecting him at the same time, which probably had something to do with Sanxing Temple. But thinking about it, there were only 4 Taoist sects in town, aside from the 3 big ones. He was basically all alone and had little influence. Now that it had expanded to 5 sects, things were different. The town's resources are limited. Previously, 3 people shared, and 1 person got the leftovers. Now, with another person joining in. And it's very likely that the 2 new arrivals are closely aligned with those who would get the biggest share. The final division of resources might not be sharing at all, but rather snatching. Wang Pe and Li Hong are not much of a threat to the 3 families. But if they join forces, they can still share a considerable amount of power. This is probably a scene that Daming Temple and the City God Temple do not want to see. However, Sanqing Temple is powerful and difficult to confront head-on. So they have taken this approach to protect themselves. Moreover, judging by the tacit understanding between Little Duzi and Liao Kong, it seems that the two families had long been plotting this, meaning that as long as he relies on the two families, he is almost guaranteed success in the upcoming Taoist convention. However, a glint flashed in Su Xingxuan's eyes. It seemed that he had been underestimated by everyone. No one thought about whether he would also want a share of the pie. It looked like he had indeed been too low-key. As the atmosphere became a bit tense, Su Xingxuan smiled and said, I think what Taoist Guang Ningzi said makes sense. This Taoist convention is to see how well each of our families can subdue demons. If we are together, it may seem suspicious. I think it's better to separate. Little Duzi, you should find another companion. It's getting late, and I'm going in first. As soon as Su Xingxuan said this, the people present were stunned, or rather, they were dumbfounded. After all, Guang Ningzi, Wang Pe, and Li Hong's hostility towards Su Xingxuan was evident even to a fool. Yet at this moment, Su Xingxuan actually rejected the protection of Little Duzi and Liao Kong, which was even more foolish than a fool. However, Su Xingxuan didn't give them time to react. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed into the mist and disappeared. Chapter 101, Encountering a Ghost. The two looked at the howling wind of the mass grave for a long time, and finally, Little Duzi's innocent face revealed a hint of amusement, far from that of an ordinary child. He chuckled lightly and said, Hey, Liao Kong the great monk, do you think this Su landlord is a fool or just overly confident, not realizing we are helping him? Or does he not care about his life? Amitba, I don't know much about Su landlord, but it seems he is not unaware of our intentions. He still forcibly entered the mass grave, probably for some show. Liao Kong said with a steady expression while chanting a Buddhist phrase. Hearing this, Little Duzi scoffed, perhaps, but even so, this Su landlord is a bit too arrogant. Isn't he? Guang Ningzi, Wang Pe, Li Hong, they are not amateurs in our town. If they join forces, even Guang Yangzi, that big shot, and your chubby monk from Daming Temple, my old man would have to be careful. Is it possible that this Su landlord has such capabilities? If that is the case, then this Taoist convention will indeed be interesting. Little Duzi said playfully. Regardless, the situation is already like this. Since that Su landlord is determined to confront the three, then we don't need to interfere. The time is almost up, so I won't disturb you, Little Duzi. Farewell. Liao Kong clasped his hands together towards Little Duzi, bowed, and slowly walked into the mass grave, his large figure gradually disappearing. Seeing this, Little Duzi raised an eyebrow, shaking his head like a bookworm. Alas, how boring. But once I, Little Duzi, make up my mind, very few people can refuse. I want to see just how capable you, Su, really are. To not be afraid of Guang Ningzi, that scruffy guy. With that, Little Duzi also flashed and disappeared into the mass grave. If the area outside the mass grave already had a chilling wind that made one feel uneasy, entering the mass grave was like transitioning from daylight to darkness. The sky instantly darkened, shrouded in gray mist, and visibility was limited to just a few meters. The air was filled with the sounds of ghostly wails, creating an atmosphere of irritation. Su Xingxuan cautiously walked through the mass grave, his nerves taut. As a notorious site near Wangshan town, the mass grave was not a place to be taken lightly, not to mention the heavy yin energy here, which could harm ordinary people. Even cultivators could easily suffer bodily harm from prolonged exposure. Thus, entering the mass grave might be Guang Yangzi's scheme. But if one lacked the cultivation to resist the erosion of yin energy, they wouldn't qualify to take in disciples or support others. Suddenly, while Su Xingxuan was carefully observing his surroundings, a flash of dark light shot toward his back. Without thinking, Su Xingxuan quickly dodged and, turning around, shot 3 yellow talismans like sharp blades, creating sparks as they struck the air. Then, a pained voice echoed, and a white-clad woman appeared in the air, her complexion pale, eyes tinged with dark circles, covering her charred hands, and looking warily at Su Xingxuan. Humph. Just a little ghost who died a few years ago dares to sneak attack this Taoist. Today, I shall eliminate you in the name of righteousness. Looking at the female ghost, Su Xingxuan snorted coldly, grasped 5 copper coins in his hands, and flicked them toward her, which split into 5 directions and shot toward the ghost. The female ghost's expression changed instantly, turning into a wisp of smoke to flee. Su Xingxuan sneered, forming hand seals and pointing at the 5 copper coins, which scattered like a net, sealing off the area around the ghost. At the same time, he took out a yellow talisman, placed it on his forehead, and silently chanted, 5 thunder exorcism, Taishang Laojun, act swiftly. With a command, the yellow talisman flew out, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged toward the female ghost. If this hit, the ghost would either be obliterated or heavily injured. Just as the lightning was about to strike, a sudden flash of red light appeared on the ground. A skull, accompanied by a chilling wind. swept in front of the female ghost, colliding with the lightning. There was a loud bang as the two forces clashed, creating a massive noise and stirring up a fierce wind that blew away much of the surrounding mist, revealing the figures of the female ghost and another woman in red. Seeing this, Xingxuan's expression remained normal, showing no surprise at the appearance of the woman in red. Instead, he looked at her with a hint of amusement and teased. "Why didn't you hide? I thought you'd stay hidden a bit longer. You discovered me a long time ago?" Upon hearing this, the woman in red frowned, looking at Xingxuan in disbelief. Xingxuan chuckled lightly, stepping forward. "Yes, your invisibility technique is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, it's a bit lacking if you want to play tricks in front of me, using a little ghost to distract me, while you, the real malevolent spirit, sneak up from behind. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Generally, people would easily fall for your trap." Hearing Xingxuan say this, the expression of the female ghost in red became ugly, and she immediately revealed a fierce look. "You think you've seen through my invisibility technique and have me cornered? Take this." As she spoke, the female ghost waved her hand, and her ghostly claws instantly elongated like rubber, reaching for Xingxuan's face. However, Xingxuan showed no fear. He formed a seal with his hands, creating a phantom in front of him. A talisman appeared in front of him, and with a flick of his finger, the ghostly claw struck the talisman, instantly emitting a golden light. A scream followed, as the talisman hit the female ghost's hand, resembling a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid being poured on the ghostly claw, releasing a foul odor and a large amount of green smoke. Xingxuan smiled and took out a yellow talisman, saying, "All right, stop struggling. What is the point of that? Just accept your fate." He took a step forward. But just as he did, his expression suddenly changed. He looked down to see a ghostly claw piercing through his chest, blood dripping down. Chapter 102, Puppet Paperman. Feeling the intense pain in his chest and the blood flowing out, Xingxuan's face turned pale as he looked in disbelief at the female ghost before him. He felt a sweetness in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. You were clearly disabled by me. How could this happen?" As he spoke, Xingxuan's body weakened, and he turned to look at the female ghost in white. He saw that she had just been weak, but somehow she had broken through the 5 copper coins blockade. The ghostly claw came from her hand, and she now looked smugly at Xingxuan. Hearing this, Xingxuan glanced at his pierced chest. A wave of intense pain surged through him. His eyes widened like copper bells as he looked at the 2 female ghosts, slowly collapsing to the ground, breathing his last. The white-clothed female ghost immediately glanced at the red-clothed ghost and scolded, "Why don't you go check if he's really dead?" For some reason, her voice had become much deeper, sounding nothing like a young female ghost, but more like an old woman who had been dead for many years. The red-clothed ghost trembled at her words and hurried to Xingxuan's side, reaching out to press on his forehead. Then she nodded, saying, "Grandma. His body is already starting to cool, and his soul is gone. He's thoroughly dead." Upon hearing this, the white-clothed ghost burst into laughter, her voice sharp and piercing, like the sound of a grinding machine, making one want to cover their ears. Then a voice that Xingxuan was very familiar with rang out. "I thought this Su kid would be more impressive. He dared to swagger into the mass grave, not taking us seriously at all. Who would have thought he was just this weak? I only used a small trick to kill him. It seems Taoist Guangyang was too optimistic about him." As the voice fell, the white-clothed ghost's figure swayed. It was none other than the old witch from the west of the city. The female ghost showed no reaction to this scene, indicating she had known about it all along. The old witch took out a straw doll from her bosom and waved it at the red-clothed ghost, immediately pulling the red-clothed ghost into it. At that moment, 2 figures walked out of the mist, Guangningzi and Li Hong. Looking at the fallen Xingxuan, Li Hong revealed a hint of disdain and glanced at the old witch, saying, "Old witch, your illusion technique is quite good, but unfortunately, it lacks secrecy. If I hadn't enhanced your spell, making Xingxuan unaware, your little illusion would have been seen through the moment you started. How can you be so proud of yourself? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? What do you mean, country bumpkin? Are you looking to experience the power of my female techniques?" While the old witch was feeling proud, she was immediately put off by Li Hong's words, her expression darkening as she replied, "What? Why would I be afraid of you? With your lowly tricks, I could break them in 2 or 3 moves. If I hadn't concealed the fluctuations in my aura, your pitiful little illusion would have been useless." Li Hong shot back, refusing to back down. Seeing this, Guangningzi frowned and scolded, "Enough, stop arguing. Both of you, the old witch and Mr. Li, have contributed to successfully killing that Su kid. Rest assured, you will receive your rewards, but don't forget who gave you the opportunity to operate in Wangshan town without being cast into the evil path. If you ruin the important matters of my Sanqing temple, don't blame me for being unkind." Upon hearing this, the old witch and Li Hong immediately fell silent. Although they still disliked each other, they merely exchanged glances and dared not say more. Hearing this, the old witch and Li Hong felt delighted, opening their mouths to speak. But before they could, Guang Ningxi's expression suddenly changed. He waved his whisk and stepped back violently, and before the old witch and Li Hong could react, 3 bolts of lightning flashed by, followed by a loud bang. The old witch and Li Hong screamed and fell to the ground, their bodies charred and spitting blood. Who dares to shoot arrows in the dark and disrupt the Taoist convention in Wangshan town? Aren't you afraid of the repercussions for my Taoist sect? Guang Ningxi's expression changed as he looked at the injured old witch and Li Hong, watching the surroundings warily and shouting. Hearing Guang Ningxi's words, a mocking voice came from the mist. Oh, does Taoist Guang Ningxi also know that shooting arrows in the dark disrupts the Taoist convention? If that's the case, you Guang Ningxi and the old witch and Li Hong conspired to ambush me. I wonder how this account should be settled? Upon hearing this, Guang Ningxi's expression changed, and he looked towards the source of the voice. Through the mist, a figure slowly walked forward, coldly holding a prayer flag and staring at Guang Ningxi with a frosty gaze. It's you, Su Xingxuan. You're not dead? Looking at Su Xingxuan before him, Guang Ningxi was momentarily stunned, glancing at the corpse on the ground and blurting out. Su Xingxuan snorted coldly, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and disdainfully looked at the old witch, saying, "A mere female technique, what can it do? Do you really think that just because you've learned a bit of superficial skill, you can act so arrogantly? This puppet technique is not something only you, old witch, can master. Invisibility, illusion, concealing one's aura. These are certainly not exclusive to you left-handed practitioners." As he spoke, Su Xingxuan pointed with his hand, and a yellow talisman fell on the corpse. A flash of fire lit up, and what fell to the ground was a paper man. Seeing this, Guang Ningxi's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Puppet paper man, puppet talisman." "That's right, it's a puppet talisman," Su Xingxuan replied. "You 3 families joined forces to deal with me, but I'm not foolish. How could I be completely unprepared? So to lure you out, I had already prepared the puppet talisman, hoping to draw you into the open. I didn't expect you to be merely using the puppet technique, making me think you were so formidable." Chapter 103, Fierce Battle. Hearing this, Guang Ningxi's expression immediately turned ugly. Normally, being the second in command at the Sanqing Temple, Guang Yangzi would never speak to him like this. However, today he was first ridiculed by that little brat Xiao Do Ding, and now treated this way by Su Xingxuan. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Guang Ningxi, who was not known for his good temper. "Fine, it seems I really underestimated you, kid. If you truly intended to hide and wait until dark to slip away in the chaos, the old Taoist wouldn't have had a way to deal with you. But now, since you insist on coming out to seek death and force me to take action myself, don't blame me for being ruthless. You 2 useless fools. What are you still lying on the ground for? Don't think that a mere 5 thunder talisman can take your lives." As Guang Ningxi spoke, he waved the whisk in his hand, and silver threads shot towards Su Xingxuan like steel cables. At the same time, upon hearing his scolding, the previously lying Wang Pe and Li Hong suddenly sprang up as if nothing had happened. Wang Pe held a red paper doll and a ragged cloth shoe. Squatting to the side, chanting incantations, "I hit your little doll's head, making you dizzy like a rolling barrel. I hit your little doll's body, making your back ache like a mountain. I hit your little doll's hands, making your hands tremble like rotten wood. I hit your little doll's legs, making your legs sore like paralysis." Meanwhile, Li Hong held a bone hammer in one hand and a skull in the other, tapping them rhythmically like a wooden fish, mumbling in a strange voice that resembled beastly sounds, then bowed deeply to Su Xingxuan, appearing quite respectful. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan's heart skipped a beat, and he continuously stepped back. He waved the 100 Spirits banner, which stirred the surrounding energy and concentrated it on the banner. At the same time, he was stepping on the 7-star steps, connecting with the earth veins, using the earth's energy. He extended his fingers to lightly touch his forehead and shoulders. And if someone were to open their heavenly eye at this moment, they would see the 3 flames at his forehead and shoulders suddenly blaze up considerably. Humans are called the spirits of all things not only because of their innate spiritual awareness, but also due to the unique trait of the 3 flames at the forehead and shoulders. These flames can protect a person from being disturbed by various evils, but they are also influenced by the person's physical state. Once a person becomes weak, the flames will diminish. Additionally, if someone pats a person's shoulder or they turn around quickly, the flames on their shoulders may extinguish for a while. This is why, when walking at night, one cannot quickly turn around if they hear someone calling from behind. If they turn too quickly, the shoulder flame may be blown out, making it easy to attract ghosts. Su Xingxuan, now igniting the 3 flames, was also using their power to ward off evil and suppress malevolence. Despite his disdainful words towards Wang Pe and Li Hong, he was actually quite wary of them. Not to mention him, even Guang Ningxi, who had been shouting at them, did not dare to underestimate the 2. Wang Po was formidable, and Li Hong was no weakling either. Speaking of which, the technique Li Hong used was the witchcraft of the Miao people, an untransmitted secret. It is said that the inheritance still exists within the Taoist sect, having been around since the creation of the world. Later, for reasons unknown, the Taoist sect rose while witchcraft declined, leading to this witchcraft becoming increasingly bizarre and sinister due to the loss of transmission. Even though much of it has been lost, no one dares to underestimate this strange and abnormal sorcery, which is somewhat similar to the southern coastal voodoo in reality, but it hasn't fallen to that extent yet. With this whisk in his hand, empowered by magical energy, it was no less than a divine weapon. Xingxuan was confident that if he were struck by it, he would definitely lose his combat ability, yet he did not dare to be careless. The 100 Spirits banner stirred the Yin energy, transforming into a long whip of Yin energy, and with a loud crack, it collided with the whisk. Xingxuan immediately felt a shock in his palm and almost couldn't hold on to the 100 Spirits banner, secretly thinking how powerful Guangningzi was. And he took several steps back. Just as Xingxuan was about to make a move, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of his chest, followed by a poof sound. The red paper doll in Wang Po's hand instantly ignited. Seeing this, Xingxuan quickly realized that he had deliberately worn Kevin's Bible for this Taoist conference, and Wang Po's sorcery likely wasn't that strong, still within the scope of the Bible's abilities. Under the backlash of the holy light, Wang Po's sorcery was broken. After all that was said, the four of them had only exchanged one move. It seemed insignificant, yet only Xingxuan knew the dangers involved. If his abilities were slightly weaker, he might have already fallen into the hands of the three, especially Wang Po and Li Hong. Xingxuan glanced at them and realized he had underestimated them. The fact that they could still possess such strength after taking his 5 Thunder Talisman was no wonder Guangyangzi sought their help. The master of the Su estate was indeed impressive. This level of strength was truly eye-opening. We really wouldn't have recognized each other without fighting. How about this? If we continue fighting, we might end up causing some damage. Why not just stop here? We won't make things difficult for you at this Taoist conference. But you must agree to cooperate with us at Sanqing Temple in the future. That way, we can be friends. What do you say? Just as both sides were at a standoff, Guangningzi suddenly withdrew, wearing a friendly smile. Chapter 104, Conditions. Guangningzi you? Hearing this, Xingxuan was taken aback, and Wang Po and Li Hong's expressions also changed. Wang Po nearly jumped up, pointing at Guangningzi and about to say something. However, Guangningzi directly interrupted her. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. He then turned to Xingxuan and smiled. So, Master Su, what do you think? Xingxuan looked at Guangningzi with amusement. I say, Guangningzi, are you mistaken? Are you sure you are Guangningzi? You want me to cooperate with you at Sanqing Temple? Don't forget, your senior disciple Mu Lianhe has been coveting our benevolent estate. Now you are using the Taoist conference to try to keep me here. When you three teamed up just now, you showed no mercy. Each move aimed to kill me. Now you suddenly tell me you want to cooperate? Are you crazy? Or is there something wrong with my ears? To Xingxuan's words, Guangningzi surprisingly did not get angry. Moreover, the smile on his face was not diminished at all. He smiled and said, Master Su, don't be angry. As the saying goes, this time is different from the last. Earlier, or rather before, we were indeed enemies. But that doesn't mean we can't shake hands and make peace now and work together, right? Before, we did not understand your abilities, thinking you were merely seeking fame and deceiving gods and ghosts. As the leading Taoist sect in Wangshan town, we at Sanqing Temple naturally couldn't ignore it. But now it's different. Just by seeing how you can withstand our attack shows that you are also of Orthodox Taoist descent, with a true Taoist background. Since that's the case, we naturally cannot be enemies with you, and seeking cooperation is only natural. Guangningzi smiled. Huh, hearing this, Xingxuan scoffed and said to Guangningzi, Guangningzi, they say the monks at Daming Temple can talk the dead back to life with their eloquence. I see you are no less skilled than them, really a master of turning with the wind. You say you want to cooperate? Fine, I want to ask. How do you plan to cooperate? As far as I know, to deal with me, you at Sanqing Temple have already expanded the Orthodox Taoist quota to 5. Now that you want to cooperate with me, I would definitely be one of those 5. So, tell me, which of these two beside you do you plan to abandon? Xingxuan looked at Wang Po and Li Hong as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Po and Li Hong instantly turned ugly, and they warily glanced at each other and Guangningzi, subtly creating distance from Guangningzi. Seemingly worried that Guangningzi might abandon one of them as Xingxuan suggested and take action against them. Unexpectedly, Guangningzi did not take Xingxuan's provocative words to heart at all. He smiled and said, Zhuangzhu Su, you are joking. These two are the allies appointed by my senior brother, Taoist Guangyang, so naturally, we will not abandon either of them. The 5 places can only be Sanqing Temple, Daming Temple, Chengwang Temple, as well as the Wang and Li families. That being said, are you, Guangningzi, just trying to deceive me with your talk of cooperation? Upon hearing Guangningzi's words, not only was Su Xingxuan stunned, but even Wang Pua and Li Hong were taken aback. If you talk about cooperation but then take away someone else's quota, where is the slightest hint of cooperation in that? Guangningzi then said, Zhuangzhu Su, you misunderstood. How could I deceive you? I truly come with utmost sincerity. Although these 5 family quotas have already been decided, that doesn't mean we cannot cooperate. What do we practitioners pursue this orthodox quota for? It is merely for resources, wealth, partners, and land. To speak frankly, Zhuangzhu Su, your charity house really doesn't count for much. Keeping it is merely a waste of effort, a loss rather than a gain. Therefore, I think, Zhuangzhu Su, it would be better to cooperate with us at Sanqing Temple, merging the Su family charity house into Sanqing Temple as a branch. You would still hold the position of Zhuangzhu and stand equal with me on ordinary days, enjoying the 3rd chair of our Sanqing Temple. Meanwhile, all resources of Sanqing Temple that I can mobilize, you, Taoist Su, can also mobilize. Additionally, all matters concerning your Su family charity house will be handled by you. Zhuangzhu Su, as long as it does not harm the interests of Sanqing Temple, even my senior brother Guanjiangzi cannot intervene regarding the trivial matters within Sanqing Temple, unless you, Taoist Su, are unwilling. Otherwise, you can listen to orders without being compelled. Only when Sanqing Temple faces significant matters will your presence and effort be required. How about that? Not to mention that Su Xingxuan was taken aback by Guangningzi's words. Even Wang Pua and Li Hong were stunned by what they heard. The conditions proposed by Guangningzi were too generous, so generous that if they were offered to just the 2 of them, they would probably agree without a second thought. It would be a lie to say that Su Xingxuan was not tempted by these conditions. After all, not to mention anything else, the financial power of Sanqing Temple was quite impressive. With the support of Sanqing Temple, Su Xingxuan could fully devote himself to cultivation. However, Su Xingxuan also understood that there is no free lunch in the world. The higher the stakes offered by Sanqing Temple, the greater the things they wanted in return. And Su Xingxuan was not willing to get involved, especially since Su Xingxuan glanced at Wang Pu and Li Hong. These 2 could at most be considered as practitioners of the evil path. Joining forces with them would not make Sanqing Temple completely righteous. Moreover, having just fought for their lives, now they were all married together. Who knew how Sanqing Temple would deal with him after they gained the benefits? Therefore, after much thought, regardless of the emotional or practical aspects, Su Xingxuan still planned to refuse. Furthermore, aside from this reason, Su Xingxuan subtly glanced at the surrounding thick fog. Even if he wanted to agree, he needed to see if this transaction could truly be accomplished. After all, there were more than one person who did not wish for this transaction to succeed. Chapter 105, Alliance. Upon hearing Su Xingxuan's rejection, Guangningzi's brows furrowed immediately. He looked at Su Xingxuan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Zhuangzhu Su, have you thought this through? Such generous conditions. Not to mention you, even I have never enjoyed them. I admit that your strength is quite good, but from our brief encounter, I can tell that you should only be at the qi refinement stage. While I still have not changed my mind, Zhuangzhu Su, you should take the opportunity to retreat. In the future, we can work together to dominate the entire Wangshan town's cultivation world, even Qing County, and you can have a place among us. Achieving the status of a true person in the future is not impossible. So why cling to a charity house and fight us to the end? In response, Su Xingxuan smiled and looked at Guangningzi with interest. Wangshan town, Qing County, your Sanqing Temple certainly has big ambitions. Why not mention Ning Mountain Prefecture, Ningwa Mansion, or even the entire Dian? If you can't entice me, are you resorting to threats now? I admit, if the 3 of you join forces, I would indeed have some trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Besides, even if I'm afraid, the young and inexperienced are not afraid of tigers, right? As he spoke, Su Xingxuan looked behind the 3. Upon hearing this, the 3's expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Su Xingxuan suddenly waved the 100 Spirits banner in his hand, swirling with dark energy. The yin-yang binding soul, Taishang Laojuan's urgent command, hurry, with a single command. The dark energy transformed into chains, instantly attacking the 3. Similarly, a decorated needle flew out from Wang Po's embrace, weaving up and down to block the dark energy. Li Hong's skeleton seemed to come alive, green light flickering in its hollow eyes, as it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dark energy. Indeed, you have fallen for it. Just when the 3 had blocked the dark energy and were relieved, a tender child's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The 3's hearts jolted, and all their hair stood on end as they hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was already too late. A small rattle drum flew out from the swirling mist, crashing into the spot where the 3 were as if it were a missile, instantly exploding and sending the 3 flying, spitting out blood. Xiao Diziyu? Guangningzi covered his chest with one hand and pointed at the child slowly walking out of the mist. How is it, Guangningzi? Fun, Xiao Duzi said with a mischievous smile as he looked at Guangningzi. He then turned to Su Xingxuan and said, "Ah, Zhuangzhu Su. I didn't expect your clever tricks to be even more than mine. You actually thought of blowing them up to make them lower their guard. Otherwise, even I would find it difficult to sneak attack them." "Not at all, not at all." Su Xingxuan waved his hand. "To be honest, it's still thanks to you, little friend Xiao Duzi. Otherwise, although I tricked them, if you hadn't planned to help me, or weren't willing, I wouldn't have been able to take the opportunity to act. I can only say that our calculations this time were not discussed beforehand. But the cooperation was quite good." Su Xingxuan smiled, though a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Duzi. "Xiao Duzi, what are you thinking? Do you want to provoke a conflict between Sanqing Temple and Chenghuang Temple?" Seeing the two chatting so happily, Guangningzi's expression suddenly changed as he scolded Xiao Duzi. As for Wang Pu and Li Hong, after being hit by Su Xingxuan's 5 Thunder Talisman, although they still had combat ability, they were injured. Now, having been ambushed by Xiao Duzi, the two were further injured, and their cultivation was not as strong as Guangningzi's. At this moment, they couldn't even muster the strength to speak, only looking at the two before them in a panic. Upon hearing Guangningzi's words, a hint of a cold smile flashed across Xiao Duzi's innocent face. "Guangningzi, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who said I want to provoke a conflict between Chenghuang Temple and Sanqing Temple? Our Chenghuang Temple is most about harmony and making money. You three clearly lack strength and were killed by the evil spirits of this mass grave. How can you blame it on our Chenghuang Temple?" As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Duzi's eyes as he picked up the rattle drum, preparing to cast a spell. Guangningzi's face changed immediately. "Xiao Duzi, do you dare?" Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly grabbed Xiao Duzi. "Xiao Duzi, wait, don't act." Seeing this, Guangningzi let out a sigh of relief, while Xiao Duzi frowned and looked at Su Xingxuan, displeased. "Zhuangzhu Su, you're not afraid of retaliation from Sanqing Temple, so you want to protect these three, right? I tell you, even if you protect him today, in the future, Guangningzi will not show mercy to you." Upon hearing this, Su Xingxuan shot Guangningzi a glance, then turned to Xiao Duzi and said, "You can rest assured, I'm not trying to protect him. It's just that your Chenghuang Temple's soul recalling method, while unparalleled in the world, has a drawback. If someone looks into it, they can find out. If Guanjiangzi really investigates, your Chenghuang Temple will not be able to stand firm. Let me handle it." As soon as Su Xingxuan's voice fell, Guangningzi's expression changed instantly, and Xiao Duzi's gloomy face suddenly brightened. "Su Zhuazhu, you are quite thoughtful, but aren't you afraid of revealing your hand and getting into trouble with that Guanjiangzi? There's no need for you to worry about that, Xiao Duzi. Since I dare to act, I'm not afraid of that bull-nosed guy finding out." Su Xingxuan chuckled, glancing at Guangningzi, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He slightly shook the 100 Spirits banner in his hand, and countless ghostly energies condensed, a fierce and malevolent aura rushing towards them. Chapter 106, Real Person's Curse Seal. "You raise ghosts?" Feeling the terrifyingly dense ghostly energy, Xiao Duzi's playful face finally changed color, looking at Su Xingxuan in shock, though he tightened his grip on the rattle drum in his hand. "Little friend Xiao Duzi, it's fine to eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever comes to your mind. I am a serious orthodox cultivator and would never dabble in such wicked paths as raising ghosts. Take a good look and see if I am really raising ghosts." Su Xingxuan laughed lightly, glancing at Xiao Duzi. Seeing this, Guangningzi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and then determination. You are forcing my hand." "Su Xingxuan, Xiao Duzi, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. This time, I admit I was wrong, but we will settle this account in the future." With that, Guangningzi pulled out a yellow talisman from his bosom, a pained expression crossing his face as he shot it towards the two. As soon as the yellow talisman left his hand, it exploded with a blinding light, a surging force crashing towards the two like a tidal wave. Su Xingxuan and Xiao Duzi's expressions changed at once, and they exclaimed, "Real Person's Curse Seal?" In an instant, facing this beam of light, without a second thought, the two took out their ultimate skills to defend themselves. Su Xingxuan drove the 100 Spirits banner heavily into the ground, his hands forming seals, treasure vase seal, lion seal. And in an instant, he changed several seals, pouring his immense magical power into the 100 Spirits banner. Xinghua above, proclaimed to all spirits, 100 ghosts follow, 10 directions extinguished. Taishang Laojun, urgent as a decree, command. A seal fell onto the 100 Spirits banner, causing it to tremble, and waves of fierce and malevolent energy coalesced into a barrier, forming a massive skull that swallowed the boundless energy from the chaotic graveyard, seemingly about to materialize. However, the more this happened, the more wary Su Xingxuan grew of Xiao Duzi. He noticed that as Xiao Duzi recited the incantation faster and faster, his aura climbed higher, giving Su Xingxuan an overwhelming feeling of reverence. All this seemed lengthy, but was merely a fleeting moment. The light descended upon the two like a thunderbolt, first crashing into the 100 Spirits banner. The brilliance and the enormous skull collided, instantly shattering the skull. Waves of energy dispersed, transforming into boundless gales that swept away the fog, illuminating the long sunless chaotic graveyard for the first time. With the skull shattered, the 100 Spirits banner shook violently, almost slipping from Su Xingxuan's grasp, while the beam of light diminished somewhat, revealing an intricate curse seal, still racing towards the two without slowing down. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Duzi, who had his eyes tightly shut, seemed to have completed his spell. He suddenly opened his eyes, which held no glimmer, resembling two bottomless black holes. Xiao Duzi raised his hands, and a deep voice like that of a fierce giant echoed, "Shura order." Such a commotion naturally could not escape the notice of Liao Kong in the chaotic graveyard. Sitting cross-legged before a grave, reciting the Xianxiagarbha Sutra, Liao Kong felt the powerful fluctuations of energy and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing the dispersing energy, he frowned. Such immense power, and even the Shura order. Who has Xiao Duzi encountered? He even used one of the 3 orders of the city god temple. As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Kong vanished from his spot, heading straight for the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Lioli archway of Wangshan town, Guanjiangzi, who had been chatting with several people, suddenly changed his expression. A glint of light flashing in his eyes. Without a word, he leapt towards the chaotic graveyard at an incredible speed, leaving others feeling as if they had only seen a shadow pass by, unsure if it was just their imagination. What is wrong with Guanjiangzi? Why does he look so bad? Did something happen to the Sanqing temple? Chen Tao raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he teasingly glanced at Liao Chen. Liao Chen shook his head solemnly. I don't know, but looking at his expression, it seems there's a problem over at the chaotic graveyard. Yet, I didn't feel anything. Could it be that bull-nosed guy's cultivation has advanced again? Hearing Liao Kong say this, Chen Tao, who had initially been teasing, also sobered up, looking in the direction Guanjiangzi had left, and said gravely, the Sanqing temple is already powerful enough. If he advances further, it won't be good for us. No matter what, we need to see what exactly is happening. The Taoism conference cannot afford any mistakes. With that, Chen Tao stomped his foot, flipped, and leaped in pursuit of Guanjiangzi. Liao Chen sighed, Namo Amit Ba. It seems Wangshan town will have more troubles from now on. Buddha, can't you let your disciple have a little peace? Saying this, he too shot off like a cannonball. If Su Xingxuan were here, he would surely be amazed at how agile these two were, one an old bone and the other a big guy. Yet their agility was no less than that of others, perhaps even surpassing them. Chapter 107, Real Person. Not to mention the reactions of others. After Su Xingxuan and Xiao Duzi joined forces to counter the real person's curse seal, Guang Ningzi disappeared from the chaotic graveyard. Meanwhile, Wang Pe and Li Hong both fainted completely under the clash of powers. Even if they did not engage in combat, they could not withstand the erosion of the energy for long. Even if they were barely saved, they would either be dead or disabled. Damn it. I didn't expect Guang Ningzi to have such a real person's curse seal. Otherwise, I could have captured him this time. Looking at Guang Ningzi already escaping, Su Xingxuan couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Xiao Duzi, who also looked grim, was noticeably less patient. Alright, he has already run away. What is the point of saying so much? The one we should be worried about now is Guanjiangzi. Guanjiangzi? What's wrong with Guanjiangzi? Su Xingxuan was taken aback, looking at Xiao Duzi in confusion. Xiao Duzi squinted at the direction of Wangshan town, his eyes narrowing, making it hard to discern his thoughts. He said solemnly, haven't you considered why Guang Ningzi had a real person's curse seal? Don't forget, only a real person can create such a seal, and even for a real person, making a real person's curse seal is definitely not easy. Aside from someone very close to a real person, it's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to obtain one. If I'm not mistaken, Guanjiangzi, that old bull-nosed guy, has likely secretly reached the realm of a real person. Otherwise, I can't think of any other explanation for Guang Ningzi having a real person's curse seal. Xiao Duzi said, his expression grave. Impossible. If Guanjiangzi had become a real person, how could there be no news about it? Doesn't your city god temple have any means to investigate this? I think Guang Ningzi might have gotten a real person's curse seal by chance from somewhere. It's better not to overthink it. Su Xingxuan frowned upon hearing this, then waved his hand. However, even as he said this, Su Xingxuan knew in his heart that Xiao Duzi's concern was not merely worry, but likely the truth. After all, a real person's curse seal was not something that could be easily obtained. The possibility of Guang Ningzi acquiring one from elsewhere was indeed very slim. No matter what, we still have to prepare for the worst. If Guanjiangzi really becomes a true immortal, then within the entire Wangshan town, there will be very few who can match him. It's no wonder he is so eager to pull Wang Pe and Li Hong into the Sanqing temple. Perhaps this time he not only wants to take action against your Su family's ancestral hall, but also intends to eliminate your Su family first. Then leverage the power of the three families. After that, Guangjiangzi will descend with the might of a true immortal, and at that time, no one in Wangshan town will be able to resist the Sanqing Temple's dominance. Old Niobai, what a brilliant scheme. He has kept it all hidden, not letting anyone know even after becoming a true immortal. Little Duzi cursed inwardly, showing that he basically has no doubts about Guangjiangzi becoming a true immortal. However, Guangjiangzi probably didn't expect that your Su Xingxuan strength is also not low. This time, with Wang Pu and Li Hong eliminated, even if he becomes a true immortal, it won't be so easy for him to dominate Wangshan town on the foundation of our three families. What do you think, Su Zhuangzhu? Should we consider cooperating with our city god temple to resist the Sanqing temple? Little Duzi looked at Su Xingxuan and smiled. Big monk, you came just in time. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that Guangjiangzi has probably become a true immortal, and we may have our hands full in the future. The good news is that Wang Pu and Li Hong have been eliminated, and Su Zhuangzhu's strength is not inferior to yours or mine. If we join forces, we might be able to contend with Guangjiangzi. Little Duzi smiled. Upon hearing this, Liao Kong frowned. Just then, a cold snort came from afar. Humph. Little Duzi is small in stature, but has quite a big mouth. Is that how that old immortal Qin Tao taught you? The old Taoist wants to see how you plan to team up against me. Little Duzi, Liao Kong, and Su Xingxuan's expressions changed instantly. The three of them quickly huddled together and looked up in the direction of the voice. They saw a dark figure rushing toward them. When the voice came, it was still far away, but by the time it finished speaking, it was as clear as if it were right beside them. Upon closer inspection, they saw Guangjiangzi standing several zhang away, looking coldly at the three of them. Seeing this, Liao Kong quickly stepped forward, blocking Su Xingxuan and Little Duzi behind him. He joined his hands together and said, Namo Amit Ba, Taoist Guangjiangzi, you have my respect. I wonder why you are not presiding over the Taoist conference, but have come personally to this mass grave. Where are Chun Tao and the abbot of the little monk? All right, Liao Kong, don't pretend to be polite with me. Your Daming Temple and City God Temple have always colluded to target my Sanqing Temple. Now you have even forced my junior brother Guangningzi to use the true immortal spell seal and are still threatening me. I want to see just how capable you are. Does Chun Tao and Liao Chen really think that this old Taoist is afraid of them? As Guangjiangzi spoke, he flicked the dust in his hand, and thousands of silver threads came rushing toward the three of them like a heavenly net, identical to what Guangningzi had unleashed, but far more powerful. Seeing this, Little Duzi shouted, What are you still talking about? Move quickly. He must have seen us eliminate Wang Pi and Li Hong. And since Guangningzi has also used the true immortal spell seal, he deliberately came here to try to eliminate us before our old man and Master Liao Chen arrive, clearing the way for his future dominance over Wangshan town. As he spoke, Little Duzi's hand with the rattle began to flip up and down again, and he started chanting scriptures. Seeing this, Liao Kong frowned and stepped forward, blocking Su Xingxuan and Little Duzi in front of him. He shouted loudly, Namo Amit Ba. The 6 words grew louder and louder, until they sounded like thunder. Accompanied by the increasingly louder voice, a golden light gradually emerged from Liao Kong's body, forming a phantom of a Buddha. The countless silver threads fell upon the phantom of the Buddha, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Suspended in midair as if the play button had been pressed. Chapter 108, The Trump Card. Immovable King Mantra? Seeing this, Guangjiangzi raised an eyebrow and then disdainfully said, Does your Daming Temple have nothing else besides this immovable King Mantra? Always hiding behind a turtle shell, Liao Chun is one, and you are too. However, if Liao Chen's turtle shell might require me to expend some effort, you're Liao Kong. You still lack a bit of skill. As Guangjiangzi spoke, he exerted a slight force with his hand, and the silver threads that had been immobilized suddenly began to move. Although the movement was extremely slow due to the immovable King Mantra, it was still moving. As the silver threads moved, the phantom of the Buddha on Liao Kong's body also trembled violently, as if the golden body was cracking. The beads in Liao Kong's hand spun rapidly, and as he exerted more and more strength, cracks began to appear on each bead. At this point, Little Duzi also finished his incantation. Just like before, his eyes were pitch black and hollow, his face serious. He raised his hand and pointed at Guangjiangzi, suddenly swinging his hand. However, this time, the voice was different. Little Duzi's mouth emitted a voice like that of a middle-aged scholar, shouting, Judge's order. As the silver threads broke, Liao Kong's body trembled, and he staggered back as if he couldn't stand. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly supported him, while the blackness in Little Duzi's eyes slowly faded, his little face turning pale. And he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, looking very tired. Guangjiangzi glanced at the dust in his hand, then looked at the three of them, smiling slightly. Good job with the immovable King Mantra. Good job with the judge's order. I really underestimated you. But even if I underestimated you, how much of a storm can you stir up? It's a pity that if only little doozy, your strength were a bit stronger. And you could use the Yinluo order from the 3 orders of the city god. Perhaps I would have to exert some effort. Or if Liao Kong could unleash the great mighty king mantra of your daming temple, you might be able to hold on until Chun Tao and Liao Chen arrive. But it's a pity that to block me this time, you must be nearly exhausted, right? What's next? Are you hoping to rely on this kid? As Guan Jiangzi spoke, he glanced at Su Xingxuan with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. In Guan Jiangzi's view, Wang Pu and Li Hong had been eliminated, and Guang Ningzi had been forced to use the true immortal spell seal, all because little Duzi and Liao Kong had teamed up. As for Su Xingxuan, in Guan Jiangzi's heart, he was even inferior to Wang Pu and Li Hong, so he naturally wouldn't take him seriously. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan snorted coldly, raised the Bai Ling fan, and pointed at Guan Jiangzi, saying, Guan Jiangzi, you are really too arrogant. Mr. Chun and Master Liao Chun will be here soon. Although they are not true immortals, 2 half-step true immortals, even if you have become a true immortal, it won't be easy to deal with them. Moreover, even if you can indeed sweep away the cultivators of Wangshan Town, so what? Do you dare to make a move against them? Don't forget, above the Sanxing Temple, there is still the Taoist sect. Upon hearing this, Guan Jiangzi frowned. Good for you, kid. You once contended with my disciple, putting my Sanxing Temple in a tough spot. And now you dare to mock me. True, I cannot eliminate every Taoist sect in Wangshan Town, but that doesn't mean I can't clear you out. Now that you are also a cultivator, dealing with you, even the night fragrance granny won't have anything to say. Prepare to die? As he spoke, Guan Jiangzi flicked the dust in his hand, which shot towards Su Xingxuan like a steel whip. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan said no more and raised the Bai Ling fan to block in front of him. Channeling his power, the Bai Ling fan instantly stirred up countless fierce and malevolent energies, howling past and wrapping around the dust as it surged toward Guan Jiangzi. Guan Jiangzi was slightly taken aback. In his view, Su Xingxuan's strength should be similar to Mu Lianhe, at most at the peak of qi cultivation, which was already a high evaluation. After all, the fastest anyone could achieve qi transformation was around the age of 21 or 22. Therefore, Guan Jiangzi only used 3 parts of his strength. However, I didn't expect that Su Xingxuan not only had a high level of cultivation in the qi refining stage, but also possessed a remarkable spirit tool in the form of the 100 Spirits banner, which was not comparable to ordinary magical artifacts. As a result, instead of subduing Su Xingxuan, he ended up being countered by him. Nevertheless, Guan Jiangzi had indeed achieved the status of a true immortal and was the strongest practitioner in Wangshan Town after years of cultivation. Although he somewhat underestimated Su Xingxuan's strength, it didn't lead to any significant consequences. He merely frowned slightly, formed a hand seal, and swept it towards the dust whisk, causing a flash of lightning that instantly evaporated the malevolent aura. Good boy, I underestimated you, but this is where it ends, Guan Jiangzi said with a cold snort, drawing a series of authentic Taoist lightning seals in the air. Upon seeing this, Su Xingxuan was taken aback. It seemed that Guan Jiangzi had truly become a true immortal. The 5 thunder seals were a secret technique that could only be executed upon entering the true immortal realm. There were countless techniques in the Taoist school, and while opinions differed on which was the strongest, when it came to attack power, there was no doubt that thunder magic was paramount. Although thunder magic could vary in strength, the 5 thunder seals were among the simplest, yet their power was something that ordinary people couldn't withstand. At least below the true immortal realm, unless one had exceptionally deep cultivation, it was impossible to counter it. Moreover, thunder magic was the nemesis of all malevolent and ghostly energies. Although the malevolent power accumulated in the 100 Spirits banner was formidable, it was nowhere near the match for thunder magic. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan furrowed his brows but then reached into his robe, feeling the cool sensation inside. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Prepare to die? Guan Jiangzi shouted, a sinister smile crossing his face. The lightning in his hand blazed, and as he stirred it, his white beard flew wildly, resembling a madman. He suddenly unleashed the lightning seals towards the 3. Upon seeing this, Xiaoduzi and Liao Kong immediately closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch, while Su Xingxuan sneered and shouted loudly, Guan Jiangzi, if you want my life, you're still far from it with just this lightning magic. Saying this, he pulled out an object from his robe and hurled it towards the lightning seals. A loud boom resounded, sounding like a great bell, creating a shockwave that caused Guan Jiangzi to feel a tremendous force surge towards him, forcing him back several steps. Chapter 109, Stalemate. As the shockwave dissipated, a brass bell was seen hovering beside Su Xingxuan, flickering with points of lightning. The silver-white lightning illuminated Su Xingxuan's face, creating a mottled and flickering shadow. A treasure artifact? Looking at the bell, Guan Jiangzi, Liao Kong, and Xiaoduzi exclaimed simultaneously. Guanjiangzi felt both joy and anger. He was pleased that the rumors were true, that the Su family's righteous estate indeed possessed a treasure artifact, and that Su Xingxuan, a cultivator at the qi refining stage, could wield it to counter his 5 thunder seals, indicating the artifact's considerable power. However, he was angered that this artifact had fallen into Su Xingxuan's hands, and it seemed that Su Xingxuan had researched it for quite some time. What further displeased Guanjiangzi was that now Liao Kong and Xiaoduzi were also aware of it, and it would soon spread throughout Wangshan town. His chances of obtaining this treasure artifact were virtually zero. After all, whether it was the Ming Temple or the City God Temple, or even other practitioners from Qingshan County, none would allow him to take this treasure artifact. If he made a move, others would undoubtedly intervene. Su Xingxuan had recognized this, which was why he dared to use the soul-settling bell in front of them. Firstly, by wielding the soul-settling bell, Su Xingxuan could contend with true immortals, getting a taste of real combat. Secondly, being situated in the righteous path, he was well aware of the intricacies of the righteous practitioners and understood that exposing the soul-settling bell in the short term was more beneficial than detrimental. Thirdly, with a precious artifact for protection, he could secure a place in Wangshan town and gain a voice, achieving a threefold benefit. What? A treasure artifact? Just as the three were exclaiming in surprise, 2 more shouts rang out. Chen Tao and Liao Chen arrived amidst the dust, and upon seeing Liao Kong and Xiaoduzi sitting exhausted on the ground, both furrowed their brows. They glanced at Guanjiangzi, then looked at the soul-settling bell in Su Xingxuan's hands, their eyes flashing with surprise, envy, curiosity, and perhaps even a hint of greed. True immortal? Upon hearing this, Chen Tao and Liao Kong's expressions darkened, as they exchanged glances with Guanjiangzi, secretly feeling that today's events were overwhelming. First, a treasure artifact emerged, and now it turned out that Guanjiangzi had achieved the status of a true immortal. Either development was not good news for the City God Temple or the Ming Temple. However, from the current situation, the only consolation for both factions was that it seemed the owner of this treasure artifact and the newly ascended true immortal Guanjiangzi were not on friendly terms. Otherwise, the Ming Temple and City God Temple would really have to close their doors. With this in mind, Chen Tao looked at Guanjiangzi and said with a stern face, Guanjiangzi, I wonder what our Xiaoduzi did to offend you, for you, as an elder, to bully the younger, even injuring Master Liao Kong from the Ming Temple. Have you become a true immortal and started to look down on our City God Temple? Or do you need me to go to Qingshan County and invite the Temple Master Li from the county's City God Temple to speak with you before you are willing to talk to us mere mortals? Upon hearing the name Temple Master Li, Guanjiangzi's brow furrowed instantly. Before he could speak, Liao Chun chanted a Buddhist phrase, Amitba, good, good, and continued, Brother Guanjiangzi, you have always been the foremost practitioner in Wangshan town, and I have always held you in high regard. My junior brother is simple-minded and rarely interacts with others. If he has offended you in any way, please tell me, and I will not cover for him. But please, do not resort to heavy-handedness next time. I ask you for an explanation, so as not to damage the relationship between our Buddhist and Taoist sections. Unexpectedly, Xiaoduzi and Master Liao Kong seemed to be misled by this Su estate master, thinking that the old Taoist was eliminating rivals and teaming up against him. The old Taoist had no choice but to subdue the two first, so they were just a bit exhausted. Otherwise, how could they have no injuries at all? Who would have thought that this Su estate master was so deeply hidden and even possessed a treasure artifact? Although the old Taoist had fortunately become a true immortal ahead of the two, he still couldn't take him down in a short time. Fortunately, the two friends arrived in time. It would be better to assist the old Taoist in subduing this evil path first, and then I will explain to both of you. What Su Xingxuan could think of, Liao Chun and Chen Tao could naturally think of as well. Hearing this, they exchanged glances with Su Xingxuan, their eyes showing a hint of difficulty. Regardless of whether Su Xingxuan was a person of the evil path, as long as he raised little ghosts, he could be framed by Guanjiangzi, which would put them in a truly unfavorable position. Chapter 110, Quota of the Taoist School. Humph, Guanjiangzi, you speak without fear of the wind blowing your tongue. I have practiced since childhood and am a legitimate descendant of the orthodox Taoist school. Your accusation of me being an evil demon is like casting me into the demonic path. I see your intent to capture the evil path as false. Your real aim is to plot against me and seize the treasure of the Su family estate. Su Xingxuan coldly snorted and then turned to Liao Chun and Chen Tao. Master Liao Chun, Mr. Chun, you are both respected figures in Wangshan town. Surely you won't take Guanjiangzi's one-sided words at face value and assist in wrongdoing. Right and wrong. I ask both of you to make a judgment. Amitba, good, good. What Mr. Chen said is very true, in my humble opinion. It would be best to deliberate on this matter, Liao Chun echoed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Guanjiangzi's brow furrowed instantly. realizing that his status as a true immortal made the City God Temple and Ming Temple deeply uneasy. This was why they were unwilling to help him subdue Xingxuan. A trace of hatred flashed in his eyes as he thought, "You two old geezers, if you want to fish in troubled waters, you must ask me whether I agree or not." With anger burning in his heart, Guanjiangzi spoke with great sorrow, "Master Liaochen, Mr. Chun, I know you are soft-hearted. But as a Taoist who has practiced for a lifetime, how could I speak recklessly? That Xingxuan clearly possesses an item of demonic nature, filled with ghostly energy and malevolent aura. It is feared that without the power of 100 ghosts, one cannot achieve such might. Such demonic items. Are you both really going to sit idly by? If this matter gets out, it would be hard for both of you to explain, wouldn't it?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Liaochen and Chun Tao's expressions changed instantly. If Xingxuan had merely raised 1 or 2 small ghosts, although practitioners of the Tao forbade such actions, 1 or 2 wouldn't be a big deal. Both of them could turn a blind eye to counter Guanjiangzi. However, having 100 ghosts by one side was a different story. No matter how they argued among themselves, it was an internal matter of the Taoist sect. But 100 ghosts meant true demonic practices. Now that the demonic path was showing signs of resurgence, they absolutely could not stand by if there was even a slight possibility. This point, whether regarding a treasured item or the status of Wangshan town, was simply incomparable. Seeing their scrutinizing gazes, Xingxuan immediately retorted, "Nonsense, Guanjiangzi. One must speak with evidence. Are you not afraid of retribution by slandering me? Humph. You wretched things still dare to argue," Guanjiangzi said with a cold smile. "Master Liaochen, Mr. Chun, that magical item is currently with Xingxuan. You only need to search him and verify it. The truth will naturally come to light." Upon hearing this, Liaochen and Chun Tao exchanged glances, deep in thought. Seeing this, Xingxuan hurriedly said, "How audacious, Guanjiangzi. I respect you as an elder, yielding to you at every turn, yet you continue to slander me. If you want to verify my magical item, then go ahead. After all, I am the head of my family. If I let you control me like this, how will I stand in Wangshan town in the future? I could just as easily claim that you, Guanjiangzi, harbor demonic deities within your 3 Pure Ones temple. Would you also let me search there? If you agree, then feel free to verify the magical item on me. If you both think I am wrong, you can bully me, a younger generation, together with Guanjiangzi. After all, I have not yet attained the position of a true person and am not the strongest in Wangshan town." This, Liaochen and Chun Tao exchanged glances again. Liaochen, with a troubled expression, turned to Guanjiangzi and said, "Brother Dao Guanyang, although what Su Zhuangzhu says is a bit extreme, it is not without reason. He is indeed the head of his family, and what you say is merely one-sided without real evidence. Moreover, you two already have grievances. It would be inappropriate for us to rashly verify his magical item. I think we should deliberate on this matter further." Hearing this, Guanjiangzi was seething with rage, about to speak, but Xingxuan interjected, "However, if you, Guanjiangzi, truly wish to verify the magical item in my hand, it is not impossible. As long as you agree to one condition." "What condition?" Hearing this, Guanjiangzi's previously boiling anger dissipated somewhat as he looked at Xingxuan with suspicion, a hint of caution flickering in his heart. "If you, Guanjiangzi, cannot prove that I am of demonic nature, then it means my Su family is of the righteous path. Currently, Wang Pu and Li Hong have been injured by the Yin energy in the mass grave and have been excluded from the Taoist conference. So I request that my Su family be granted the status of the righteous Taoist sect." "All right, I agree," Guanjiangzi blurted out without thinking. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't finished speaking yet," Xingxuan said, casting a displeased glance at Guanjiangzi. "However, the righteous Taoist status I seek is not the rotating quota every 10 years, but a fixed quota like yours at the 3 Pure Ones Temple, Daming Temple, and City God Temple. Unless my Su family loses its heritage or falls into demonic practices, the Tao lineage shall remain unchanged." "This is impossible." Guanjiangzi's expression changed, directly refusing. Not only that, but Chun Tao and Liaochen also darkened their faces, wanting to say something but holding back. Xingxuan knew that his demand was excessive. After all, for hundreds of years, there had only been 3 Taoist sects in Wangshan town, each restraining the others, with internal disputes and external solidity, and no one had ever managed to penetrate their ranks. However, now, Xingxuan glanced at Guanjiangzi, then deeply looked at Liaochen and Chun Tao, saying, "Brother Guanyang, do not be hasty in rejecting. Now that Wang Po and Li Hong are not a threat, there can only be a maximum of 4 Taoist sections. Therefore, I propose that our Su family be designated as the 4th fixed Taoist sect. Although our Su family is small, we are still part of the righteous path. Once my cultivation is complete, I will go to Longhu Mountain to establish the rightful name for our Su family. No matter how you look at it, our Su family qualifies to become a fixed Taoist sect. I hope the three of you will consider it carefully, especially since your top disciple just recently lost to my Su family. As Su Xingxuan spoke, his eyes never left Liaochen and Qin Tao. As expected, when he mentioned the true person, Longhu Mountain's heavenly master lineage, and Mu Lianhe, their expressions shifted, calculating something. Chapter 111, Verification. Of course, if you, Guanjiangzi, insist on refusing, then as a younger generation, I cannot force you. However, since you have slandered me, shouldn't you provide an explanation? Su Xingxuan lightly snorted, looking at Guanjiangzi. Hearing this, Guanjiangzi frowned, finding himself in a difficult position. He did not expect that Su Xingxuan, such a young and inexperienced fellow, not only had a decent cultivation level, but also possessed such eloquence. Looking at Su Xingxuan, who seemed to be sitting comfortably, Guanjiangzi couldn't help but mutter to himself that the resentment and malevolent aura condensing on the magical item, filled with ghostly energy, was definitely a tool for raising and refining ghosts, and judging by its power, it was at least a fearsome item capable of summoning 100 ghosts. As long as they conducted a verification, Su Xingxuan's identity as a demonic practitioner would undoubtedly be exposed. However, why would he dare to let himself verify? Although he had made such an outrageous demand, if he went through with it, he would definitely face death. Guanjiangzi couldn't help but wonder if Su Xingxuan was laying a trap, playing a game of empty city strategy, using his own suspicion to pull Liaochen and Qin Tao over to his side. While Guanjiangzi was deep in thought, Liaochen and Qin Tao were not idle either. Their gazes sweeping back and forth between Su Xingxuan and Guanjiangzi like searchlights. One had achieved the status of a true person, and the other wielded a treasured item. Neither was someone they could afford to underestimate. The Three Pure Ones Temple had vast power and was currently the leading Taoist sect in Wangshan Town. With Guanjiangzi achieving the status of a true person, his influence would only grow. If previously the Three Pure Ones Temple, Daming Temple, and City God Temple could maintain a balance, now they might have to unite to resist the power of the Three Pure Ones Temple. However, even so, they might still be at a disadvantage. After all, the three factions appeared to be merely the three Taoist sects of Wangshan Town, but behind the scenes, they were a mutual restraint between the Taoists, the Buddhists, and the court. The Three Pure Ones Temple and Daming Temple belonged to the Buddhist and Taoist sects, respectively. But the City God Temple was different. It was supported by the court, yet distinct from it, existing in a state of mutual dependence. Among the three, it had always been the weakest. Now, with Mu Lianhe being the top disciple of the Three Pure Ones Temple and the son of the town chief, many forces within the City God Temple leaned towards him, making its power quite complicated. In this case, should a conflict arise with the Three Pure Ones Temple in the future, even if Daming Temple and the City God Temple joined forces, they might not be able to stand against the Three Pure Ones Temple. Therefore, Su Xingxuan intentionally mentioned Mu Lianhe to give Liaochen and Qin Tao a sense of urgency, hoping to sway them to his side to counter Guanjiangzi. The little schemes of Su Xingxuan were clear to everyone present, yet no one had any other thoughts. What Su Xingxuan said was indeed the truth, and even if they did not want to admit it, they could not deny it. Here, Guanjiangzi pondered for a long time, and eventually nodded, pointing at Su Xingxuan and saying, "All right, I will agree to you. If it turns out that I have wronged you, Su Xingxuan, then what harm is there in giving you this fixed quota?" Master Liaochen, Mr. Chun, what do you both think? Guanjiangzi's first agreement surprised both Liaochen and Qin Tao. However, both of them came from reputable backgrounds, and after a brief pause, they quickly reacted. Liaochen clasped his hands together and recited, "Namo Amitabha." Since Brother Guanjiangzi has said this, and the Su Manor Master indeed comes from a prestigious family, I naturally have nothing more to say and will follow your wishes. The old man had no objections either. Let's do it this way. Qin Tao nodded repeatedly. All right, Su, quickly take out your magical artifact so we can examine it properly. If it truly is not a treasure of the demonic path, then that's fine. But if it is a wicked artifact, don't blame us three for being impolite. Guanjiangzi said coldly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Humph. In response, Su Xingxuan merely snorted lightly, turned, and walked towards Qin Tao, bowing respectfully. He then took out the 100 Spirits banner from behind and handed it to Qin Tao. Mr. Chun, in Wangshan Town, if anyone knows the most about wicked artifacts and fierce souls, it would be you. This is the wicked artifact Brother Guanjiangzi mentioned. Please take a good look and see if it really is a wicked artifact. All right, let me take a look. Faced with what could potentially be a wicked artifact, Qin Tao did not dare to be careless and quickly took the 100 Spirits banner, slowly infusing it with his magical power, and suddenly let out an "ah." How is it, Qin Tao? Is it a wicked artifact? Seeing Qin Tao's reaction, Guanjiangzi quickly asked. In Qin Tao's view, although Guanjiangzi acted aggressively, he was certainly not someone who spoke carelessly, especially regarding such a major matter as the 100 Spirits banner. It was not something that could be hidden from him and Liaochen. Even if Xingxuan had not practiced wicked techniques or raised fierce souls, he should still have a few ghostly beings around him that would lead Guanjiangzi to misunderstand. However, after infusing his magical power, he found no traces of ghostly beings at all. It was as pure as a demon-slaying weapon. This situation left Chen Tao puzzled, which was why he let out an "ah. This is impossible. I just fought with him." And when he used this object, the ghostly energy was overwhelming, and the fierce aura was like that of the underworld, filled with malicious intent. How could there be no fierce souls or karmic blood debts? Chen Tao, are you getting old and confused and seeing things wrong? Guanjiangzi's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Chen Tao's face immediately darkened as he looked at Guanjiangzi with an unfriendly expression. Brother Guanjiangzi, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm deliberately favoring Manor Master Su, or that Manor Master Su is a wicked outsider? Am I also a person of the wicked path? Chapter 112. The Order of Yanluo. Hearing this, Guanjiangzi stepped forward, blocking Su Xingxuan and coldly looking at him, saying, I still do not believe this person is not of the wicked path. Naturally, I cannot just let him go. What do you mean by that? Did you not hear Mr. Chin's words? My magical artifact has no fierce souls or karmic blood debts. Or are you, Guanjiangzi, coveting the treasure in my hands and intent on making things difficult for me? Su Xingxuan said with a stern face. Humph. Guanjiangzi snorted coldly, glancing at the displeased Chen Tao. I naturally believe Mr. Chin's words, but I think Mr. Chen is merely being deceived by you. A person who can have hundreds of spirits surrounding them, if they insist on not leaving a trace, although difficult. It is not surprising if you have a protective treasure and decent cultivation, and perhaps even some secret techniques. Otherwise, as cultivators, we deal with fierce souls and wicked spirits daily. How could your artifact not have even a hint of blood debt? I suspect you must have used some techniques to cover it up. Upon hearing this, Liaochen and Chen Tao immediately looked at Su Xingxuan, their eyes filled with contemplation. Guanjiangzi's words might be to make things difficult for Su Xingxuan, but upon careful listening, it was not entirely unreasonable. After all, having no ghostly energy at all was indeed somewhat unusual. What do you want to do? Are you going to cast me into the wicked path just based on your word, Guanjiangzi, and overturn Mr. Chin's judgment? Su Xingxuan said coldly. That will not happen. Although I am at odds with you, I am also a righteous person. If I truly misunderstood you, I will naturally apologize, Guanjiangzi said. Then turned to Chen Tao and clasped his hands. Mr. Chen, as I understand it, your city god temple practices the city god 3 orders, and the 3rd order, Yanluo order, is not only an offensive technique, but also can reveal the karmic blood debts on a person. As he spoke, Guanjiangzi glanced at Su Xingxuan, his eyes flashing with coldness. If we can use the Yanluo order to see if there are any karmic blood debts on this Manor Master Su, then everything will be clear. I believe, no matter how powerful Manor Master Su is, he cannot surpass the Yanluo order of the city god temple. This. Chen Tao was taken aback, hesitating as he replied. The Yanluo order can indeed reveal karmic blood debts on a person. But the power of our city god temple's 3 orders is immense, and it requires a great deal of energy to perform. If we use it rashly, I fear it might affect our ability to guide the souls of the deceased tonight. You can rest assured about this, Mr. Chen. Since I proposed it, I will not make it difficult for you. Speaking of which, we at the Sanqing Temple have a piece of 300-year-old dark wood. If Mr. Chen uses it to perform the Yanluo order to reveal Manor Master Su's karmic blood debts, regardless of the outcome, this dark wood will be given to you. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Guanjiangzi quickly said. Hearing about the 300-year-old dark wood, Chen Tao's eyes lit up as he glanced at Su Xingxuan and said, Since Brother Guanjiangzi has said so, I naturally have no reason to refuse. I just don't know what Manor Master Su thinks. Su Xingxuan nodded, saying, I do not mind. However, Guanjiangzi, this is the last time. If it turns out that I am indeed a righteous person without karmic blood debts, no matter how many doubts you have, you must not continue to entangle me. Otherwise, if you keep this up, I do not have the time to waste with you. All right, I promise this will definitely be the last time. Mr. Chen, please proceed, Guanjiangzi replied straightforwardly. Seeing that both agreed, Chen Tao nodded as well. Reaching into his bosom to take out a pitch-black token, he began to move it in the air along a specific trajectory. As the token danced in Chen Tao's hand, the almost dissipated ghostly energy in the mass grave began to condense again, as if drawn by an invisible force, flowing toward the token. Streams of ghostly energy surged into the token like weary birds returning to their nests. As the streams of black energy merged, the pitch-black token began to emit waves of dark light, and a chilling aura suddenly radiated from the token. The entire mass grave was filled with gusts of wind, and the previously dimly lit graveyard instantly turned from day to night. Feeling the immense ghostly energy emanating from the token, Su Xingxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Tao, as expected, was the head of the city god temple. Although they had not yet fought, Just by observing his magical technique, one could tell that even against an ordinary real person, he would not fall in a short time. While he was contemplating, the token in Chun Tao's hand suddenly slipped from his grasp. He shouted loudly, "Yanluo order." Instantly, the token flashed with dark light, and a mysterious pressure emanated from it. A shadow dressed in a ceremonial robe slowly emerged from the token, waving towards Xingxuan. And a beam of black light enveloped Xingxuan. Although he knew that Chun Tao had no reason to attack him, and that this should be the light used to reveal his karmic blood debts, Xingxuan still felt a jolt in his heart. He formed a seal with his hands, gripping the soul-settling bell, ready to strike at the slightest sign of abnormality. How could it be like this? Seeing this scene, Guan Jiangxi's expression changed, and he exclaimed. Chapter 113, The Ghost Gate Opens. Watching the few people leaving one after another, Guan Jiangxi's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. He stood in place for a long time before turning to look at Wang Pu and Li Hong, who lay on the ground, unconscious. He snorted coldly, "Good job, Xingxuan. I truly underestimated you. But do you think this will secure your position as the 4th seat in Wangshan Town? If I don't destroy your Su family's righteous estate, how can I establish myself in Wangshan Town?" Upon hearing this, Liao Chun and Chun Tao frowned, while Xingxuan's expression darkened. "Guan Jiangxi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I need to guide the 100 ghosts to become the 4th fixed Taoist door? Didn't we already agree on this?" Faced with Xingxuan's questioning, Guan Jiangxi wore a mocking smile and clasped his hands together. "What Su Zhuangzhu says is not seen by me. Can't you see I'm discussing this with the town mayor? Indeed, I agreed to make your Su family's righteous estate the 4th fixed Taoist door in Wangshan Town. However, this matter is not something I can decide alone. The reason why Taoist doors are considered orthodox is that they help the needy and maintain stability in a region. The Three Clear View does this, as does the Great Ming Temple and the City God Temple as well. If it weren't for the three of us supporting Wangshan Town and eliminating the evil spirits around it, would there be hundreds of years of stability in Wangshan Town? Since you want to make the Su family's righteous estate the 4th fixed Taoist door, you can't do nothing, right? If you think I'm making things difficult for you, you might as well ask Master Liao Chun and Mr. Chun Tao to see if I'm just speaking nonsense." Guan Jiangxi spoke calmly. Hearing this, Xingxuan quickly looked at Liao Chun and Chun Tao, only to see their faces filled with difficulty. They nodded in response to Xingxuan's puzzled gaze. Liao Chun sighed and said, "Ba, Su Zhuangzhu, Brother Guan Jiangxi's words are indeed factual. I neglected this point in the chaos of the graveyard. If you, Su Zhuangzhu, cannot guide the 100 ghosts, then the quota for the 4th Taoist door, we may acknowledge it, but the court will not recognize it. Nor will the high-level figures from the Buddhist and Taoist sects agree." Chun Tao also sighed upon hearing this, looking at the glazed archway. The reason for this rule is that guiding the 100 ghosts is one of the measures of a Taoist door's strength. Moreover, every year on the 15th day of the 7th month, when the ghost gate opens wide, there are merits gained from guiding the 100 ghosts. These merits are used for our cultivation and to empower this glazed archway. Without the merits from guiding the 100 ghosts, relying on our strength alone, we cannot empower this archway, and naturally, it cannot be considered a protective Taoist door for the region. This is indeed something we overlooked. Seeing this, Guan Jiangxi smiled, his face full of amusement, but his eyes were filled with deep sarcasm. "However, Su Zhuangzhu, you can rest assured that even if this 4th fixed Taoist door quota cannot be given to you for the next 10 years, your Su family's righteous estate will still be one of our Taoist doors in Wangshan Town. If Su Zhuangzhu is willing, it would be better to develop the righteous estate well. Perhaps in 10 years, you might be able to advance alongside us." Regardless, Xingxuan was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Guan Jiangxi would not speak like this. Thinking of this, Mu Rinxing quickly smiled and said, "I didn't expect Su Zhuangzhu to be so young yet possess such profound cultivation. To receive the esteem of the 3 experts speaks volumes about your strength. Even if it doesn't work out this time, I believe the Su family's righteous estate will definitely be one of the pillars of Wangshan Town next time. Having a person like Su Zhuangzhu overseeing it is indeed a blessing for Wangshan Town. Come, Taoist Guan Jiangxi, Master Liao Chun, Mr. Chun Tao, and Su Zhuangzhu. Let's take our seats quickly. The time is almost up. The ghost gate should be opening soon. We can discuss matters after guiding the group of ghosts," Mu Rinxing said with a smile. Hearing this, Guan Jiangxi nodded in satisfaction, glanced at Xingxuan, and sat down in the main seat with a smile. Liao Chun and Chun Tao exchanged glances and also took their seats. Seeing this, Xingxuan said nothing more and walked straight to his seat, while Xianxia had already stood behind him. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Xianxia asked with some concern as she looked at the silent Xingxuan. Seeing this, Xingxuan smiled slightly and shook his head. "Xingxia, don't worry, senior brother is fine. By the way, Did you bring the paper figures and paper money I asked you to? Yes, I brought them. 9 pairs of paper boys and girls. And 100,000 paper money are all ready, Xianxia replied, relieved. At that moment, Guanjiangzi suddenly shouted loudly, everyone prepare, the ghost gate is opening. Chapter 114, Peering into the Underworld. Hearing this, Xingxuan no longer had time to discuss further with Xianxia and immediately turned his head to look at the sky. The 100 Spirits banner trembled slightly, and he felt a coolness in his eyes. Soon, he saw pure energy starting to condense above the glazed archway, forming a layer of dense dark clouds invisible to ordinary people. As the dark clouds swirled faster and faster, a massive vortex gradually formed in the sky. Xingxuan knew this was the legendary Ghost Gate. Although he had been cultivating for a while and had seen countless zombies and ghosts, he still could not confirm whether the rumored underworld existed. Now, seeing that vortex, he couldn't help but project his heavenly eye into it, wanting to see what the Ghost Gate was all about. As soon as Xingxuan's sight touched the Ghost Gate, he heard a booming voice, like thunder from the 9th heaven, ringing in his ears. Which rat dares to peer into the underworld? Immediately, he felt a flash of black light, like a sword meant to sever the heavens, aimed to cut him down. The speed was so fast that Xingxuan could not react at all. Just as the sword was about to slay Xingxuan, a flash of spiritual light appeared above his head at the Baihui point, transforming into a bronze door that seemed to connect heaven and earth. On the door, dragons flew and phoenixes danced, cheelants roared, and spirit turtles waved their tails. Primordial beasts galloped, and celestial maidens soared. When the sword struck the door, it let out a tremendous sound. However, whether it was the sword or the bronze door, aside from Xingxuan, even Guanjiangzi and the others who had opened their heavenly eyes could not see them. As the two clashed, the sound of thunder reverberated, shaking the heavens. In Dian capital city, a white-bearded Taoist in a purple Taoist robe opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, and murmured, Southwest frontier. How could there be such a phenomenon? Could it be related to the changes in heaven and earth that day? If it weren't for the Zhongmiao Gate. Xingxuan could hardly imagine what would have happened just now. He looked at the already disappeared Zhongmiao Gate and dared not look at the Ghost Gate again. Instead, he turned to look at the people on the high platform. He saw that none of the people on the high platform showed any signs of abnormality, as if nothing had happened just now. Xingxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw Guanjiangzi and the others change. After the Ghost Gate opened, countless souls gradually flew out from the vortex, heading in all directions, with some heading towards Wangshan town, towards the piles of burning paper money and paper offerings. Xingxuan looked and saw those wandering souls standing by the fire piles, waving their hands, grabbing something in the smoke. With each grab, a considerable amount of silver money fell into their hands. What Xingxuan could see, Guanjiangzi and the others could naturally see as well. Seeing that the Ghost Gate had opened, Guanjiangzi immediately closed his eyes and began to chant scriptures. The disciples of the 3 clear views sitting behind him also sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing their hearts towards the heavens and silently reciting scriptures. Meanwhile, the Great Ming Temple and a group of monks, along with the temple priests from the City God Temple, were also busy, each starting to chant scriptures in their own way. As the crowd began to chant, the 3 factions started to show changes. First, from the Sanqing Temple, led by Guanjiangzi, a stream of pure energy emanated from him, rising and falling like mist. As Guanjiangzi recited, waves of wish power were activated, and the mist grew thicker and thicker, eventually manifesting auspicious clouds and celestial cranes. A faint blue light, invisible to ordinary people, slowly emerged. Although Xingxuan knew that the opening of the Ghost Gate was the time for various Taoist sects to guide ghosts, he did not expect such a phenomenon to occur. As Guanjiangzi's wish power was activated, the others from Sanqing Temple also gradually activated their wish powers, becoming part of the mist, transforming into pavilions and unusual flowers, momentarily manifesting a Taoist paradise. As the manifestation of wish power became clearer, a mysterious force began to seep out of the Ghost Gate, slowly descending into the illusion. Within the illusion, celestial children and heavenly maidens appeared, and with a lion's roar, an image materialized in the illusion, clearly the Taiji savior of suffering, worshipped by the Taoist sections. The deity sat on a 9-colored lotus seat, surrounded by 9 lions spitting flames, encircling the throne, with 9-colored divine light radiating around, shining with immense brilliance. He then smiled slightly and pointed at the crowd from Sanqing Temple, causing the captured souls and vengeful spirits to be drawn in by an invisible force, wailing as they were sucked into the Ghost Gate. In contrast, at the Daming Temple, as the chanting continued, streams of golden light radiated from the people. Suddenly, a heavenly Buddhist chant echoed in the air. High above in the 9 heavens, waves of thought power transformed into golden clouds, raining down thousands of golden flowers. Amidst the colorful Buddha light, a towering golden-bodied bodhisattva phantom appeared, whose kind and compassionate demeanor lowered its gaze. As it chanted, lotus flowers descended, landing on a soul, drawing it into the ghost gate. As the golden flowers fell, the numerous ghosts captured by Daming Temple gradually dissipated on the high platform. Watching the manifestations from Sanxing Temple and Daming Temple, one revealing the Taiji savior and the other revealing the Xianxiadrama bodhisattva, Xingxuan couldn't help but look towards the city god temple, curious about what miraculous power it might show. However, he was taken aback to see that the city god temple was completely different from Sanxing Temple and Daming Temple. It did not manifest any divine figures, but instead condensed the yin energy of the world, showing no signs of guiding ghosts. On the contrary, the people at the city god temple did not summon the wish power of beings, but rather gathered the yin energy of the world, which left Xingxuan bewildered and unable to resist peeking. He observed the condensed yin energy, which ultimately formed a pitch-black cloud above Chen Tao's head. As the chanting continued, the cloud gradually solidified, becoming smaller and smaller until it shrank from an area of an acre to the size of a book page. The dense black seeming as if it could drip ink at any moment. Seeing this black, book-sized cloud, Chen Tao took out the token he had previously revealed at the mass grave from his bosom, bowed respectfully, and then tossed the token. Instantly, the token fell into the cloud, which was immediately absorbed into it. In that moment, Chen Tao's eyes became hollow, and a tremendous pressure emanated from him. This pressure had no effect on ordinary people, but for cultivators like Xingxuan, it stirred his internal energy like a stormy sea. Xingxuan's expression changed, and he quickly stabilized his true essence. The 100 Spirits banner trembled slightly, forming an invisible barrier in front of him to block the pressure. In comparison, Guanjiangzi and Laochan seemed to be prepared. Before the pressure even reached the people of Sanxing Temple and Daming Temple, Guanjiangzi's whisk moved without wind, instantly blocking the pressure with an invisible force. Laochan gently recited a Buddhist chant, Namo Amitabha, and the resounding mantra formed a heavy sound barrier that blocked the pressure. Chen Tao, seemingly oblivious, stood there blankly, holding the token, his hands forming seals, without moving his lips. A sound only audible to cultivators and ghostly entities rang out, City God Seal. As soon as the words fell, a shadow clad in official robes slowly emerged from the token, holding a jade seal, and pressed down upon the ghosts captured by the city god temple. In an instant, hundreds of ghosts were swallowed by the seal, and the shadow pointed, creating a tiny vortex on the high platform. The shadow stepped into it and vanished. Seeing this, Xingxuan finally understood why the city god temple could compete with Daming Temple and Sanxing Temple. Both Sanxing Temple and Daming Temple merely guided ghosts into the underworld, requiring a large amount of wish power to do so, while the city god temple was different. As the ghosts being guided by the three factions were nearly done, Xingxuan did not dare to be negligent. If he missed the timing and the wish power dissipated, he would not be able to send over 100 souls into the underworld. He immediately turned to Xianxia and commanded, Xingxia, light the fire. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's spirit was instantly invigorated, her small face filled with seriousness. She dragged out a large copper basin, placed 9 pairs of paper figures inside, bowed 3 times, ignited them, and then took the ghost money in her hand and scattered it into the air. Her clear voice rang out, silver money opens the road, ghosts pass through. Living beings retreat, Taishang Laojun commands urgently. Zhang Qingya's actions naturally attracted the attention of others, especially Guanjiangzi, Laochan, and Chen Tao. The 3 looked at Xingxuan with suspicion. A little girl with no cultivation performing such an act at the Taoist conference was clearly under Xingxuan's orders. However, they wondered what Xingxuan intended to do. Guiding ghosts seemed impossible. After all, a mere Su family mortuary could only capture a dozen ghosts in a year. Would it be embarrassing to make such a grand display just to guide a few ghosts? Without discussing what they thought, Xingxuan saw Zhang Qingya ignite the paper figures and scatter the ghost money. His expression immediately became serious. Holding the peach wood sword and stepping with the 7 stars step, he recited spells in succession, while simultaneously forming seals with his hands. Waves of yellow talismans fell into the copper basin like locusts. Upon encountering the flames, they made a light sound, guiding the wish power of living beings into the basin. The 9 pairs of paper figures burned down, gradually transforming into 9 pairs of golden boys and jade maidens, holding luminous pearls and playing joyfully, stepping into the air as they lined up towards the ghost gate. Guidance from the immortals? Seeing this scene, the 3 thought to themselves. Laochan and Chen Tao nodded secretly. Although Xingxuan had a short cultivation time, and his level was not very high, his control over Taoist techniques was quite good. This guidance from the immortals, while inferior to the guiding methods of the 3 factions, could still guide some ghosts. Guan Jiangzi was first taken aback, then laughed disdainfully, looking at Lao Chan and Chun Tao as he said, "This Su family master is truly petty. How many ghosts can be guided by just 9 pairs of boys and girls? Moreover, while this guidance from the immortals can be considered a guiding method, it lacks much balancing power. In the face of fierce souls and vengeful spirits, it won't take long for them to break free from the technique. At that time, not only will they fail to guide them, but they may also bring harm. Fellow Taoists, I think we will need to help catch the ghosts later." In response to Guan Jiangzi's mockery, Lao Chan and Chun Tao did not reply but quietly prepared themselves. After all, although Guan Jiangzi's words were unpleasant, they were indeed factual. The boys and girls could only guide ordinary ghosts, while fierce souls and vengeful spirits could not be dealt with at all. Just as the three were waiting for Su Xingxuan to make a mistake, he was already prepared. He took out the 100 Spirits banner from behind, recited the true words, "Heavenly gang, earthly Sha, spirits of resentment from all directions, heed my command. Dust returns to dust. Yin and Yang part ways. Heaven clear and earth spiritual. Souls return to the past. Command." As soon as the words fell, the 100 spirit flags trembled, and the scriptures manifested. Over 100 souls flew out from the flags and landed among the ranks of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, flying towards the Ghost Gate together with them. Chapter 116, the fourth quota. How is this possible? Seeing the over 100 souls among the ranks of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, Guan Jiangzi's expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed. Liaochen and Chun Tao also looked astonished. It is known that 100 souls and 100 ghostly beings are not the same. To ordinary people, souls are also ghostly beings, but for cultivators, the difference is significant. From the perspective of cultivators, souls are merely the 3 souls and 7 spirits. When a person dies, they can be called a ghost, but not a ghostly being. Ghostly beings refer to those that have absorbed the yin energy and malevolent energy of the world, condensing into a form different from the usual souls, which are one of the 6 paths of living beings. Souls do not possess cultivation or malevolent thoughts. Generally, only those who die a natural death will have such pure souls. The fact that Su Xingxuan has over 100 pure souls in his hands is astonishing to Guan Jiangzi and others. After all, in this world, cultivators are as numerous as fish crossing a river, and while there are many ghostly beings, it is already remarkable to capture a dozen in a year by one person's efforts. After all, not all souls are wandering ghosts, which is why Guan Jiangzi concluded that Su Xingxuan could not possibly capture enough ghostly beings. If ghostly beings are already so rare, let alone pure souls. Unless Su Xingxuan deliberately forcibly seized a soul at the moment of death, but in that case, the soul would generate resentment and transform into a vengeful ghost. And Su Xingxuan would also be burdened by malevolent energy. However, looking at the group of souls, they clearly are not like that. Instead, they are bowing and thanking Su Xingxuan among the ranks of the young boys and girls, indicating that they are malevolent ghosts whose malevolence has been purified. However, such malevolent ghosts, even with the daily rituals at Daming Temple, would not be able to save many in a year. What virtue and ability does Su Xingxuan have to save so many ghostly beings? Regarding the doubts of the 3, Su Xingxuan showed no reaction. The 100 spirit flags continued to tremble, and true essence surged forth continuously like a copper basin. Zhang Qingyao was also constantly scattering paper money into the air. Each piece of paper money that fell into the copper basin transformed into a pure wish power, soaring up and landing on a soul, turning into a paper note, guiding the soul towards the Ghost Valley Gate, unaffected by the erosion of the yin wind and resentment. Finally, after about half an hour, the last soul also entered the Ghost Gate. Su Xingxuan then stopped his actions, opened his eyes, and let out a heavy breath, feeling the nearly exhausted true essence within him. No wonder Uncle Gio could not save these ghostly beings, relying on the collective wish power. He was only able to do so because the Ghost Gate was wide open and they had already had their malevolence eliminated by the 100 spirit flags. Even so, he almost felt drained, showing that saving ghostly beings is not something that can be done casually. Seeing Su Xingxuan's success, Guan Jiangzi frowned, while Liaochen and Chun Tao exchanged glances and walked forward with smiles. Namo Amitba, good. Su Zhuangzhu, with your own strength. Saving over 100 souls is truly a blessing for Wongshan Town, an immeasurable merit. I admire you. Indeed, to accomplish such a feat by oneself. This is the first time I've seen it in over 70 years. Su Zhuangzhu's Taoist skills are admirable. I am ashamed of myself. Chun Tao laughed heartily, looking at Su Xingxuan with a teasing expression. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan quickly returned the courtesy, saying, "Too much praise, Master Liaochen and Mr. Chun. I am merely a novice and have taken a shortcut this time, causing you both to laugh." Speaking of which, the manifestation of the Earth Store Bodhisattva at Daming Temple and the invocation of the City God at the City God Temple are the true orthodox paths of the Tao. With a long history, my small skills are truly unworthy. As the saying goes, a flower-carried sedan chair is carried by people. Everyone loves to hear good words. Liao Qin is not a Buddha who is detached from all, and Qin Tao, who mingles in the market, found Su Xingxuan's words more satisfactory. Moreover, the two had originally intended to befriend him, which added a bit of sincerity. Since Su Zhuangzhu has saved over 100 souls this time, this strength is also noteworthy in Wangshan Town. It seems that the fourth quota of the Taoist gate is inevitable. Guanjiangzi, what do you think? After chatting for a while, Chen Tao suddenly turned his head and looked at Guanjiangzi with interest. During the conversation, Guanjiangzi had already calmed down, knowing that Su Xingxuan saving over 100 souls made the trend of the Su family's righteous hall, becoming the fourth Taoist gate, unstoppable. Even if he were willing, Daming Temple and the City God Temple would not agree. Hearing this, he did not have any extreme reactions. His expression calm as he said, of course. However, the Ghost Gate will soon close, so I suggest everyone prepares quickly to avoid missing the time to bless the glazed archway. After speaking, Guanjiangzi snorted softly, closed his eyes, and said no more. Seeing this, Chen Tao did not want to press too hard. He decided to take a step back and said to Su Xingxuan, Su Zhuangzhu, once the Ghost Gate closes, merit will descend. We need to use merit power to bless the glazed archway. You have just exhausted too much. It's better to rest first to avoid exhaustion later. I have a piece of an incense for resting. You can take it. It will help restore your strength. Amitba. Mr. Chun is right. This is Su Zhuangzhu's first time participating in the Taoist conference, and it must be quite challenging. Liao Kong. Remember to support Su Zhuangzhu later and prevent any mishaps. Liao Qin immediately reminded Liao Kong. Thank you both. Seeing this, Su Xingxuan was not polite and immediately accepted the incense. Sitting cross-legged, one must say, this incense is indeed a good thing brought out by Qin Tao. Holding it in his palm, a faint aroma slowly lingered at his nose. After inhaling it, it transformed into a subtle true essence, like water flowing onto the soil, gradually soaking in and nourishing Su Xingxuan's somewhat dried dantian. Liao Kong also chanted a Buddha's name, sitting cross-legged around Su Xingxuan, holding a prayer bead, seemingly reciting scriptures. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was protecting Su Xingxuan. It seemed casual, but if anyone made even the slightest move, his massive body would instantly crush them like an ancient giant beast. Seeing this scene, Guanjiangzi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he let out a barely noticeable cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the three like a steel blade. Then he slowly closed his eyes, appearing indifferent, quietly waiting for the Ghost Gate to close.